Fanfiction, a soap opera time travel journey in Harry Potter. Author, Tasha Tiel. What? I actually got transported? Hey, you damn creator god. It's one thing to force me to win the lottery just to go and help you create a new future, but why did you have to make me, a beautiful doctor like a blooming flower, reincarnate as that abused child protagonist Harry Potter? And now that you said I need to change the future, why did you even kill my parents? You don't keep your word, so damn it, don't give me the chance. One day I will definitely seek justice for my parents who never had a fate with me. But, well, now that it's already destined for me to become the boy who survives, let's first try to live properly without disappointing my parents. I'll also try to ensure that those who truly care for me can feel happiness and receive it. Honestly, as the title of the story says, it's pretty self-explanatory. In short, this is a YY fantasy work, aiming for a lot of ambiguous moments. Who told me that after watching Harry Potter 7, I'd be left feeling so empty, ghastly? Also, as expected, I tend to favor older men, so unless something unexpected happens, the pairing will be SS/HP. But I'm torn between Rudin and the twins, holding my head. Absolutely no NP, non-consensual pairing. So let's let things play out naturally XD. Also, I admit my RP role-playing isn't great, so unless otherwise stated, this is definitely a deep pit. Proceed with caution. Harry Potter fanfiction BL pairing is Harry/Snape. Readers sensitive to this pairing, be cautious. Additionally, the author uses English for some terms, so if new terms appear, I will provide translations. Chapter 1. Harry Potter. Prologue. This is such a ridiculous situation. Sitting on a chair in a graceful and noble European-style garden, I looked at the elegant, self-proclaimed creator goddess with flowing blonde hair as she gracefully sipped what she claimed was top-quality Ceylon tea, and I silently maintained my expressionless stare. To be honest, if I didn't still remember that about half an hour ago I had broken up with my boyfriend of 10 years at a fast food restaurant, slapped that two-timing jerk, poured a Coke all over him, and then proudly stepped out of the store, only to find in the next second that I wasn't on a busy street but on a lush, green garden lawn. Honestly, it's hard for me to believe I would encounter such a bizarre event, commonly known as time travel. Well then, after listening to the explanation from the creator, given that he really was stunningly beautiful enough to topple nations, and I couldn't even find a reason to explain why I inexplicably appeared in such a misty, beautiful garden, I reluctantly decided to accept his identity as the creator. My mind went blank for a while before it could finally function enough to sort out the main points. Simply put, there are countless parallel spaces in this universe, and in theory, there is no intersection between them, right? The creator smiled. Correct. But because certain people in these spaces have exceptionally strong mental power, they can, through dreams or imagination, present parts of other spaces via art forms like painting, writing, or poetry. In my space, that would be painters or writers, right? Exactly. But if those artists or writers publish works that are liked by too many people, it generates strong mental power, which could destabilize the original space of that work. That's right. So, my voice dry and low, let's say my space is called reality space, and the other spaces are collectively called fantasy space. In order to prevent the strong mental power from reality space from crushing fantasy space, you periodically select suitable candidates from reality space and send them into fantasy space, thereby allowing fantasy space to split into different futures and generate new spaces to share and relieve the enormous mental pressure it bears. Exactly. He put down his teacup and looked at me with gentle approval. Compared to your predecessors who traveled before you, your performance has been relatively calm, and it seems your capacity to accept this is much greater. I lowered my eyes and stared at the cup of untouched black tea in front of me. I really want to thank you for the compliment, but what I actually want to do is flip this table and beat you up. The creator laughed out loud, while I continued staring at the teacup, my hands resting on my lap now tightly clenched into fists. Oh, my dear little Tsua. The laughter finally subsided after a long while, but when the creator spoke again, the tone was still filled with amusement. Honestly, given my status, gender is meaningless. The reason I take the form of a woman in front of you is simply to make it easier for you to accept and understand your current situation. So you really don't need to apply your usual principle of being extra lenient with girls to me. You have every right to be angry at me, because your coming here is entirely due to me forcing you to take on responsibilities that shouldn't have been yours, thereby taking away your original life. I finally redirected my gaze to the creator standing before me. Even if I really laid a hand on you, with me being just a mere mortal, there's no way I could actually hurt you, right? if your real identity is truly the creator. I said with a blank, sarcastic tone, and please, don't call me Xue, that's a name only my family has the right to call me. The creator's face beamed with a brilliant smile, making him look even more stunning. Very well, clever and proud child. His eyes glimmered with playful amusement. Since you already understand the reason you have appeared here, you should also be mentally prepared for the task I am about to assign to you, right? Even if I said I wasn't, it wouldn't matter, I thought to myself. I really can't go back. Unfortunately, you truly cannot return. He maintained the smile, yet every word from his golden bird-like voice sent a chilling sensation down my spine. The moment you stepped into my realm, your physical body in your original space had already died. Even if you returned, it would only be a re-entry into the cycle of life and death, making it impossible for you to ever meet and live with your current family again. I closed my eyes and took several deep breaths. When I forcibly calmed myself and reopened my eyes, a coldness filled them. Those predecessors who crossed over before me, I asked through gritted teeth, did any of them ever say that your kind of forced winning behavior is truly, extremely, and profoundly outrageous? Oh, they don't use such polite descriptions as you do, my dear. He covered his mouth and smiled. In fact, the first few always had to be entertained by me before they were willing to obediently carry out the things I entrusted to them. It wasn't until later years that there were always many people who were quite eager to travel through this kind of thing, and their soul wavelength was also suitable, so they were able to often touch my field into it to some extent. It did greatly reduce my work pressure, of course. If you don't care about their behavior, that is too greedy and often messes around. That's also what you asked for. I pursed my lips, and my tone was quite cold. Who asked you to drive others to help you change the future of those spaces in this way to create new spaces? Such a heavy responsibility falls on us mortals. If you don't give some benefits, who will be willing to help you do things? That's true. He raised his teacup and took a sip. It always feels easier to be able to chat with smart children. So, would you like to hear about the world you will travel to and your identity? This saves a lot of upfront exploration, and according to the usual practice, because you are forced by me to help create a new space, as long as you do complete your task, you can make 5 requests to me in return afterwards. As you have indeed pleased me in your intelligence and in your calm and self-controlled manner so far, I allow you to make 3 requests. First, you should understand what I mean. It sounds good to ask me to make a request in advance, but in fact, it's not just to make sure that I can complete the task. I looked at the Creator God who was always smiling in front of me, and there was no concealment of the monstrous anger in my eyes that wanted to cut him 17 or 18 times. Tell me, where are you going to throw me? Without speaking, he just waved his hand gently, and a string of beautiful silver fonts appeared in the air in front of us. Harry Potter. Although given the current situation, there should be nothing that surprises me more, but when I saw this name, I couldn't help but feel a beat in my heart. You want to throw me into that dark wizard story? If I want to die, don't play with me like this. Don't be so nervous, girl. This space is actually not that bad, compared to the dangerous area in the Hunter space where people with mental abilities can encounter it at any time. This space is still relatively safe. That safety factor is also based on not being a member of the magical world, and you have to pray that no dark wizard will pass by your house and decide to abuse and have fun. I complained in my heart and curled my lips without commenting. What about identity? What identity do you plan to give me to carry out your great task of creating new space? Since I want to create a new future, it is impossible to give me a Muggle identity, and 9 times out of 10, I have to deal with the protagonist. It seems that I have to think carefully about those 3 requests, and I don't want to die inexplicably and mysteriously as soon as I arrive there. Huh? The Creator God winked at me with a natural expression. Didn't I already tell you? Silence. My mind went blank for about 10 seconds. Don't joke. In a fit of rage, I stood up and slammed the table and yelled, "You want me to be the boy who survived? The boy who must fight the Dark Lord to the death? You and other players should have a limit. Calm down, dear girl, don't forget your temperament and demeanor." Waving his hand to restore the overflowing black tea that had been spilled because I slammed the table, the Creator God looked at me gently. Since you can accept separation from your relatives so easily, this little thing shouldn't make you lose your temper so much, right? Go to his demeanor. Let them all eat. I continued to yell at him in a fit of anger, which I did. You hell see me and simply accept it? Inexplicably and wonderfully brought me to this place, and inexplicably told me that I was chosen by you to create a new space, so I am dead and cannot go home. And now you tell me that you want me to be the unlucky masochist who was stared to death by the Demon King boss from birth? I have to calm down to have a ghost. My foul language did not displease the Creator God, on the contrary, he seemed to be more relaxed. Since you also know that all this is my decision, then you should know very well that no matter how angry you are now, you can't change what happens next, right? I couldn't refute it, but I still looked at him with hatred. Sit down, dear girl, he said gently. Although I want you to be reincarnated as a boy from the Potter family, I won't ask you to ask for more, and at the same time, I will keep the complete memory of your life and this story, which will help you a lot, right? So you won't be in much danger in that world, and you are free to choose the life you want. Yes, the life I want. I sat down angrily. If I could be as lucky as the original Potter to escape the Dark Lord's pursuit and destroy him. Yes, dear girl, I believe you are definitely capable and lucky. The Creator God smiled. Then, following my promise, how are you going to use your 3 requirements before I send you to be reincarnated? I continued to stare at the Creator hatefully for a while, then closed my eyes again and forced myself to calm down with the old method of deep breathing. The first request, I said in a tone as stiff as my expression, I want my reincarnated Harry to have the level of an adult wizard based on mana control and magic learning ability. Yes, the God of creation looked at me and nodded in agreement, but before you are an adult there, you can't let the second person know that Harry has a level of magic beyond that of an underage wizard. If someone finds out, then your ability will be automatically forcibly sealed, and it will only be temporarily unlocked when your life is in danger until you reach adulthood. The second request, I was also prepared to be restrained after making the request, so I nodded in understanding and continued. I need to be able to communicate with and control all plants. This request obviously made the Creator think about it for a while. Yes, he agreed, but still put forward a restraint. But this ability can only be controlled by the type of plant you have eaten. In other words, unless you have touched and eaten any part of the plant, you cannot communicate with or control the modification of that type of plant. I know. I paused for a moment. The third request, I want you to help me erase the memories of the people I was in the original space about me. The look in the Creator God's eye seemed to have something more after I made this request. Are you sure? He asked softly. You should know, such a request is actually quite wasteful and rather selfish. I've always been willful and selfish, you don't need to remind me. I paused. You just need to fulfill my request. The Creator God silently watched me for a moment. All right, he said, with a faint sigh. As you wish, my dear Harry. Chapter 2, James Potter, Lily Potter, née Lily Evans. Voldemort, original name Tom Marvolo Riddle, becoming the boy who survived. They claim it's about altering the course of the future and creating a new space, but to maintain the stability of that space, some things must still happen no matter what. For instance, the Dark Lord failing because he tried to kill all of us. And if it weren't for the so-called plot memories, if it weren't for the consciousness already present in Lily's womb, if it weren't for continuously feeling the meticulous care and love from James and Lily even after birth, if it weren't for, reality is, there are no such ifs. So even though the Creator God had warned me before I was reincarnated, I constantly reminded myself not to invest too much emotion in James and Lily. Yet, as the days passed, I couldn't resist deploying the immense magic I had deliberately hidden. Alongside secretly reinforcing the house's protective spells, I also subtly enhanced their mental strength and magical control whenever they held me, using the contact of our skin since as a baby I had no chance to learn protective charms. This was the only way I could try to help them, praying that when Voldemort came, it might give them a slightly better chance to survive. But my prayers were clearly not accepted by the Creator God at all. So when that damned rat still betrayed us to Voldemort, allowing the Dark Lord to break into my home and kill James, and kill Lily who was standing in front of me, crying and begging him to spare my life, the intense emotional breakdown caused me, still just a fragile infant, to completely faint. Why? When I saw the Creator again because of losing consciousness, I couldn't help but shout uncontrollably at him. Why did they have to die? As long as the Dark Lord ultimately failed because he wanted to kill me, they didn't have to die. Why did you erase the protection I painstakingly added to them? They. I was already crying uncontrollably. Clearly, they are just characters in a story, right? Isn't the way things turned out just the original trajectory of fate? So why does my chest still hurt so much? I clearly know. You feel heartache because you've already started seeing them as your real parents. The Creator simply looked at me calmly, his tone almost coldly serene. Retaining memories of living in another space in the past means you will inevitably see yourself as an outsider watching all this, but you must understand, you are no longer the person you once were. Your body and your soul now belong to this space, you are a part of it. Everything here is no longer just a story to you, but a concrete and immediate reality. You must thoroughly remember and internalize this, otherwise, even if you change the future, you cannot create a truly stable new space. Just because of this reason, I bit my lower lip tightly, but felt no pain. Was it because this was only happening in my consciousness, or because the emotional pain had long exceeded my limit? I didn't know. But I did know that I could no longer maintain the detachment I've had for the past year. Just like the Creator said, this world is now my living world. And the price to awaken me to this truth was the lives of my newly born parents. The deaths of Lily Potter and James Potter, according to your mission, were indeed not necessary, but the psychological impact their deaths had on you was a necessary element to completely merge your soul with your new body. As I was gradually surrounded by darkness, I heard the Creator sigh slightly. But from now on, I will no longer interfere with your actions in this space. After all, the purpose of letting you come here is to generate new spaces. As a true member of this world, you have every right to decide whether to change what you know as the known future. But it's important to remember that the so-called butterfly effect does exist. The changes you decide will definitely affect many things. You are a smart kid who will understand what I mean. I think the next time we meet, it should be after you really die. I sincerely hope that I won't meet you again too soon. Although time really doesn't mean much to me. Chapter 3. The Dursley Family. Vernon, uncle. Petunia, aunt. Dudley. Godric's Hollow is a valley of high cones. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Sirius Black. The Godfather. Azkaban. Rebus Hagrid. At the Dursley family, time may not be meaningful to the Creator God who is not sorry to die, but for me, it is quite precious. My parents died, and my hometown in Godric's Hollow was also destroyed, and I didn't have any relatives on my father's side, of course, so I sent it to the Dursley house where my last blood relative, Aunt Petunia, was located. As for Sirius, judging from the current situation where everything is going according to the established fate, he should have entered Azkaban. To be honest, I didn't spend much thought worrying about saving him. In fact, during my infancy, when I was still in diapers and thrown into the cupboard, my mind was entirely occupied with things I had seen would happen in my past life. Ever since my parents died, I could no longer regard events that had happened or hadn't happened as just stories. So even though I loathe the Creator God for toying with my emotions and causing the death of my parents just to make me fulfill the mission of creating a new space, since he had already promised not to intervene in future events here, knowing the majority of the future gave me the chance to save most of the lives destined to perish. The prerequisite being that I had to plan and arrange every future action of mine carefully, avoiding anything that could make things even worse. The butterfly effect. I silently warned myself. If I could avoid the worst-case scenario, some torment simply cannot be changed lightly. Forgive me for not being able to save you for now, Sirius. Pushing the feeling of debt owed to Sirius deep into my heart, I forced myself to repeatedly simulate all possible future scenarios in my mind. Barring major surprises, I decided that the first crucial future event I aimed to change would occur in the 4th year after entering Hogwarts. That is, before that, I would have around 12 years to prepare certain things. Although most of the preparations could only be truly undertaken after I started school at Hogwarts, before that, while I was still at the Dursleys, I could still conduct some secret training for myself. For example, the plant control ability I requested from the Creator God. After all, even with such powerful magical abilities bestowed by the Creator God, I hadn't forgotten that I was still just a powerless infant, nor had I forgotten the restriction the Creator God imposed. I couldn't let a second person know about my immense magic. So even though I was very tempted to use this power to severely punish the aunt and uncle who threw me into the cupboard, thinking of the protective wards and surveillance Dumbledore had set around the Dursleys, I could only keep reminding myself to endure. At least until now, my cousins hadn't physically harmed me yet, and had somewhat remembered to give me some of the leftover curdled milk or vegetable scraps from Dudley, so I hadn't truly gone hungry. Although I didn't starve at the Dursleys, the harshness of their diet meant I couldn't avoid becoming small and undernourished. Even so, as I gradually grew, I finally had to move to a new room because the cupboard could no longer accommodate me. The cupboard under the stairs. Living there wasn't actually so bad. On my first night in the cupboard, after no one was paying attention, I cleaned up most of the dust by myself, lay down on the bed I had made from old clothes, and drowsily thought, at least from now on, when I secretly practice controlling plants or conjuring up fruit to eat, I wouldn't have to worry about someone suddenly barging into the kitchen and discovering my secret. It's just that, although Aunt Petunia and the others wouldn't hit me, Dudley always overlooked it when he got rough with me. At first, since Dudley wasn't very strong, I could tolerate it, but as the Dursleys fed him into a growing, powerful boy, I had to occasionally show some out-of-control spells from a young wizard to scare him a little, so they would understand the meaning of limits. Indeed, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia hated any form of abnormal occurrences. Although I would always be locked in confinement for a while whenever such incidents happened, at least they finally realized that if they didn't want their neighbors discovering anything unusual, they needed to properly restrain their beloved son from abusing me. So I didn't have to worry too much about accidentally hitting Dudley, the little fat boy, too hard. Of course, saying don't worry too much is because sometimes, parental words mean virtually nothing to kids, especially to a clearly spoiled only child like Dudley. Even if he wouldn't openly attack me on the surface, there were still sneaky little attacks behind the scenes. Although the skin on my body often ended up bruised from this, as long as no bones were broken or internal injuries occurred, I just had to cope, as always. This way, my infancy and early childhood were spent either being Dudley's punching bag or locked up in confinement, until I finally got to attend primary school. To be honest, for someone like me with memories from a previous life equivalent to a university level, going to primary school was really, extremely boring. However, since it meant I could temporarily leave the Dursleys' house, being with a bunch of kids who seemed incredibly childish to me and taking lessons on basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division could actually be enjoyable. Moreover, going to school always provided more opportunities to come into contact with plants beyond the everyday vegetables or common garden flowers, which was extremely useful for practicing my plant control abilities. The library also had plenty of books to pass the time, far more interesting than the boring days of confinement at the Dursleys. Furthermore, thanks to Dudley, that little tyrant, and his group of friends constantly picking on me, no one at school wanted to be friends with a silent boy who wore baggy old clothes and broken glasses. In other words, as long as I stayed away from Dudley and his gang, which was quite easy for me, partly because my physical agility likely came from inheriting James' athletic genes, and partly because I had the ability to communicate with plants and the wisdom of being 27 years older than them, I could freely absorb the knowledge I wanted and train my skills and abilities, which gave me great satisfaction. Of course, aside from those classmates who were too afraid or unwilling to approach me, the school teachers naturally noticed me, a student with an obviously introverted and quiet personality. But it was unlikely that the teachers would show me much concern. After all, although I always wore loose, baggy clothes and was noticeably smaller in build compared to other children my age, I showed no signs of starving or abuse. The Dursleys indeed never let me eat my fill. But with my ability to control plants, whenever I was hungry, I could produce my own fruit, so I never actually went hungry. Moreover, my grades were always above average, although I had no intention of standing out among a bunch of kids. Performing slightly better than Dudley was enough to give me some satisfaction, especially every time I saw Uncle Vernon's or Aunt Petunia's expression when signing my report card. It was hard not to feel a little pleased. Besides occasionally spending too long in the library and missing class, I didn't cause much trouble, so the teacher's attention was often drawn away by other, more troublesome students. Overall, my elementary school years could be described as quite ordinary, of course, not counting my secret continuous practice of communicating with and controlling plants. And as the days passed, eventually, I celebrated a 10th birthday with nothing but Dudley's taunts, old hangers, and socks as gifts, without any real presents. However, that would be the last birthday without a truly heartfelt gift. After dinner, finishing the dishes, and returning to my cupboard to shake off the spiders from my bed before lying down, I casually summoned an apple and quietly nibbled on it, thinking to myself, it's almost time to meet Hagrid. I just hope that when the time comes, it will really be you who comes. Chapter 4, The Zoo Incident. I almost forgot about this too, when I stood in front of the glass at the zoo reptile house, exchanging simple eye contact with the Brazilian boar inside. Dudley, who had deliberately pushed me, tumbled to the ground. I gladly took the opportunity to teach that little brat a small lesson, letting the boar have some close contact with him. I deliberately slowed down as I picked up my fallen glasses, squinting to hide my playful smile, seemingly watching the impressive reactions of those frozen and panicked people sitting on the ground, especially the Dursleys, from a cold, detached perspective. Thanks, mate. As the python slithered past my feet and toward the exit of the enclosure, it gave me a cheerful farewell. You're welcome. I secretly savored the feeling of speaking in snake language. It should be snake language, right? Yet, I still felt it wasn't much different from speaking English. Curious, I replied to it, if you ever have time, you're welcome to visit me at Hogwarts. I should be going there to study in a little while. I didn't hear the Python's response because before that, I had already dragged a twisted-faced Uncle Vernon off the ground to join the panicked crowd evacuating. And when I returned to the Dursleys' house, of course, the blame for the mysterious disappearance of the glass in the reptile house of the zoo fell on me, ruining their outing fun, which naturally meant I got sent to my cupboard again. I swear, it wasn't that I was secretly happy in the cupboard because I had some masochistic streak, it was just that if I'd calculated correctly, once this detention ended, it wouldn't just be the summer after I graduated from primary school, but also the time I was about to receive my Hogwarts acceptance letter. What's that? The first rule of surviving the Dursleys, don't ask questions. But on the morning my detention was over, when I stepped into the kitchen and smelled a strong, pungent odor, I couldn't help but ask, my eyes wandering to the bowl that was presumably the source of the smell. Dudley's old shirt. I'm dyeing it grey for you. I didn't know if it was because I had asked a question or because of the horrible smell in the kitchen, but Aunt Petunia answered with a face as sour as if someone had placed a turd under her nose. This way, when you go to school, your clothes will be the same color as the other students' uniforms. I sat quietly at the end of the dining table without commenting. Like Dudley, I had only graduated from elementary school. Unlike him, who was going to an elite school, Aunt Petunia and the others had chosen a regional comprehensive secondary school for me. As for the name of the school, I didn't bother to remember it anyway. I was waiting for my letter from Hogwarts, but I also wouldn't remind Aunt Petunia that she didn't need to go to the trouble of dyeing the uniform I'd never have a chance to wear. I hadn't forgotten that I was still just a kid completely unaware of the existence of the wizarding world. Moreover, I didn't want to ruin Aunt Petunia's last remaining days of peaceful mood. After all, when the Hogwarts letter arrived, there would be plenty of time for her and my dear cousins to fuss. When Uncle Vernon and Dudley came into the kitchen one after another, they both showed expressions of disgust from the sharp smell. However, neither of them commented on it, likely already aware of the whole uniform dyeing affair. Uncle Vernon always ate breakfast while reading the newspaper and had a habit of muttering under his breath short, snide, or approving remarks about some news after the paper. Dudley was extremely picky. If his breakfast didn't include fried sausage or ham, he would throw a tantrum. Right now, he was yelling at Aunt Petunia again because the bread wasn't toasted enough and there were no fried eggs. I, conscious not to draw Aunt Petunia's angry gaze toward me, got up with the few bites of toast I had reluctantly eaten, took the plate with the bread to the oven to retoast it, and also fetched a frying pan from the cupboard to cook eggs. Everything was just like every morning for the past few years, making sure Dudley's picky mouth got its specified breakfast items, approximately the same time the postman would show up. Just as I had finished turning off the stove, I was sent by Uncle Vernon to fetch the mail from the front door. Indeed, the closer I got to the waiting days, the more unbearable it felt. There were less than 10 days until my 11th birthday. Enrollment letter, oh enrollment letter, when would you arrive? With such thoughts in mind, I walked casually to get the mail. Just as I picked up today's letters and was flipping through them on my way back to the kitchen, the address on the last parchment envelope made me stop in my tracks. A relieved smile uncontrollably spread across my face. Finally, I found you my Hogwarts acceptance letter. Chapter 5. The letter event. Pay, Petunia. I really wanted to hide the admission notice and secretly read it myself, but since I could pretend to be stupid and see the Dursleys' follow-up live performance, I went back to the kitchen to slowly open the letter without hiding. Sure enough, under the loud shouting of Dudley, who never missed the opportunity to make trouble for me, Uncle Vernon snatched my letter over and opened it without respect for my privacy. Then he looked at the first few lines, his face changing like a nin sign, and finally a grey stutter called out to Aunt Petunia. Lived up to my expectations. Aunt Petunia also screamed as if she was being strangled after reading the letter handed over by her uncle. Dudley became extremely curious about the content of the email after seeing his parents' expressions, and jumped from his position to Uncle Vernon in an attempt to grab the letter. It took me a lot of effort to resist the urge to laugh, fearing that the situation wasn't messy enough, so I reminded Dudley, "That's my letter. Dudley, even if you want to see it, I should be the first. You can't grab it. Shut up for me. Get out." My smiling expression seemed to be interpreted as very angry, but Uncle Vernon's face was even uglier than mine. He grabbed Dudley by the back collar with one hand and threw us out of the kitchen, slammed the door hard in front of us. No coming in and no eavesdropping. Give me all to the living room. Of course, Dudley couldn't have obediently not eavesdropped. In fact, as soon as the kitchen door was closed, he immediately put his ear in the keyhole. I straightened up the loose clothes that had just been pulled to one side to expose my shoulders, and slowly walked to the window in the living room and stood against the wall. From the outside, I looked like I was staring out the window in a daze, but in fact, I was helping me hear the conversations I heard from the potted plants in the kitchen through the vines planted on the windowsill. Through years of self-training, my plant communication and controllability has now reached the point where I can fully control all the plants within about a 1 kilometer radius around me, allowing them to deliver messages I want or follow my commands. I can say that as long as plants exist in a place, it is definitely the safest and most advantageous for me, because this ability does not use any magic. As long as I don't say anything, no one, whether a wizard, a muggle, or any intelligent being, will know, and the plants not only won't harm me but will even protect me. This will absolutely be my greatest helper for the series of things I am about to carry out. Moreover, I have a feeling that once I reach Hogwarts and come into contact with magical plants, this ability will grow even further. However, up until now, I have mostly used this ability to secretly observe the behaviors and actions of the Dursley family, such as avoiding Dudley and his friends at school or situations like now, where they are discussing me. Apparently, Dudley got caught eavesdropping after Aunt Petunia and the others finished their discussion, because Uncle Vernon's scolding upon opening the door was so loud that I could hear it clearly even from the living room. After sending Dudley to the upstairs room, Uncle Vernon immediately shouted my name. I had no choice but to put away my ability and hurry into the hallway, trying to look as if I was eager to retrieve my mail. "Where is my letter?" I asked before Uncle Vernon could speak. "Who sent it to me? I want to see it." Uncle Vernon's expression was certainly something to behold. Clearly wanting to scold me, yet forcing a friendly fake it must have been hard for him. "It was just sent to the wrong address, child, don't worry about it. That letter isn't important, I already burned it." Sent to the wrong address. Burned it? I suppressed a flicker of anger in my eyes and smirked. Such a pathetic lie. The address on that letter even clearly has my cupboard location. I said it was sent to the wrong address, and it was. Sure enough, in less than 3 sentences, his true nature showed. Uncle Vernon's face turned red as he shouted at me. Then, as I stubbornly glared at him, he took a few deep breaths, cleared his throat, and continued with a stern expression, "By the way, speaking of the cupboard, your aunt and I just discussed this. You've grown up, and the cupboard is a bit small for you, so we've decided to move you to Dudley's second bedroom." What? This is the cry of Dudley, who was driven upstairs and slipped back to the stairwell to eavesdrop. I rolled my eyes as Uncle Vernon turned around and scolded Dudley, speechless at an idiot cousin with such a bad eavesdropping skill. "Go back upstairs, Dudley, and tidy up your room." Uncle Vernon yelled at his son. "Your mother and I have decided, but that's my room, my things. I'd rather stay in the closet." I interjected coldly, "As long as I know what that letter wrote to me, I don't mind sleeping in the closet at all." I said I couldn't mention that damn letter again. Uncle Vernon turned around and roared at me, spitting on my face, "Go back to your closet and tidy things up. Dudley, you two clear the room. Harry must move in tonight, move now." Uncle Vernon was very strong, locked me in the closet and went up to my cousin with hard steps to communicate with my cousin. I threw myself on the bed and grabbed a towel next to me to wipe the saliva that Uncle Vernon sprayed on my face. I was about to say goodbye to this dark closet and the spiders I lived with, and I smiled sarcastically. By me in the bedroom where Dudley put toys, more precisely, for the wizards and dumb guns who have been secretly patrolling my safety. Wouldn't it be too hypocritical to do this now, after they have treated me harshly for so many years? But it doesn't matter, anyway. I'm going to say goodbye to this family soon. Not quite. At least I will still have to come back for the next few years of summer vacation. After all, before I can use my magic openly without constraints, I still have to rely on the protective spell left to me by my mother to avoid Voldemort's eyeliner. But at least I don't have to pretend to be an innocent kid who doesn't know what magic is. At least I can express my original personality a little more, right? God knows how depressed I have been pretending to be a little kid of my age in the past few years. Meow will definitely have a good relationship with the Weasley twins in the future, and my future enjoyment of life will depend on both of them. I didn't have many things to begin with, so carrying them in one trip took care of everything. All day long, Dudley tried every trick someone his age could think of to convince Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia to change their minds and send me back to the cupboard, but knowing full well he wouldn't succeed, I just treated his wailing downstairs like pigs squealing in spring and started using some of Dudley's leftover broken toys as cover to set up some plant-based defensive devices for the small room. Although I wouldn't stay here very long over the next few years, since this was my official room, even when I'm not here, I couldn't allow anyone in the Dursley household or any other wizard or anyone else to come in freely, because this place would, in the future, be where my partner's assisting my plans and I communicated in secret. The Hogwarts acceptance letter came again the next day, and before I could touch it, Uncle Vernon took it away. On the third day, Uncle Vernon tore up the letter right in front of me and even nailed the mailbox shut. Things got interesting starting on the fourth day, with a dozen letters squeezing in through the door cracks or windows, but each one was taken by Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. By the fifth day, the letters' methods of infiltrating the house became even more impressive, hidden in newspapers, placed with items from the milk and egg delivery, and even bundled in waterproof bags and sprayed straight out from the kitchen sink faucet. Altogether, this added up to more than twice the mail from just the day before, yet each one was intercepted by the skittish Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. I couldn't manage to touch a single one to leave my fingerprint on any of them. "Who exactly wants to contact you so badly?" Dudley said, both puzzled and amazed as he studied me. Over the past few days, because of the strange letters addressed to Harry incident, he was also forced into confinement at home just like me, so most of these smuggled-in letters were found by him out of boredom. Unfortunately, Aunt Petunia watched his every move as closely as Uncle Vernon watched me, so every letter he found was taken away by her immediately, leaving him, like me, with no chance to see them. "Ask me," I lazily replied to him, leaning against the wall at the door of the living room with my hands folded, coldly looking at Uncle Vernon, who was calling the farm and the post office to complain in the living room, and Aunt Petunia squatting in front of the stove and throwing a letter full of letters for me into the fire. This couple, although I can understand their fear of the unexplained and the unknown, their extreme is so exaggerated that even I, a person with special abilities given by the Creator God and already have a sound mind, can barely grow up safely in this environment. I really can't imagine how the original Harry Potter lived to be 11 years old and did not become a cynical Voldemort number 2. At the dinner table on the morning of the sixth day, Uncle Vernon dripped jam into his newspaper and happily announced that there would be no postman at work on Sunday, so there was no need to worry about any mail coming. I was drinking plain water and was stunned by this sudden situation for less than a second before spraying directly, but fortunately, Dudley next to me jumped up from his seat and knocked me down, so that Aunt Petunia and the others didn't see me laughing. For God's sake, although I was mentally prepared for this scene, I still had to be amazed at how humorous the wizard who instructed this to do such a thing when I saw it, because it was so painful to hold back my laughter when Uncle Vernon angrily grabbed me from the ground, dragged me all the way to the garage, threw me into the car, warned me not to leave the car, and rushed back into the house. I didn't struggle too much, I would get the letter after all. So for now, let me gloat over the Dursley family's chicken and dog expression first. This is the most relieving time I have felt since I was adopted by this family. The seventh day, which was also the last day of countdown to my 11th birthday, we spent after Vernon Uncle drove us around after yesterday's house being buried under mail, until it got dark and we found a small, eerie-looking inn to stay at. So in the morning, we had breakfast in the inn's dining room. The meal was uneventful, but when the innkeeper came to inform us that the reception had received over 100 letters all addressed to me, Vernon Uncle started doing the same thing as yesterday, driving us aimlessly to increasingly remote places. Then he found a dilapidated little house perched on a giant rock in the sea and cheerfully announced that we would stay there tonight. Damn it! I could accept that Vernon Uncle found me a barely standing seaside shack, but looking at the weather, anyone could tell there would be a storm tonight. That he actually dared to lead us to stay there, I don't even know what to say. If I didn't know that Hagrid should come here to get me early in the morning, I wouldn't have set foot in this place, even if it meant a high chance of being tied up and beaten by a Vernon Uncle who had already lost his mind. Cuddled up in the thinnest, most worn-out blanket in this little house, I leaned against the sofa where Dudley was sleeping, silently waiting for midnight while secretly conjuring little tomatoes to munch on. I had no choice. Dinner today was Vernon Uncle's preparation of bananas and chips, and even Dudley didn't get enough to eat, so how could I get any? Once again, I silently marveled at my foresight in gaining the ability to control plants, though my original purpose wasn't to keep myself from starving. With my stomach full, even in a house where the wind sneaked in through the cracks, wrapped only in a ragged blanket during this wet, cold stormy weather, my body didn't feel that cold anymore. but in exchange, my mind started to feel dizzy and drowsy. If it weren't for waiting for Hagrid to appear, I truly hoped it would be him. The butterfly effect problem had always been my greatest concern because my real crucial preparation was within the first 3 years after entering Hogwarts. Too many changes before that might impact my later plans. I would have gone straight to sleep. Even so, during the waiting time, my head began to nod off here and there. Bang! Just as my mind was getting increasingly muddled, a huge crashing sound jolted me awake from my drowsy state. I pushed my glasses up and rubbed my eyes, and Dudley on the sofa next to me, as well as Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia sleeping not far away, all woke up at that moment. Bang! The front door, which was never very sturdy to begin with, collapsed in one massive crash amid the Dursley family's screams and gasps. I squinted at the gigantic figure blocking the entire doorway, my heart filled with wonder and a sense of expectant relief. Chapter 6: Meeting Hagrid. Honestly, I couldn't help but gape in shock. It wasn't my fault at all. Knowing the future from memories of a past life is one thing, but experiencing it firsthand and seeing it with your own eyes is another. No matter how prepared I thought I was, seeing Hagrid squeeze through the door frame, bending under the ceiling because of his height, and realizing he was a living human being so tall made me feel completely stunned by this giant man with a head full of curly, dense hair and a beard, leaving only a pair of tiny, bug-like black eyes peeking out. Goodness, such an exceptionally tall and solid giant breaking into a house in the middle of a stormy night. It's no wonder the Dursleys were hysterically panicking, and even I, who knew what was coming, found it hard to stay calm. So it really wasn't my fault that I was dumbstruck. But I knew I'd have to work on staying composed in the future. Otherwise, being stunned by every little thing, there was no way I could stand against the Dark Lord, and any malicious magical creature could easily overpower me, I thought absent-mindedly. So, happy birthday, Harry. This is a little something I brought for you. While I was still zoning out, Hagrid, who had already lit a fire in the fireplace, shooed Dudley away, sat down on the sofa, and took a slightly crushed square paper box out of his coat pocket and handed it to me. I think it got a bit squashed on the way here, but don't worry, it won't affect the taste. I knew what was inside, but when I shakily opened the box and saw the cake inside with Happy Birthday Harry crookedly written in powdered sugar, I couldn't help but feel my nose tingle. Not to mention Hagrid, I was certain that even if the creator himself were standing in front of me right now, he still wouldn't understand how much this cake meant to me. I lowered my head and closed my eyes. Thank you. When I looked up at Hagrid again, I found my throat tight and my voice dry. But who are you? I had to ask, otherwise I couldn't explain how I already knew his identity, and I knew that over the next 7 years, there would be many more similar situations where I would have to play dumb the first time I met someone. It was not a particularly comfortable feeling. I sighed quietly in my heart while absent-mindedly listening to Hagrid reintroduce himself. Fortunately, most of these situations were concentrated in this first year of the future, otherwise, I would have probably depressed myself to death before revealing any clues. Even if you say that, I shook my head lightly, I still don't know who you are. Really? Hagrid seemed a little surprised. Please forgive me for describing it like this, because on that furry face, the only way I could judge his emotions was by his slightly widened eyes. You don't know Hogwarts? I don't. Then. My straightforward answer obviously left the naturally simple Hagrid unsure how to continue. You don't know who you are. Of course I know who I am. I tried not to let my tone sound disrespectful. I'm Harry. No, I mean, of course, you're Harry, but I didn't mean that. Hagrid's voice started to sound flustered. I mean, you're Harry Potter. Not just you, but your parents, Lily and James. They. Quiet. Uncle Vernon's sudden roar not only interrupted Hagrid, but also gave me quite a fright. That's when I remembered that the Dursleys were still cowering in the corner, and that Uncle Vernon was holding a rifle he somehow got, pointing it at us. Listen up, you trespasser. I don't care where you come from or what you know, but you are not allowed to say another word. This boy doesn't need to know that garbage. This is our home, and you get out. Uncle Vernon didn't get to finish his warning because Hagrid snatched the rifle from him, the barrel bent like rope into a knot and was thrown into another corner, which also drew sharp, frightened gasps from Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Don't point such a dangerous thing at someone stronger than you, you big fool. And watch your words. Hagrid growled. James and Lily were very noble. You shouldn't speak in that tone when mentioning them in front of Harry. Very noble. Uncle Vernon clutched his chest. For a man who had just had his weapon destroyed by Hagrid's strength and was trembling in fear, he could still make a sound that seemed insulted, showing just how much mental shock Hagrid's words caused him. Such a couple so stupid irresponsible, leaving Harry to us. Uncle Vernon. Before Hagrid could continue, I had already had enough and shouted harshly, I can tolerate any unjustified insult you aim at me, but you will show some respect for my parents. Belittling the deceased in any way does not make you noble or excellent, it only highlights how petty and small-minded you are. Lily and James, my mom and dad, who were killed while protecting me, have always been the greatest pain in my life since I came into this world. So, when I was at the Dursleys' house, although I knew that in such an environment most normal children would ask about their parents at some point, I simply couldn't bring myself to speak about it, because I knew all too well how Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would react if I mentioned them, and I, who have always felt immense guilt towards them, couldn't bear anyone speaking ill of them in front of me. I was also afraid that I might lose control and do something I shouldn't like just now. After shouting at Uncle Vernon and feeling Hagrid's astonished gaze nearby, I suddenly realized that I had unconsciously released a considerable amount of mental energy, pressing Uncle Vernon back against the wall, and even Aunt Petunia and Dudley beside him were forced by this pressure to struggle to breathe. As I retracted my mental power, I staggered a few steps back, holding the cake, pale-faced, and collapsed onto the ground. I didn't dare look at the Dursley house again, fearing that I would lose my temper and act out in some abnormal way. Damn it. I folded my knees and buried my head in them. I must fix this flaw of losing control. Whenever someone insults my parents, I absolutely must fix it, or sooner or later someone will notice that there's something wrong with me or take advantage of it. I can't afford to make any mistakes in what I must do, especially not because of this foolish, reckless flaw. It's all right, Harry, it's all right. A pair of hands large enough to hug me entirely lifted me from the ground, and after making sure I could stand, scratched my already very messy hair. See, this was just a little, momentary loss of control. Kids your age often experience this, it's nothing major. Once you get into Hogwarts and receive training, this kind of thing won't happen again. The solid, warm feeling from above my head strangely calmed me very quickly. I looked into Hagrid's deep, gentle eyes and weakly smiled at him. Thank you, I said softly. But you still haven't told me what Hogwarts is, or about my parents, and how exactly do you know me? Hagrid's hand on my head stiffened noticeably at my questions. I thought Hagrid was trying to hold my shoulder, but his hands were so big that he almost grabbed my entire upper body in his hands. Harry, you really don't know? You're very famous. Both you and your parents are very well known. You're heroes to us. Heroes? I couldn't help the twitch at the corner of my mouth, a bitter feeling rising in my heart. I don't know, I don't think. You don't know. Hagrid's voice rose and cut me off directly. How could you not know? Didn't they tell you anything? Actually, the Dursleys never told me anything. If I wanted to know something, I had to look it up in the library myself, I added with some restrained calm. I think that's not too bad. At least because of that, my schoolwork has always been better than many of my classmates. But your previous schools could never have told you anything about your parents. My answer clearly distressed Hagrid. He had let go of me and started climbing up his hair that wasn't much tidier than mine. I know you didn't get your letter, but you shouldn't have been completely in the dark. How could this happen? How could Merlin's beard Dursleys, you bastards? Simple, honest people can easily explode when they get tangled up in their emotions, so Hagrid suddenly turned and shouted at the Dursleys, who had just recovered from cowering in the corner. To be honest, I wasn't very surprised. It was just that his sudden leap and shout was so startling, and I could even feel pieces of wood and dust falling from the ceiling onto me. You actually kept it from him, all of it. How could you do such a thing? I saw with my own eyes that Dumbledore left instructions in a letter for you. I don't care what that old man left behind. Anyway, I don't allow anything abnormal in my house. In a way, it was really admirable that Uncle Vernon's disgust for magical things could be so profound. Because the courage he now showed in the face of a half-giant, actually foolishness, I must add, but being so stupid is really a kind of courage, is indeed so great that it is unbelievable. We swore when Petunia and I took in the boy that we will never let him be as eccentric as his parents. Just as stupid idiots. And Uncle Vernon, I interjected coldly, in a very calm voice, without any power, but I managed to make him swallow before he could speak. Obviously, the sense of danger I brought him when I just lost control still lingered in his mind. I told you, please don't insult my parents, for whatever reason. That's not an insult, it's a fact. Holding the trembling Dudley, Aunt Petunia suddenly screamed hysterically. I don't know what kind of virtue Lily's husband has, but it's definitely not much different from her. It's all freaks. Do some weird things all day long, poke around with a silly stick, Either turn the teacup into a mouse or put toad eggs in your pocket, obviously disgusting to death, and show it off. But my parents eat her set, thinking that her tricks are very good, and always pamper her like a treasure. I was the only one in the whole family who was clear enough to see her face clearly, a self-righteous, arrogant and willful young lady. A freak witch. After Aunt Petunia roared in one breath, the air in the house seemed to have suddenly dropped for a few seconds, leaving only the obvious gasps of the Dursley family. So that's what you say about your mother? I stared at Aunt Petunia, the woman who adopted me after my parents' death, listening to her vent her humiliation. After shouting, I actually felt extremely calm in my heart. Just because her words and deeds are different from others, so you don't like her? And because I feel disgusted with her, I hate me for no reason? Just because I, like my parents, have some strange abilities that cannot be explained? That's right, yes, of course it is. Aunt Petunia couldn't help flinching when her eyes met mine, but she quickly started shouting again. Of course I don't like you, because you're just like Lily, and your father too. Like parent, like child, I knew what you would be like. The same freak, of course, the same abnormality. God knows if I had a choice, I wouldn't take you in at all. If it weren't for your parents constantly getting mixed up with their crazy friends, stupid enough to blow themselves up for no reason, leaving you without any relatives, Vernon and I could never have allowed a freak like you to come near my Dudley. Blow themselves up. I closed my eyes, hiding the tiredness and sadness in my eyes. This woman, she truly hated her sister from the bottom of her heart, yet also loved her sister. How could she not realize it? I thought a long time ago, when Dudley asked you why I was living with you, you said they died in a car accident. A car accident? This time, the offended protest came from Hagrid at my side. He roared furiously at them, his body seeming to swell even more with his emotional outburst. A car accident wouldn't hurt James and Lily. You actually used such a stupid cause of death to tell Harry about James and Lily's death. How dare you? This is an insult. It's slander. Everyone in our world knows how brave James and Lily were. All the children look up to Harry Potter, and yet, you kept from him the story of his parents' heroic sacrifice, even hid from him what they did for all of us, leaving him completely unaware of his own story. Enough, Hagrid. I grabbed his thick coat, trying to calm him down. In fact, I had already started worrying that the ceiling of this rickety little house might collapse from Hagrid's loud voice, especially since a piece of wood had just fallen at my feet 3 seconds ago. Enough, they've always been like this. I've long known I'm a bit odd. I've already accepted that they don't like me, so. You're not odd at all. Merlin, how could you think that way? My attempt to calm him down obviously succeeded in temporarily dampening Hagrid's anger, but it also seemed to make him even more troubled. He gripped my whole arm again. Listen to me, Harry, you're not weird at all. On the contrary, you're very normal, really. Your parents were outstanding wizards and witches. Even when they were at Hogwarts, they consistently topped their year-in-class rankings, and after graduating as male and female student leaders, they continued to do everything they could to fight against evil dark wizards. They are the best and bravest wizards and witches I've ever seen. You are their son, and as a wizard, of course there will be some differences from your muggle relatives, so you are perfectly normal. Nonsense. Somehow, Uncle Vernon had regained some courage and loudly retorted to Hagrid, "Listen here, boy." His eyes were red as he glared at me. I admit you are somewhat odd in ways that are very annoying, and that's not something a good beating could fix either, but we could accept that. After all, we've raised you for 10 years. As for your parents, well, I must say they were indeed freaks. Their death was entirely their own fault, running around in constant danger with all those dangerous magical creatures. I always expected they wouldn't have a happy ending. Dursley. At that moment, Hagrid drew a pink broken umbrella from his coat and pointed it angrily at Uncle Vernon. I warn you, Dursley, I warn you, if you dare speak another word against James and Lily. Faced with the awkward situation of being poked in the chest by a giant man with an umbrella, Uncle Vernon cooperatively shrank back against the wall. Hagrid snorted, turned his heavy breathing towards me, and said, "Sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to set a bad example for you. But your relatives make me so angry. I never imagined they could be such total muggles. They didn't tell you anything. I didn't expect things to get this bad. I mean, Dumbledore did tell me that I might run into a bit of trouble while coming to get you, and that you might not know a lot of things, but I never imagined it would be this extreme. You can't just go to Hogwarts unaware of everything. But you know a lot, don't you?" I cautiously reminded him, "Maybe you could start from the beginning and tell me what you know, like, what is a muggle? And about my parents, and also what you mentioned about Hogwarts." Hagrid seemed choked up by my suggestion. Oh, honestly, I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to tell you, because what I know isn't much. Almost everything I know was told to me by Dumbledore, but if you want to know, okay, I can tell you roughly, especially about Hogwarts. After all, you're going to attend there, right? You will, won't you? He's not going. Uncle Vernon interjected again. You're not allowed to go. Do you hear me, boy? He yelled at me. We've already decided you will go to Stonewall High. You can't go to that magic school. That isn't that silly little magic school in your head. Dursley, mind your tone. Hagrid roared back even louder than Uncle Vernon. Hogwarts is the most outstanding magic school in the world. Harry can receive the finest wizard training there. James and Lily graduated from there, and if he spends 7 years there, Harry will undergo a complete transformation and become as brilliant and outstanding as his parents. Not letting James and Lily's son go there, you must be out of your mind. I told you I won't let him turn into that kind of freak, Uncle Vernon retorted angrily, and I've read those letters. They say he needs to prepare a bunch of junk like spellbooks and wands and all that. As long as Harry wants to go, a muggle like you can't stop him. Hagrid waved his hand impatiently. Harry's name has been on the Hogwarts student register since the moment he was born, and the teaching staff and environment at Hogwarts are perfect for underage wizards to learn. He can study and play with children like him, and he can be taught by the greatest headmaster of all time, Albus Dumbledore. I won't spend a single cent letting some crazy old fool teach him magic tricks. Clearly, Uncle Vernon's words had just crossed Hagrid's limit. He raised his pink umbrella and began drawing circles above his head. Never dare, he shouted angrily, insult Dumbledore in my presence. The tip of the umbrella cut through the air, and a pale purple light shot toward Dudley. With a pop and a scream, Dudley, who had been quietly shrinking in Aunt Petunia's arms, started hopping around holding his, but you could see a long, curly pig's tail poking out from between his fingers. Uncle Vernon let out a furious, terrified roar and immediately dragged a crying No Petunia and a screaming Dudley into the next room, slamming and locking the door in one swift motion. Damn it! Hagrid put down the umbrella regretfully after the Dursleys were out of sight. I got carried away. I actually forgot Dumbledore's warning, but it should be fine, right? It didn't even work anyway. Was that magic just now? I looked thoughtfully at the closed door, sighing to myself. I had thought that since I had already lost my temper earlier, this little incident might not happen, but in the end, Uncle Vernon still provoked Hagrid into acting whatever. My cousin hadn't exactly been kind to me in the past either, so I'll just call it collecting the favor he owes me. You're not trying to turn him into a pig, are you? Yeah, but it looks like he's probably just fat enough, not much to change, which is why only the tail showed up. Muttering to himself, he looked at me with a somewhat probing tone. Harry, if possible, could you just act like this never happened? If anyone asks about it? Actually, I shouldn't be using magic outside of school unless it's a special situation. Okay. I took my eyes off him and looked up at Hagrid. Wizards can't use magic outside of school. Of course not, it's just that my situation is different. My sincerely curious gaze made Hagrid a little uneasy. Oh, well, if you really want to know, it's not really a secret anyway. I had some trouble when I was at school. I was expelled in my 3rd year, and my wand and other things were taken and destroyed. I should have been kicked out completely, but Dumbledore kindly took me in and even gave me the job of Keeper of Keys and Grounds, so I could stay at Hogwarts. He really is a good man, that Dumbledore. I believe he is. I nodded in agreement, then lifted the cake I had been holding. Hagrid, if you don't mind, can I have a bit of this now? I haven't eaten much tonight, and I'm a little hungry. You could also take this time to tell me more things I should know, okay? You're the first person who noticed that I'm different and was willing to talk to me about it. I'm really curious. Of course you can, Harry. Hagrid ruffled my hair again and sighed. I really don't know how the Dursleys treated you. Most kids your age are already bigger than you. But don't worry, at Hogwarts you won't be bullied, though we can't chat too late. We still have a lot to get ready for tomorrow. I'll make some tea to go with the cake, and after eating, we'll rest. Anything we don't get to say tonight, we'll continue tomorrow. How about that? I smiled and nodded, sitting down on the floor by the sofa with the cake in my arms. Chapter 7, Diagon Alley, Leaky Cauldron, Quirrell, first-year defense against the dark arts professor, Gringotts, Madame Mackin, robe shop. Draco Malfoy. In Taiwan's translation it should be Ma Fen, but I'm used to Malfoy smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Heading to Diagon Alley. The next morning, I was woken up by the piercing sound of an irritable owl frantically pecking at the window, delivering a newspaper to Hagrid. I was okay for self-training and to read more books I deemed necessary. I've been used to sleeping little for the past 3 years, so chatting almost all night last night didn't affect me much. Hagrid, on the other hand, had spent the whole day yesterday running around looking for me, then stayed up late explaining a bunch of things to me until the early morning when the sun was about to rise. After only a few hours of sleep, he was again waking up to get money for the Owl's newspaper fee. So when he was preparing grilled sausages for breakfast, several times I was worried he might doze off and accidentally fall into the fire, burning his beard. Our plan was to go to London. Although I had long known that Hagrid had been keeping the destination of Diagon Alley a secret to tease me, the thought of actually seeing the famous London Wizarding Street genuinely made me excited with a mix of anticipation and curiosity. If there was anything a bit disappointing, it would be that I seriously underestimated my own fame in the wizarding world. Yes, underestimated because the difference between hearing about it and experiencing it is really huge. I didn't expect that the moment Hagrid led me into the leaky cauldron, and the bartender recognized me, I would instantly be completely surrounded by the crowd in the entire pub. In my previous life, I was actually quite easygoing by nature, but ever since being reborn in this world, all sorts of considerations have made me accustomed to being quiet. Of course, I don't consider myself reclusive yet, but suddenly having to deal with so much enthusiasm naturally makes me feel flustered and awkward. Hagrid, who was beside me, although his size advantage prevented him from being pushed aside by the crowd, just calmly chuckled as he watched me blush and my hands ache from constant handshakes and endless praise, without helping in any way to stop everyone from overwhelming me. It's obvious that he must have anticipated this would happen and was delighted that everyone showed me such endless welcome and admiration. "See, I told you you're famous." Thank heaven, Hagrid hadn't forgotten that our purpose in coming to London was to buy school supplies. So after I had lost count of how many times I had shaken hands with a lady named Doris, and had a brief acquaintance with the school's defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell, this half-giant finally took pity on me. With my polite smile frozen and my hands near cramping from so many handshakes, he pulled me out of the crowd, guided me to the back door of the pub, and led me to the entrance of Diagon Alley. "Now you should believe me that I'm not lying, you really are our hero, Harry. So don't let the garbage the Dursleys said to you get to your heart. You're one of us, and once you start at Hogwarts, you'll surely meet more friends who like you." Hagrid warmly watched me straighten out the clothes that had been messed up by the enthusiastic crowd, his tone filled with a compassion I could unmistakably recognize. A feeling of helplessness flashed through me. It seemed the traditional Chinese virtues of modesty and restraint I had shown from last night until today were being mistaken for introversion and low self-esteem from long-term abuse by the Dursleys. Oh well, Hagrid would understand the difference sooner or later if we spent more time together. Even if I tried to bring it up now, not only would he not believe me, he might think I was deliberately trying to act tough. So for now, I decided to let him continue misunderstanding. I've always trusted Hagrid. I looked up at him and smiled subtly, while also adjusting my bangs to make sure my lightning scar was properly covered. I definitely didn't want the scene from earlier to repeat itself. Once I stepped into Diagon Alley I would lose my mind. Hagrid, are we going now? Now? Oh, yes. Hagrid, reminded by me, pulled out his umbrella. "We'll be entering Diagon Alley from here. Step back a bit, Harry, I need to knock out the door first." The crowds in Diagon Alley, along with the dazzling array of shop goods and their strange, curious nature, were beyond anything I could imagine. Hagrid's tall stature made it easy for me to stay close without worrying about losing him, but everything around me was so captivating that I instinctively grabbed his thick coat and walked behind him to get a better view. My action made Hagrid give me a slightly odd glance, but I was too busy turning around to admire a potted plant display outside a passing family-run magical plant shop to think about what he might be thinking. Earlier, on our way to London, I had to keep up a brisk pace to match Hagrid's stride, but here, in the crowded shopping street, I could move at a much more relaxed, normal pace. Gringotts, the Goblin-run wizard bank, was our first necessary stop in Diagon Alley so I could withdraw some money. On the way to London, Hagrid had already handed me the Hogwarts acceptance letter and the list of supplies I needed, and he also told me about the sizable inheritance my parents had left me, which was still kept safely in Gringotts, just waiting for me to return to the wizarding world and start my magical education so that I could officially inherit it. So, before we went shopping for the items I'd need for school, we obviously needed to solve my current dilemma of having empty pockets after last night's pigtail mishap. In the morning, when we left that seaside shack, the Dursley family still locked themselves entirely in that room and wouldn't come out a step, and of course, Uncle Vernon wasn't going to give me any money. In fact, even if nothing had happened, just as he said himself, I wouldn't be able to get a single copper from him to pay for Hogwarts tuition anyway. Luckily, I wasn't as unlucky as Voldemort in his youth, who had to rely on Hogwarts financial assistance for poor students. But then again, a lot of my future plans were going to require a lot of money. First, I wasn't sure if the inheritance my parents left would be enough, and second, if I, as a minor wizard, spent money too freely, it would raise suspicions among certain people. Looks like I'll need to speed things up and figure out how to earn money in the magical world, or else being limited by finances later could be quite troublesome. Upon entering the doors of Gringotts, I continued to indulge my curiosity like a country kid seeing the city for the first time, looking around, but actually quietly memorizing the layout of the surroundings. If nothing went wrong, in 6 years I would need to come back here for an in-depth visit. Although it was a bit early for that just yet, it's always better to be prepared in advance. Sigh. Speaking of which, even though I knew I was the protagonist of this world, I didn't believe that just being someone particularly favored by the goddess of luck was enough to accomplish what I was going to do. Strength is what truly matters in any world, and strength is built on effort and caution. That's a truth. The moving ride in Gringotts Underground Vault was really fun, bringing back memories of my previous life riding roller coasters at amusement parks. To be honest, if I could choose the speed, I wouldn't mind it going a bit faster. However, Hagrid truly could not handle it. When we finally got my money and retrieved the package from Vault 713 and stepped out of Gringotts, his eyes were so glazed over that I wouldn't have been surprised if he passed out on the spot. So when he suggested that he go to the leaky cauldron to have something to calm his queasy stomach and that I should go pick out my robes first, I practically promised without a second thought that I would wait there until he finished drinking before coming to pick me up. Anyway, according to the future, that hasn't changed much so far. I was also supposed to meet a boy who could barely be called an archenemy during the next few years at school, for the first time alone at Madame Mackin's robe shop. Draco Malfoy. The impression I had of him was that he seemed similar to Dudley, a spoiled rich kid pampered by his parents. Chapter 8. Quidditch. Gryffindor. House values, bravery, energy, and chivalry. Hufflepuff. House values, fairness, loyalty, honesty, and hard work. Ravenclaw. House values, wit, intelligence, and learning. Slytherin. House values, ambition, cunning, and resourcefulness. Godric Gryffindor, founder of Gryffindor House. Helga Hufflepuff, founder of Hufflepuff House. Rowena Ravenclaw, founder of Ravenclaw House. Sorlaser Slytherin, founder of Slytherin House. At the robe shop. Welcome, dear boy, is there anything I can help you with? Madame Mackin is a very kind witch, and in my opinion, also a witch well versed in business. As a little boy entering the shop alone, I stood at the entrance looking around. She didn't interrupt my observation at all, but instead waited until I had looked around enough before quietly coming over to ask me a question. It was clear that, even as a child like me, as long as I stepped into her store, she treated me with the same respect as any other customer. A practitioner of customer first. I admire that. Hello, kind lady. Any woman enjoys being addressed by a child in a youthful way, so I didn't hold back on being sweet, adding a sincere shy smile. I heard from friends that you have student robes here, so I came to take a look. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all, dear, you're not disturbing me. Indeed, my greeting seemed to soften the commercial undertone in Madame Mackin's smile, making it warmer and more approachable. As you can see, I don't have any customers at the moment. Are you a new student this year, at Hogwarts? Yes, I responded politely, slightly bowing my head and tidying my bangs to make sure my scar was hidden. I definitely didn't want to be recognized. Then come with me, dear. Madame Mackin led me to a stool. We need to carefully measure your body to prepare a perfectly fitting robe. Are you shopping alone? No, I came with a friend of my father, but we just went to Gringotts first. It seems he isn't used to the carts there, so we went to the leaky cauldron for refreshment, and he'll come to pick me up later. I understand. That flying cart can indeed be quite troublesome for some people. Madame Mackin had already pulled out a tape measure, gesturing with it over my body while smiling at me. But you are really quite small. Even the smallest size of our student robes will need quite a few alterations to fit you. Are you really 11 years old? Yes, madam. I answered a bit awkwardly, then tried to change the subject. By the way, besides the student robes, could you also help me choose a few casual long robes for everyday wear? Actually, I used to live in Muggle neighborhoods, so I don't have any wizard clothes, and I don't really know much about these. Is that so? Madame Mackin glanced at me with slight surprise, then tilted her head, studying me. The measuring tape she had just released kept diligently flying around me, taking measurements. Let me think. Black hair, green eyes. I do have a few pieces here that should suit you, though they'll need some alterations. It might take a bit of time. Can you wait a little while? Of course. I quickly lifted my right foot, almost getting it tangled by the tape measure. I don't think my father's friend will come to pick me up that quickly anyway. Then try this on first. I'll adjust the length for you. She turned to a cabinet beside her, took out a black robe, and handed it to me. While I was putting it on, she brought over a box of pins and picked up a small handbell, ringing it a few times to summon another witch who was organizing a robe display on the other side of the shop. She instructed her to go to the back room. Soon my apprentice will bring a few of the new robes that just arrived the day before for you to take a look at. Do you have any favorite colors, dear? My uniform issue was quickly resolved. Most of the remaining time was spent listening to Madame Mackin describe the pros and cons of the new robes. I smiled as I listened to her professional explanations, but silently worried that I hadn't run into Malfoy. It wasn't really a big problem, because given my reputation, even if we didn't meet now, he would naturally come to make my acquaintance on the train, considering his personality is similar to Dudley's, if my memories of the future are accurate. But could the butterfly effect already be starting now? That's not a good sign. Welcome, dear boy, how may I help you? Just as Madame Mackin was using pins to adjust the length of a casual white robe with green trim, the ringing of the shop's doorbell drew both of our attention. A boy with pale blonde hair and a sharp face walked in, a bit of pride on his fair features, looking at us with a cold gaze. A Hogwarts student robe. His tone was slow and lazy, tinged with a hint of command. Please make it with pure silk fabric, thank you. I'm sorry, all Hogwarts student robes are made from the same fabric. This is the rule set by the Hogwarts board, dear boy. Pausing her work for a moment, Madame Mackin smiled politely at the boy. But please believe me, my craftsmanship will not disappoint you. Come over here, and I will have my apprentice take your measurements. A young man just finished trying one on over here. The blonde boy hesitated for a moment, and when he came over, he carried a slightly displeased expression as he stood on the stool next to me. The witch who had been running around fetching my robes at Madame Mackin's instruction now went over on her own to take the boy's measurements with a tape measure, while Madame Mackin continued altering my new robe. As for me, I secretly wondered if this boy was the one I had anticipated encountering. Hi. The blonde boy next to me surprisingly spoke first. I assumed this because his obviously proud demeanor made me think he wouldn't be the type to initiate conversation with others. Are you also going to Hogwarts? I turned to look at him. Yes. My father is buying my books next door, and my mother went to look for my wand. My simple answer didn't seem to dampen the boy's interest in talking to me, though his tone had a hint of impatience. Later I'll drag them to go see the flying brooms. I really don't understand why the school doesn't let first-year students bring brooms, but I'll still force my father to buy me one. Anyway, I'll find a way to smuggle it in. Such a willful tone. I began to think this guy must be the one I had thought I wouldn't meet just 10 minutes ago. Do you have your own broom? No. Have you ever played Quidditch? No. Oh, heavens, could Malfoy really be such a curious boy? I started to doubt my own guess. I've played before, and my dad said that if I don't get selected for my house's Quidditch team later, it would be really embarrassing, and I completely agree with him. Which house do you think you'll be sorted into? I'm not sure. I shook my head lightly. Actually, we won't know until the sorting at school, will we? But I can't not go to Gryffindor, though selfishly, I prefer Ravenclaw. Exactly, but I know I'll definitely be in Slytherin. The blonde boy said this with a lazy tone that carried a confident pride. Everyone in my family graduated from there, and it's a house that only takes students of noble blood. I wouldn't dare imagine them putting me in the Hufflepuff house full of dunces. I'd rather leave school and go home. By the way, your parents are wizards too, right? They are wizards and witches, if that's what you're asking. I thought so. My dad always says that the noble aura of a pureblood wizard cannot escape the notice of other wizards of the same lineage. The blonde boy smiled arrogantly at me. If you ask me, Hogwarts should be stricter when admitting students. Think about those with muggle blood. Not only do they grow up differently, some don't even know Hogwarts exists before getting their acceptance letters. How could such people ever understand our world, right? By the way, I forgot to ask, what's your last name? All right, dear. Madame Mackin retracted the pins and, in the process, smoothed the hem of my robe. You can stand up and take a look. You can let me know if you're not comfortable with the length, and I can adjust it. That's not necessary, thank you very much, it fits perfectly. I hopped off the stool. I'll wear this one directly, and could you help me pack the rest? I'll take it with me. Before following Madam Mackin to the counter, I turned to the boy and nodded politely. Sorry, I have an appointment with someone. I'll go ahead. The blonde boy returned to his lazy tone. Well, see you at school then. Chapter 9, Ollivander, Wand Shop, Hedwig, Wand Incident. When I walked out of the store carrying 2 bags of new clothes, Hagrid happened to be coming toward the robe shop with 2 cones of ice cream. I waved at him, and unsurprisingly, he gently chided me for not waiting inside the shop for him to come. I had no choice. I ran into someone who made me uncomfortable, I said with a wry smile as I took one of the ice cream cones. I was telling the truth. That blonde boy, probably Malfoy, with his proud aristocratic air removed, was basically a reincarnation of Dudley in personality. After having endured the idiotic Gislays for 10 years and finally feeling free, just hearing a tone of conversation or thought pattern similar to any member of that family made me want to grab him by the throat. If I didn't leave now, the carefully maintained image of politeness I had so painstakingly built would soon fall apart on the spot. Sigh, actually looking at Malfoy's nature from the future, it's not too bad. He's just a bit of a fence-sitter, leaning wherever there's an advantage, and he bullies the weak while fearing the strong. Basically, he doesn't have a truly evil heart, but he embodies almost all the negative traits of an ordinary person. Setting that aside, though, his family's devotion and concern for their own relatives is far beyond the norm, which is the only aspect I appreciate, or more accurately, envy, about them given my knowledge of the future. Actually, in this regard, the Disleys are somewhat similar, except that any expression of affection from them is so twisted that a normal person could neither withstand nor understand it. This is the main reason why, despite my anger at the Dursleys' harsh treatment of me, I could never truly hate them. As for Malfoy, if he doesn't bother me, I'll simply ignore him, but if he comes looking for a fight, I'd be more than happy to spar with him. I've been thinking about taking care of Dudley all these years. If it weren't for the fact that he's my cousin and that I wouldn't stoop to bullying a non-magical person, I would have already used my plant-controlling powers on Dudley. Now there's a kid with a similar personality who can do magic, and he just happens to be a rival. Not taking the chance to mess around with him would be a disservice to myself. I found a rest bench by the roadside and sat down for a while, licking my ice cream. I briefly told Hagrid what had just happened in the robe shop. My mind was spinning, and the fluctuation on my face seemed to make Hagrid mistakenly think I was feeling self-conscious again, so he said many comforting words to me. I also took the opportunity to fish out more information about Hogwarts from him, although I already knew it, even if it's just for show. Shouldn't I do it properly? I also got to learn a lot more about the magical world, and after having some thoughts in my head, we continued our shopping spree once I finished the ice cream, with me in a much better mood thanks to Hagrid. I won't mention stationery and school supplies, but when Hagrid helped me pick and offered advice, I didn't object at all. However, when it came to buying books at the bookstore, besides the textbooks required by the school, I specifically asked the staff to recommend some supplementary reference books, dictionaries, encyclopedias, and other such tools. Hagrid was a little puzzled as to why I wanted to buy so many books after all. In his eyes, boys my age are usually quite restless, so being able to finish their textbooks would already be impressive. I've always loved reading, Hagrid, I said lightly to him while the clerk was checking out my books. Also, I chose to leave the school that the Gisleys arranged for me and come to Hogwarts, so I need to do even better than I did in primary school. That way, they won't look down on me even though they already look down on me enough. Hagrid didn't say much after that. He just ruffled my hair and took the bagged books from the clerk. Similarly, in the apothecary, besides buying the basic required herbs, I showed great interest in many plants in the shop, such as herbs, bulbs, and seeds, inspecting them around and handling the ones I was allowed to touch before putting them back. Using the long sleeves of my new robe to conceal my actions, not only Hagrid but even the apothecary owner didn't notice that I had secretly plucked some leaves or tiny seeds and hidden them in my sleeves. Of course, I also collected all the herbal materials I could buy at my age under the pretext of wanting to take them to school to study and learn about them. This time, Hagrid didn't object at all to helping me carry everything I bought. Let's see, we've bought everything we need, only the wand is left. Hagrid looked over my school supplies list once more after I finally stepped out of the apothecary reluctantly. As for a wand, only Ollivander has them. You'll definitely find one that's perfect for you there. Oh, and I still need to get you a birthday present. Hagrid's last sentence made me pause. I was in the middle of secretly slipping a bunch of herb seeds I had just borrowed from the apothecary into my sleeve. You've already given me a cake. No need. I know I don't have to, Hagrid said, moving a hand to ruffle my hair, his voice hoarse. But I was thinking, the Dursleys probably never gave you anything decent, right? Listen, I want to give you an animal, okay? That way, even when you're back with the Dursleys, it can keep you company. No toads, they are out of fashion and your classmates would laugh at you. No cats either. I never like them, they always make me sneeze. Owls then. They are cute, just a bit small but very smart and useful. They can carry letters and packages for you, so even during holidays you can stay in touch with me or your classmates. How about that? Hagrid's words reminded me of something I almost forgot. In the future, I indeed should have had an owl with me for 6 years. I could be so careless, always remembering the important people and things and paying little attention to smaller details. I can buy my own, Hagrid, I stammered. That's too much trouble. No, no. Hagrid pulled me closer. It's settled then. Before we go to Ollivander, let's go to the owl shop and pick out a little cutie for you. Half an hour later, when Hagrid and I stepped out of the pitch-dark owl shop, filled with rustling wings and glittering eyes of various colors, I was holding a large bird cage. Inside was an owl with feathers as beautiful as my previous life's name, burying its head in its wings and fast asleep. Thank you, Hagrid. Besides saying thank you, I really couldn't find any other words. This half-giant, even though we had just met, brought me my very first birthday cake and even bought me a pet to keep me company. This pure, warm, selfless gesture was the first time I had felt something like this in the world besides from my parents. I couldn't help but rub my blurry eyes. Really, thank you. Hagrid didn't say anything, he just scratched my head again and led me toward Ollivander's. Ollivander's one shop was a very cramped place, not referring to the size of the store, but because it was packed with so many boxes of various lengths, leaving hardly any room to move except for one narrow chair. After the doorbell's chime stopped as we entered, a strange solemn atmosphere filled the air that made one reluctant to speak, so when Hagrid sat down on the narrow bench that just fit him, I didn't ask anything and quietly stood aside holding the bird cage, extending my fingers through the bars to gently touch the feathers of the sleeping snowy owl. Good afternoon. A soft voice appeared, and Hagrid jumped up from his seat so startled that I had to quickly take a large step back to avoid him bumping into me. Luckily, the owl didn't wake up. Seeing it just ruffle its feathers uncomfortably and continue sleeping, I let out a soft sigh and carefully placed the cage on the floor beside the chair, then looked directly at the old man who had come out from behind the counter. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. I nodded politely. Yes. Ollivander came out from behind the counter, his large, round, almost translucent grey eyes staring straight at me. Yes, I knew I would see you soon, Harry Potter. I instinctively reached to touch my bangs, they were still in place. Then how did he? Your eyes are exactly like your mother's, Ollivander said softly, as if in response to my reaction. Mrs. Lily Potter, of course. It was Miss Evans, the charming and polite little witch, came here herself and bought her first wand. It was as if it had just happened yesterday. Her wand is made of 10¼ inches of willow wood, and it makes a rustling sound when swung, making it a great wand for casting charms. As Ollivander spoke, he slowly leaned towards me. And your father is completely different from her. The lively Mr. James Potter likes a mahogany wand, 11 inches long, flexible and slightly stronger, which is particularly convenient for using transfiguration. Well, I just said your father liked it. In fact, it should be the wizards who picked them, of course. Mr. Ollivander got closer and closer, and even raised his hand and stretched out his small, white fingers to touch my forehead. I frowned and stepped back before he could touch my hair. I'm sorry. Mr. Ollivander slowly withdrew his hand. I just want to see. I shook my head and said, no need to apologize, sir. I looked back at him sincerely, slightly tugged at his bangs with one hand, let the lightning-shaped scar come out for a few seconds, and then put it back on. It's because I'm not used to physical contact with people. Of course, I was abrupt. Mr. Ollivander's eye still fell on my forehead, which was covered with bangs, and he said softly, it's a pity, but I must admit that it was indeed a good thing that I sold the wand. 13½ inches long, of course, the super-powerful wand was extremely powerful, but it ended up in the hands of the wicked. If I had known, that wand would have done so many terrible things after it was born. He shook his head, and then seemed to suddenly spot Hagrid on the side. Hagrid, Rebus Hagrid, it's great to see you again. Oak, 16 inches long, a little crooked, isn't it? Yes, sir. Hagrid's voice trembled a little, and I couldn't tell if it was uneasy or happy. That's quite an excellent wand. However, Mr. Ollivander's expression turned somewhat stern. Was it broken in half when you were expelled? Yes, Hagrid's voice was a bit choked, then turned somewhat cheerful, but I still kept some fragments with me, sir. You wouldn't be using them, would you? Mr. Ollivander's tone carried a hint of danger. No, Hagrid answered quickly. If I had to say, if he hadn't held that pink umbrella so tightly, he might have sounded more convincing. Of course not, sir. Mr. Ollivander's eyes were sharp. After scanning Hagrid a few times, he turned back to me and pulled a long tape measure with silver-striped markings from his pocket. All right, let's get down to business now, Mr. Potter. Which is your dominant wand hand? I was taken aback. Was he asking which hand I usually use? I'm right-handed. The words left-handed had almost slipped from my tongue, but I swallowed them back. Not bad. In my previous life I was left-handed, but after reincarnation and being with the Gislays, who forbade me from showing any unusual behavior, not even habits common to ordinary people, like writing or using a spoon with my left hand, I was forced to use my right hand until it became natural. As a result, now both my hands could be considered dominant in a way. My right hand was stronger, and my left more dexterous. So, I guess that wasn't lying, I thought to myself. While measuring my hand, Mr. Ollivander began explaining some basic knowledge about wands. Then, as he talked, he wandered through the stacks of boxes piled to the ceiling, picking some out and placing them on the floor, leaving the tape measure near me to measure again and again. The boxes that were placed on the floor quickly piled up in front of me, and then Mr. Ollivander, after putting away the measuring tape, took the wands out of the boxes and let me try them one by one. Although for most of the wands, I barely touched them with my fingers before he shook his head and took them back. There were still quite a few that he let me hold and even made me wave a bit. Some didn't react, some exploded a bunch of roses, and some sprayed water. And these were relatively minor reactions, because I also got one that sparked and jumped onto Hagrid, burning a pocket in his coat, from which 2 fiery dormice ran out squeaking frantically everywhere. There was even one that shot out a silver beam that knocked down a whole row of boxes in Mr. Ollivander's shop. After it all happened, my face went pale. God, there must have been at least 100 wands in that pile, right? All of a sudden, they exploded inexplicably. I have to pay how many galleons? Did I just get my inheritance from my parents for the first day, only to be unlucky enough to become a broke kid again? But after a 5-second pause, Mr. Ollivander just smiled, patted me on the shoulder, and told me not to worry, then cheerfully turned and brought out more wands to place in front of me. Really, don't worry about it, Mr. Potter. Accidents like this always happen, and I would never ask a customer to pay for such unnecessary mishaps. Back in the day, before James Potter found his wand, he once caused a little swamp to appear in my shop, which swallowed half a room's worth of wands. I remember it took me 2 whole days to find someone who could clean up the swamp. He handed me another wand, his expression and voice quite cheerful. Now try this one. Don't worry about anything else. Trust me, we will find the perfect match for you. Since he didn't care about the losses, what else could I say? I raised my wand and obediently began to test it again, waving it in experimental motions. Almost half an hour had passed. I waved one wand after another, feeling increasingly foolish. I watched Mr. Ollivander turn around once again to fetch other wands, groaning inwardly. My goodness, couldn't someone or some situation just give that old man a hint and hand me Voldemort's wand directly? My arm is so sore from waving, and I really don't want to keep nervously holding a wand that might blow me up. It's pure mental torture. Quite a troublesome customer, aren't you? Compared to my anxious and fatigued expression, Mr. Ollivander's face was glowing red, his eye smiling contentedly, clearly showing his pleasure. After yet another batch of wands proved completely unsuitable for me, he carefully examined me from head to toe. I haven't encountered a wizard with such potential for a long time, even more troublesome than your father, let me think. Ah, why not? An unusual combination: Hollywood and phoenix feather, 11 inches long, handy, soft, and flexible. Just a moment. This time, Mr. Ollivander went to the far corner of the shop and took out a dusty box. After brushing off the spider webs, he placed it in front of me. Try it. I opened the box. The moment my fingers touched the wand handle, a warm current flowed through my fingers, sliding into my body. This was it. A sudden, inexplicable feeling passed through my heart, and without hesitation, I gripped the wand. However, before I could make any move, a clear yet indescribably sacred sound erupted from my wand. A long, vine-like flame shot out from its tip and, under the astonished and breath-held gazes of the 3 of us, it seemed to have a mind of its own. It circled around my body a few times before flying up to the ceiling above my head, converging into a golden orb of light, and then exploded into snowflake-like fragments that drifted as if it were snowing throughout the shop. Hagrid was the first to come back to his senses and clap excitedly. Then it was Mr. Ollivander, who looked even more thrilled than Hagrid. Wonderful. Perfect. Yes, this is it. By Merlin's beard, I never thought in my lifetime I would see a wizard with a wand so perfectly matched to mine. It's simply incredible. Truly, really, so extraordinary, so remarkable. Mr. Ollivander took my wand back and placed it into its box again, then returned to the counter to wrap it in a piece of brown parchment. During the whole process, he kept muttering to himself, "Truly, remarkable, so unbelievable." Mr. Ollivander. I couldn't help but call out to him. After wrapping my wand, he started staring at it in a daze. If it weren't for the fact that there were only the three of us in the shop, his gazing around would have made me almost suspect that he had suddenly been hit by some spell. "Oh, pardon me, Mr. Potter." Mr. Ollivander finally came back to himself and gave me a weak smile, his eyes unmistakably moist. "I'm just so moved, and at the same time, regretful, I suppose." From the perspective of a wand maker, I furrowed my brows in confusion. I understood that his regret might be because this wand had something to do with Voldemort's wand. But moved? What did he mean? The creation of every wand is an extremely time-consuming and precise process, Mr. Potter. And as I just mentioned, it is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. Seeing the confusion on my face, Mr. Ollivander calmly explained to me, "This means that every wand that comes out of a wand maker's hands is inherently destined to serve a particular wizard. Only in the hands of its destined owner can the wand's power be most perfectly realized. However, wand makers produce so many wands that the vast majority of them always miss their destined wizards for various reasons. Perhaps the wizard did not find a suitable wand maker in time, or the wand was created at an inopportune moment. It could also be that the wizard's strength is not yet sufficient to wield it, or that their destined wizard already had a wand beforehand. Wands have a very high sense of pride. A wizard's wand will not lower its head and intrude upon another wand's owner unless it is destroyed, unless death comes first. So we wizards, and I must say, almost every wizard, myself included, when confronted with the wand that chooses us, we submit. The wand that obeys us is the one that, among all wands currently in existence made by the chosen wand maker, forms a mutual understanding with the wand whose magical affinity is closest to the wizard, or which a kind of invisible binding contract made at the very first moment the wizard or witch grips the wand. In the long history of our profession as wand makers, every wand maker knows that only two wands have ever truly found their destined wizards. The two fortunate wizards and their wands were, in fact, the most famous of the founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor and Sorlaser Slytherin. Under my gaze, which grew wider and wider in disbelief, Mr. Ollivander nodded gently. "Yes, Mr. Potter, although it sounds strange and incredible, you are undoubtedly the third person, after those two great men, to be so fortunate as to possess a wand that most perfectly suits you. I can only say that all of this is arranged by Merlin. This wand was born for you to enter this world, and today I have witnessed something that many of my ancestors and numerous talented predecessors in this line never saw in their entire lives: the wand finding its destined master, forming a bond with you, and letting out a joyful roar. But at the same time, what brings me regret is the wand's brother, Mr. Potter." Mr. Ollivander smiled, with a hint of sorrow. "Yes, I remember every wand I have ever made with my own hands, and every wand I have ever sold. Mr. Potter, I remember every child I have ever created. This wand that was born for you actually has another brother. The phoenix that provided the core to your wand gave another feather to another wand. And how shall I put it? This wand was born for you and you are destined to use it, but its brother has done something terrible to you, leaving a scar on your body." Mr. Ollivander looked at me, somewhat dazed, and spoke softly. 13.5 inches, yes. So unbelievable and yet regrettable. Its brother. Please do not forget, Mr. Potter, that it is the wand that chooses the wizard. No matter what, I believe you are destined to accomplish great things. After all, the one whose name we cannot speak has already done something extraordinary, terribly frightening, but in some ways, still remarkable. Chapter 10. Daily Prophet. King's Cross Station. The Weasley family. Arthur, father. Molly, mother. Bill, eldest son, Cursebreaker. Charlie, second son, Dragonologist. Percy, third son, Prefect. Fred, fourth son. George, the fifth son. Ron, full name Ronald Weasley, the sixth son of the Weasley family, translated as Ron in Taiwan. Ginny, the seventh child. At platform 9 3/4. Hogwarts starts in September, which means there is still a month before that, and I still have to stay at the Dursleys, but compared to before, when I was always working like a mule handling countless chores and dodging Dudley's attacks, this entire month is completely relaxing. Dudley still has a pig's tail on his backside, so now he doesn't dare to be in the same room as me, and although Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia don't react as extremely as Dudley, they essentially treat me as if I don't exist. That's fine, at the very least I can comfortably hoard in my room, studying the magical plants I've acquired and their uses while also reading my textbooks and reference books. And when I get tired of studying or practicing my abilities, I can play with Hedwig, my snowy owl. I have to say, Hedwig is really smart. It always understands every word I say, and I even confirmed that it can read some simple words. More importantly, it really trusts me, and no matter what kind of plants I give it, as long as I ask, it obediently eats them. I absolutely don't treat it as a lab subject or anything like that. In fact, in my previous life, my family had a long history of practicing traditional Chinese medicine. Growing up immersed in this environment, I naturally followed the path of becoming a TCM practitioner. My younger sister studies Western medicine, and my younger brother chose to become a veterinarian. In short, our whole family is dedicated to the cause of healing, and my sibling relationships are good. We often exchange knowledge from our respective fields, so I've also learned a bit about animal health from my brother. Since Hedwig belongs to me, of course I have the responsibility to take good care of it, and the first step, of course, is to take care of its body. Although I wouldn't say I have all sorts of muggle medicinal materials, I do have some basic sources of nutrition that can make an owl healthier. Of course, they have to be refined and modified with my powers first. The days were passing, getting closer and closer to the end of August. I had already finished reading my textbooks, and I had almost finished studying the magical plants at hand, so I could temporarily say that I had some free time. Every morning, after reading the Daily Prophet that Hedwig brought me, I often found my thoughts drifting to my wand, naturally, simply because I had nothing else to do. Mr. Ollivander's words were still echoing in my mind, making me reconsider the meaning of my arrival in this world, changing the future. Yes, this wand is indeed the brother of Voldemort's wand, I have no doubt about that. But why has this so-called destined owner thing suddenly popped up? And why does it have to be related to Gryffindor and Slytherin at the same time? It's just too far-fetched. If you ask me whether it's a coincidence, I really can't believe it, yet the creator clearly said that he wouldn't intervene in this world anymore. Although that guy is a bit cold-blooded, he usually sticks to what he says, so why did it end up like this? Could this also be one of the effects of the butterfly effect? I sat cross-legged on my bed, turning the wand with my fingers in fancy tricks, and resting my chin on my left hand, deep in thought. Good things never just fall from the sky, a principle I firmly believed since I was reborn. But the current situation genuinely offers no more clues for me to analyze, and that's not even the only problem. When I hold this wand in my right hand, it feels just as natural as any wizard holding their own wand. Yet when I hold it in my left hand, the wand begins to sing, yes, sing. And it's a kind of ethereal, sacred voice, singing in a bird-like manner. Even though I've never heard such a sound before, I would stake all my assets that it is undoubtedly the voice of a phoenix. Meow, a singing wand. I'm already famous enough, and now I even have such a flashy wand. Merlin, do you think I'm not quiet enough yet? How do you mess with me like this? So as soon as I realized this, I made a decision almost immediately. I will never, under any circumstances, touch my wand with my left hand in front of a second person. Headaches aside, worries aside, some things are already set in stone and cannot be changed, and time waits for no one. The 1st of September, the first day of school, is fast approaching. After discussing with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia last night, or rather, I tried to bring it up, and they didn't object because they were already planning to take Dudley for surgery today to have his pig's tail removed. In any case, apart from the little episode at the beginning where Dudley absolutely refused to get in the car, I eventually managed to catch a ride with them to King's Cross. After being dropped off at the station to their gloating delight, which was to be expected, since I told them about platform 9 3/4, after all, but considering I wouldn't see them for the entire school year and that they had, unprecedentedly, provided me with plenty of amusement this summer, I decided to let them have their fun. I leaned against a wall not far from platforms 9 and 10, scanning the people passing by with my eyes. You ask what I was doing? Of course, I was waiting for the Weasley family to pass by, to help guide me. Although I already knew the way, it was a little intimidating to go through on my first try without seeing someone do it first, after all. Moreover, it was a good chance to make a good impression on Mrs. Weasley, and I was really looking forward to getting along with the twins. More so than meeting Ron, I must admit. Packed with muggles, it's bound to be like this. Hearing that drifting voice, I immediately turned my head. Sure enough, a plump lady with several red-haired children was standing not far from me. Excuse me. When only a girl and a boy were left beside her, I pushed my luggage cart toward them and asked quietly, "Sorry to bother you, but are you going to platform 9 3/4 as well?" "Yes, dear." The plump lady looked at the luggage I was pushing with some curiosity. "Are you going to Hogwarts as a new student?" "Yes." I nodded with a smile, wearing a slightly troubled expression. "But, actually, the thing is, I'm not really sure." "Not sure how to get to the platform?" she asked gently, and I quickly nodded. Sigh, I really don't like this feeling of deceiving honest people, but it seems I'm getting more practiced at it. Don't worry, just walk boldly past that pillar in a straight line, don't hesitate, and don't stop in between. If you feel nervous, you can jog a little. She pointed to the barrier in the middle of the platforms and then patted the head of a boy taller than her. "This is my son Ron, a freshman this year. Ron, be kind and help our little gentleman by showing him the way." The boy muttered words no one could hear or understand, then tugged at the corner of his mouth and steered his cart toward the barrier. "Thank you." I smiled at him before he took a step, but he just glanced at me quickly and then rushed forward with the cart. "Do you understand?" Mrs. Weasley asked me gently. "That's all, very simple." Understand my foot? Before I could get a clear look, a group of tourists happened to walk by, and I saw nothing. But Mrs. Weasley was genuinely trying to help, so I gave her a grateful smile and a slight bow. "Thank you very much." "Well, I'll go first. Remember, don't stop in the middle." Mrs. Weasley reminded me again. I smiled and nodded at her, took a deep breath, and pushed the cart as I ran toward the barrier. The Scarlet Steam train was truly stunning. Once I stepped onto platform 9 3/4, I couldn't help but admire it. But I knew this wasn't the time to dawdle. The train would start moving soon, so I hurriedly pushed my luggage through the crowd toward the end of the train. I guessed correctly. The last car was indeed the easiest to find an empty compartment, meaning all that was left was to get my luggage on board. First, I sent Hedwig, who was going to stay in the cage, onto the train, and then I started moving my luggage. I have to admit, I really did have a lot of heavy luggage. Who could blame me for buying so many books? Thanks to the intentional training I've given myself since I was young, even though I've always been much smaller and thinner than my peers, in terms of agility, speed, and even strength, I can handle it. I can confidently say I wouldn't lose even against someone twice my size. It's just that when it comes to endurance, because of my age and petite build, I definitely suffer a disadvantage. In short, after I moved 2 suitcases onto the train myself, I was already a bit out of breath and sweating quite a lot. Because of this, when I was pushing the last suitcase full of books up the stairs, the luggage slipped from my wet palms, and I instinctively stepped back to avoid getting my foot bruised by the suitcase, completely forgetting that I was standing on the train stairs. To be honest, at that moment, I closed my eyes, mentally preparing myself to be crushed and end up with a head full of bumps from my own luggage. But the next second, I felt a solid, warm support behind me. Surprised, I opened my eyes and just happened to see a red-haired boy stabilizing the sliding luggage, and an arm was now wrapped around my waist. I looked up and met a face that was exactly the same as that red-haired boy's. "Be careful, little one," the boy holding me, one of the Weasley twins, grinned. "Why are you carrying all the luggage by yourself? Where are your parents or older siblings?" "Parents? Older siblings? Why would he ask that?" I blinked in confusion. "I came by myself." My answer left him momentarily stunned, but before he could say anything, the other Weasley who was holding my luggage spoke up in a gritted teeth tone. "Please, we can talk later, this box is super heavy. Fred, come help." At his brother's call, Fred let go of me and joined in pushing the heavy suitcase. With the twins' combined help, my final piece of luggage was finally settled in the corner of the compartment. "Thank you both," I immediately said after everything was set. "If it weren't for your help, I would have gotten hurt just now." "Thank you. It's nothing," Fred waved me off. "By the way, you said you came by yourself. Are you a first year?" "Yes," I nodded, which caused them both to widen their eyes in surprise. "No way." The one speaking was Fred's brother George, who looked at me with suspicion and surprise. "You clearly look under 10. No, you must be only 8 or 9. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. "I'm 11. Otherwise, how could I have received a Hogwarts letter? But you look about the same as Ginny." Fred used his hand to indicate a height similar to mine, just reaching his chest. "And our Ron is even taller than us, and he's a first year too." I was angry. Even if that's true, did he have to act it out like that? I'm really 11. I raised my hand to press down the vein bulging at my temple. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that these two just helped me out big time and are the Weasley twins I've always wanted to be friends with, I would have pulled out my wand and tested the spell I'd memorized recently. Do you need me to show my acceptance letter to prove I'm not lying about my age? Ha, no need to. Fred laughed awkwardly, then suddenly stopped mid-sentence. What's that? I was a bit confused, but George also exclaimed, "Oh my God." He looked at me in astonishment, as if he could hardly believe it. Could it be that you are? He is. On Fred's face, besides the same disbelief as George, there was also a hint of excitement. You are, right. Are what? I still looked confused. What on earth are these twins talking about all of a sudden? Harry Potter. They shouted in unison. I was stunned for a moment. My first reaction was to reach for my bangs. They should have been covering it, but I had been sweating so much earlier, and when I pressed my temple to calm down, I accidentally moved them aside, which exposed my scar again. Then I thought, well, they've already seen it, and deliberately covering it now would just draw more attention. Besides, since they are going to know me anyway, it's normal they'd see it. So I put my hand back down. Oh, that. I admitted somewhat awkwardly. Yes, my name is Harry. As a result, the two of them just stood there in front of me, staring at me without moving, which somehow made me nervous too. Good heavens, had no one ever taught them that staring at someone like that is very rude? Then again, why was I standing there looking stupid with them? My seat was right there beside them. Fred, George, are you in there? Like a savior, Mrs. Weasley's voice floated in from the train door, breaking the awkward tension in the compartment that made me feel extremely uncomfortable. Coming, Mom. Fred shouted loudly toward the outside of the compartment, gave me and George one last glance, and hurriedly left. I let out a sigh of relief, closed the compartment door, walked to the corner, pulled out the Daily Prophet I hadn't read yet from my suitcase, and sat down by the window. Chapter 11. Lee Jordan, Fred and George's friend, school Quidditch commentator, head boy, prefect, Scabbers, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Trevor, Neville's toad, Crabbe, Goyle, Wingardium Leviosa, levitation charm. Meeting on the train. Is anyone sitting here? The train had only been moving for a few minutes. I had just finished reading today's headlines when the compartment door lightly slid open. All the other compartments up front are full. I looked up and saw one of my future close friends, Ron, standing at the door. No one. I gave a polite, slight smile and gestured for him to come in. Please, feel free to sit. The compartment door slid shut, and after Ron sat across from me, he glanced at me and then turned his gaze to the scenery outside the window. I, in turn, lowered my head and continued reading my newspaper. Less than 3 minutes of silence had passed before another visitor arrived in our compartment. Hey, Ron. This time it was the Weasley twins standing in the doorway. If I wasn't mistaken, it should have been Fred speaking. Listen up, we're going to check out the middle carriage now. Lee brought a huge tarantula. So, George chimed in, you're okay being here alone? Ron pursed his lips. Yeah, I'm fine. Good. Fred nodded, then turned his gaze to me. Harry, we haven't introduced ourselves properly yet, have we? We're the Weasleys. I'm Fred, this is George, and our younger brother is Ron. He pointed to himself and the other brother, then smiled at me. Well, we're off for now. See you later. Bye. Ron and I said in unison. As the twins left, helping us close the compartment door, Ron seemed to speak without thinking. You really are Harry Potter. I looked at him and nodded slightly. Wow, he exclaimed, then seemed to immediately realize it was a bit rude and quickly added, sorry, I just thought Fred and George were messing with me again. They always pull this kind of stuff. Really? I smiled lightly. I think they are great. Just now, I almost got crushed by my own luggage, and they helped me and even carried my bags for me. I'm not saying they are bad. Ron's tone was hurriedly defensive. It's just that, you know, that feeling when you almost get pranked unexpectedly really sucks, and since they are my brothers, I can never win against them. Sounds a bit uncomfortable, I agreed. But they are still your brothers, aren't they? I mean, if it was something that could really hurt you, they wouldn't do it. They'd actually try to stop it, wouldn't they? Ah. My words made Ron pause. He seemed to realize something, scratching his ear. Maybe, he said awkwardly in agreement. Then he changed the topic. By the way, so do you really have that thing? Ron pointed to his forehead, looking curious. Once again, I brushed my bangs aside to reveal the scar, and then covered it back up under Ron's wide-eyed, open-mouthed expression. Is it really that surprising? His reaction, even more exaggerated than his two older brothers, made me laugh but also feel a bit helpless. You already know I'm Harry, right? Yeah, Ron was clearly still in shock, barely responding with just a syllable. So this is the mark left by that person. Yes. It was something everyone already knew, so I nodded honestly. Do you remember? That night his face showed nothing but pure curiosity. I could tell, though he obviously realized it was too rude to ask someone he had just met, so he immediately closed his mouth and lowered his head, only revealing his reddened ears. I remember. I could see that my answer surprised him. He quickly looked up at me with a stunned expression. But I don't want to talk to anyone about anything that happened that night, so please don't ask, okay? Ron looked at me, moved his lips, and said, I'm sorry. He glanced at the empty seat beside me, his voice very soft. I didn't mean to. It's okay, really. I said calmly, softening my tone a little. It's all in the past, and I've long learned to accept it. I don't want to talk about it simply because I don't want others to feel more pity for me. That has no meaning for me, and it only makes me feel worse. He looked at me for a moment, then changed the topic. I heard you later went to live with Muggles, is that true? My dad is fascinated by Muggles. He always says that Muggles have ideas and creativity that wizards can't learn. My relatives are Muggles, but I don't think they're the kind your father would like. I gave a relaxed smile. In some ways, it's really impressive how Muggles developed their own civilization without relying on magic. But not all Muggles are that intelligent or kind, and some are even very afraid of magic. My relatives fall into that category, so they never liked me. I actually envy you more, having two such lively older brothers. 5. His tone grew sullen as he corrected me. I have 5 older brothers and 1 younger sister. I'm the 6th in my family to go to Hogwarts, which means I have 5 examples ahead of me to learn from. Bill and Charlie have already graduated, but while they were at school, one was head boy and the other was the Quidditch captain. Now Percy has become a prefect. Fred and George are always causing mischief, but their grades are excellent and everyone thinks they are a lot of fun. Now it's my turn to go to school, and everyone expects me to be as outstanding as they were, but even if I do well, people will think it's just my duty because they've already done it. Besides, with 5 brothers ahead of me, you can never hope for anything new. What I have now is Bill's old robes, Charlie's second-hand wand, and Percy's unwanted rat. Ron reached into his pocket and pulled out a plump grey rat that looked completely asleep, not noticing my pupils suddenly constricting, and continued to complain to me. His name is Scabbers. He sleeps all the time and is completely useless. Percy became a prefect, so my dad bought him an owl, but they couldn't afford they thought I should have a pet too, so they gave me Scabbers. Probably realizing he'd talked too much, Ron turned to look out the window. If the circumstances were different, I might have comforted this boy who had lived under the shadow of 5 older brothers for so long, but my own emotions were already close to losing control, and I didn't have the energy. I casually set the newspaper at my feet aside on the empty seat and stood up. I think I'm getting a little car sick. I pulled a stiff smile, not worrying that my grim expression might suggest something else. Do you know if anyone on this train has motion sickness medicine? I don't know. Maybe the prefect carriage at the front will have some. Ron frowned with concern. Or should I go ask for you while you rest? I'll go myself. I think sitting here makes me feel even more nauseous. I waved my hand and opened the compartment door. Thanks. I'll be back as soon as possible. Of course, I didn't go to the prefect-only compartment at the front. Instead, I randomly found a bathroom and locked myself inside. Leaning against the door, I clenched my arms so tightly that my skin was almost breaking. Only through the physical pain could I restrain the urge to release the magical seal I had placed on myself. Damn it. I already knew all along that damned rat was holed up at the Weasleys, eating well and sleeping well, and I had mentally prepared myself to endure living in the same dormitory as that rat for more than 2 years. But the moment I just saw that thing, the hatred in my heart spread uncontrollably. Apparently, a week ago when I completely sealed my powerful magic with mental energy and reinforced the memory and emotion seals for certain people using deep self-hypnosis was indeed the right move, or I would have almost blown my cover just now. However, this method of using hypnosis to alert myself to self-restraint, with its side effects, is really something else. My stomach was completely empty, yet I was still nauseous. God, I hope that after all events are resolved 7 years from now, I won't develop a stomach illness because of this. Heaven knows how much I love spicy food. If I really get a stomach issue and can't eat it, I would die of sorrow. Lying on the toilet lid and still dry heaving, I smiled bitterly to myself. I had no idea how long I stayed in the bathroom, but by the time I stopped vomiting and rebuilt my mental composure, as I walked back to the compartment, I saw a witch pushing a cart full of food, knocking on compartment doors looking for someone. Starving after vomiting, I didn't think much and bought a bit of everything except pies and cakes, regardless of how strange the snacks looked. Then, I carried all this food back to my compartment at the end of the train. Back in the compartment, I immediately noticed it was empty. Ron was nowhere to be seen. I placed all the food on the empty seat, walked to the corner to open my luggage containing daily essentials, took out my Hogwarts uniform robe and changed, then returned to my seat, picked up a pumpkin pasty, and continued reading the Daily Prophet I hadn't finished earlier. Harry, the compartment door slid open, and Ron appeared at the doorway, slightly out of breath. You're finally back. Where on earth have you been? Percy said you didn't go to the prefect's compartment. I couldn't find you anywhere. Ron. I looked up from the newspaper, setting down the pie I had barely bitten into, and looked at the boy who had closed the door and sat across from me. Did he come looking for me just now? Sorry, I was feeling really unwell earlier, so I went to the bathroom and threw up all my breakfast. Then my stomach was still a bit empty and hurting, so I bought some food before coming back. Sorry for worrying you. Oh. Ron seemed a little embarrassed, realizing what he had just said. Hearing that I had obediently responded and even apologized seemed to make him even more uncomfortable. However, he still took out a small crystal bottle containing green potion and handed it to me. Here, take this. What's this? I took it but didn't open it, just held it and examined the patterns on the crystal bottle with a curious, thoughtful look. Anti-nausea potion, for seasickness or car sickness. Before he could finish speaking, I had already pulled out the cork and gulped it straight down, leaving him a little stunned. Hey, you just drank it like that? Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you? Would you? I frowned and took a bite of the pie. The taste of the potion was really strange. If it weren't for having tasted even the worst herbal medicines in my previous life, I might have thrown up again. No, I wouldn't. But your guard is way too low. Ron, for some reason, suddenly sounded a bit serious. You should know, if it were Fred or George, they would never miss a chance to mess with you like this. But you're not them. Chewing the pie, I mumbled and casually handed him a big muffin. Want one? No thanks. He hesitated and declined. I brought a sandwich. Oh. I didn't pay much attention and tossed the cake back into the pile of food, but I furrowed my brows in slight annoyance. When I bought these earlier, it was just for fun, so I bought a little of each snack. Thinking about it now, it was a bit impulsive. I wonder how long food lasts in the magical world. Ron. Swallowing the food in my mouth, I spoke to the boy who had already taken out a lunchbox and opened it earlier. Can I ask you something? What? In the magical world, how long can these snacks be kept before they go bad? Ron's hand holding the sandwich paused in midair, and he looked at me with a surprised expression. After confirming that my face really showed I was seriously curious about the answer, his expression turned a bit strange. Why do you want to ask this? Because I just realized I bought too much in one go, I continued, frowning at the pile of food. It would be such a waste if it spoils before I get a chance to eat it all. Then why did you buy so much if you can't finish it? Because each one looked interesting, and I had never seen them before, so I was curious. That's why I bought a little of everything, but who knew I unconsciously went overboard? Don't worry, except for the cakes and pies, the rest will be fine even if you save them until after Christmas. My answer seemed to leave Ron a bit helpless. He took a bite of his sandwich and frowned slightly. That's good. There were still more than 3 months until Christmas, plenty of time, and Ron could help me eat it, anyway. But this guy seemed unexpectedly sensitive about small gifts of kindness from others, probably because his family was a bit poor. By the way, can I trade you this chocolate frog for a sandwich? I haven't even tried a sandwich from the wizarding world yet. My suggestion stunned Ron for a moment. I just wanted to simply trade for tasting, but the expression started to make his ears turn red. He said dryly, but there's corned beef inside, and it's the dry, tough kind. You won't like it. You're not me, how would you know I don't like it? I stuffed the chocolate frog into his chest pocket and, before he could react, took a piece of his sandwich from his lunchbox and bit into it. Trust me, there's never bad food in this world, only hungry stomachs. That's what I learned from my muggle relatives. Under my guidance using exchange, Ron finally gradually let go of the little pride that, to me, seemed a bit superficial, and joined me in getting rid of this pile of snacks. At the same time, he showed me the proper way to eat different snacks and the things to watch out for. Meanwhile, I listened and chewed on a sandwich made by his mother. To be honest, in my view, the corned beef in this sandwich, while not exactly spoiled, did have some issues with its texture. Considering it was still edible, Mrs. Weasley's cooking skills were actually pretty good. So this probably also reflects Ron's picky eating habits, right? Sigh, it's really lucky to be a kid who can complain that the food your mom makes isn't tasty. I've almost forgotten what that feels like, and for me, in this life, even having such a thought is a luxury. I'm sorry. Our lunch lesson with Ron was only halfway done when the door to the booth slid open. A round-faced boy with a slightly chubby, baby-like appearance stood at the entrance, frowning with red eyes, and asked, "Have you seen a toad?" No, Ron and I shook our heads, and the boy immediately started to tear up. "It's gone again. I've looked everywhere and can't find it." The boy sniffled. "It always runs away from me." "The toad is your pet, right? Then it will come back." From Hedwig's behavior, I had already confirmed that pets in the magical world all have a certain level of intelligence. Even the dumbest ones can at least recognize their owners. I took a handkerchief from my pocket and handed it to the boy standing at the door. "If I'm not mistaken, he should be Neville. Don't cry, it's a small thing, nothing worth crying about." "Thanks." Neville took the handkerchief and wiped his eyes. You can return it to me when you have the chance." Seeing what he wanted to say, I smiled kindly. Neville nodded. "I'll keep looking for it. If you see it, we'll let you know, don't worry." Neville left, regaining his composure, and I returned to my seat. Ron was shaking his head at the chocolate frog he was nibbling on with his feet. "I just don't understand why he's so sad. If my toad went missing, I'd be overjoyed instead." He pursed his lips. "That said, I brought Scabbers myself, so I really have no right to say that." I pretended not to hear and focused on the wizard cards in my hand. Since I still couldn't do anything to that dead rat for now, I had no choice but to simply ignore it. These cards are so fun, the characters move, they are never boring at all. After a month of frequent encounters with the magic in this world, I had already started to be deeply fascinated by it and liked it more and more. The things in Muggle photos don't move at all. They really don't move. Ron asked curiously. Seeing me shake my head, he also let out a sigh similar to mine when looking at the wizard cards. "That's really strange." That's what you call a cultural difference." I smiled lightly. "Things with similar uses can seem fresh and fascinating to me because they have magic, but to you as a Muggle, they seem weird, right? Even if they are similar yet contradictory in differences. I guess that's why your dad is so fascinated with Muggles." "Maybe, but my dad's level of fascination is a bit exaggerated. We even have a small shed in our backyard full of Muggle items he brought back for work. Oh, I forgot to mention, he's the head of the Department of Muggle Artifact Misuse in the Ministry of Magic, so hey, Scabbers, that's my pie." The dead rat suddenly jumped out of Ron's pocket on its own, took a big bite of Ron's maple pie, then hopped to the empty spot nearby and held it while nibbling. "You little guy, you only have energy when you're hungry. Eat then sleep, sleep then eat. Do you think you're a pig?" Watching a big bite of his pie disappear, Ron looked very angry, but the dead rat seemed to ignore him entirely. After quickly devouring the stolen food, it immediately collapsed and started snoring. Ron's face darkened as he stood up. "What are you going to do?" I asked, watching him rummage through his trunk in the corner. "This." He pulled out his wand and walked back. "Since it doesn't do anything, it should at least fulfill its duty to entertain its owner, right? You're going to cast a spell on it." I raised an eyebrow. Has Ron learned to cast spells already? I remembered him failing at spells before. "Which spell would you use?" "The color-changing spell I learned from George yesterday." He twirled his wrist, perfect to try it on it. Just as Ron raised his hand, the door to the private room slid open again, but this time it was a brown-haired girl standing at the entrance. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad around here? Earlier, a boy came asking about it, but we haven't seen it." "She must be Hermione, right? My future smartest partner. Are you looking for it?" "Yes, but I've asked several rooms and no one's seen it." Her tone was a bit impatient, then she saw Ron holding a wand, blinked her eyes, and walked in by herself to sit next to me. "Are you about to cast a spell? Let me watch for a bit." Ron glanced at me, and seeing that I was just giving him a faint encouraging smile and not rejecting Hermione's watching, he had no choice but to nervously clear his throat and then wave his wand. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. After 5 seconds, the sleeping rat didn't change at all. "Are you sure what you just said was a spell? It doesn't seem to have any effect." Hermione spoke candidly, with no softening in her tone. "But that's possible. You know, we usually need to read a certain number of books to understand the principles before we can more easily use the power of a spell. I've tried a few simple charms from our textbooks at home, and they worked quite well. But if you ask me, I'd worry that simply succeeding isn't enough. You know about the sorting at school, right? I've asked around. I hope I get into Gryffindor. It sounds like the best house to me for now, and Dumbledore graduated from there too. Ravenclaw would also be great, with many wise witches and wizards from there. But no matter how much I ask, I can't find out exactly how the school sorts students. Even though I've memorized all the textbook material for this year, if there's an exam, I'm worried they might test something else too. I glanced at Ron. Seeing his pale, shocked reaction, it was clear he was the type who hadn't memorized the books either. You are really well prepared. I carefully worded it, but I guess that school classification does not use written tests. Otherwise, it would be unfair for a Muggle student who had never been exposed to magic before. Ron's face eased, but it seemed to think of something again, and he became stiff again. You make sense, I'm a Muggle, and my parents had no idea there was such a school until I received the Hogwarts admission notice. Of course, they were so happy that they almost went crazy when they knew it wasn't a prank. After all, Hogwarts is the best magic school in the world. Hermione nodded after thinking for a while and smiled at us. By the way, I almost forgot to say it. I'm Hermione Granger. What's your name? Ron Weasley. Ron said in a stiff tone. Harry Potter. I replied politely, but I sighed for Hermione in my heart. Did she really hate Ron? No wonder, in good conscience, Hermione's way of speaking now is indeed too straightforward, and her tone also has a bit of a proud and domineering flavor. Is it because she is the only daughter in the family? And if I remember correctly, his parents seem to be dentists. Anyone who is engaged in the medical profession in the UK can be regarded as a wealthy family in the middle and upper class. No wonder she has the arrogance of a daughter. Ah, I've heard about you. Is it you? Hermione looked at me with wide eyes, her tone excited. I've seen your name in many books. For example, History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Black Magic, and Important Witchcraft Events of the 20th Century all describe a lot about you. Really? My smile was a bit unstoppable. Still not used to such a famous situation, I reached out and pressed the corner of my forehead, always feeling that this action was about to become my new habit. Sorry, I didn't know there was such a thing. You don't know? Hermione seemed to be a little disbelieving. You're so strange. If I were so famous, I would have found everything with my name written on it. But you are not me. I looked at her calmly, not to mention that I've always lived with my Muggle relatives and never had any contact with magic. Even if I did know about it, I wouldn't do such things. To you or others, the things that happened to me in the past might seem great, stories worth singing about for hundreds of years, but to me, it's just a tragedy that made me lose the most important things, so painful that even remembering it hurts. I never wanted to be famous, Miss Granger. In fact, if I had a choice, I'd rather live my whole life without any fame. At least then I could have parents or siblings who love me, just like you and others. My tone carried no accusation or harshness, just a plain statement, yet Hermione's face gradually turned red. She bit her lip and stood up immediately. I suppose I've wasted too much time here, she said hastily. I still need to help Neville find his toad. Excuse me. Like an arrogant little princess, she walked out, and the booth door slid closed behind her. Oh dear, I've been disliked. I let out a bitter laugh and sighed. Hermione is smart, sure, but still a bit too delicate, and I had just met her and said such things in this setting it probably hurt her pride. How could I forget that the girl's face is so easily embarrassed? Don't worry about it. Anyway, her personality makes it seem like she thinks she's the only smart person in the world. Maybe it's a good thing she dislikes you, Ron said, probably trying to comfort me, but it sounded more like a complaint to me. I don't like her. The firmness in Ron's tone almost made me chuckle, as I was reflecting on how harsh my words had been. There's no helping it. Just thinking about the future, when fourth-year Hermione attracts suitors, and this ridiculously jealous boy is standing there so determinedly, it's a really perplexing scene, I thought, holding back a smile. But, no matter what, we're still classmates, I reminded Ron gently. We'll have to get along for 7 years. As long as it's not from the same college as her, I think I can probably bear it. Ron spread his whole body in his position. No matter which academy it is, I hope Merlin will bless me not to be in the same academy as someone like her. If she really goes to Gryffindor, let me go to Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. I can accept it. So Ron, you want to enter Gryffindor? It's not that I think, but that the people in my family have always been from that academy. When it came to the academy, Ron became weak and sullen, and it was clear that he was really worried, especially after being stimulated by Hermione just now. My father, my mother, and my 5 brothers are all Gryffindors. I really don't dare to think about how they would react if I hadn't entered Gryffindor. Ravenclaw is indeed second only to Gryffindor. Hufflepuff is barely famous, but Fred and George will definitely laugh me to death. But no matter how bad it is, at least it won't be worse than entering Slytherin. Is Slytherin really that bad? Hagrid repeatedly emphasized this point to me when he introduced me to Hogwarts. But as someone who already knows the future, I am not so repulsive to this college at all. I only want to go in because too many events are cheaper in Gryffindor, but now it seems that the problem of confrontation between Hogwarts academies is really very serious. This discrimination rooted in blood is really unbearable. Yes, almost all the famous dark wizards came from there, the gloomy green silver serpent academy. Ron pursed his lips and made no secret of his disgust. Don't talk about this. Which Quidditch team are you rooting for? I grew up in a Muggle family, Ron. I reminded him with a confessional smile. I don't know anything about Quidditch. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. But it's okay to get to know you now. He patted his head and sat up straight with excitement. Listen to Luo, this is the best sports game in the world. Quidditch is the most popular sport in the magical world, and watching Ron enthusiastically and endlessly explain everything to me from the players and the rules, to the matches he's attended with his family, and even the broom model he wants most, he detailed it all. Even the slowest person would know how obsessed he is with Quidditch. I listened quietly as he introduced it. Although I had some vague idea about the game from memory, it's still something I've never actually experienced. Besides, I was genuinely interested in flying on a broom. Come on, how could Western magic be complete without flying spells? In a past life, I loved thrilling rides at amusement parks, and though I haven't had the chance to ride a roller coaster in this life yet, I'm sure flying on a broomstick would be even more exciting. I'm really starting to look forward to the first flying lesson the coming week. It seems Malfoy might even help me get into the team a year early. Should I take the chance to thank him then? I squinted slightly, smiling, secretly distracted by the thought. I was just pondering whether to scheme against someone, and lo and behold, that person appeared. Should I say it's fate that I haven't done anything bad? Looking at the 3 boys who entered the compartment and immediately stared at me, I recognized the one in the middle as Malfoy, whom I had briefly met at the robes shop. I sighed inwardly. Good afternoon, gentlemen. As the guest approached, and with no open hostility yet, I naturally maintained my usual politeness. Is that true? Malfoy looked at me and slowly spoke. The whole train is buzzing, saying that Harry Potter is in this compartment, so that must be you. Yes, I said lightly, but my gaze drifted to the 2 boys behind him, Crabbe and Goyle. Who was who again? Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. Seeing that I was looking at them, Malfoy casually introduced them. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron cleared his throat gently, momentarily diverting Malfoy's attention. You find my name funny, don't you? His lofty, lazy tone carried a clear note of disdain. I suppose I don't even need to ask your name. My father told me that every Weasley has red hair, a face full of freckles, and more children than they can support. Ron's expression darkened, but Malfoy ignored him and turned his gaze back to me. As I said in the robe shop, only pure-blooded nobility can truly understand each other. You'll soon realize that even among purebloods, some families are superior. He extended his right hand toward me. You wouldn't want to be friends with those inferior sorts, Potter, and I can help you a lot in that regard. I glanced at his fair hand, then looked at him calmly. Thank you for your kindness, Malfoy, I said, keeping the same politely distant tone from the beginning. But I think, like you, I have enough judgment to choose the friends I want. So, duly noted. A faint flush spread across his pale face, and Malfoy withdrew his hand. If I were you, I'd be very careful, Malfoy said slowly, enunciating each word. You'd better learn to show some respect to certain people. Don't, like your parents, not know who associating with is most beneficial, and end up in such a situation. Being mixed up with scum like the Weasleys will get you nothing good. Wingardium Leviosa. Just as Ron blushed and jumped up, 5 or 6 quills flew out from a corner, shooting straight toward Malfoy and the others. They didn't hit anyone, but they brushed their cheeks and lodged straight into the wall behind their booth. I stayed in my seat, calm, holding my wand, with 3 quills floating around me, including Ron. They all looked at me in astonishment. The only difference was that admiration and envy were in Ron's eyes, while disbelief and fear were in the eyes of Malfoy and the others. I'm sorry, Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. Shaking the wand gently, I casually watched the quill flutter up and down with my gestures, and smiled softly. As a person, as long as someone greets my parents, I will accidentally get too excited, and I don't know what kind of reaction I will have. So in the future, please try not to mention my parents when talking to me, okay? I also want to be with 3 classmates who have been in school for 7 years. If something regrettable happens, I believe that not only me, but also Ling Zun and Ling Tang will be even more sad, don't you think? Malfoy's throat moved but did not make a sound, and the horror on their faces became even more obvious. Seeing their reaction, my smile became brighter and I stood up lightly. Moving forward, they took a step back, and by the time I reached the door of the box, the 3 of them were already glued to the wall of the carriage in the hallway with their white faces pressed against it. I'm sorry, I was just a little tired from chatting with Ron, and I wanted to take a nap before the train arrived at school, so I won't entertain the 3 of you. Before I closed the box door, I smiled at them and said, well, good afternoon. After closing the door, I let the 3 quills that were still floating fly back in place, and then took the wand back into my robe. Then I started recycling quills stuck in the wall, pulling them out by hand. Cool Tilda. I just turned around after pulling out the pen and saw Ron looking at me with eyes like shining stars. How did you do that? That spell? That's just the floating spell that we will teach in the first lesson of the talisman study, and when I first got the textbook, I thought it was fun, so I wrote it down first. Seeing such obvious admiration in my eyes, I sweated a little. I just got angry and accidentally used it, but I didn't expect that the spell I had been trying to fail before would succeed. Are you really careless? Ron couldn't believe it. Can you use it so beautifully if you don't care about it? Then you should be so angry. Hey, I don't want to encounter this kind of thing all day long. Do you think quills are everywhere and don't cost money? I was angry and funny, so I went back to my seat and sat down. Besides, it's actually a bit lucky to be able to drive them away so easily this time. When we start class, everyone has learned this spell. No one will be scared by such a simple spell. I don't think this spell is simple. At least none of the spells I tried before worked. He shrugged and sat back down. And you know what? It's not just that the levitation spell worked, your aura just now was amazing too. It was the first time I saw a smile that still gave off such an intimidating pressure. Someone so small managed to scare off 3 huge guys. I'm not saying you're short. It's fine, it's true anyway. And I still haven't finished growing. I'll get taller eventually. I had long come to terms with being much smaller than the others my age, but today everything seemed to poke at my sore spots, and all of them happened to be Weasleys. Should I say it's typical brotherly behavior? But Ron, could I ask you for one thing? Don't tell anyone what just happened. I don't want everyone to know I can already do the levitation spell, at least not before we officially learn it. Why? Ron looked at me, confused and a bit surprised, but that was so cool. Yeah, it's cool. I sighed, but I'm famous enough as it is. I don't want more attention, I prefer to be quiet. Ron tilted his head and thought for a moment. Okay, if that's what you want. He promised me, but what about Malfoy? I don't think they are going to go around talking about something that makes them look foolish. I blinked innocently. And how stable do you think a levitation spell worked only because of anger is? Even if they go to a teacher or an adult to complain, I can't guarantee it would work again if I tried. Right now I'm still a first year who hasn't taken lessons yet. Ron paused, then burst out laughing. Oh my god, you're hilarious. Pretending to be dumb on purpose like this, Malfoy would be livid if he knew. Now I kind of hope he does go tell on you. Good one, Harry. I gave a faint smile but hadn't had a chance to speak when the compartment door slid open again. This time, it was Hermione at the doorway. What's going on? Her expression was a little stiff as she scanned me and Ron. I just saw 3 boys run out of your compartment looking terrified. What did you do? We didn't do anything. Ron frowned at her. There are several compartments in this car. Why assume it was us who did it? Because besides you, everyone else has already gone to the middle car to watch the duel show your twin brothers organized it. I noticed they also have the last name Weasley, and they look a lot like you if I'm not mistaken, Hermione said somewhat coldly. It seems really childish to me, but the first and second year students think it's fun. They are spreading the word everywhere and making so much noise. You're a first year student yourself, let me remind you. Ron's tone darkened. And whatever we or anyone else do, it's none of your business. On what grounds do you have to boss us around? A faint blush appeared on Hermione's face. I'm just concerned as a fellow student, advising you not to cause trouble, she said, glaring at Ron. It's not a good thing to get noticed by the teachers before even entering school. Is that so? Well, thanks for the reminder, Ron replied with a sarcastic smile. But I can also tell you, we haven't even stepped out of this compartment, so even if there's trouble, it's not our problem. Hermione was clearly irritated. Good, I hope that's the case, or else you'll have to face the consequences. She snorted and walked past. One more thing, Weasley. I asked the conductor, we'll be at the school in less than 2 hours, so you'd better change into your uniform. The compartment door closed again. Can you believe that? Ron glared at the door for a moment, then turned to me to complain, such a nosy girl. Who does she think she is? She's just too enthusiastic. You don't need to take a girl's word so seriously. I yawned and sank into the soft seat. Listen, Ron, I'm really a little tired. Could you do me a favor and call out to me when we get to school? I want to take a nap. Oh, sure. Since I made it so clear, Ron naturally didn't continue trying to chat with me, so for the rest of the journey, I dozed off in the slightly rocking soft chair of the compartment. Chapter 12. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Head of Ravenclaw House, Transmigration Professor. The sorting ceremony surprise. When Ron woke me up, the sky outside was already a deep blue-black velvet. Yawning and half asleep, I followed Ron off the train. Even when Hagrid gathered us first years and saw me, I only waved and gave him a drowsy smile before continuing with Ron to blend into the end of the line. A thick air of nervous anticipation and curiosity filled the group of new students. Led by Hagrid, we quietly walked down a dark slope. The dim light made it hard to see more than 10 feet ahead, but I could vaguely sense the many plants nearby, and when I reached out a bit of magical energy, they responded with a surprising yet joyful greeting. When we reached the lakeshore, lined with little boats, Hagrid instructed us to board. Ron randomly picked one and sat down, and of course, I followed right next to him. I noticed that Neville and Hermione hadn't found companions to share a boat with, so they ended up joining us. Fortunately, everyone was so preoccupied with the approaching castle that no one felt like talking or paid attention to who they were sitting next to. So during the boat ride, besides the sound of water, the most common reaction was awe at the grandeur of the castle, already lit up in the night, as we neared our destination. As for me, while I also appreciated the beautiful sight, most of my attention was focused on what lay beneath the lake. TSK, I know that this lake is home to many dangerous yet fascinating magical creatures, but what I didn't expect was that the plants underneath, whether magical or not, are so diverse that they resemble a treasure chest. Discovering this made me both excited and impatient, itching to jump in and explore, but I have to restrain myself. I must resist. Not to mention, right now I'm on my way to school, and more importantly, the plants on the shore have already warned me that the lake is very deep. Jumping in without eating the gillyweed would be too dangerous. Besides, I'm still not skilled enough in magic to handle it. Even if I waited another week or two to get familiar with the nearby terrain and sneak down myself, encountering a dangerous creature while diving, though I'm probably strong enough not to lose my life, still carries a high risk of injury or drawing attention. Looks like the plan to dig 4 treasures at the bottom of the lake will have to be postponed until next year and combined with the exploration of the Forbidden Forest. For this year, I'll stick to the original plan, familiarize myself with the castle's layout while spending more time in the library, aiming to become proficient in basic magic applications and understand the principles of advanced magic as soon as possible. Additionally, finding and establishing ways to earn money is also important. All in all, it's really quite busy. Luckily, first-year courses are the most relaxed, otherwise, combined with schoolwork, I might just work myself to exhaustion. So, people really can't do without companions. It seems essential, absolutely essential, to speed up improving my companion's abilities, so I can free up more time to prepare for other things. Half-heartedly sightseeing, I crossed the lake and got back on shore. Only when the marching group stopped did I realize that we freshmen had already arrived at the steps in front of the castle gates, where Hagrid was greeting an elderly witch dressed in a deep green robe. "Good evening, Professor McGonagall." "Good evening, Hagrid." The witch nodded lightly to Hagrid. "From here on, I will lead the freshmen inside. You can take your seat in the Great Hall, the feast is about to begin." As expected, she doesn't look like someone who's easy to get along with. Observing the back of my future school mentor, I thought as I moved with the group. However, while she seems serious and straightforward, she's not stubbornly inflexible and surprisingly has a soft side in certain areas. Normally, I should be able to get along with her just fine, right? Unfortunately, I'm destined not to be a well-behaved rule-following child. She led us to a small room and gave us a brief explanation about the sorting ceremony and how it relates to our future life at school. After telling us to stay quiet during the ceremony, Professor McGonagall temporarily left. At this point, everyone was nervous about the upcoming sorting ceremony, so no one was likely to notice my calmness. I casually looked around at the room's furnishings, but my curiosity only lasted a few minutes before we were interrupted by ghosts suddenly appearing through the walls. A few girls who had never seen ghosts let out startled screams, and Neville even hid behind me. I mean, buddy, you're taller and bigger than me, seriously, hiding behind me like this? Oh, some first years, a plump ghost in monk-like robes said, looking at us huddled together. He drifted over alone, leaving his companions behind, which caused more kids to step back unconsciously. I, standing in place, was silently grumbling at Neville, while the pale-faced Ron and Hermione next to me were also pushed forward. Are you waiting to be sorted? I looked at the stiff yet pretending to be calm expressions of my two companions and nodded slowly. I hope you get sorted into Hufflepuff. The plump monk smiled at us. I used to be in that house. I was extremely grateful. Just then Professor McGonagall returned to the small room, sparing me from further interaction with this overly friendly ghost monk. Heavens, it was my first time meeting ghosts. Although I had previously seen even divine beings and wasn't particularly averse to them, the chill emanating from ghosts still made me somewhat uncomfortable. Sigh, looks like adapting to life at school just gained one more challenge. Under Professor McGonagall's instructions, we reformed our line and followed her out of the small room. The first sight beyond the entrance was hundreds of floating candles and a ceiling through which the sky outside could be seen. As expected, I heard Hermione quietly explaining the magical ceiling to Neville. We walked into the hall, already filled with students and staff, and stopped in the open space between the staff table and the student tables, where a chair and an old wizard's hat were placed. I have to say, that shabby hat, the legendary sorting hat, didn't sound very good singing. Of course, it wasn't unbearably horrible, but for someone like me, who in a previous life loved music as much as I specialized in traditional Chinese medicine, it really made me want to sigh. But when I thought about the fact that the hat only gets to show its face and sing the song it made up once a year, even if it sounded awful, I'd only have to endure it for a few minutes, so I felt relieved and stopped worrying about it. So all we have to do is put on the hat, right? Ron beside me visibly let out a sigh of relief, speaking to me as much as murmuring to himself, I'm going to kill Fred and George. They actually told me it would be like fighting a mountain troll. I quickly lowered my head to hide the almost visible smile at my lips. That Ron, always complaining and distrustful of his twin brothers, yet in reality, the super simple younger brother who instinctively believes whatever they say. No wonder the twins delight in tricking him. The sorting proceeded in order according to the first letter of the surname. No surprises, Malfoy's two companions went into Slytherin one after the other. Hermione stayed on the stool for a while before going into Gryffindor, accompanied by Ron's low groan. Malfoy was sorted extremely quickly. I even suspected the hat barely touched his hair before shouting Slytherin. Neville's sorting, however, took a very long time, at least 3 minutes, before the hat finally declared him a Gryffindor. He almost caused a joke by trying to take the hat to the Gryffindor table with him. I couldn't help but shake my head gently, secretly deciding that I must help him overcome such nervous clumsiness in the future. A few more students went up to be sorted afterward, but I didn't pay much attention. Instead, I quietly did a quick check of the seals and hypnotic charms on myself. I hadn't forgotten that the hat has a mind of its own, though not complete. If it sensed something it shouldn't and told Dumbledore, it would definitely create a lot of unnecessary trouble. Potter, Harry. As Professor McGonagall called out my name, the entire hall immediately erupted in a buzz of whispers. Pretending not to hear, I clasped my hands and then loosened them before walking with a composed stride to the stool. Before Professor McGonagall placed the hat on my head and blocked my view, I even saw quite a few people behind the student desk standing up and staring at me, but they were no longer my concern because the sorting hat was already on my head, its whispering voice ringing in my ears. Tilda, the voice drew out delicately. Difficult, very difficult. I've never seen an 11-year-old mind so full. I can see your good heart, your courage combined with calmness, and most importantly, great talent, humble yet not without pride, oh my, and a special affinity with plants. How unique. It's the first time I've seen such a thing. Hufflepuff will certainly like you very much. Gryffindor, Gryffindor, I want to go to Gryffindor. I kept thinking in my heart, not letting the sorting hat's words take root. Want to go to Gryffindor? The sorting hat continued whispering in my ear, but your special talents would flourish most in Hufflepuff, and isn't Ravenclaw what your heart truly desires? The thirst for knowledge there suits you too, so why insist on Gryffindor? Gryffindor, 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 Gryffindor. I continued to hold firm in my heart. However, strictly speaking, Slytherin is the place that can lead you to the peak. You know, you possess extremely meticulous cunning and patience, as well as decisive wisdom. Each of these is rare, yet you have them all. Once in Slytherin, you'll surely stand out and become an exceptionally outstanding wizard. Gryffindor, 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 Gryffindor. Still Gryffindor? To be honest, I still think Hufflepuff or Slytherin would be more advantageous for you, though I strongly recommend Slytherin. It really suits your temperament. Of course, Gryffindor isn't bad either, it's just that sometimes being too straightforward can be limiting, especially for your personality. Gryffindor, 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 meow. You've been saying I should go to Gryffindor all along, and yet you still won't stop with all the nonsense. Why does this damn hat sound like a crow with a terrible voice and talk like an old man with a mouthful of dog hair? While still thinking about going to Gryffindor, I couldn't help but get distracted and mutter a criticism inwardly. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, the chattering in my ear vanished. 3 seconds of silence, then the sudden ear-piercing roar exploded across the hall, making me, who was caught off guard and unprepared while standing at the podium, hear ringing and feel dizzy. Sound like a crow? Sound like a crow, the Sorting Hat screamed and writhed. If Professor McGonagall hadn't remembered to grab the tip of the hat in her surprise, I would have had no doubt that this hat intended to suffocate me outright. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you call me an old man with a mouthful of dog hair? You dare! Not even that dead kid Gardrick had the guts to say that to me. You rude little brat, get yourself over to Gryffindor. The hall fell completely silent. I slid down from the stool with a pale face, shaking, without even the courage to look around. I lowered my head and dashed as fast as I could to the Gryffindor table, sitting in the empty seat next to Hermione, who had her mouth slightly open in shock, then immediately buried my head in my arms and pretended to play dead. Oh my God! Just strike me with lightning already. I really didn't mean it, and I had no idea that the Sorting Hat would get so angry over someone criticizing its singing. I was just a little careless and let my thoughts wander a bit. Why is it so sensitive? I wanted to make a good impression on the teachers, and yet a stupid hat completely ruined everything by shouting so loudly, meow meow. Then, I don't know who started it, but I heard laughter and applause spreading like a ripple. One of the Weasley twins jumped next to me and pulled me out of my shameful remorse, hugging my neck and furiously ruffling my hair while laughing. Awesome. Harry, so awesome. You actually made the Sorting Hat do something other than singing and sorting during the ceremony. No one has ever succeeded in hundreds of years. To be compared to Gardrick Gryffindor, that has to be the Hat's highest compliment to a Gryffindor student. You rock. I don't even want to talk about the other twin. Basically, he was going crazy, launching little fireworks on my head from who knows where and shouting and clapping along with his other friends, who I guess are his classmates. We got Potter. Potter, rivaling Gardrick Gryffindor. We got him. It wasn't just Gryffindor. Laughs came from other student tables too, and the entire hall was noisy until Dumbledore waved his wand, creating a sound even bigger than the Weasley twins' fireworks, finally drawing everyone's attention. All right, Dumbledore said with a kind, joyful smile. His warm voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone clearly. I know the little incident just now entertained everyone, but shouldn't our stomachs be more important? I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow. Professor McGonagall suddenly coughed. I mean, why don't we continue with our sorting ceremony? I believe that surrounded by pumpkin juice and mashed potatoes, we can better enjoy the feast ahead. Professor McGonagall, please continue. After me, there were only a few students left. Although the Hat still seemed to show some lingering anger later on, it still dutifully sorted the students, and soon it was Ron's turn. Similar to Malfoy, the Hat shouted Gryffindor the moment it touched Ron's head, with obvious menace. I reflected. I made some room to let Ron sit next to me and gave him a high five with the hand he reached out to me. Then Ron was caught up in the warm welcome of his 3 brothers, including Percy. I watched their brotherly antics with some envy, then shifted my gaze toward the staff table on the podium, just in time to meet Hagrid, whose seat was closest to our table, looking in my direction. He winked at me and gave a thumbs up. I felt a bit embarrassed, brushed my bangs, and then gave him a bright, thankful smile. Chapter 13. Binns, Professor of Magical History, Ghost. Flitwick, Head of Ravenclaw House, Charms Professor. Occlumency, Mind-Closing Magic. Filch, Caretaker. Peeves, Poltergeist. Severus Snape, Head of Slytherin House, Potions Professor. Seamus Finnegan. The first week. Classes naturally started the day after the welcome feast, marking the beginning of my formal magical education at Hogwarts. So far, the teachers have been pretty much as I remembered them, though it's only been 3 days since the start of school. I've only had classes in magical history, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts so far, but that has been enough for me to get a general understanding of them. But understanding things from a two-dimensional plane really can't compare to actual hands-on experience. The ghost teacher of history of magic, Professor Binns, did indeed make people sleepy during his lectures, but it is undeniably my favorite class. I could openly read the books I borrowed from the library without worrying about getting caught, because just not falling asleep in the middle of his own lecture was already impressive for Professor Binns. Professor Flitwick, on the other hand, is a rather excitable wizard. During the first class, when he called my name, he actually let out a scream, and the large stack of books he was using to boost his height toppled behind the podium, and he needed the help of some enthusiastic students in the front row to climb out of the pile. However, his teaching is pretty good, although we can only practice a few basic wand movements at the moment. Under his guidance, I have indeed corrected many unnecessary small movements in my spellcasting when practicing on my own. Transfiguration seems to really be Hermione's specialty. In our first class, we were supposed to turn a matchstick into a needle, but by the time class was about to end, Hermione was the only one who succeeded. Actually, I succeeded too, but it was when the class bell rang and classmates had already started leaving the classroom. Ron regretfully complained to me that if I had managed it in class, it would have prevented Hermione from earning points for our house all by herself. Incidentally, his matchstick looked to me like it hadn't changed at all, but Ron insisted there was a slight hint of silver at the tip. The defense against the dark arts class has been giving me quite a headache, not because of the coarse content or the garlic smell in the classroom, but because being too close to the evil soul under Professor Kirill's turban causes the scar on my forehead to throb constantly. In fact, with my current mental strength alone, if I truly wanted, I could block the mental connection between Voldemort and myself without even using magic via occlumency, but I don't want to do that. First, Dumbledore is actually quite aware, though much of it is just conjecture, that the accident years ago caused a fragment of Voldemort's soul to merge with my body. If I never show any abnormal signs, Dumbledore would probably increase his so-called caring surveillance of me. I don't really want to use this term, but it's hard not to think this way. Secondly, this connection has so far only allowed me to receive Voldemort's emotions unilaterally, and I am perfectly happy to sense the grudging resentment he feels, knowing I am moving right in front of him yet unable to do anything to me for the moment. It feels incredibly satisfying because, until I can deal with his other Horcruxes, I can't act against him either. So, a little headache in exchange for perceiving his anger is somewhat worth it for my mental balance. Outside of class, Ron and I naturally wandered around together, asking questions and trying to figure out when the castle's moving staircases lead where, as well as the locations of some well-known secret passages. If we didn't figure it out early, we could easily get lost rushing to class, which would be really embarrassing. But I won't deny that I also have my private motives. The sooner I learn the layout, the sooner I can carry out my plan of sneaking into the library at night to study in secret. And until I get the invisibility cloak, I'll have to rely entirely on my own skills to find my way back to the dormitory while avoiding Filch and Peeves. Unfortunately, up until now, Ron and I have only just gotten familiar with a few classroom locations, restaurants, and the library, which I remembered myself. Ron really isn't interested in that place full of books. In the past few days, not only have I been receiving stares and pointing fingers while walking around, but there have even been upperclassmen waiting outside my classroom just to see me or shake my hand. With so many people watching and occasionally interrupting, it's been really hard for me to concentrate on remembering the routes. Honestly, I'm a bit impressed with myself for figuring out most of the castle's basic routes in just 3 days under these circumstances. During breakfast on Friday, I poured milk into my porridge and sipped it slowly, placing a cup of pumpkin juice beside me, not for me to drink, but for Hedwig. This little guy, even though it now lives in the owlery at school because of my schooling, still insists on bringing me the daily profit every day without letting the paper delivery owl get close. However, this morning was a bit of an exception. It actually came with a brown owl delivering the paper, which surprised me a bit. But after seeing that it was carrying a letter, I realized that it wasn't that Hedwig suddenly stopped being possessive over me. Its innate pride as a messenger made it prioritize delivering the letter to me first. That said, who would be writing me a letter? I really don't think any of the Dursley's would miss me enough to send me a letter. I took the mail, pushed the pumpkin juice over to Hedwig, gave a small piece of bread to the paper delivery brown owl to send it off, and then finally spread out the letter to read it. It turned out that Hagrid knew I had no classes this afternoon, so he invited me over for afternoon tea. Squinting and thinking for a moment, I took a quill from my backpack, flipped the letter over to reply, thanked him for the invitation, and mentioned that I would bring a friend along. Then I folded the letter back up and placed it beside Hedwig, who was still drinking the juice. "Before you go back to the owlery, run an errand for me first," I said, stroking Hedwig's wings. "Thanks a lot." Hedwig looked up from the cup, gently nibbled my fingers affectionately, and continued drinking the pumpkin juice. "Ron, are you free this afternoon?" "Yeah, we have no classes this afternoon, right?" Ron spread some jam on his toast. "What's up?" "Hagrid invited me to have afternoon tea at his place, and I thought I'd introduce you to him as well." I took a sip of my porridge. "Do you want to come along?" "Sure," Ron mumbled, chewing his toast, "but we need to eat breakfast quickly. We have potions class this morning, and I don't want to be late." "Potions? Does this mean we're finally going to officially meet that most difficult professor? We'll be with the Slytherins, right? I heard Professor Snape, who teaches potions, is the Slytherin head of house." "That's right, and apparently he's very biased in favor of his own house. We'll see for ourselves soon enough." "Professor McGonagall is biased toward us too," I said casually, which earned Ron a face that clearly said, "Are you joking?" "I'm serious. Haven't you noticed that when Professor McGonagall adds points, our scores usually get an extra 2 or 3 points?" "Really?" Ron still didn't quite believe me, but judging by the amount of homework she gives us, I can't tell. I smiled and said no more, instead picking up my bowl and finishing my milk cereal in one go. Potions class was held in a dungeon in the castle. No wonder anyone spending all year in such a dark, damp place, surrounded by heaps of dead plants and animals and the pungent smell of potions, would look so unhealthy. Listening to Professor Snape deliver his intimidating opening lecture, my mind wandered a bit, though I didn't mind the small mockery in the Slytherin's stifled laughs when he called my name during roll call. After all, I was well aware of Professor Snape's attitude toward me. The son of the woman he loved most and the rival he hated most was sitting right in front of him, yet he managed to maintain his composure and not be driven to hysterics by conflicting emotions. That kind of restraint alone was admirable. "Potter!" Professor Snape's sudden shout snapped me back to attention. What would happen if I added powdered daffodil bulbs to wormwood juice? Mixing daffodil bulb powder and absinthe juice in different proportions will produce potions with different degrees but are all sleeping ingredients, Professor. I stood up and maintained a calm and polite attitude. "That's a sleeping pill commonly known as drinking living and dead water." Professor Snape's eyes had a hint of coldness. Then, he asked slowly, "If I asked you to give me a dung stone, where would you go to find it?" "Where there are goats, Professor," I answered. "It is something that grows in their stomachs." "What about the effect?" "Powerful detoxification materials. General toxicity can be eliminated quickly after taking it. Even if it is highly toxic, it can achieve the effect of temporarily suppressing toxicity." I paused for a moment and added, "However, you will be unconscious within 24 hours after taking it, and you will have symptoms of peripheral nervous disorder ranging from 3 to 7 days after waking up. That is, you will not be able to walk and your magic will decline, and if you use other potions during this time, it will be completely ineffective." Professor Snape looked at me coldly. I think everyone can sense his anger now. "One last question, Potter." His voice was stiff. "The difference between aconite and cow flat?" "There is no difference, Professor," I replied without hesitation. "They are all the same plant, and there is another name called aconite." To be honest, I have lowered my head now and don't dare to look at his expression at this time. Maybe I should let him take revenge like in memory. But it's okay for me to pretend to be stupid in other disciplines, but I will never hide my interests and abilities in the slightest. Who said that these two disciplines are very similar to my previous Chinese medicine major in many places except for adding magical elements? At that time, I was exposed to it at home and the education I received later, which made me develop a persistent pride in my profession. It doesn't matter if I question or look down on my other abilities, but when it comes to plant medicine and medicine, whoever dares to study or criticize my profession will be anxious with whoever dares to do so. So, if you want to find fault with me in this coursework, unless you make things difficult for me with something beyond my age, I have no choice but to ask you to find another reason, Professor Snape. I thought to myself. "Sit down, Potter," he said sternly. "Just because you know the answers to those questions doesn't mean you can skip taking notes. Take out your notebooks, all of you." He glanced at the other students, scaring them into frantically searching for paper and pens. "Write down the questions I just asked and their answers. One of your final assignments is to have your notes from the whole semester, don't forget. However, even though he hadn't been able to stump me with the textbook questions earlier, when he was teaching us how to make a simple salve for boils, he still stood directly behind me, staring as I measured dry nettle and ground snake fangs. I knew he intended to criticize my technique. But in my previous life, long before I earned my traditional Chinese medicine license, I had already been helping my grandfather in our family pharmacy since I was little, doing simple tasks like preparing and grinding herbs, or tending the fire for decoctions. Traditional Chinese medicine has a long history, and since my grandfather was extremely strict and disciplined in his professional standards, even as his granddaughter, I was often scolded to tears for not handling herbs correctly before I earned his approval. Even though it's been several years since I last touched anything like this after reincarnation, the experience I accumulated back then should be more than enough to handle it now. I refuse to believe that Professor Snape can be more finicky than my grandfather, who was already extraordinarily strict at a young age. Sure enough, after standing behind me for a long time without saying a word, Snape finally turned away with a sallow face to check on the other students. He scolded nearly everyone he saw, deducting points from Gryffindor, and even Slytherins weren't spared from his reprimands, though they didn't lose points. The only exception was Malfoy, whose method of cooking horned slugs earned a few slightly positive words. However, later, when Neville accidentally added an ingredient at the wrong time and caused an accident, Snape's face darkened once again. Why didn't you warn him, Potter? Waving his wand to clean up the chaotic accident scene, and scolding Seamus while sending Neville to the hospital wing, he glared at me, the student next to Neville at the potion station. Just because you're a little clever, you chose not to warn a classmate about a mistake, hoping to use his error to show off your own intelligence, is that it? 5 points from Gryffindor for your selfishness. I lowered my head and didn't argue, while Ron, who couldn't stand it, was about to speak, but I secretly tapped his foot behind the cauldron to signal him not to interrupt. Chapter 14, Visiting Hagrid. That's just how it happened, can you believe it? Ron said angrily as he put down his teacup. 5 points. Just because Harry answered every single question correctly and couldn't be found at fault for his potion making, he docked points using some nonsensical reason. He's clearly targeting Harry on purpose. Hagrid picked up the teapot and refilled his own cup. You're overthinking it, Hagrid said after taking a sip, though he didn't look at Ron. Snape has never liked any student, but he's still a teacher and wouldn't do something like that. I'm not overthinking it. Ron still looked very angry. I obviously know Snape is biased, Fred and George told me before, but everyone saw what happened today. His attitude and actions clearly targeted Harry. I'm absolutely sure of it. You could even ask our classmates, I bet they'd say the same. And you didn't see the way he glared at Harry, it was like he was staring at an enemy. Even I could feel his hatred from the side. Ask Harry if you don't believe me. Nonsense. Snape would never hate a student for no reason. Hagrid's eyes flickered with worry as he looked at me. Harry, you don't think that way, do you? Snape is just a bit too strict. I was struggling with a hard-as-rock stone cake, my teeth a little sore from biting, when I saw the two of them both turn to look at me. I forgot for a moment and swallowed the food in my mouth. Luckily, I didn't choke, I thought gratefully. Well, honestly, I also think Professor Snape particularly dislikes me. Harry, yeah, I know what you're about to say, Hagrid. Snape is a teacher, I remember that. I interrupted Hagrid, looking at him seriously, but aside from his role as a teacher, he has his own emotions. You yourself said he wouldn't hate a student for no reason, so it makes sense that he dislikes me, right? Hagrid opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to speak. Looks like I was right. I smiled helplessly. Anyway, I probably know why he hates me. Hagrid, you don't need to worry about saying the wrong thing. Let it be. I won't force you to explain. Not just Hagrid, even Ron now had his eyes wide open, staring at me. You know why Snape hates you. Just a guess. I picked up my teacup and took a sip of the tea I'd loaded with cream. Professor Snape looks at me the way Aunt Petunia looks at me, only it's worse and more complicated. I paused and sighed. I suppose he probably has some grudge with my parents, too. Harry, I said, I'm not asking you to explain, Hagrid. I shook my head at Hagrid. I trust that if you don't tell me, there's a reason, and I don't want to force you. And honestly, some things don't change even if you know them. I learned that clearly from Aunt Petunia. Besides, even though Professor Snape seems likely to keep giving me trouble, he hasn't actually done anything too extreme to me. I think he's still a teacher who has principles, so I'll leave it at that. Ron, don't be angry anymore either. I'll be more careful in the future not to give Professor Snape any excuse. Ron still stared at me with wide eyes, saying Professor McGonagall favors us, and that Snape has principles you're thinking is the strangest I've ever seen. He shook his head. So the reason you stopped me from protesting to Snape back then was because you already guessed why, right? Yeah. Sorry, Ron, I know you were standing up for me, but I felt in that situation we really didn't need to give Professor Snape any points. I gave Ron an apologetic smile. Stuff like this will probably happen again. You don't need to step in for me, I can handle it myself. Handle it yourself? I'd say you're just swallowing your anger. He pressed his lips together. Whatever. But let me make it clear, if Snape really goes too far, don't think it's just me, Seamus and the others will jump into protest too. Then he picked up a piece of stone cake and bit into it as if venting his frustration. Knowing that Ron's righteous anger had been temporarily soothed, I didn't say anything further. Hagrid, however, noticed my awkwardness and helped steer the conversation away from a topic he himself didn't want to dwell on. All right. I'm sure these first few days of school haven't been all bad. Surely there must have been some interesting classes or other fun things, right? Why not tell me if you got lost again or discovered any secret passages? Ron, your brothers managed to find a new way out of the castle almost every year. At Hagrid's prompting, Ron and I naturally shared some of our impressions about life at Hogwarts these past few days. We also ended up spilling some of the mischief Fred and George had gotten up to in the common room. Ron even laughed, seemingly forgetting the lingering frustration he had from potions class this morning. While Ron spoke, I occasionally added a comment or two, but my mind was mostly focused on the clipped newspaper corner peeking out from under Hagrid's placemat. Actually, the reason I'd arranged to meet Ron here this afternoon was mainly for that newspaper clipping. I had originally decided to ensure that certain things that were supposed to happen would indeed happen, like dealing with Professor Quirrell and that evil fellow inside his body by the end of the term. But why, when the moment came and before I could take action, did I suddenly feel hesitant? I had clearly already made up my mind. What are you looking at? Noticing my distraction, Ron saw my gaze repeatedly drifting toward the peeking clipping. He reached over and pulled it out. News about the Gringotts robbery? Hagrid, why did you cut out this article? Nothing, Hagrid stammered slightly. I just sometimes cut out news I find interesting, that's all. Oh, a lot of people are interested in this matter, especially since they still haven't caught the culprit. Ron nodded in agreement. People are still guessing, and even the Daily Prophet is full of speculations. Isn't that right, Harry? You make sure to read the Daily Prophet every day. Have there been any new theories about this today? I haven't read today's newspaper yet. I shrugged, but I just realized that the robbery at Gringotts happened on my birthday. Remember, Hagrid, you even took me to withdraw money for school supplies that morning. Yeah, oh, Merlin, look at the time now. Hagrid suddenly jumped up, snatched the newspaper clippings from Ron's hand, and said, I need to get ready for tonight's patrol. You two should also head back to the castle before dark. Students shouldn't be wandering outside too late. Oh, right, take these cakes with you. They can be some snacks. Before either of us had a chance to say anything, Hagrid stuffed our hands with stone cakes and pulled us away from the table toward the little cabins. Ron and I exchanged glances. He was genuinely puzzled by Hagrid's sudden urging, while I was too stunned by Hagrid's so obvious, clumsy attempt to cover something up to react. Harry, Ron hesitated, don't you think Hagrid is hiding something about that newspaper clipping? I silently stared at the door of the cabin for a moment. The day Hagrid took me to withdraw money, he also went to another vault to get a package. That vault was empty except for the package he took out. I turned around toward the castle, holding the cakes, not missing Ron's expression, still trying to process my words. Let's go back to the Gryffindor Tower first. We can talk about any issues on the way. Chapter 15. The first chat with Dumbledore. Boys seem to be endlessly curious about uncovering secrets, at least that's the impression Ron gave me. Ever since I told him that Hagrid had taken me to Gringotts Vault 713 and confirmed it was empty, Ron had concluded that the package Hagrid took that day had to be the very thing the dark wizard who risked everything to rob the Goblin Bank was after. Of course, knowing all along what was happening, I didn't argue. After all, according to my memory, Ron and I were supposed to start noticing the connection between the bank robbery and Hagrid around this time. It's just that at the very moment I pulled Ron into this matter, I felt a sense of guilty concealment. So, have I really already started seeing Ron as a friend, a true friend? Lying on the grass, gazing at the scattered stars, I sighed. This is the place I discovered when I got lost the first day I came to the library, a rarely visited celestial garden. I knew it was seldom visited because the flowers and plants here told me so, and the reason few people came is that it's fairly close to the teachers' dormitories, so students usually don't pass through, and most teachers, during their leisure time, prefer staying in the common office lounge to drink tea and chat, so even counting visitors in years, this garden sees just a handful. So, unable to sleep while tossing and turning in bed, I had no choice but to slip out of the dorm to enjoy the crescent moon and space out. I was initially a little worried about finding my way, but it turned out my sense of direction was still reliable. I didn't take much effort to get here, and I didn't run into Filch or Peeves along the way. For a first-time midnight escape from the dorm, my luck could be considered decent and the mission successful. Unfortunately, I hardly have any mood to be proud of right now. Sigh, thinking about it, with a mental age approaching 40, even considering my past life, I actually feel expectations toward a genuinely 11-year-old brat. Expectations, yes. Although at first my idea was mostly to guide Ron into becoming a companion who could assist me in my future struggle against Voldemort, I didn't expect that after such a short time together, Ron's natural loyalty and care for his friends, along with his pure, cheerful personality, would already attract me, making me unconsciously accustomed to the slightly clumsy, naive friendship he offers. It seems that in these 11 years since reincarnation, though I've retained my old nature and memories, my heart has been lonely for too long. First Hagrid, now Ron. In the future, more people will surely occupy more spaces in my heart, just like Dad and Mom did. I really, truly am living in this world. I don't know how long I had been staring blankly at the starry sky, but by the time I realized it, the dark velvet blue horizon was already showing signs of whitening. I brushed the grass off myself and stood up, then took off my robe, neatly folded it, and placed it along with my glasses on the edge of a small fountain nearby. It was early September, the beginning of autumn. Although during the day it could still feel hot under the sun, at this early hour, wearing only a thin shirt, one could definitely feel a chill that made the skin crawl. I took a few deep breaths, slowly exhaling, then set off with determined steps, beginning to practice the family martial art that my grandfather had taught me. Though it's called martial arts, it mainly serves for self-defense and to regulate the body's functions. In my previous life, I wasn't particularly healthy as a child. I didn't have severe illnesses, but minor ailments kept coming up. So when I turned 3, my grandfather taught me this martial art, saying it could help strengthen my fragile body. He watched over me every day during practice. Strangely enough, after practicing for a year, I stopped getting sick. But if I slacked off for a week or so, I would inevitably catch a severe cold. After experiencing this a few times, I developed the habit of practicing every day, because I certainly didn't want to hear my grandfather scold me for being lazy every time I got better from a cold. After I reincarnated, I picked up the martial arts again at the age of 3. Previously, since I had good food and sleep, I didn't really notice the benefits of practicing martial arts. But in this life, under the harsh treatment in the Dursley household, I was able, despite long-term malnutrition and stunted growth, to develop reflexes, strength, and speed far beyond my peers, while maintaining a certain level of health. This was entirely thanks to this health-focused martial art. And in the past few days, since I had just arrived at school and there were roommates in the dorm, including Ron, it was too troublesome to explain why I practiced martial arts or why I needed to. So I had planned to find a place not far from the Gryffindor Tower, where no one would be, so I could practice early in the morning. Otherwise, my circadian rhythm, which was already used to waking up at 5 a.m. every day, would have me lying in bed, reading books for at least 3 hours before Ron woke up, which was unbearably boring. It's a pity that I only now found such a secluded place. Of course, I had thought about that utility room at school, but I can hardly remember which floor that super convenient room is on. It would probably take quite some effort to find it in a short time, so I had to make do here for now. Completing a full set of this martial arts routine takes at least half an hour, and I went through it 3 times from start to finish. When I finished and clasped my hands, although I hadn't seen the sunlight yet, the pale sky already made visibility in the garden much better than at night. After standing still and slowly exhaling a few times, I walked over to the small pool and splashed some water on my face to wash off the sweat, then sat on the edge steps, casually summoned an apple and bit into it, while feeling through my robe's pocket trying to find the handkerchief I didn't remember where I had put. "I think you might need a handkerchief." Splash! The voice that suddenly appeared from behind was gentle, but I was so unprepared that I got quite a shock and accidentally fell straight into the pool. Cough cough cough. The pool was only thigh deep on me while standing, but when I fell in I was in a panic and half-prone position, so before I could grab the edge, I ended up swallowing quite a few mouthfuls of water. "Cough cough, Sir Dumbledore." I called him tentatively, because I wasn't wearing my glasses and my eyes were almost watering from coughing. I could only vaguely make out a big bushy white beard. So far he's the only person I know with such a long white beard. At school, you can call me headmaster or professor, a gentle voice with a hint of a smile said, as a dry, wrinkled hand reached out in front of me. Get up first. Staying in water on a morning like this isn't comfortable unless you're a mermaid. Although the hand looked old, its strength and warmth were far stronger and more comforting than I had imagined. With Dumbledore's help, I easily climbed out of the pool. Then he waved his wand and all my clothes, including the robe I had held while falling into the water, dried completely, not a hint of moisture left except for my hair. Thank you, Professor. After putting on my robe and adjusting my glasses, I sat on the edge of the fountain with Dumbledore's indication. I thanked him as I took the magically produced towel he handed me and immediately draped it over my head. Not at all, Dumbledore said, his eyes crinkling into a half-moon smile behind his glasses. In fact, I think I should be the one apologizing. After all, it was me who startled you, causing you to fall into the water. Not really, it's just that I felt guilty for my own sneaky behavior, which made me overreact, I said, rubbing my hair with the towel. I originally thought this place didn't have many people, but it seems I was misinformed, or maybe I just had bad luck. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Do not worry, Mr. Potter. I believe the little mishap just now has already taught you a lesson. He looked up at the sky. It seems there's still some time before breakfast. Would you mind spending it chatting with this old man, before we head to the hall for some delicious pumpkin juice? Aren't we already talking? I draped the towel over my shoulder, summoned 2 apples, and handed one to Dumbledore. You can just call me by my name, Professor. I'm not really comfortable with people calling me Potter except for those I don't like. All right, Harry. He took the apple with a smile and bit into it. Very sweet. You have quite an interesting ability. I'd say it's practical. I began eating my apple too. I can magically summon fruit whenever I want, though only the kinds I've eaten before, but that's enough to fill me up. Yes, interesting and practical. I believe there's more to it. Maybe, I haven't fully explored it myself, I shrugged. Someone once told me that my power is a natural gift. How far I can develop it is something only I can discover. No one can give me advice. I see, Dumbledore said, a thoughtful sparkle in his smiling eyes. Then may I assume that the person who told you this is also the one who taught you that dance and how to handle potion ingredients? I nearly choked on the piece of apple I hadn't swallowed yet. That is a kind of Chinese martial art, a martial art for maintaining the body, not a dance. Oh my, I know I'm small right now, and my punches and kicks don't carry much force, but it seems a bit much to say people might mistake it for dancing. If Grandpa heard Dumbledore using that description for our family's martial art, he'd probably be so mad he'd draw his sword and chop me right away. And since when did Professor Snape become such a gossip? I thought he was a very strict person. Besides Snape, I really can't think of anyone else who would be able to see just how specialized and professional my techniques for handling herbs, learned from Grandpa, are. For outsiders, it probably only looks like some practice skill, though I'm surprised he even mentioned it to Dumbledore. Strict? Hearing such an objective comment from you, I think Severus would be very pleased. Dumbledore smiled. He has always been the most talented person in my acquaintance when it comes to potion making. Sadly, most students don't seem to appreciate his teaching very much. Well, I suppose if a whole class has to endure constant cold sarcasm and reprimands, nobody would enjoy it. At least I find it very unpleasant. I admitted, but potion making is supposed to be a subject that requires extremely precise calculation and careful preparation, right? Just like Muggle pharmacists, each combination and measurement of ingredients must be handled with great care, otherwise, not only will it fail to achieve the intended healing effect, it could even cause accidental harm. So I think Professor Snape being strict isn't really wrong, it's just that the way he expresses it is really uncomfortable. It sounds like you don't dislike him. Dumbledore looked at me thoughtfully, his gentle gaze carrying a hint of scholarly curiosity. I mean, under normal circumstances, it's really hard for an 11-year-old to have such an objective and mature perspective. That super sharp old man could hit the point in just a few words, astonishingly shrewd. I grumbled quietly to myself but still met his gaze openly. You probably get this impression because I've read a lot of books before, and they are fairly miscellaneous. But don't think that just because I seem mature when I talk, I wouldn't come up with mischievous ideas that rival Fred and George. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accidentally made the sorting hat so angry a few days ago. Thinking about the incident during the sorting ceremony, I couldn't help but awkwardly scratch my bangs. Well, I really don't dislike Professor Snape. He hasn't actually done anything to hurt me, right? So I have no reason to dislike him. But I still think he should change the way he speaks. Words can cause a lot of harm. Maybe the person who says them doesn't feel it, but for the listener, it could become a lifelong scar. Although I guess even if someone stupidly risked being cursed to give him such advice, it probably wouldn't change him, right? I think sarcastic speech is already Professor Snape's trademark, and if he truly changed, Fred and George would probably be the first ones to die of shock. Dumbledore first winked at me, then burst into laughter. Oh, dear Harry, I must say, your insight is the most perceptive and accurate comment about Severus I've ever heard from any student. Laughing for almost a minute, he finally managed to restrain himself a little, though I could still see tears of laughter at the corners of his eyes. I really want to know what expression Severus would make if he heard you say that. I twitched the corner of my mouth. I bet it would be a completely twisted expression. I glumly looked at Dumbledore. But you definitely won't tell him, right? And even if you do, please don't mention me. I don't want to worry about my food being poisoned every time I eat. Harry, Severus would not put poison in a student's lunch. Yeah, but Veritaserum isn't really poison, is it? I said dryly, as Dumbledore laughed again. It's been so long since I've had a student as interesting as you. Once Dumbledore had laughed enough, I had also finished biting through an apple. He looked at me with kind and smiling eyes and said, even your father and mother, at your age, wouldn't have been wiser or more sensible than you. You really surprise me, Harry. Whoever taught you before, I believe they must have been very wise and learned. In my heart, he has always been a respected elder. I nodded in agreement. Grandpa was indeed the person I cherished most in my previous life, although his temper was even worse than Professor Snape's. Really? Dumbledore winked at me. Hearing you say that makes me somewhat want to meet him. If I could, I would love for you to meet him. I smiled apologetically, but unfortunately, I can't see him either. Dumbledore looked at me for a while, then gently rubbed my head. I'm sorry, Harry. It's okay. I shook my head. As far as I know, he passed away peacefully in his sleep. It was calm and serene. For a Muggle of such an advanced age, that's a very happy thing. He was a Muggle. Yes, and he was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. That's also why he taught me that kind of health-preserving martial arts. He felt my body was too weak. As a disciple who had studied his medicine, even if I couldn't be as strong as people my age, I couldn't allow myself to be sickly either, or it would be a disgrace to him. Every time I was caught slacking off and not practicing martial arts, he would scold me like that. I stuck out my tongue and made a face, but I know he meant well. In fact, just as he said, even though I've always been small and seemed weak, I've never really been sick, and my running speed and reflexes have always been fast. In my old Muggle school, no classmate who wanted to pick a fight with me ever managed to catch me. It sounds like this doctor really took good care of you. Yes, so sometimes I miss him almost as much as I miss my parents. Almost lost in the memories, I shook my head. Better not talk about him. If I go on, I'll probably start remembering when he scolded me, and those aren't exactly happy memories. Seeing the clearly lingering fear on my gloomy face, Dumbledore chuckled again. The feeling of a strict elder who you can't really dislike, it's quite tricky, isn't it? He looked up at the sunlight that, due to the angle, was almost reaching our feet. I didn't expect us to have talked for so long. Breakfast in the Great Hall should be almost ready by now. I suppose you'll go back to the dormitory first to have a meal with Mr. Weasley. Yes, if I go back now, I should just make it in time for him to wake up. Hearing the farewell tone in Dumbledore's voice, I stood up and bowed slightly. Well, then, I will take my leave, Professor. It has been a great pleasure talking with you, and I hope I will have the honor again in the future. You are too polite, Harry. He winked at me. I also very much look forward to hearing your special comments on the other teachers in the future. Feeling a bit of heat rush to my neck, I awkwardly twitched the corner of my mouth. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore. Turning around, I left the little garden at the fastest pace I could, without looking back. Chapter 16, Legilimency, Memory Charm. Dean Thomas, Parvati Patil. First flying lesson. It was unexpected but not entirely surprising to encounter Dumbledore and even have a little conversation with him. The sorting hat had always stayed in the headmaster's office, and during the sorting ceremony, I accidentally caused the hat to behave so outrageously. To think that Dumbledore, who had been secretly observing me all these years, wouldn't try to understand what the sorting hat had discovered in my mind, that's impossible. So I had long been mentally prepared for him to possibly chat with me at any time. The only thing that actually surprised me was that Professor Snape would mention to Dumbledore the way I handled potion ingredients. Sigh. He obviously hates anyone with the surname Potter to death, yet he couldn't bring himself to neglect me because I am my mother's only son. That must have been very difficult for him. Speaking of which, the decision to give myself deep self-hypnosis before the start of the semester really turned out to be the right one. Dumbledore truly lives up to being a powerful wizard. His use of legilimency is so natural that it's almost imperceptible. If my mental strength weren't strong enough, I wouldn't have noticed his subtle probing when I mentioned my grandfather. Hypnosis, although a Muggle technique, is just as effective and smooth for modifying or blocking memories as a memory charm, and it doesn't leave any obvious magical traces. Dumbledore is probably still wondering when exactly I encountered a Muggle doctor of traditional medicine and received some teachings from them, but I didn't stop him from discovering fragments of my past interactions and feelings of care toward my grandfather, which are completely genuine. This should at least temporarily ease some of his doubts. Of course, it doesn't rule out that his secret attention toward me might also increase somewhat. However, these things, which don't bother me, are no longer enough to worry me. What really caught my attention was the announcement posted on the common room wall on Monday morning regarding the start time for first-year flying lessons. Riding a broomstick. Among all my first-year courses, this is the one I genuinely look forward to learning something new. I've already reviewed almost all other subjects by myself. Potions class is already miserable enough since we have to take it with Slytherin. Why do we also have to see their smug faces in flying lessons? Thursday afternoon was breezy and sunny, absolutely perfect for spending time outdoors. I walked with Ron, Neville, and the others toward the castle lawn. Ron started his 101st complaint since learning that our flying lesson would be with Slytherin. Those guys, if there's even a tiny mistake, they have to laugh out loud. Their mouths are filthy. Just consider dogs barking, I said casually, which made Dean and Seamus chuckle, but Neville still looked stiff. It's fine, right, Neville? Yeah, just fine. Neville, a little slurred, tried to pull a smile toward me, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Your body is all stiff like this, and you still say you're fine. Dean hooked his arm around Neville's shoulder. Come on, man, just relax a bit. You're not the only one who's never flown a broom before, and I'm here with you, aren't I? Yeah, anyway, even if we fall from 10 feet up, someone will be there with us. I've heard this happens a lot to first years, so we won't be alone. Ouch. Seamus hadn't finished his sentence before Ron kicked him from behind. We already have the Slytherin smartmouth to deal with, can you please not make it worse? Ron said irritably. Are you trying to comfort him or scare him into passing out? Good question. I sighed inwardly while preparing to walk with Neville. His face was literally pale as a ghost. Madam Hoot should be a good flying instructor. At least her theoretical explanations are well organized and thorough. But Neville really struggles with this subject. He gets nervous so easily that a perceptive broom finds it hard to obey his control, which led to him losing control during our first test flight. Although I secretly adjusted the grass where Neville fell to cushion his landing, his right wrist still got knocked out of place. Madam Hooch had to keep us waiting while she took the crying Neville to the hospital wing before continuing the lesson. Well, what do we have here? Malfoy said teasingly, picking up a glass ball from the ground and tossing it up and down. Isn't this that idiot Longbottom's grandma's stupid gift she sent him this morning? Watch your words, Malfoy, Parvati said with a frown. And that's Neville's property, so don't touch it without permission. Trying to stand up for him. Slytherin's Parkinson retorted. I didn't expect you'd fall for some fat, dumb, crybaby, Patil. After all, she was an 11-year-old girl with a tender face. When Parkinson said that, Parvati could only glare at her, her face flushed, unable to utter a word. Looking at the Slytherins now giggling in a group, if no one diverted their attention soon, the probability that Parvati would lose control, rush over, and start a fight with Parkinson before fainting from embarrassment and rage would probably exceed 200%. Give the memory ball back, Malfoy. My calm tone cut through the Slytherins' laughter, one by one stopping. Neville is one of our Gryffindors. What he drops should naturally be returned to him by us, no need for your involvement. Is that so? Malfoy squinted at me, a sly smile on his face. But what if I don't want to give it to you, Potter? I watched Malfoy quietly. Unconsciously, the students from the two houses had each stepped back one space, forming a circle around us as we confronted each other. I don't want to say it a third time. My tone and expression remained calm, but I saw a faint trace of fear in Malfoy's eyes, or rather, from the involuntary step back of Crabbe and Goyle behind him, it seemed I unexpectedly reminded them of the incident on the train where I had kicked them out of the compartment not long ago. Give Neville's memory ball back, Malfoy. Malfoy's eyes flickered, and the forced sly grin he had initially was replaced by a more vigorous, almost lively, smile. I don't think I need to trouble you guys with the handoff, Potter. He mounted his broom. I'll just leave it in a tree and let Longbottom find it himself. What do you think, Potter? I squinted and looked up at Malfoy flying in the sky on his broom. Although things were developing as I had anticipated, his attitude honestly made me feel uncomfortable. I really still didn't like spoiled brats, even though I clearly knew it was merely childish, boring provocation. Well, he shouted from the air, Potter, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. No, Harry. Hermione grabbed my sleeve, stopping me from mounting the school broom and kicking off the ground. Madam Hooch wants us to stay put. You'll get us all into trouble if you do that, and you've never flown before. What if something happens? Sorry, Hermione. I gently pushed her hand aside. But we have to get back Neville's remembrall. With a strong kick, the flying broom surged into the air with me on it. I felt the wind rush through my body and into my clothes. Hearing the girls gasp and the boys shout below, I realized I was climbing higher and higher. I needed to stabilize first. Just as the thought crossed my mind, I applied some pressure on the broom handle, and smoothly hovered in midair. I glanced at the students below, probably at least 50 feet away by now. Never mind, I should test the situation first. I held the broom firmly, moving up and down, flipping left and right, and tried a few maneuvers, feeling surprisingly smooth in control. Looks like I really inherited Dad's flying talent, I thought with a thrill, completely ignoring the girl screaming below. Then, using a freefall-like move, I elegantly hovered in front of Malfoy, who was dumbstruck while still floating in midair. I'll say this one last time, Malfoy. Feeling pleased about my newfound flying talent, a relaxed, slight smile appeared on my face. Give back Neville's remembrall, or face the consequences. Oh, and what can you do about it? Malfoy forced himself to stay calm, but there was still a hint of panic in his eyes. Do you think you're experienced enough to ride a broom and cast spells on me at the same time? Of course I'm not that skilled, Malfoy. I pressed the broom handle down slightly, leaning my body straight forward as I shot toward Malfoy. I had to admit he also had some flying talent. He barely dodged my rush at the last second, but his reaction and posture were impressive. Passing Malfoy, I immediately pulled the broom handle, quickly and steadily spinning around in the air, a teasing tone creeping into my smile. But I think I'm still capable of kicking someone out of the air right now. Want me to try it, Malfoy? Malfoy's face no longer hid his panic and anger. Fine. He raised the memory ball high. If you want it, go get it yourself. The memory ball was thrown with all his strength. I ignored Malfoy's subsequent actions and focused on the trajectory of the memory ball, urging my broom to rush forward. Only now did I realize that although the broom I was riding was fairly stable, its speed made it difficult to achieve the acceleration I wanted. In the end, I had no choice but to do a straight spiral dive, catching the memory ball at the last moment and pulling the broom up. I even did 2 backflips off the handle to counteract the acceleration of falling, finally landing safely on the lawn. Thankfully, years of martial arts training came in handy in this life or death moment. I secretly wiped the sweat from my brow. Otherwise, with that fall, even if I had kept the memory ball, I would have ended up injured like Neville. Harry pottered. Just as I stood up from the ground, clutching the memory ball, still reeling from the thrilling flight, Professor McGonagall's terrified and furious scream came from the other side of the lawn, scaring me so stiff that I almost collapsed. Meow. Although I knew she was probably shocked by my earlier flying stunt and likely wouldn't reprimand me, and that it might even give me a chance to join Quidditch a year early, her scream was terrifyingly intense. It really sent chills down my spine. Professor McGonagall sternly silenced the classmates' prattle and my attempts at explanation. I obediently followed her as she stormed back to the castle, secretly giving Ron a calm smile to say don't worry, though it might have been unnecessary. At least it could somehow reassure him before I reunited with him, hopefully. Chapter 17. Oliver Wood, A Dual Agreement. Chaser. At the dinner table, Ron stared at me in shock, the spoon in his hand halfway through scooping up mashed potatoes, teetering dangerously. But first years have never been on the team. Yeah. I smiled and took a bite of the cut steak, then glanced at Ron's plate and used my fork to steal 2 pieces of chicken from his silver plate. but Professor McGonagall said, either I join the Quidditch team and practice seriously, or wait to be expelled. I have no other choice. Don't make it sound like someone is forcing you. You'll incite public anger. Ron tried to scold me with a stern face, but the widening corners of his mouth betrayed his mood. But this is really amazing. Harry, you must be the youngest player at Hogwarts in decades. In a century. I corrected him, taking a boiled egg from his plate again. Wood told me that. Cool Tilda. Ron couldn't help letting out a sigh of envy, finally tapping the spoon of mashed potatoes he had been hovering over back onto his plate, then looked down. By the way, why do you keep taking food from my plate? You have a whole bunch of food right in front of you. It's a mood thing. I smiled and took a chicken drumstick from Ron's plate. I just realized, stealing food from someone else's plate gives me a sense of accomplishment. My answer left Ron momentarily stunned, but before he could react, the Weasley twins walked over and sat down on either side of me and Ron. Well done, Harry. Fred whispered to me from beside me. Wood already told us. Fred and I are players too, as chasers. George grinned at me and spoke in a low voice, taking the last piece of chicken from his brother's silver plate and gulping it down. You must be amazing. When Wood told us about you, he almost danced with excitement. George. Seeing his own brother take food from his plate so smoothly and even leaning half his weight on him, Ron couldn't help but protest. I'm not your cushion. And that was my last piece of chicken. Don't be silly, Ron, you've still got a big plate in front of you. George casually patted his brother's head, showing no intention of changing his stance. Not going to stop them. Watching my brothers already starting to make a scene beside me, I asked Fred innocently as he took a sip of my pumpkin juice. After all, Ron is already a friend, and although this situation couldn't save him, it wouldn't hurt to at least speak up a bit. Of course, I was also curious why Fred didn't get involved this time. Why stop them? Brotherly love, isn't it a beautiful sight? Fred winked at me mischievously, but the next moment, though his expression remained the same, his tone turned serious. By the way, Quidditch is a very physically demanding sport. Can your body handle it? I'm not as weak as I look. Fred's concerned question caught me slightly off guard but also touched me a bit. I glanced at George, who was grinning wickedly while locking Ron in a headlock. And I'm really interested in Quidditch. I want to see what I'm capable of. Then good luck. That's it for now. We have some things to handle, so let's head back to the common room. Fred patted my head and stood up. Let's go, George, Professor McGonagall is staring us down. Okay, little Rony, behave yourself. Before leaving, George ruffled Ron's hair into a bird's nest that was even worse than my naturally messy hair. Remember not to blab about Harry being the Seeker. Wood wants to keep it a secret until the match. Screw you. Once again utterly defeated by his brothers, Ron, ignoring Professor McGonagall's angry glare from her desk, angrily swung his fist at the twins' laughing retreating figures. You guys are the real gossip broadcasting station. I couldn't help but cover my mouth and laugh. Gosh, I rubbed my stomach while still chuckling lightly. You really have a good relationship with your brothers. Yeah, so good I want to kill them. Ron gave me an exasperated glare while I was already laughing on the table, and he forcefully ruffled his hair, standing by and gloating. I'm beginning to see a whole new side of you. Not my fault. I grinned at him. Your brothers clearly said they wanted to get closer to you. How could I possibly interfere? Getting closer my foot, they are clearly treating me like a toy. Ron's grimace of frustration and helplessness made me laugh even more heartlessly, but before he could lash out at me, Malfoy's lazy voice drifted over from behind us. Are you really that happy about enjoying your last meal at school, Potter? Sorry to disappoint you, Malfoy. I turned to him and his two bodyguard classmates behind him with a casual smile. It seems Professor McGonagall thinks I'm still qualified to have many more meals here. Then go ahead and be arrogant. Malfoy quickly glanced at the teacher's table, then turned his gaze back to me, lowering his voice viciously. Actually, you're just a fool using your fame to deceive teachers. Other than that, there's nothing remarkable about you. Even so, that's still better than someone who only relies on family influence. Ron said sarcastically. At least Harry earned his fame himself. There's nothing wrong with relying on family influence. Some people don't even have that. Malfoy mocked, with Crabbe and Goyle giggling behind him. Just a famous family name, yet parents are poor and degenerate, hobnobbing with muggles. You can only rely on Potter's reputation to satisfy yourself, right, Weasley? Here's some advice, Malfoy. Life is full of surprises. Be polite in your words and actions. It might help leave a way out for your future without even realizing it. I held Ron back from standing. There were still several eyes on the teacher's table. This wasn't exactly the place to start a fight openly. We're still eating. If you have nothing to say besides that trash talk, then please leave. Otherwise, suggest another time and place to meet, and Ron and I will accompany you to the end. Is this a challenge? A wizard duel? Malfoy raised an eyebrow at me. Exactly, a wizard duel. Ron blurted out. You're not scared, are you, Malfoy? About as likely as your family suddenly becoming rich overnight. Malfoy sneered. Crabbe will be my second, and I guess you're only qualified to be Potter's second, Weasley. At least my chances of being chosen aren't as high as Crabbe's. Are you sure you don't need another Goyle as a second in command, just in case what happened on the train happens again? Malfoy's face flushed from pale to red. Let's see who can have the last laugh. Malfoy tossed the words over his shoulder to his companions before leaving. Midnight tonight, second floor trophy room, we'll see about that. Watching Malfoy's figure disappear from the hall, I couldn't help but sigh. You really do enjoy picking my battles for me, Ron. I muttered while eating my salad. Wizard dueling? Isn't that just bullying? We've only been back at school for a short while, and we barely know any spells. They won't bully you. Precisely because everyone barely knows any spells right now, that's why you need to use your charms to really put them in their place. Ron snorted, then looked at me with a half smile, half smirk. Don't think I won't notice that you secretly practice spells at night just because you close your bed curtains. And don't try to brush me off with excuses like a sudden outburst of anger. I saw for myself last Wednesday night how you turned Scabbers, who sneaked onto your bed, into a... I practically lunged to cover Ron's mouth. Although I tried hard to ignore that rat in the dormitory that I could never stand, that didn't mean I would let down my guard, or allow it to touch my things, let alone my bed. If I hadn't remembered that serious charges could only be cleared if that damn rat stayed alive, I would have stuffed a poisonous plant into its mouth long ago. Turning it into a slipper and summoning vines to sweep it to the far corner of the dorm was already my most merciful approach. I had secretly set up several curses I had just learned around my bed specifically to guard against it. If it so much as put a toe on my bed again, I would consider it my experimental subject for practicing plant control. Speaking of which, when I saw that rat on my bed back then, it must have been furious, otherwise, it wouldn't have only vented its anger and forgotten to watch whether its current owner was awake. Miscalculation. Don't tell anyone. I bit down and hissed in Ron's ear while covering his mouth. No matter what you saw, don't tell anyone. In exchange, I'll teach you how to improve your magical power control when casting spells, a special method I discovered myself. Deal? Actually, the last question I asked was completely unnecessary. You could tell from the sparkle in Ron's eyes after I mentioned that condition. The reason why most underage wizards are not as capable as adult wizards, aside from differences in experience and magical strength due to age, is also largely because their control is not mature enough. Though this gradually improves as a wizard grows older and uses more magic. The better a wizard is at controlling magic, the more they excel in using the same spell and the faster they become proficient in learning new spells. This is why some young wizards of the same age learn magic faster than others. They are naturally more sensitive to controlling magic. For example, Hermione and I are like that. Never mind whether the method you discovered works or not. I can't believe you only told me under these circumstances. That's just not fair, Ron complained the first thing after I let go of him. I really don't get it. You're clearly much stronger than most of our classmates, so why do you always pretend to be normal and hide it from everyone? Isn't the reason obvious? Just look at this situation. Malfoy and his two friends are already pestering me non-stop. If I get more famous and upperclassmen start coming to me, I wouldn't be surprised at all, I said, swallowing the last bite of my dinner and wiping my mouth with a napkin. I just want a little peace. My life already has too many things that worry me. If that's how you feel, then why did you deliberately provoke Malfoy earlier? Ron and I looked up as Hermione sat across from us. What's going on? Ron frowned, putting down his utensils. What's happening now? Don't we even have the right to quietly have a meal here? Hermione ignored Ron's pointed question and stared straight at me. I didn't provoke him. He wanted to pick a fight with me, I replied calmly. I won't go out of my way to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'll back down when trouble comes looking for me. It seems the same to me. Malfoy's behavior strikes me as very childish, and you can completely ignore it. Hermione frowned. But from what I accidentally overheard just now, you actually agreed to duel him in the middle of the night. You obviously eavesdropped on purpose, Ron said coldly. That's a very irrational decision. Students should be in the common room after 9:30. Wandering around the castle is against the rules. If you get caught, that's the natural consequence. Never mind that you'll be punished, it could even cause our house to lose points. What you did is really selfish. That's none of your business, Ron said sharply, picking up his cup and drinking all the pumpkin juice in one gulp before standing up. Come on, Harry, let's go back to the dorm and talk. I waved apologetically at Hermione and got up to follow Ron. Chapter 18. Bloody Baron, Slytherin's resident ghost. Fat Lady, Gryffindor portrait. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, sneaking out of the dormitory. What? Ron's exclamation was muffled by me. I gestured for him to stay quiet and gently pulled back the canopy of my four-poster bed to peek out. Dean and Seamus were still asleep, judging from the snoring. They hadn't woken up. I sighed in relief and went back into bed. Why didn't you go? Ron whispered urgently. I just suggested so many things to you and we finally have this chance. Because after thinking it over carefully, I believe Malfoy won't actually go to the trophy room, I explained softly to Ron. He's not that stupid. He knows he can't beat me right now. What I did to the three of them on the train that day is still remembered by him, so he wouldn't go. At least, I don't think he would go himself. What do you mean? Filch, or worse, Professor Snape, I analyzed. One of Slytherin's traits is that they'll stop at nothing to achieve their goals, which is also a common flaw among most of their students. Malfoy's goal is to cause trouble for us. If he could win a duel or a fight, he wouldn't miss it for anything. But in the opposite situation, he would never show up if he knew he'd likely end up being the punching bag. So he would definitely go tattling, inform the adults, and get us caught, so he could watch from the sidelines as we got punished. Even if we gave him up after that, it wouldn't matter, because he never actually left the dormitory. Ron pinched his face. It was obvious he agreed with my analysis and viewpoint, but the temptation to teach Malfoy a lesson was really strong. It was hard for him to resist. But maybe he really will. If he had even a shred of the courage to face challenges openly, the Sorting Hat wouldn't have put him in Slytherin in the first place. I directly crushed Ron's last excuse for resistance and then glanced at the clock by my bed. It's 11:30. I'm planning to go out for a bit. You go ahead and get some sleep. Ron, who had been a bit dispirited due to disappointment, instantly perked up again. Where are you going? Could it be? I'm going to meet Neville. I heard Madame Pomfrey is excellent at taking care of the students. He should have returned from the hospital wing by now, but he hasn't been seen yet, I said, shaking my head helplessly. He probably got lost or forgot the password again. Oh. Ron's voice had a hint of disappointment. All right then, I'll come with you. I didn't oppose Ron following along. In fact, I figured that even if I did, it probably wouldn't make a difference. Although we've known each other for less than half a month, based on my understanding and help from past memories, I already felt very familiar with Ron and could get along with him well. After a few days of getting to know each other, it felt less like Ron saw me as a classmate and more like he treated me as a younger brother he needed to take care of. I know I'm a bit small and thin, and my habits are sometimes careless and a little absent-minded, but his attitude really left me feeling both amused and helpless, unsure how to change it. Strangely, it seems the Weasley twins have the same mindset about me. One time, I was in the common room doing homework and temporarily left to go back to the dorm for a reference book. Just as I was descending the spiral staircase and about to step into the common room, I accidentally overheard the twins cornering Ron and giving him a personal lesson titled 108 Rules for Taking Care of a Young Little Brother. To be honest, from what I secretly heard, I actually felt it would be better named 108 Ideas for Teasing a Young Little Brother, and judging by Ron's conflicted expression after listening, which was even more tangled than mine, I have no doubt that several of these rules have probably already been practiced on Ron. But no matter what, their enthusiasm and thoughtfulness still warmed me. That's also why I'm growing increasingly fond of spending time with Ron. People who have been lonely too long really can't refuse such warmth. I can't believe it. You actually really want to go, Harry. Quietly leaving the dormitory and going into the common room, we had just passed the armchairs and were heading toward the exit when a small figure popped out from the chair in the fireplace shadows and blocked our way. Hermione, pulling her pink bathrobe, glared at us. You're breaking the school rules. You'll get caught. You should go back to bed, Miss Housekeeper. Ron snapped, cutting her off. Whatever we're doing is none of your business. Gryffindor will lose points, and that concerns me, she shot back sharply. Professor McGonagall told us on the first day of school that the house is our home at school, and any action or behavior of ours affects our house's honor. You can't. Hermione. I held her hand that grabbed my clothes to stop me from walking to the exit, and gently pulled away, Listen, we're not going to the trophy room. I was just going to find Neville, who should have returned from the hospital wing 2 hours ago, and I think he must have lost again or forgotten the spell. So you can either go back to your room and sleep now, or just wait here for us to bring Neville back, and don't stop us. What do you explain to her about? Ron asked me unhappily as we climbed out of the cave over Hermione. That little housekeeper, just let her keep misunderstanding. Why are you following me? Of course I will pull you back. She glared at Ron. Even if you really don't want to go on that stupid duel date but want to find Neville, you can directly ask Prefect to find the teacher for help. You don't have to come out by yourself at all. Yes, and then Neville was scolded for not remembering the way back to the dormitory for almost 2 weeks, right? Ron snorted. Not everyone is as smart as you, Miss Housekeeper. Don't call me housekeeper. Hermione shouted angrily. Whatever you want, whatever you want. If you are caught and sent home on the train, you will regret not listening to me. That will be your problem. Yes, yes. Ron waved his hand at her indifferently. Thank you, Merlin, you finally got to the point. Hermione turned around angrily, but the hole that had closed automatically and the blank picture frame made her dumbfounded for 3 seconds. Why is that? She screamed. What should I do now? That's your problem. Ron coldly dropped a sentence and ignored her, turned to look at me leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Harry. Huh? I opened my eyes and looked back at Ron with a questioning look. Oh, I'm sensing Neville's location. Induction? Right. You've already seen that I can make vines appear out of thin air and control them, haven't you? I took a step and started walking toward the left corner of the corridor. That's my innate ability. I was born with a special instinct that lets me connect with plants, hear what they are saying, and summon or control part of them to do what I want. I explained briefly. Just now, I was communicating with the potted plants hanging along this corridor, asking if they had seen Neville. Plants can talk? My honesty seemed to shock Ron. I know some magical plants can have a bit of consciousness, but ordinary plants too? Hey, what are you following us for? You don't expect me to stay there alone waiting for Filch to pass by, do you? Hermione, who had caught up with us, glared fiercely at Ron. I'm sticking close to you. If we get caught, I'll say I followed you to stop you from leaving the dorm. You can vouch for me. Ron looked almost ready to explode in anger, but before he could, the glowing bell-shaped flowers that suddenly appeared in my hand startled both of them. These are glow bell flowers. Hermione exclaimed. How did you? Quiet, or you'll get us caught by a patrolling teacher or some ghost. I whispered sharply, pointing to a dim hidden passage behind a curtain. We need to go this way. The plants told me that Neville seemed to run downstairs to avoid the bloody Baron and Peeves, and now he's probably hiding in a classroom on the 4th floor. Glowbell flowers only appear on the remote cliffs of the deep snow valley. They are rare frost-repelling herbs, also with detoxifying properties, so they are very precious. How did you? They are just our temporary lights for now. I handed one to both Hermione and Ron, keeping one for myself. Actually, I already knew the Lumos spell, but that's supposed to be taught in our courses not until near the end of term, and I didn't want them to think I was too strong. Especially Hermione, with her strong pride, isn't as familiar with me as Ron is yet. Let's go. I'll explain later if there are any questions. Finding Neville is more important right now. We were a bit nervous sneaking to the 4th floor through the secret passage, but luckily we didn't run into anyone. We found Neville curled up and asleep under the teacher's desk in a small classroom next to the half-human, half-goat statue on the 4th floor and woke him up. He was so grateful he almost cried himself onto us. I forgot the password, he hiccuped and cried. The fat lady wouldn't let me in. I kept begging her. Then Peeves appeared and threw a vase at me, and the bloody Baron happened to pass by and scared him off. Then the Baron left and he came back again. We understand, stop crying. Another handkerchief was sacrificed into Neville's hands, including the ones on the train. This was already the 6th since the start of term. At this rate, I might have to ask Hedwig to mail me some new ones. I comforted him by patting his shoulder. Let's go, we should head back to the dormitory. I think the fat lady should be done visiting other portraits and coming back soon. Ah. Hermione, who was closest to the classroom door, suddenly gasped and covered her mouth. We immediately turned around and just saw a cattail disappear at the door. It's Mrs. Norris. A shiver ran through me. I stuffed the firecrab grass in my hands into Neville's. She must be going to find Filch. Let's go. The 4 of us dashed out of the classroom in a panic to retrace our steps, but we heard footsteps at the entrance of the secret passage. I decisively opened a nearby classroom door and pushed the other 3 inside. Hide the grass under your robe so it doesn't show, and don't make a sound. I quickly said, and closed the door before they could react. I'll go lure him away. Chapter 19. The First Transformation. Hiding in a closet stuffed with cleaning supplies somewhere, I covered my mouth with my hands, trying my best to suppress the sound of my heavy breathing. That old curmudgeon Filch. He looked so old, yet his speed was faster than a monkey's. On top of that, he knew the castle's secret passages even better than I did and had Mrs. Norris's help to track me down. No matter how I ran, I couldn't shake him off. I have no idea how long this chase went on, but in the end, I was forced into a dead-end corridor and hid in the farthest corner of a closet. He must be here, darling, he must be here. Filch's heavy breathing and footsteps gradually drew closer, accompanied by mutterings tinged with a hint of madness. Yes, we're going to catch this annoying, cunning little brat this time. He won't get away. There's nowhere for him to hide here. Let's see. I paled and shrank back, my mind racing through possible ways to get out of this situation, only to reject each one. I couldn't risk using magic to knock him out. Mrs. Norris was there, and if I failed to stun them both in one go, it would blow my cover and reveal my powerful magic. Distracting them? There were no plants nearby to help, and even if I could conjure something, I'd be seen. I'd lose more points. Then what other options? What magic? Filch. Through the door, I heard a sudden deep voice, yet I felt not the slightest hope of being rescued, almost moaning. Instead it was Professor Snape. What are you making such a racket for outside my office? Snape's voice was irritated at being disturbed. Is it that same Peeves problem again? Didn't I tell you that if Peeves is a problem, go find the bloody Baron? Sir. Filch's voice carried a hint of panic. Professor Snape, I sincerely apologize, it wasn't on purpose. This time it's not Peeves, it's a student. I'm chasing a little brat who snuck out of bed, sir. A student? Snape's voice now carried a dangerous undertone, but softened. You say a student ran into the cellar. A spark suddenly lit up in my mind. A spell I had studied theoretically but never tried appeared in my thoughts. Highly risky, but trying it now couldn't make things worse. I closed my eyes, focused, and began whispering the incantation. Yes, sir, in the cupboard, I'm sure. 2 footsteps approached and stopped outside the door, and I had just reached the last syllable of my spell. Well then, the cupboard door slid open gently. Let's see who it is. I held my breath, trembling as I opened my eyes. The air was piercingly quiet. Filch. Snape's voice broke the silence with irritation. I see no one. Old Filch's naturally bulging goldfish eyes looked even rounder. How is this possible? I clearly drove him to this corridor with Mrs. Norris, he growled in disbelief. I saw him rushing over. A short little brat. He must be here. Filch began frantically rummaging through the closet, turning it upside down, while I carefully and quietly shrank further into the corner. He must be here. He can't have disappeared. He's definitely here unless he's in another room. Besides this closet, this corridor only has my medicine cabinet and my office, Professor Snape said coldly. Filch's agitated movements came to a halt. Yes, he panted in disappointment. Yes, sir, of course, I just momentarily forgot. I didn't mean anything else. Then I suggest you take your cat and look for that student who got out of bed somewhere else. The closet door slid back into place. I heard Professor Snape coldly ordering him away. The headmaster wants me to prepare something important for him, and I need absolute quiet to brew the potion he requested. Understood? Yes, sir. I heard Filch's annoyed apology fade away with the sound of his footsteps. I am very sorry, Professor Snape. I didn't relax until there was no sound from outside the door. That was a close call. I was sweating nervously and thinking, thank goodness I made it. Beast transformation. This spell is not easy at all. If it weren't for watching Professor McGonagall demonstrate it once in last transfiguration class, and all the research I did in the library over the past couple of days, no matter how strong my magic or how good my control, I wouldn't dare to try it recklessly. If transformation failed, becoming malformed would be very difficult to cure. I could hardly imagine how to explain the changes to Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall, especially with the added problem of being caught wandering the castle in the middle of the night. I shook my head to dispel the increasingly terrifying afterthoughts. Anyway, I had survived this crisis, right? All that's left is to sneak back to the dormitory carefully, though I wonder if Ron and the others made it back safely. I pressed my ear to the ground and listened for a while, making sure that there was no one outside, then summoned Divine to quietly open a gap in the closet door, squeezing my shrunken body out of the crack. It feels weird. The four-palm stepped lightly on a few steps, although the balance seemed to be good enough to run, but this one was much lower than the original field of view and tail. I couldn't help but glance at the extra fluffy black tail behind me, a little helpless. This is normal. I secretly told myself that I am now in beast form. Anyway, I will return to normal when I turn back into a human body, and I just need to secretly practice the habit a few more times in the future. I took light steps and quietly sneaked along the shadow of the candlelight in the corridor. I originally wanted to hurry back to the Gryffindor Tower, but as I passed a door with light leaking through the cracks in the bottom door and a faint smell of strange medicine, I couldn't help but stop. Looking back at the closet where I had just hidden, I quietly left a firefly planted by the door and dived back into the shadow of the aisle. Chapter 20, Bedtime Chat. What? You guys ran to the corridor on the 3rd floor. After confirming that there were no other ghosts or portraits nearby in the shadowed corner closest to the fat lady, I dismissed the beast and returned to the common room, and as soon as I climbed into the hole, I saw Ron and Neville slumped in an armchair sofa. Not only were their faces as white as paper, but it wasn't until I sat down next to them that I realized I had come back safe and sound. Then I couldn't help but exclaim when I heard Ron explain what they had encountered before they came back. Neville next to him started shivering all over when Ron was repeating, and when he heard my cry, he jumped in his position fiercely, shaking even harder. Ron hissed at me with his index finger on his mouth, looking nervously at the stairs of the dormitory. You also keep your voice down. Do you want to wake up the entire dormitory to let them know where we are tonight? But how did you end up there? I asked worriedly, my eyes rolling around them. That's a forbidden area. You're not hurt, are you? No, but I almost got eaten. Ron looked down the staircase again, retracted his gaze, and spread back into the sofa chair. I can't believe that the school would allow that kind of monster to be placed in the castle. Do you know what that is? A super big dog, almost the size of half of our lounge, and 3 heads. Hermione and I almost got eaten one by one, if we hadn't run fast. Neville let out a whimper, and I held his cold, trembling hand. But why did you run to the 3rd floor? That secret path clearly leads to the Gryffindor Tower. Peeves. Ron spat out a name sullenly, and that was enough to explain everything. That naughty ghost. I couldn't help but curse and rub the corner of my forehead. By the way, where is Hermione? Is she okay too? She's very good. A gloomy look crept up Ron's pale face. Actually, I think she's too good to be true. She went back to her room to sleep after losing her temper with us, as if we were forcing her to go to the forbidden area. I looked at the wall clock above the fireplace. Anyway, I think we should sleep too. Wait for me. I got up and walked to the backpack I had left in the lounge and forgot to bring it back to the dormitory, took out a small crystal bottle from it and opened it, and took 2 glasses of water from the teapot next to it, each of which dropped a drop of colorless solution from the crystal bottle. Then I came to Ron and Neville with 2 glasses of toppings. Drink it, the drink of living and dead water that I prepared myself. A drop can make you dream of tomorrow, I mean this morning. I handed them the cup. You are too frightened tonight, you will sleep restlessly, and you will lose energy tomorrow. I don't know if Hermione is asleep. Who cares? Ron curled his lips and took the cup. By the way, you haven't said you will be late tonight. My condition is not as exciting as your one. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm also very tired now. I interrupted him and looked at Neville, who had already finished drinking the water. Are you okay? Neville, do you need us to help you up? He shook his head and got up weakly from the sofa. Thank you, good night. After being dropped into the lounge, hollowly and faintly, I heard him speak only 2 words. His footsteps were unsteady and stumbling as he climbed the stairs to the dormitory. Ron glanced at his back and sighed for some reason, then drank the water I gave him. Just now, when Hermione was losing her temper at us downstairs, she said something. Harry, Ron suddenly murmurously spoke to me as we climbed into bed. She said that dog is standing on a door, probably guarding something. I mumbled in response. But no matter what it's guarding, what I want more right now is sleep. Good night, Ron. Good night. Listening to the snores that had already begun, I breathed out and reached to let down the canopy of my bedpost. Chapter 21. Lavender Brown. A miserable potions class. Ron was much faster at connecting what the 3-headed dog was guarding with the package Hagrid had withdrawn from Gringotts Vault 713 than I had expected, which made me suspect that he might care a little too much about Hermione, meaning he's especially easy to provoke by her, though just thinking it didn't mean I said anything. Some things are better left to take their course, especially such subtle shifts in the dynamics between children. Observing them from an outsider's perspective could be quite amusing. I thought to myself with quiet anticipation. At the breakfast table the next morning, compared to Ron, who had slept soundly through the night, Neville, though having also taken my potion and thus looking fairly well, still had his lips go pale and begin to tremble whenever he heard words like dog or third floor, which reminded him of the terrifying experience from the previous night. So while Ron was excitedly and quietly speculating about what the three-headed dog might be guarding, Neville clearly just wanted to stay as far away as possible from that terrifying dog that had almost made him a snack, and the fact that he soon moved to sit with Dean and the others for breakfast, right after sitting near me, clearly showed that last night had indeed been a nightmare he wanted to avoid. Besides worrying about accidentally entering the forbidden area and encountering the three-headed dog, Ron was also concerned about how I managed last night after distracting Filch on my own. I briefly told him what happened to me, but I left out the part where I accidentally ran into the cellar and had to transform to avoid trouble. Any fool would know it's terrifying enough that a first year could transform like that. Revealing it would be like exposing my magic at the level of an adult wizard, so I just said I hid in a secluded cupboard and got through safely. Naturally, that level of tension didn't compare to the thrilling escape Ron experienced last night, so after hearing it once, he didn't press for more details. His attention shifted back to guessing what the three-headed dog was guarding until nearly 10 owls, guided by Hedwig, dropped a massive package onto the desk in front of me, almost toppling his breakfast. "Wow, that's huge," Ron said, looking a bit stunned at the package. "Who sent it? What's inside?" Knowing what it was, I just opened the attached note on the package first, glanced at it, and then handed it to Ron. "See for yourself." While Ron read the note, I glanced toward the teacher's table and just happened to catch Professor McGonagall looking at me. I gave her a grateful smile and a slight nod in acknowledgement, but before I could look away, I inadvertently noticed Professor Snape beside her with a dark, grudging, and scrutinizing look. My heart jumped, and I quickly turned back to act busy pouring juice and breaking bread for Hedwig, not looking at the teacher's table again. I admit I was startled, but it's not my fault that Professor Snape's murderous glare just shot up, right? I hadn't done anything, hopefully, I hadn't. I kept my guesses to myself without showing them because Ron was even more excited than I was about Professor McGonagall giving me a flying broomstick. He even skipped breakfast, grabbed the package, and pulled me toward the dormitory, wanting to take a look at the latest model before rushing to class. Unfortunately, as soon as we left the hall, we ran into the trouble-seeking Malfoy trio. Although Professor Flitwick, who happened to pass by, helped us out, that delay left us only enough time to put the broom in the dormitory. After all, we had potions class today. I didn't even dare to imagine the consequences of being late, especially after just catching Professor Snape's gaze. As it turned out, the unease I felt at the breakfast table was indeed justified. Professor Snape not only increased the intensity of his hostile attitude toward me, but the questions he asked me in class were also clearly more advanced, touching on topics from our third and fourth year courses. I only knew this because Hermione bravely raised her hand to ask Snape if we should take notes on the questions he asked me that were beyond the first year curriculum, at the cost of 5 points from Gryffindor. Furthermore, during the remaining potion-making practical time, Snape practically stood behind me the whole time, guiding the Slytherins with their mistakes while deducting points from Gryffindor, making it obvious that he was using my potion-making techniques and proficiency to make it harder for other Gryffindor students. That greasy old bat of an idiot. By the time potions class ended, it was already noon. Ron stormed out of the dungeon with a scowl on his face. I didn't say anything, just followed after him, or rather, I didn't dare or know how to speak up. Even the people walking ahead of him automatically stepped aside after seeing his expression, allowing him to walk unimpeded to the hall. As soon as he reached the Gryffindor table, he threw his backpack onto an empty spot, completely ignoring all the eyes in the hall drawn to his rough action. He angrily muttered a curse and sat down with frustration. That loner, sneaky old man, only knows how to vent his anger on others. With every insult, he didn't even look up as he used the fork to fling some kind of food onto the plate, and soon Ron's silver plate turned into a messy, grotesque mixture. Not long after he continued to angrily pile more mess, a hand reached out from behind Ron, stopping his already half-crazed childish act. "I say, dear little Rony, are you planning to choke yourself with this plate of food?" George sat down in the empty space next to Ron. "Basically, I don't think this method is very practical unless you add some other seasonings to it. If needed, we're happy to provide some small recipes we've developed ourselves." George eased onto the seat next to me. "By the way, who made our lovely little brother this angry?" I glanced at Ron, who had already turned his anger into appetite and was trying to eat. "We just had Professor Snape's class." Didn't you all already know Snape is unreasonable?" Fred raised his eyebrows at me and Ron. Did he take too many points from Ron in one go? Or did he come up with some inexplicable excuse to make Ron do chores? Neither. Dean, Seamus, and Neville sat across from Ron, who was buried in his food. Seamus added ham and fried eggs to his plate as he said helplessly, "Actually, in today's potions class, the only two people in Gryffindor who lost points were Hermione and Harry." "You're joking." The twins spoke in unison, while Ron, momentarily losing control, dragged his knife across the plate as he cut the steak, producing a harsh, angry screech. "It's true," Neville said timidly, "because I accidentally chopped the bamfruit too finely, Harry lost 1 point. Yeah, and my porcupine quill broke, Harry lost 3 points. Dean raised his fingers, counting each one. Seamus's snake scales fell on the table, Harry lost 1 point. Ron's spider legs weren't crushed enough, Harry lost 2 points. Lavender's wormwood potion was too pale, Harry lost 3 points. Parvati stirred clockwise 4 times instead of 3, Harry lost 5 points. Wait, Fred interrupted Dean's counting. "Are you telling us that Snape guy is deducting points for the questions you guys got wrong and putting them all on Harry?" George asked. Everyone nodded in unison. Harry answered every single question Snape asked in class perfectly, even the potion questions we were supposed to learn in 3rd or 4th year. He got them all right, Seamus sighed and said, and while we were brewing today's potion assignment, Snape practically pulled up a chair to watch Harry from behind, but he still couldn't find a single mistake in what Harry did. Meanwhile, the rest of us were standing behind Gryffindor, nervous to death, making frequent mistakes, and Snape said Harry only cares about his own potion status and wouldn't help or remind his classmates, so he keeps taking points off him. Nonsense. What do you mean Harry doesn't care? Ron finally looked up from his plate, speaking angrily while spitting out a mouthful of food, causing everyone to hurriedly protect their lunch. Whenever Harry tries to speak, that old bat uses the excuse that he's not paying attention to deduct points. How is he supposed to give any reminders? Ron, don't tell me to be patient anymore. I had just opened my mouth, and Ron's anger turned toward me. It's not his class anymore, so don't tell me to be patient. I really don't understand why you just swallow everything silently. Just because you answer every question, he not only refuses to give you points, he even takes points off you for totally unrelated stupid reasons. Snape is totally ruining you. You should protest on the spot and make Gryffindor lose even more points. I asked lightly, sighing softly. Ron, you know there's a reason Professor Snape hates me. No, I don't know. Ron said stubbornly, all I know is, no matter the reason, he shouldn't treat you like this. You should appeal to Professor McGonagall, report this to the headmaster. Ron's right, Harry. George agreed. Snape is a teacher, and even if he hates a student, he has no right to treat you like that. You should report it to Professor McGonagall. And Dumbledore. Fred reminded me, I don't think Snape has ever taken Professor McGonagall seriously. In my opinion, Dumbledore is the only one at school who can control him. Dean and Seamus also chimed in agreement. All right. I hadn't even started giving my opinion, and I was almost drowned in everyone's concerned chatter, so I had no choice but to concede. I'll go talk to Professor McGonagall. Now, they said in unison. Can you at least let me finish my lunch first? When did these guys become so in sync? I couldn't even use the delaying tactic. I've been on edge in the dungeon all morning, I'm starving. We'll save you some food. Neville volunteered, wrapping a few pastries in a napkin, and Dean did the same. Come on, little Harry. George hooked his arm through mine on one side, and Fred took the other, dragging me up from my seat. Strike while the iron is hot. Exactly, with us lucky ones escorting you, you'll be fine. Just tell Professor McGonagall the truth, everyone will back you up. So just go ahead and don't worry. The twins chimed in together again. Oh man, that last line is really hard not to interpret the wrong way. I glanced back. Seamus and Dean made a cheering fist gesture for me, and even Lavender and Parvati, who were sitting not far away, mouthed go for it. I also looked at Ron, who was clearly planning to come with me. With a helpless look skyward, I gave up the struggle that would only be futile and silently let the 3 Weasleys drag me out of the Great Hall. Chapter 22, Another Club. I looked back at Ron, waiting silently at the corner and motioning me along, as well as the twins, sighed, and resignedly raised my hand to gently knock on Professor McGonagall's private office door. After a moment of silence with no response, I was about to relax, feeling relieved there seemed to be no one inside, when a voice broke through my small hope. Please come in. After I pulled the door open and walked in, I gently closed it behind me. Neatly arranged rows of bookshelves and a long desk with 2 or 3 stacks of parchment came into view. Before I had a chance to really take everything in, Professor McGonagall's voice came from my right. "Mr. Potter, is there something you need?" I turned to look. Professor McGonagall was sitting on one of the guest chairs by the fireplace. Wait, Dumbledore was here too. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall." "Professor Dumbledore," I said, snapping out of my daze. "I just wanted to thank you, Professor McGonagall, for the parcel this morning. I didn't realize, Professor Dumbledore, that you were here as well. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. I will leave now." "No need to mind, Harry, really." Dumbledore waved me over from where I was standing at the door. "Minerva just told me yesterday about your joining the Quidditch team. Did you receive your broom today? Do you like it? It was a bit rushed this morning. I haven't opened the package yet, just looked at the letter." Following Dumbledore's gesture, I walked over and sat on the chair opposite them. "Ron said it's currently the best broom model. Although I haven't tried it out yet, I believe it must fly wonderfully. Thank you very much for the trouble, Professor McGonagall." "No need to thank me, Mr. Potter. I just hope that after joining the team, you perform well and make the most of the broom's excellent qualities recommended by Wood." Professor McGonagall looked at me seriously and said, "Gryffindor hasn't had a talented seeker in a long time. Wood and I have high expectations for you. Be sure to practice earnestly and give your all in matches." "I will, not just for the house or to meet your and Wood's expectations, but for myself as well." I nodded and promised with a smile, "I love flying. I don't yet know how far I can go in Quidditch, but I will definitely try my best." My response brought a rare smile to Professor McGonagall's usually stern face, softening her features considerably. Dumbledore also seemed pleased, smiling with his eyes crinkled in satisfaction. "Very good, very good. Not arrogant or impatient. Having a calm mind is one of the essential qualities for an outstanding Quidditch player. I'm already looking forward to seeing how Gryffindor will perform in this year's Quidditch House Cup," Dumbledore said gently. "However, Harry, I believe you didn't come just to thank Minerva, did you?" I paused, feeling awkward. "I really only came to thank her, Professor Dumbledore. If there's nothing else you need, I think I'll—" "Oh, no need to be so tense, Harry." Dumbledore chuckled softly. "In fact, my visit to Minerva was also to discuss something about you. It's not a secret you need to stay away from, nor is it urgent, but it does save us some trouble to have you here, and it's somewhat related to what happened to you this morning. Are you sure you don't want to talk to us, Harry, about your performance in potions this morning?" I could barely maintain a polite smile. My mouth twitched. "Your sources are really well informed, Professor Dumbledore. The portraits and ghosts of the school are constantly keeping an eye on the students, Harry, and occasionally, with good intentions, they tell me about students' outstanding achievements." My helpless and slightly sarcastic impolite phrasing didn't upset Dumbledore at all. Instead, he seemed pleased. "The portraits of previous potions professors in the dungeons were very impressed by your performance today, which showed knowledge on nearly a 4th-year level." I glanced at Professor McGonagall, who looked surprised, then slightly averted my gaze out of modesty. "You're flattering me, Professor Dumbledore. It was just luck. I happened to have read the answers in some books I borrowed from the library recently when Professor Snape asked the questions." "I see." Dumbledore didn't press further, but what he said next made me even more uncomfortable. "But I also heard that Professor Darkheart has been yelling in the dungeons after class, insisting that Severus ask you for the secret to mastering brewing temperatures." "Professor Darkheart? Very well, I've noted you." Quietly and secretly making a firm decision that I must find time to give this chattering portrait a lesson, I calmly looked at Dumbledore. "You know, I once received guidance from a traditional Chinese medicine doctor regarding some medicinal treatments, Professor. Controlling the heat while cooking the herbs is also a crucial skill in this process. Although I'm not sure what is so special about my method of brewing herbs that caught Professor Darkheart's curiosity, if Professors Darkheart and Snape need it, I can write down the exact timing for adjusting the heat when mixing several potion ingredients that I have currently confirmed." "Several potion ingredients?" My statement seemed to spark some curiosity in Dumbledore. "You mean, you think that each ingredient in a potion requires a different heat level?" "Yes. As far as I know, the techniques we wizards currently focus on when brewing potions mainly emphasize the timing of adding ingredients and the strength and method of stirring. This is the right general approach, but the extent to which the potion's effects can be manifested ultimately depends on the brewer's control over the heat. Whenever it comes to professional issues related to my previous life, my ingrained occupational habits kick in. and I can't help but start talking at length about the insights I've gained so far from my experience with potion making, completely unaware of Professor McGonagall's growing astonishment as she listened, or of the increasing interest and depth in Dumbledore's eyes. The same potion can have different effects depending on the brewer, and the reason for this lies in how each wizard controls the heat during brewing. Therefore, in my opinion, to become a truly outstanding potion maker, one must have a solid understanding and control of heat variations while brewing. But beyond using different temperatures for different potions, the properties and effects of each ingredient are also influenced by heat, resulting in different changes, some obvious, some very subtle. When it comes to the latter, the frequency and rate at which the temperature changes during brewing become crucial. Moreover, the same ingredient might need to perform differently in different potions, so the heat must be adjusted accordingly. Of course, these are just my personal thoughts, and I can't be sure how accurate they are. Also, to determine the impact of heat variations on each ingredient at different times in different potions, theoretical reasoning alone is insufficient. It requires actual experimentation. So far, I've only conducted some minor analyses on the potions we've studied in class. It sounds very complicated. It is inherently complicated, and achieving a successful, highly effective potion requires precision at every step, which is why potion making has always been considered just as advanced as transfiguration by all wizards, yet so few have the patience to study it. I shrug. The process of making potions is long, tedious, and boring, requiring intense concentration. It's nothing like transfiguration, where results are immediate and occasionally even playful effects appear. But you still really enjoy potion making, don't you? Dumbledore asked with a smile. I don't dislike it. I tilted my head and thought for a moment. Maybe, yes, I do have a certain fondness for potions, because potions give me a feeling very similar to my grandfather. I mean, similar to some of the things the traditional Chinese medicine master taught me. It's a very familiar and comforting sensation, which is why I couldn't help but find more books on this subject to study on my own. Dumbledore looked at me gently, with a trace of satisfaction. To form such unique opinions from your own reading and research, for an 11-year-old wizard, is beyond what many can imagine. He turned to Professor McGonagall. So, Minerva, what do you think about what I just mentioned to you? Professor McGonagall looked at me and then at Dumbledore with a complex expression, her eyes shifting back and forth in silence for a while, as if she were deep in thought. It was only then that I realized there seemed to be some sort of agreement involving me brewing between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. I was clearly still completely unaware. I suppose Potter's ability in potions has indeed surpassed his age quite a lot, Albus. Professor McGonagall finally spoke, though with a hint of hesitation. But isn't he still a bit too young? Those children are at least third years, and perhaps it would be hard for them to accept him at first. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be a big problem for the other houses, but for Slytherin. I believe if Harry is willing to join, Severus will certainly be able to handle this little issue. Dumbledore smiled and looked towards the entrance behind me. Wouldn't you agree, Severus? I almost turned my head in shock, so fast and forcefully I nearly twisted my neck. Professor Snape. I'm sure my expression staring at the black-robed figure at the office entrance must have looked ridiculously stunned. When did he show up? Professor Snape didn't glance at me at all and walked straight to Dumbledore. Headmaster. He looked sullen and deathly pale. I thought we had reached a conclusion on this matter several days ago. Yes, we all agreed at the time to observe him a little longer, Dumbledore said gently, nodding. But I think Harry's performance in your class today has clearly revealed his extraordinary talent in potions. And if even the portraits of all previous potions masters in the dungeons praise his knowledge and talent, I really can't think of a single reason not to invite him. Potter is only a first-year student, he said, nearly gritting his teeth. Only students in their second year or above are allowed to attend or participate in school clubs. That's the rule. Minerva has already agreed to let Harry join Quidditch, Dumbledore said with a smile. Potter is a student in her house, so I have no authority to prevent this unfortunate event, Professor Snape said angrily. But the Potions Club has always only accepted students in the third year or above. This has always been a clear rule, and I will not allow it to be broken. Rules and conventions do not forbid exceptions, Severus. When a teacher believes a student has a particular talent and interest in a subject, such rules are even more permissible to break. Dumbledore paused, and, if I recall correctly, about 20 years ago, there was also a student with exceptional potions ability who, as a first year, was granted permission to join the Potions Club, wasn't there? So if Harry wishes to participate, he wouldn't be the only first year specially admitted to the club. Silence. Professor Snape's expression could only be described as twisted, and I was stunned by the implications of their conversation. Now it seems, maybe, possibly Dumbledore wants to recommend me for the Potions Club. The same Potions Club that is definitely mentored by Professor Snape, with few members, and over 80% Slytherin students. Albus, no matter what, I think the most important thing should be Potter's own willingness, Professor McGonagall said somewhat diplomatically. Perhaps we could explain it to him first. Oh, of course. Look at my memory, almost forgot. Dumbledore looked at me, who was staring blankly. So, Harry, you should already have some idea. Because your knowledge and ability in potions clearly far exceed what is typical for your year, I think you should be given another opportunity to continue your studies. He looked at me with a smile. Severus Potions Club is one of the best clubs at Hogwarts, so I thought that if you are interested in joining, it would definitely allow you to learn more in this area. So cold. The murderous aura directed straight at me made me shiver. My brain began to resume functioning slightly from the shock, but an even greater sense of helplessness settled in my heart. I thought, Headmaster Dumbledore, are you sure that letting me join the Potions Club is to learn and not just to be someone's potions guinea pig? I looked at Dumbledore pitifully. The sky-blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses twinkled with amusement as he winked at me. So, do you have the willingness, Harry? You should know that the students in the Potions Club are among the very best in their Year 4 potions, and you would certainly meet more like-minded students with a similar level of skill. It would be better than exploring and experimenting by yourself. Also, as far as I know, Severus often teaches many rare but practical and interesting potions in the club, which would be a way to broaden your horizon, wouldn't it? Temptation. This is clearly a blatant temptation. Unquestionably, Dumbledore's words shook me seriously. I, stuck, for no particular reason other than the cold murderous aura aimed at me had dropped several more degrees. Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall said, her voice full of displeasure, please restrain your magic, or I might think you're intimidating my student. There is no such thing, don't worry, Minerva. Dumbledore still seemed completely relaxed and cheerful. Severus has always been very strict about his responsibilities. He wouldn't intimidate students. Harry has always known this, hasn't he? I didn't dare nod or even look at Professor Snape. My pitiful yet resentful, accusing gaze went straight to that playful old headmaster. You meow. I was just wondering why this big bat's hatred entanglement index toward me suddenly shot up like it was riding a rocket. Turns out it's because you leaked our conversation from that morning. You're not afraid of being poisoned, but I am. And that's not even cruel enough. You even smiled and pushed me straight into the fire pit. Do you want me to die any faster? Professor McGonagall looked headache-stricken as she stared at me, pale-faced, and at Professor Snape beside her, whose expression was terrifying and whose aura was even more intimidating. She said seriously to Dumbledore, Albus, I think it might be best to hold off on letting Potter join the Potions Club for now. He is indeed a bit young, and exposing him to such advanced magical knowledge too early might make him lose some of the fun time he should have at his age. Of course, if he is truly interested in potions, Poppy's skill in brewing restorative potions is exceptional, and Potter could learn more theoretical knowledge from her first. Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt her. Minerva, I certainly know that Poppy's potions are always outstanding, but Poppy is Hogwarts' only resident nurse, and she is already very busy taking care of everyone's health. Moreover, I still believe that Severus' systematic approach to teaching potions and his unique insights are more suitable for Harry. Dumbledore looked at me with an encouraging, cheerful gaze. So, what do you think, Harry? I lowered my eyes to the floor. After a while, I took a deep breath and turned seriously to Professor McGonagall. Thank you very much for your concern, Professor McGonagall. I smiled at her, though the current atmosphere only made my politeness seem even weaker. I understand your worries and care, but I am indeed very interested in learning potions. Since Professor Dumbledore thinks that Professor Snape's teaching style suits me better, I am willing to accept his arrangement and join the Potions Club. I stood up, saluted Professor Snape, then raised my head candidly to meet his sharp gaze, full of hatred but tinged with some surprise. I look forward to learning from you, Professor Snape. His face was so pale it looked almost black. I didn't miss the subtle struggle in which he twisted his fingers, suppressing the urge to immediately draw his wand. Professor Snape gathered his robes and quickly turned around. The magical energy released along with his raging anger saved him the trouble of opening the door. He strode out in wrath. Since Severus agrees, then it's settled. I should head back to my office now. Dumbledore completely ignored Professor McGonagall's serious expression of doubt about the sincerity of his words, stood up from the sofa, walked over to me, and patted my shoulder. The regular club activities for the Potions Club are on weekend evenings. Classes will still be in the dungeon. As for other activity details, Severus will inform you directly. Work hard, Harry. I look forward to your exceptional performance in Potions. I sighed. I'll do my best, Professor, I said with a dry, downcast expression. As long as I don't accidentally get poisoned to death. Dumbledore chuckled and didn't say anything more, strolling out of Professor McGonagall's office. Once the headmaster left, Professor McGonagall also stood up and looked down at me. Well then, Potter. She tried to maintain her usual official demeanor, but a hint of dissenting concern showed on her face. Since you've decided to join the Potions Club, I can only hope you will put in your best effort. First-year students have a relatively light course load, but you're learning the most essential basics. If your other studies suffer because of club activities, I'm afraid I may have to order you to quit. You understand what I mean? I nodded. I understand, Professor. Please rest assured, I won't let my club activities delay or affect my normal coursework. I hope so. She paused for a moment. Also, if you have any other problems, you can come directly to me whether it's about your studies or club issues. The warm feeling eased the heaviness in my stomach that I had been feeling since earlier, and I gave a grateful smile. I will. Thank you so much, Professor McGonagall. I saluted her. I've also taken up a lot of your time. If there's nothing else, I'd like to take my leave. With Professor McGonagall's approval, I left her office with a complicated feeling. Chapter 23. Nimbus 2000. Galleons, currency. Sickles, currency. Nuts, currency. Club notes. After stepping out of Professor McGonagall's office, I didn't run into Ron or the twins. However, considering that Professor Snape had just been here, I assumed that they had likely returned to the Gryffindor Tower first. In fact, when I got back to the common room, my assumption was confirmed. I was practically swarmed by my classmates as soon as I poked my head out. After the twins managed to temporarily suppress the chatter of everyone curious about the follow-up situation, I was finally able to explain everything that had happened in Professor McGonagall's office. Unsurprisingly, I saw the group of people who had been petrified right there. I mean, your reactions are way over the top, aren't they? For a full 3 minutes, everyone stared at me dumbfounded, not uttering a single word. By the end, I couldn't help but find it amusing. After all, I was allowed to join the club early by a special invitation. At least give me some congratulations or something. Congratulations on what? Seamus asked with a blank, puzzled look, receiving an invitation for afternoon tea with Merlin. The next second, Seamus slapped the twins on the back of their heads, knocking them down, and even Neville and Dean added a couple of kicks on their butts. Honestly, Harry, George gave a heavy, bitter smile, looking at me. If you had been specially invited by any other club today, we would have been happy for you. But the Potions Club is definitely not a club we could wholeheartedly congratulate you for joining. It's not that the Potions Club is bad, it's just that it's totally Slytherin's territory, Fred said with furrowed brows. Just like how no Slytherins would ever join Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, the Potions Club has never accepted a single Gryffindor. But there's no school rule that says Gryffindor can't join the Potions Club, right? I gave them a reassuring smile. Anyway, no matter how bad it gets, Professor Snape can't possibly treat me worse than he does in class. Besides, Dumbledore recommended me for learning potions, not for challenging anyone to a duel. Even if some Slytherin students want to mess with me, Professor Snape won't let it slide. Everything will be fine. Basically, I think the news of a first-year Gryffindor joining the Potions Club is not much different from issuing a challenge to the entire Slytherin house. My calm attitude seemed to make George almost roll his eyes. Fred, where are you going? Our Gryffindor warriors can't let Slytherin snakes show us up. Fred patted my shoulder as he headed toward the portrait entrance. Come on, George, let's find some things that might help our fearless little hero. The twins disappeared at lightning speed, but their words left me with a slightly thrilling sense of anticipation. Whatever they were going to fetch, I was definitely not taking it with me to the Potions Club, but seeing what they were preparing could be part of the fun. After a few brief words to reassure Neville and the others, I dragged Ron, who had been in a daze ever since hearing the news, back to the dormitory, pulled out the Nimbus 2000 I received that morning, and then dragged him to the practice field for our flying lesson to test the broom. I have to say, the newest broom model is incredibly appealing. Ron, who had been sulking and gloomy, finally showed a hint of enjoyment after I let him fly a few circles. We spent a happy flying afternoon without any classes, and everything was extremely pleasant until we returned to our dormitory to put away the brooms and went to the Great Hall for dinner. Joining the Potions Club had basically been temporarily forgotten, as if it had never happened until someone we absolutely did not expect burst into the hall and yelled at me, reminding us all over again. Harry Potter. As I was contentedly enjoying the German sausages I had just snatched from Ron's plate, a huge roar came from the entrance of the hall, almost choking me out. I grabbed my cup and gulped down the pumpkin juice in one go before I could catch my breath, then looked up to see which idiot had decided to scare people during mealtime. But before I could react much, a shadow fell over my head, and my arms were grabbed. A sheer force lifted me off my seat entirely. Oliver. Facing him, I finally realized who the crazy guy was and felt inexplicably confused. Is what Fred and George said true? Wood looked at me with a twisted expression, not giving me any chance to speak, firing question after question at me like a barrage. They said Dumbledore went to McGonagall to get your recommendation to join Snape's Potions Club and you agreed. Faced with such a sensitive question in public, how was I supposed to answer? I swallowed nervously. Oliver, can you calm down and let me go first? Holding me like this makes my arms hurt. Would put me down so my feet hit the ground, but he still held me tightly and glared at me furiously. You agreed. I glanced around and felt bitter inside. Damn it. Both my behavior and this topic had already made us the center of attention in the room. You agreed. Completely ignoring the deep frown on my face, Wood's expression made it clear he was determined to get an answer no matter what. No matter how I answered, it would be a problem. Helplessly, I gave a slight nod. The petrified scene from the afternoon flashed before my eyes again, only this time, the object regaining its form was incredibly strong, so strong it was almost tragically unrelenting. You agreed? You actually agreed? Wood, looking utterly distraught, grabbed my shoulders and shook me violently while roaring. The sound was so loud that I could even feel the echo ringing in the room. You actually agreed to join that poisonous potions club? Dumbledore is insane. McGonagall's brain must be soaking in water, and are you not normal too? You're the only seeker our team has managed to find. If you go to the Potions Club and Snape poisons you before the match, what are we supposed to do? Without a seeker, we can't even play. I said, Big brother, let's not talk about the match for now. If you keep shaking me like that, you might actually murder your seeker right now, and don't you feel the thick murderous aura coming from the teacher's table, accompanied by faint chuckling? Being shaken by Wood, who had gone completely mad without considering time, occasion, place. I felt dizzy in my eyes. I weakly tried to suppress my nausea and urge to vomit. Thanks to Wood's reckless, life-threatening actions, now the entire school knew that the famous, first-year Harry Potter had simultaneously been recruited into Gryffindor's Quidditch team and Slytherin's Potions Club. Such a situation naturally crushed the plan to keep me as a secret weapon and reveal it just before the Quidditch match, so the Seeker secret training plan that the twins had quietly shared with me was thrown straight into the trash. Under Wood's strict orders, other players only had to show up for practice 2 nights a week, but I was forced to schedule 3 full days. You're a natural-born flying genius, Harry. After the team finished their first full warm-up practice, Wood dismissed the players after informing them of the training schedule he had arranged for everyone, but he kept me behind. Placing his hand earnestly on my shoulder, he said, the evidence shows that as long as you get 1 night of practice, you can completely keep up with our pace. So among all the team members, the one I am least worried about holding us back is you. But just that is not enough. The reason I scheduled an extra day of training for you compared to others is that I not only want you to help us win in the matches, but I also want you to grow into a symbol of victory for our team. My expectation for you is that you will one day become the best Seeker in Hogwarts history. Even after you graduate, you should leave behind the perfect Seeker legend in the hearts of our younger Gryffindor team members. For this goal, you must strive while also taking care of yourself, okay? I have to say, Wood is really an eloquent Quidditch captain, someone who knows exactly how to choose stirring words to ignite the team's passion. Even I, who usually pride myself on my self-control, was almost swept away by his words, almost being the key word since it didn't actually happen. Because I had to focus half of my willpower on controlling my facial expression, so I wouldn't accidentally laugh inappropriately in front of Wood's classic panda eye face. Yes, panda eyes. And not because of getting hit, not because of insomnia, but obviously a type of naturally formed dark circles caused by mental strain. Damn, that's impressive. I am really curious what kind of labor service Professors McGonagall and Snape jointly assigned to Wood that could turn this always bright and lively young man into such a state in just 2 days, though judging by how Wood instantly lights up when he touches Quidditch again, it's clear they still went easy on him. Of course, I also quietly speculated about whether Dumbledore was involved or just watching. After all, that night Wood was brave enough to simultaneously offend the school's 3 major bosses in the hall. Compared to the exhilaration of freely flying during Quidditch practice, the activities in the Potions Club were rather depressing. Although I had long been mentally prepared that Professor Snape would never make things easy for me, I still felt a bit helpless when the time actually came. Although he didn't find countless unreasonable excuses to deduct my points like in class, he clearly positioned me as the go-to person for doing all the menial tasks for the members, cutting herbs, carrying and placing cauldrons, replenishing basic ingredients in potions, keeping track of cooking times, and so on. In short, for any miscellaneous chores one could think of during potion making, he sent me to do them all and tacitly allowed the other members to boss me around. Of course, it was mainly the Slytherin students who emulated him in this way, while the few Ravenclaws and the very few Hufflepuff upperclassmen were still quite friendly toward me. Snape is trying to force you to resign on your own, Seamus said angrily. Dumbledore's recommendation means he can't just kick you out, so he's trying to make you leave voluntarily. He's doing it on purpose. After the first Potions Club activity, I returned to the dorm nearly at midnight, but my roommates, who had been waiting for me, immediately surrounded me. I recounted the details of my first club activity when they asked, and after listening, they cursed Professor Snape and the Slytherin upperclassmen repeatedly, though this was really just what I had expected, wasn't it? Although I didn't take it to heart at all, hearing their indignant words and feeling their concern warmed me. And I can guarantee he'll never give you any chance to practice making potions in the club, Dean said, also looking angry. If that's the case, joining the Potions Club is basically useless. You won't learn anything at all. Harry, you might as well just quit, Neville said, looking worried rather than angry like the others. Snape and the Slytherin students won't stop with just this. If you keep staying, something bad is bound to happen. I smiled at them, trying to look like everything was fine. Don't worry, Neville, things aren't as bad as you think or imagine, I said, shrugging. It's just a few hours of club activities each week. Even if they wanted to do something, they have to consider that this is a school and Dumbledore is here. Do you really think Dumbledore would just shove me or any student into danger? But I understand better than anyone how much Professor Snape hates me. I raised my hand to stop Neville from arguing and looked at them seriously. Do you really think I didn't consider the possibility that I'd join a club mostly full of Slytherins just because I like potions? From the very beginning, I realized that I might not get much opportunity to actually brew potions once I joined, and in fact, I can honestly tell you, the chores Snape makes me do have actually made it much easier and more convenient for me to achieve my goal of learning more about potions. You mean? My surprisingly mature statement for an 11-year-old left them all stunned for a moment. Ron, who had earlier looked visibly annoyed and seemed lost in thought, reacted first. Are you saying that, from the start, when you agreed to join the Potions Club to learn, it wasn't to practice making more advanced potions yourself, but to secretly learn Snape's techniques for brewing high-level potions and get hold of the rare, advanced potion recipes he only shares with Slytherin students? I nodded with a smile. That's Ron for you. He's been inseparable from me since the start of the term, and in just over half a month, he's already gained some understanding of how I operate. Of course, part of that is because he always used my private potion research notes as references for his homework, which meant he had already absorbed some of the potion theories I developed, making it easier for him to understand my intentions quickly. But if you're always being sent here and there, how do you even manage to secretly note those things down? Dean asked, still a bit skeptical, though he quickly accepted Ron's explanation. Don't say it's just you guys. Even if you put 7th-year students in charge of this, it would be very difficult, no matter how good you are at potions, I said, blinking lightly. But I'm different. My memory has always been good, and for a long time in the past, my grandfather, a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, strictly trained me to handle small tasks related to cooking herbs. These chores take no effort for me at all. I can do them on autopilot, so I can completely focus on observing secretly without fear of being caught. I bet Professor Snape has no idea about this, otherwise, he would have had me make simple potions instead of running errands. The thing is, when brewing potions, distraction is the worst enemy. I couldn't even remember the recipes or techniques properly if I were distracted. So, are you saying Snape doesn't realize he lost a galleon and thought he gained a nut? Seamus said, pretending to stroke his chin thoughtfully, and I nodded seriously in agreement. You could say that. We looked at each other for 3 seconds and then burst out laughing. After the laughter, I promised I'd be careful in the potions club from now on, and I also agreed to write down all the techniques and recipes I had secretly remembered for them, finally sending my noisy roommates off to bed one by one. Lie down over here. Hearing Neville and the others snoring and murmuring through the curtains, I grabbed a pillow and quietly climbed onto Ron's 4-poster bed, shamelessly shaking the just fallen asleep Ron awake to make space. Harry. Ron opened his sleepy eyes, sounding groggy. Even though it was sudden and confusing, he obediently moved over and made room for me on half of his blanket. What's up? Nothing. I placed the pillow I brought in and lay down. Let's sleep together tonight. Why not sleep in your own bed? No reason, just suddenly didn't feel like sleeping alone. After food, now you won't even leave my bed alone. He tilde, I chuckled lightly without denying it. Ron. Not mad anymore? I'm not mad. Lies. I mentally protested a little but didn't call him out. Do you remember our sorting ceremony? Unforgettable, I guess. Why do you ask? If, I told you that the sorting hat originally wanted to put me in Slytherin, how would you feel? Silence. You're in Gryffindor now. I quietly smiled. Yeah, I'm in Gryffindor, the brave and bold lion of Gryffindor, just like Ron. I said firmly yet lightly, speaking softly, so I won't stop moving forward, and I also believe my friends can catch up with me. In every way I believe in you, Ron, because you are more like a true Gryffindor than I am. Idiot. Ron suddenly grumbled, pulling the blanket over his head and turning away from me. Go to sleep. I kept smiling and didn't say anything. I took off my glasses and placed them on the bedside table, then snuggled further under the covers. Of course, before closing my eyes, I didn't forget to secretly turn that grey thing on Ron's pillow back into a slipper, tied it with some vines, and threw it into the corner of the room. Chapter 24. Halloween. Madam Pince, Librarian. Merlin, the god of the wizarding world. Mountain troll causing trouble. There were 3 nights of Quidditch practice, 1 night for potions club, and another night for astronomy class. That means out of 7 days a week, at most I only had 2 nights free. Although first-year courses were quite relaxed and I had already self-studied most of them, I still had to attend classes and do assignments for appearances, plus explore the castle environment, develop my money-making products, and handle many other secret projects in my plans. It was impossible not to be busy. So, in the blink of an eye, it was almost the end of October. Only when the school had been decorated with a bunch of bats, pumpkins, and skeletons did I realize that Halloween had quietly arrived. It's hard to believe that almost 2 months have passed since arriving at Hogwarts. Come to think of it, this will be the first festival I spend at school. During Charms class, I was paired with Seamus to practice the levitation charm. I let him go first, but my mind wandered a bit as I looked out the window. From here, I could vaguely see the fields next to Hagrid's hut, where every pumpkin growing there is at least as tall as I am. I really don't know what kind of fertilizer Hagrid uses on them. That said, tonight's Halloween feast, Kirill seems like he might make a move. The thought suddenly struck me, and I couldn't help but frown slightly. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot about this. It's a bit dizzying. Although it's not too late to think about it now, I still feel like I shouldn't really. I remember Professor Snape might get attacked and injured by the 3-headed dog while trying to stop Kirill's little schemes. Should I give him a subtle warning? But considering his bad attitude towards me, I kind of don't feel like helping in such a situation. Ooh, Tilda, that's really beautiful. Miss Granger, what a wonderful levitation charm. 10 points for Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick suddenly exclaimed in delighted praise and clapped, and with the gasps and murmurs of my classmates, my daydream was abruptly interrupted. Turning back, Hermione was wearing a slightly proud, confident smile, guiding the feather with her wand as it danced on the ceiling, while beside her, Ron, who was paired with her, had a face so glum it couldn't get any glummer, silently glaring at the open textbook on his desk. Really, is it noisy again after all? I helplessly shook my head to myself. Ever since the last time Hermione sneaked out of the dormitory with us at midnight to look for Neville and ended up getting thoroughly frightened by the 3-headed dog, she never spoke to us again, even during class activities like today, when the teacher randomly paired us up and she happened to have to work with either me or Ron. Hermione still acted particularly cold and proud. I naturally wouldn't bother holding a grudge over such small childish whims, but Ron wasn't as easygoing as I was. He would always get furious and, since she was a girl, felt he couldn't show it, which only made their relationship grow more tense. Now, they basically treated each other like stones on the road, annoying but not worth deliberately kicking. Hermione successfully cast the levitation charm, which somewhat encouraged those classmates whose practice feathers had already subtly taken flight to put in even more effort. Unfortunately, until the end of class, she was still the only one who could freely control the feather to move wherever she directed it. For the other students, getting a feather to hover about 10 centimeters above the desk for 30 seconds was about their limit. Why are you letting her hog the spotlight again? As soon as Charm's class ended, Ron angrily confronted me as we left the classroom. Your levitation charm was practiced way more beautifully than hers centuries ago, so why didn't you show it earlier to knock her down a peg? She acted all arrogant just by making a feather float. If you used the same feather like a dart, her little tricks wouldn't even be worth noticing. Ron, we just had charms, not defense against the dark arts. What do you expect me to do, throw a feather at someone? I helplessly waved my left hand in front of him, where a small patch of my sleeve had accidentally been burned off. Besides, didn't you see that when Seamus tried the levitation charm, one feather would go flying while another exploded? How could I possibly compete with him for practice time? My explanation didn't calm Ron's anger, it just deflected his frustration away from me. Even so, I still think you should show some skill, at least to let her know she's not the only talented one. Otherwise, her arrogance is practically unbearable. We walked through the corridor bustling with people. Ron kept complaining beside me, she thinks just because she reads a lot and is a bit clever, she can boss everyone around. Doesn't she realize that her arrogant attitude is really annoying? It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosa. He imitated her in a soft, mocking voice, always acting like everyone else is an idiot and she's a genius. No wonder nobody ever wants to partner with her during group work. Being around her is basically a nightmare. Ron's body was suddenly bumped, and Hermione hurriedly ran past him. She heard that. I watched Hermione's figure disappear around the corner, feeling a bit sorry. Looks like she even cried. So what? Ron pursed his lips and said, she must have realized it herself, that she doesn't actually have any friends willing to spend time with her. Might as well stubbornly keep quiet. I rolled my eyes internally and didn't say anything more, going with Ron to the Great Hall for lunch. I had to admit, the cramming-style education I went through in China did have its advantages, at least when it came to homework. As long as I pulled out all the reference books, pieced paragraphs together, and adjusted the vocabulary, it would make a decent report, which certainly took me less than half an hour. So on afternoons without classes, I always spent my time in the library, reading and waiting for Ron to finish his homework. Usually at times like this, Ron couldn't understand how I could finish my work so quickly and even exceed the requirements, and he would quite bluntly take my report to copy from it. But today, I had already finished reading Tracing the History of Ancient Mysterious Scripts, yet Ron was still twirling his quill, barely writing half a page of parchment, and didn't even ask to borrow my work. He just looked completely restless. If you feel bad, why not just apologize? I really couldn't bear it anymore, and after making sure Madame Pint wasn't nearby, I quietly gave Ron some advice. After all, giving a little ground to a girl isn't something to be ashamed of. This isn't about whether I should apologize or not. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I say sorry to her? Still buried in his report and textbooks without looking up, Ron's tone had lost the earlier harshness but remained quite stubborn. It's her own attitude that's always been bad, it's not just me saying it. But only you said it in a way that she actually heard. And girls are naturally more complicated and sensitive, they tend to care more about a boy's remarks. She'll probably cry for a long time. My words made Ron's expression shift slightly, but he continued staring unmovingly at his textbook. I let out a soft sigh. Forget it. Anyway, like you said, Hermione's attitude really has issues too. Just consider it giving her a little time to reflect. I closed my book, packed up a quill and ink on the desk into my bag, and said, but I still think you two should have a proper talk after you both calm down. Everyone's classmates, and you'll be together for 7 years. If things get too tense, nobody benefits. Think it over yourself. Where are you going? Ron noticed me packing up and asked. Just wandering around. I couldn't very well say I wanted to find Hermione to comfort her and take her away to avoid any potential later trouble, could I? Just for your reference, give me back the homework after you finish it. See you at the dinner. I left the completed herbology report on the desk, slung my backpack over my shoulder, ignored Ron's sulky expression, and walked out of the library. As it turned out, finding someone in such a vast castle was still difficult. I remembered Hermione was probably crying in one of the girls' bathrooms at this time, but the school had several bathrooms for girls, and I had no idea which floor or which one she might be in. Apart from the courtyards and a few garden areas, there were hardly any plants inside the castle, so even using my abilities to look for her yielded no trace. With no other choice, I resorted to a more tedious method: visit several first-year classroom spots and subtly check around to see if anyone had seen Hermione. Through the corridor window, I saw that night had already fallen, and the restlessness in my heart grew heavier. More than an hour had passed, and it was already time for the banquet to begin, yet I still couldn't find Hermione. The library, charms classroom, astronomy tower, greenhouse, transmigration. I had almost begged every senior girl passing by to help me check the girls' bathrooms near all the classrooms, but nothing worked. Finally, after asking the vines to help me get into the bathroom next to the defense against the dark arts classroom, since by banquet time there was no one around, I finally found Hermione, hiding in the farthest stall, quietly sobbing. I had the vines open the girls' bathroom door for me because it had a small enchantment prohibiting boys from touching it, which would burn the hand, walked in, and went straight to the stall she was in. "Hermione?" I whispered, and the sobbing inside stopped. "Who?" came a hoarse, nasal voice from inside the stall. "Whoever you are, don't bother me, leave me alone, let me have some peace. You've been quiet long enough, Hermione." I softened my tone. "The banquet has already started. Come out first, and let's get something to eat, okay?" Ron's already reflecting on himself. "No matter how angry you are, don't take it out on your stomach." There was silence inside for a moment. "Is that Harry?" Her voice was still hoarse and nasal, but her tone had started to regain the usual preacher-like flavor. "How did you get in here? What are you doing here? This is the girls' bathroom." "Of course, I know where this is." "That doesn't matter," I said, looking at the still closed stall door. "You're still not coming out? Even if I apologize to you on Ron's behalf?" "Apologize? Apologize for what? You're not him. Don't put it that nicely. I can tell you just came to laugh at me and humiliate me." The stall door suddenly swung open, and Hermione, her eyes red and swollen, glared at me fiercely. "You're just like him, you're all the same. Everyone, I work so hard to earn points for the house, and to you, it's just showing off. When you mess up, I help you, and what do I get in return? No thanks, just pride. Every single one of you thinks I'm the bad guy." McGonagall clearly said, "Gryffindor is our home at school, yet none of you care about the house's honor. All my hard work gets me nothing but dislike. And you, one of you breaks the rules and goofs off but doesn't lose points, and everyone still likes you. Another is better than me in skills and homework but pretends to be dumb to please the teachers, and they even get to join clubs. What is that supposed to mean? And me, what am I supposed to mean?" Hermione's shouting echoed throughout the huge bathroom, eventually leaving only her sobs that made it hard to catch a breath. I looked blankly at the girl in front of me, covering her face and crying. "Are you done?" After a moment of silence, I asked softly, but in response, she broke past me and ran for the door. "Let go." I grabbed Hermione's arm near the entrance to stop her from running, and she struggled and shouted loudly, "Let me go. You annoying jerk. I'm sorry." Hermione, who had been struggling non-stop, froze in my arms. My sudden action startled her, and for a moment she was too shocked to react, her whole body stiff as I held her. "I'm sorry. I didn't know Gryffindor was so important to you. I'm sorry. I didn't think that what Ron and I did for our friends would make you so upset. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that just because I don't like being the center of attention it would make you feel looked down on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." I just kept murmuring apologies, endless apologies. If Hermione hadn't just lost control and yelled at me, I probably wouldn't have realized that this girl could harbor such deep envy and jealousy over the abilities and friendship between Ron and me. How had I not noticed this before? The act of pretending to turn a blind eye is actually the opposite of caring. The deliberately cold tone is because I don't want others to find out about my envy. Speaking out and correcting mistakes is a habit that I don't want to be weak in front of my opponents who are regarded as targets. Hermione, after all, she is just an 11-year-old girl who has been pampered since she was a child and doesn't know how to deal with her feelings frankly. Could it be that I have been reincarnated as a boy and I have become dull? No, that's not an excuse to justify, but I should have known. Although I have developed a sense of identity with this world, when faced with people I am familiar with because of my previous memories, but have only met and come into contact with them now, I still unconsciously measure them with my previous one-sided understanding of them. But they are now living people. Not characters in stories, not characters in a two-dimensional plane, but living people who live in the same sky and breathe the same air as me. But I unconsciously overlook this point, forgetting that Hermione in front of me today is not the rational, intelligent, fearless, confident, brave and beautiful Hogwarts first witch in memory, at least not now. Hermione is just a little wizard like me, who has just officially stepped into the wizarding world. Treating her with one-sided cognition in memory and talking to her is actually not fair to her at all. Sorry Hermione, I'm sorry. My back under my arms relaxed at a very slow pace, and I felt a wet chill in my neck that kept sliding directly into my clothes. I hate, she choked up and grabbed my clothes. I hate this, I hate. I stopped talking and just gently patted Hermione's back. I know she still needs a little time to sort out her emotions before she finishes venting. Time is always the most lacking when needed. There are many reasons, but the most disgusting of them is being disturbed. I stared at the entire ugly behemoth blocking the bathroom door, trying to stay calm at the same time, but my heart kept cursing. Quirrell and himself, meow. You actually only care about comforting people and forget about this problem. Dead Quirrell, you better pray that Hermione and I will be fine tonight, or just wait for me to be punished to death. The mountain monster covered in animal skin and our big eyes stared at each other, and the stench emanating from our bodies was disgusting to make my face turn blue. I guess it was probably because he suddenly saw us and didn't react for a while. The girl I was still holding was obviously completely frightened. Her small mouth was as round as her red eyes at this time, like a dumb little rabbit. If it weren't for the time to give it to me, I might have risked being hated by Hermione for the rest of my life, but now I had no time to think about anything else except to quickly take off my robe and backpack and throw it at the mountain monster's eyes. Run! I threw out my robe and backpack and grabbed Hermione, who couldn't come back to my senses, and drilled into the gap, trying to run around the monster when it didn't have time to react. The idea was beautiful, but the truth was cruel. The cover that hit my robe in the middle of the eye not only brought it back to its senses, but also angered it, and at the same time raised the huge wooden stick in his hand. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a tree trunk, and the mindless thing was a burst of random swings. Although the escape route I chose was not within the scope of the construction area of the Mountain Monster Gang school to expand the entrance to the bathroom, the flying iron and gravel provoked by the blow still flew towards us mercilessly. There weren't many stones that touched Hermione under my cover, but it still made her scream in fright. The height of the sound was so high that my eardrums hurt right next to her, not to mention the pain of my eardrums, and it also made the mountain monster who had not yet escaped the gaze of the robe swinging the stick, and the thick stick smashed directly at me. Pound! Holding Hermione and rolling into the corridor in real time. The position by the door where we were a second ago was already a big pit at this time. I immediately got up and pulled her to run, but Hermione, who was already frightened to the point of weak feet, couldn't move at all, and the mountain monster who had already tore off the robe on her face to get rid of the problem of poor vision also saw us in the corner. Hey! A sudden scream accompanied a helmet striking the bald head of the mountain troll, causing it to shake its head and turn around only to see Ron standing not far from the staircase on the opposite side, his face pale but still continuing to taunt. My already overstimulated heart nearly jumped into my throat. Here you are, you big ugly monster, you filthy stinky guy dash, idiot. I took a deep breath, kicked off, jumped onto the wall for leverage, and aimed my kick at the back of the mountain troll that was walking toward Ron. I successfully sent it crashing into the goblin statue nearby, then quickly leapt aside to put some distance between myself and the troll. Take Hermione and run. Go. Roar dash. I only had time to shout that to Ron before the mountain troll, staggering up from the shattered statue debris, let out a deafening roar, its red eyes fixated on me as it stepped forward. Of course, it didn't forget to scrape deep grooves along the wall with its wooden club, showing that after suffering multiple setbacks from me, I had become its prime target for destruction. Should I be glad that I had avoided actions that would draw the troll's attention? Boom 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 boom. By the time the troll was charging at me, I had already raced back into the restroom. But don't let its size fool you. When angry, its speed is formidable, and on top of that, it wielded a wooden club with immense strength, each swing causing great damage. Although I narrowly dodged most attacks, some flying pieces of debris still hit me, causing minor aches even without real injury. Rumble. Another swing brought the entire wall crashing down, directly opening a passageway to the outer courtyard garden. Seizing the opportunity, I leapt straight out through the gap without a second thought. The restroom was too cramped, there was no room to dodge, let alone counterattack. Missing repeatedly forced me outside, and the mountain troll, its rage even greater, followed closely, destroying everything in its path as it pursued me. If it couldn't hit me in the restroom, how could it when we were now in a relatively open courtyard filled with plants? I ran a short distance on the grass before stopping and turning to face the monster swinging its wooden club. Ruo or dash. The rose bushes on both sides swayed without wind, and clusters of leaves and short thorns shot at the mountain troll, piercing its thick grey-green skin, making it emit an incredulous and painful wail. I took the chance to grab one of the crystal bottles hanging from my belt, which was only half the size of a test tube, and forcefully smashed it into the troll's wide-open mouth, while simultaneously summoning vine after vine to burst from the ground and coil around it like snakes. Roar! Whoa! Seeing that the numerous entangling vines weren't doing much to hinder it, and instead made the pain-driven troll even angrier, I jumped aside and swung my staff with another forceful strike, cursing in exasperation. Damn it! What the hell? These vines could tie up 10 elephants at once. What the hell is this dusty monster made of? Cursing out loud, I didn't hesitate to continue moving in a zigzag pattern to dodge the troll's strikes, although I also kept using the surrounding leaves and thorns to help cover and counterattack. They were basically only good for adding a few cuts and bruises, it didn't do much else. Damn, this monster's skin is so thick it's really frustrating. Trying to dodge the strikes and figure out what else I could do, I didn't notice that I stepped into a pit from one of my earlier digs and twisted my ankle. Reflexively, I used my hands to support myself, narrowly avoiding a strike, but I couldn't fully dodge the next swing of the troll's club. Wingardium Leviosa. I had already prepared for the worst, expecting to lose my right hand, but the suddenly appearing levitation spell helped me tremendously. Taking advantage of the troll's shock at having its weapon suddenly lifted, I quickly put distance between us and threw another crystal bottle into its stunned, gaping mouth. While the floating club began to pound the troll's head, I controlled even more vines to wrap it tightly. Bang! The giant fell, raising a cloud of dust. After staring at the motionless troll on the ground for several seconds and confirming the danger was gone, my legs gave out, and I collapsed. Harry! Two panicked figures appeared by my side. Hermione reached me first, jumping in front and frantically checking me all over. Are you okay? How are you? Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? I'm fine, I'm just a little weak, don't be so nervous. I held her trembling hand to comfort her, raised my head and pulled out a weak smile at Ron, who was also coming at me. Thank you, brother. Beautiful floating spell. If you hadn't cast the spell immediately, I would have been almost flattened. Don't thank me, it's your luck. I was just scared to the point where I was left with that spell, and I found it incredible that I could successfully use it. He also looked so pale that he would faint at any time, squatted down next to me, his eyes swept all over my body. Are you really not hurt? Well, there may be some bruises on his body, after all, a lot of stones were just beaten around, but other than that, they weren't hurt. Hermione, where are you? I was quite rude when I was about to hide from the mountain monster just now. Have you been hurt by me? The question I asked back made Hermione stunned for a moment, but she didn't answer me, but rushed over and hugged me and cried. Black line. Should I blame myself for my mouth being too fast, or should I blame Hermione for having too developed tear glands? I looked at Ron with some helplessness for help, but he actually glanced aside as if I hadn't seen it, staring at the mountain monster that had been tied up by the vine so that only one head was exposed. Is that thing dead? No. Depressed, I would count on Ron to help comfort the crying lady. I must have just been scared and my brain short-circuit. I gently patted Hermione's back and said helplessly, the mountain monster has thick skin and thick flesh and harder bones. It's just asleep now. Fell asleep? Ron's eyes widened, and even Hermione stopped crying and let go of me, looking incredulous. I made a drink of living and dead water. I pointed to the belt that I had modified and now had many small crystal bottles of different colors hanging on it. 3 drops can make a person sleep all day, but it seems that the mountain monster needs at least 2 bottles to make it lie down. Both of them stared at my belt with incomprehensible expressions. Why do you carry that kind of thing with you? Ron asked a little weakly dryly, and it seems that there is more than just a sleeping potion. Well, dash. You 3. A voice full of shock and anger came from behind, startling us greatly. With Ron and Hermione supporting me, I shakily stood up with them. McGonagall was striding toward us across what could only be described as the remnants of a ruined bathroom, followed closely by Professor Flitwick, Professor Quirrell, and the limping Professor Snape. Weasley, Potter, Granger, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall came before us, displaying the greatest anger I had ever seen from her. You should be in your dormitories now. There's a mountain troll roaming the school, and all students are forbidden to leave their common rooms. You 3. Merlin. Professor Flitwick suddenly drew in a sharp breath, pointing at the massive creature not far behind me. Minerva. It's a mountain troll. Thanks to Professor Flitwick's warning, a few teachers finally noticed the mountain troll, tied tightly with vines, lying in the midst of this chaotic garden. At that moment, the troll suddenly emitted a sound resembling a snore, causing Professor Quirrell to let out a small whimper. It seemed that Professors McGonagall and Snape were the more composed among the teachers present. After a brief moment of shock, Professor McGonagall gave us three a stern glare. What happened here? Was it you three who subdued the troll? Ron and Hermione both sneaked a glance at me at the same time. Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall did not miss their little glance, and a hint of danger crept into her questioning tone. I think, I replied cautiously, mentally piecing together an explanation that this strict teacher might accept. It should be considered so. Professor McGonagall's expression turned even grimmer. Mr. Potter, I need a definite answer. She stared at me furiously. 3 first-year students in my house openly leaving the common room during school lockdown, appearing at the site of a knocked-out troll without sustaining any injuries. I need to know exactly what happened, and I need to know now. I'm sorry, Hermione said timidly. I think I can explain. Hermione. Knowing what she was probably trying to say, I interrupted her. It's my fault, so I'll explain. But we had some arguments this morning. I took Hermione and looked at Professor McGonagall and said briefly, I said something bad about Hermione, and she accidentally found out. Ron told me about it when he heard some girl say she had been hiding in the bathroom all afternoon crying. I was very uneasy, so I pulled Ron to sneak out of the dinner party to find Hermione. We didn't know there was a mountain monster in the school, and when Ron and I found Hermione and were about to apologize to her, it was the mountain monster that suddenly appeared and attacked us, and we had to fight back. Professor McGonagall squinted at Hermione and me. Mr. Weasley, is what Mr. Potter said true? Suddenly named by Professor McGonagall, Ron's body shook. Yes, it's true, Professor. His tone was dry. We were all dumbfounded when the mountain monster suddenly appeared. Hermione and I didn't know what to do at all. It was Harry who reacted first and lured the mountain monster away to save us. It was your floating spell that saved me. I corrected him, saying, if you hadn't immediately removed the mountain monster's wooden stick and knocked it unconscious, I would have almost been killed. It's going to faint so quickly because of your potion, Ron and Hermione said in unison. Potion? Hearing something in his professional field, Professor Snape's already bad face looked even more dangerous as he listened. What potion? It's a sleeping pill that I practiced and prepared in private. I explained half-truthfully. When I practice mixing potions, I always choose simple recipes, and last night I happened to make some concentrated drinking living dead water, and I wanted to find time to ask Professor Snape to help me evaluate the effect. But just now, when I was nervous, I threw it all out and was swallowed by the mountain monster. Please, Professor nervously looking at Professor McGonagall, please don't blame them for leaving the feast without permission, okay? It was Ron who disarmed the mountain troll with the wooden stick, giving Harry the chance to put the sleeping potion into its mouth. They worked together to save me, Professor. I was completely terrified at the time. If they hadn't been protecting me I would have been dead already. It was really scary. It was so scary. By the end, Hermione was sobbing uncontrollably, her voice choked with tears, and eventually she just hugged me and started crying again. Although Professor McGonagall's stern face was still furrowed while Ron explained, it had noticeably softened, and Hermione's crying made the usually iron-faced but soft-hearted Professor McGonagall fully believe in our innocence, her tone becoming much gentler. All right, stop crying, Miss Granger. The important thing is that you're safe now, isn't it? Don't worry, I won't punish you for leaving the feast early. She first gently comforted Hermione, who was still leaning on me and sobbing, before turning her attention to Ron and me. I have to say, you're really lucky. I've never heard of an 11-year-old wizard subduing an adult mountain troll using only the levitation charm and a sleeping potion. Especially since you also saved Miss Granger. I think I can give each of you 30 points for Gryffindor for your bravery and cleverness. However, Professor McGonagall added as Ron looked at me with a surprised expression, Mr. Potter, since Miss Granger's earlier unpleasant argument with you this morning led to both of you missing the feast tonight and encountering such a dangerous situation, I must deduct 10 points from you, and I will also report this incident to the headmaster. Yes, Professor McGonagall. I gently nodded to her while supporting Hermione. I will reflect on my actions properly. Then, if none of you are hurt, go back to the common room and continue the Halloween dinner celebration with the other students. The house elves have already delivered the banquet food. Professor McGonagall instructed us to leave. We'll handle things here. Make sure you don't wander around. Go straight back to the Gryffindor Tower using the stairs on the left side of the hall, okay? I don't want you to run into a second troll before all the professors have confirmed there are no more roaming around the school. Lady Luck won't always be so coincidentally on your side. It goes to show that a person's character is not only influenced by their upbringing but also greatly shaped by experiences. Since narrowly escaping the crisis with the troll on Halloween night, Ron, Hermione, and I have been almost inseparable in our daily routines. Hermione, who used to be extremely strict about school rules and often came across as arrogant when correcting others, hasn't abandoned her principles, but at least she's learned to compromise and express herself more tactfully. This has made her seem gentler and more charming. As for her previous quarrels and friction with Ron, those disappeared after this life-and-death ordeal. They seem to have developed an unspoken understanding. It's not that they never argue, but compared to the sharp confrontations of before, their disagreements now are more like playful bickering from stubbornness rather than genuine conflict. Seeing, hearing, and staying unmoved, that's the 3-no principle. I've learned to deal with Hermione and Ron when they start bickering again. After all, being the middle person is not easy. I don't want to be dragged in as cannon fodder while this natural pair of adversaries builds their bond. Watching from the sidelines is much safer. So these 2 green bottles are for causing paralysis, and the yellow one is used to counter paralysis. These bottles over here contain ingestible poisons, and some are concentrated poisons meant for weapons or hidden tools. The antidotes are these 2 white bottles. This transparent bottle you've seen me use before, it's a sleeping potion. And these 2 red ones are tonics for blood loss, while the grey one is for treating fractures. On a weekend morning without classes, almost all students in 3rd year or above would go to play in Hogsmeade, while 1st and 2nd years, having no shopping to do, could still find plenty of places to explore in the castle. Otherwise, staying in the dormitory and sleeping until late morning was also a great way to pass the time, so this time was often when the common room was the quietest. I had originally planned to go discover some new secret passages in the castle today, but unfortunately, as soon as I finished breakfast in the hall, Hermione and Ron teamed up to drag me back to the Gryffindor Tower, forcing me to explain about the belt I had modified and all the bottles and jars on it. I couldn't help but think to myself that these 2 really are future spouses. No matter how evenly matched they seemed when quarreling, they were equally formidable when working together. I had no chance to resist and was forced to cancel my original plans, so, in the empty common room in front of the warm fireplace, the 3 of us took over the most comfortable armchairs, and I simply took off my belt and handed it to them, carefully explaining the purposes of no less than a dozen potions and powders hanging from it. "You made all of these?" Hermione asked in surprise, picking up a healing potion and sniffing it. "But some of these are even high-level healing potions, although some of the colors seem a bit different from the recipes you described." "Because I concentrated these potions using a special method," I shrugged. "As for the poisons with slightly off colors, they are my own experimental formulas and haven't been tested on animals yet, so naturally, the antidotes were made based on theory." Hearing that, Ron hurriedly hung the small orange crystal vial he was holding back on the belt. Inside was a poison powder that would sting the whole body like ant bites with just one sniff. "When did you make so many strange potions and powders?" Compared to Hermione's astonishment at my ability to brew high-level potions, Ron was more puzzled about when I had made all these. "I've never seen you make these before, and where did you even get the ingredients?" "My biological clock has always gotten me up at 5 in the morning. Apart from practicing martial arts for an hour each day, the time before breakfast is used to prepare these potions and powders." "You were still asleep at that time, so of course you didn't see it," I admitted with a shrug. "As for the ingredients, anything that can be bought by mail order I get that way, and anything I can't get that way, of course, I go to the Forbidden Forest to collect." "What?" Hearing that I actually went alone into the Forbidden Forest, both of them looked terrified. I quickly tried to explain before Hermione could blow up. "I only go into the outskirts of the forest, and it's always in the morning when the sun is up, so I basically don't encounter dangerous creatures. Besides, you know I know some martial arts and can control plants, so protecting myself is definitely not an issue." "Even so, you shouldn't go." Hermione's expression softened a little, but she still couldn't accept it. "The Forbidden Forest is off limits because it's far too dangerous for students. There are beasts in there even scarier than a mountain troll, and no one can guarantee that some strange creature won't suddenly attack. That's why the school hires caretakers to patrol it, and you went alone if something happened." "The plants will warn me and protect me," I interrupted, looking seriously at Hermione and Ron. You all know I have a unique natural affinity with plants, but no one knows just how powerful that ability is. Not even I have fully discovered it. You only see me summon and control plants, even sense their thoughts. But what you don't know is that the greatest feature of this ability is that as long as plants are around, they will unconditionally protect me. So, to me, the forbidden forest, which looks extremely dangerous to you, is actually safer than when a mountain troll is roaming the castle. I can guarantee that. So, in that case, it wouldn't be a problem if I came along the next time you explore the forbidden forest. Ron. Hermione shot him a glare full of murderous intent. Of course not, I chuckled softly. In fact, I've already planned to take both of you the next time I go looking for ingredients. Last time I went, I discovered a small hill growing quite a few special herbs. Stop joking around. I'm definitely not going, and you're not allowed to either. I can take this opportunity to demonstrate some special techniques I use to gather magical potion herbs, Hermione. I said with a smile, tossing out the bait casually, without any doubt that if I were in my beast form, my fox tail would be wagging happily. You see, the method of harvesting also affects the quality of the herbs, and hands-on practice is far more useful than just reading about it in books. But the school rules. Besides, there are a few rare ingredients for intermediate-level potions appearing there. If we manage to collect them successfully, you and Ron can try out the potion recipes I shared with you from the Potions Club yesterday yourselves. Hermione fell silent, her expression clearly caught in a dilemma. As expected, for someone like her, a top student who follows the rules, the temptation to improve her grades and abilities versus obeying regulations is almost equally important. No wonder she's hesitating, although watching her dilemma is cute. Better not pressure her too much. Considering Hermione's current state, the fact that she's able to refrain from reporting me is already quite impressive. But it's almost winter now. Even if we want to go to the forest for herbs, we'll have to wait until after spring, so we'll talk about it then. But this was your promise, so don't forget where we ended up going on our own. Ron grinned at me as well, completely ignoring the glare Hermione shot him in annoyance. By the way, how did you come up with changing the belt like that? And why do you carry so many poisons with you? I was trying to dodge the issue, but it seems there's no avoiding it after all. Harry. Yeah, I was just thinking about the best way to explain it clearly. I absent-mindedly drifted, making Hermione frown. When she called me back to my senses, I offered an apologetic smile. The reason I carry so many potions and powders is that I want to get used to them. Even when I can't fight well with a wand yet, I can still protect myself in other ways. Protect yourself? Hermione looked puzzled. We're at school now. What situations here would require you to prepare this many dangerous poisons for self-defense? The way you say it makes it sound like the school is full of dangers. It's hard to say. Have you forgotten that the mountain monster almost killed us a few days ago? Ron suddenly said, and Harry is now the only hunter of the Gryffindor team, and the first-year recruit in the history of the Potion Society. Snape and the people of Slytherin hate him to death. Don't be silly, Ron. Professor Snape and Slytherin students couldn't kill Harry even if they hated him. This was the school, and Professor Dumbledore was there. And what happened that day in Halloween was an accident, and it couldn't always happen that the mountain monster broke in, and the defensive magic of Hogwarts. Hermione's rebuttal paused, her brows furrowed even tighter, and at the same time, confusion flashed on her face. What? It's very strange. Hermione seemed to ask herself. I've seen Hogwarts, a history, which says that one of the defensive magic circles in the school castle is to shield non-human creatures from invading. Unless they are led by the faculty and staff, even monsters with high immunity to magic, such as giants and mountain monsters, can only run in if they cooperate in groups to attack and defend strongly. Ron's face also became eccentric. But, Hermione, the teachers of Halloween have searched all night, and only the mountain monster has appeared in the school. The two of them looked at each other for a while and turned to look at me. Yes, as you are guessing now, I also suspect that a certain teacher deliberately put the mountain monster in. I nodded, and I was not surprised to see two pairs of round eyes. Isn't it? Ron's disbelief already had a hint of anger. Snape already hates you so much that he wants to murder you? Please don't be so stupid. Hermione couldn't stand it and said, Professor Snape is a teacher at school, and even if I hate him, I won't murder a student. Every teacher at Hogwarts was hired by Professor Dumbledore himself, and he could not let anyone with real ill intentions towards his students stay at the school. Then how do you explain the whole mountain troll incident? You yourself just said that without a teacher leading it in, the troll couldn't possibly have gotten into Hogwarts. I never said it was impossible. It's just that the probability is too small. I sighed lightly and continued, the reason I practice learning to protect myself is because I plan to work in capturing dark wizards in the future. It has nothing to do with Professor Snape or the Slytherin students. As for what you just said, it actually makes sense. Professor Dumbledore would never hire a teacher who intends to murder students. So, regardless of which teacher might have planned it, if the troll entered the school that night, the target wouldn't have been any particular student. We were just unlucky and happened to cross its path. Ron and Hermione were silent for a moment, looking at me. Harry, your way of putting it is very strange. Ron frowned, no less serious than Hermione. Do you know something? I closed my eyes and turned my head to stare into the fireplace where sparks were dancing. I do know some things about this troll entering the school, there are some clues. But without evidence, even if I spoke up, no one would believe me. How will you know if you don't try? I know you would believe me, but that's not enough. I shook my head gently. Without evidence, the teachers won't believe it. Then we'll go find evidence. Ron blurted out, refusing to back down, and shot a resentful glare at Hermione. We were almost killed. Don't tell me you don't care at all about who the culprit is. I never said I don't care, but if this really was deliberately orchestrated by some professor, no matter what the purpose of the culprit is, it would definitely be very dangerous. That's why the teachers never mention why the troll got in, they just call it an accident and don't reveal anything else. If we could already guess it, then Professor Dumbledore would certainly have thought of it and would be investigating. We shouldn't interfere and make things messy. The teachers can check theirs, and we'll check ours. Clearly, the curious Ron couldn't take the advice at all. He looked at me with eager, excited eyes. Harry, tell us what you know first. Maybe you know something even the teachers don't. If Harry had found a clue about this, he wouldn't have kept it from the teachers. Hermione snapped at me, giving me a look that said, if you didn't tell, that would really be reckless. Even if I didn't tell, Professor Dumbledore would know, I said calmly. Deliberately letting a mountain troll in is something the teachers at school wouldn't take lightly. They would definitely notice quickly and evacuate the students, so it's very unlikely the culprit's goal was to attack students. If it wasn't to attack students, then the purpose must be to mislead or divert attention, right? If we think along those lines, it's not hard to guess the true goal of the culprit. At the moment, our school is holding an important item on the 3rd floor that has been made off limits. The two of them went momentarily blank at the same time. The three-headed dog. That package. They both shouted out at the same time. Hermione quickly turned to Ron. What package? Ron quickly explained the connection he had pieced together from me and Hagrid regarding the Sorcerer's Stone. Then, the situation is pretty clear, isn't it? Hermione frowned. Harry is right. Running into a mountain troll could be bad luck, but bringing a mountain troll into the school has a very high chance of being deliberately planned. Whatever Professor Dumbledore has hidden under the watch of the three-headed dog on the 3rd floor, it must be very important, probably something all the teachers know about and are required to keep secret. But perhaps one of the teachers became greedy for that package. If that were the case, the culprit who brought in the troll to distract the teachers would definitely take the opportunity to steal something from the 3rd floor restricted area. Ron, do you know if any teacher was absent from the Halloween feast? Ron was taken aback by Hermione's sudden question, tried to remember for a while, and shook his head. I don't remember. At that time, I was constantly thinking about you and about what Harry had told me. Then Kirill rushed into the hall to announce the discovery of the mountain troll, and I was so anxious to find Harry that I didn't pay attention to any of these things. No need to dwell on it. Whoever brought the mountain troll in, the culprit would have definitely been in the hall at that time. After all, an alibi still has to be solid. If I were the culprit, I would also choose to use the search for the mountain troll as an excuse to sneak up to the 3rd floor. I paused. That package is so important, Professor Dumbledore certainly wouldn't rely on just one protective measure. The three-headed dog is only there to guard the entrance. However, after this incident, Professor Dumbledore will certainly strengthen the protection around that package. Even if the culprit is determined, they've already given away their hand. It'll be relatively difficult for them to make another move. Nevertheless, given how valuable that package is in terms of provoking the culprit to betray Dumbledore's trust, they will inevitably try other methods. I'll continue tracking this matter secretly, not for anything else, but the fact that the culprit and the dark wizard who broke into Gringotts are connected, and that they put a mountain troll in the school, seriously endangering students like us, means I can't let them go. How about you two? Of course I'm in. Ron said almost immediately without thinking. I nearly got attacked by a mountain troll too. Don't think I'll let the culprit off that easily. Even if I can't catch them, at least I want to know who's that malicious. Once I find evidence, I'll make sure the teachers send them to Azkaban." Ron and I both turned to Hermione at the same time. "Why are you looking at me like that? I never said I was going to stop you." Hermione gave us a complex, innocent look first, then seriously added a caveat. "But let me make it clear, you have to listen to me if we discover anything. No acting on your own. Don't forget, the culprit who let in the mountain troll is definitely an adult wizard, maybe even skilled in dark magic. If we're going to investigate, we have to be extremely careful. Otherwise, if anything happens, the three of us would never be able to handle a dark wizard." Exactly. We can't even handle one mountain troll." "You have no right to say that to me." I stayed silent and listened to their bickering. My gaze casually passed over the stairs leading to the dormitory, catching a shadow that wavered and quickly disappeared from there. They said they were going to investigate the package, but for Ron and Hermione, there were still too few clues to really get started, and the only one genuinely enthusiastic about this was Ron. Hermione's attention was mostly focused on schoolwork and self-improvement. Besides her potion-making abilities, she had privately discovered that I had self-studied all the courses up to the third-year level, following Ron. This was a big blow to Hermione, who has always prided herself on her intelligence, and it made her even more diligent in her studies. As for me, already knowing what was going on, I didn't reveal much more because I didn't want to tamper with the future too much and risk losing control of the situation. On top of that, with the Potion Club activities and the Quidditch team's increased training schedule due to the approaching match, my time became tighter, and I hardly had the energy to discuss these things with Ron. As a result, the investigation was progressing with great difficulty. Then the lineup for the Quidditch House Cup was announced, with Gryffindor facing Slytherin in the first match. Ron's detective instincts were temporarily diverted because everyone around was discussing the strength of this year's teams, and he became more concerned about my training than anything else. Whenever our team gathered for practice, we could always see him and Hermione in the empty stands. I really don't know how he managed to get Hermione, who usually has little interest in Quidditch, to come. No matter what, knowing that two friends cared so much about me and were cheering me on made me train even harder while cooperating with my teammates. Over this period, the Gryffindor team had finally started to develop a good understanding and coordination. Coupled with a stronger sense of unity than any other team, I am very confident about everyone's performance when we finally play. As for me, although my flying skills and teamwork have been practiced to the point where even Wood couldn't find a fault, this is, after all, my first Quidditch match, and our opponents are the Slytherins, who are notorious for dirty tricks. Wood's tactical orders for us were that I should try to stay out of the scuffle for the quaffle from the beginning, focusing all my attention on catching the golden snitch, leaving the rest to the veterans. I had no object irons, since if I remembered correctly, Professor Quirrell was likely to target me in this match, and I was looking forward to getting a little revenge for the gift he gave me on Halloween night. So I didn't refuse this plan, which everyone agreed was partly for my observational practice, and dutifully acted as a guerrilla support player. And so, on the morning of the opening match of the Quidditch House Cup, Gryffindor vs Slytherin, everyone's nervous anticipation finally reached its peak. "I mean, aren't you guys going a bit overboard?" Dean said, looking at the pile of food on my desk, the black line above his head no less intense than my twitching mouth. "This amount is enough to feed the whole team, isn't it?" Indeed, fried eggs, sausages, ham, cheese sandwiches, mashed potato salad, macaroni with tomato sauce, multiple flavors of cereal porridge, and juice. The spread was lavish enough to rival a banquet, and all of this, supposedly, was a nutritious breakfast specially prepared for me before the match. Well, I just asked Fred and George to get it following the menu Hermione gave me. I had no idea they'd get this much, Ron explained somewhat helplessly, clearly uncertain how to describe the twins' capabilities. Honestly, if they weren't Gryffindors too, seeing this, I'd think some Slytherin had decided not to poison Harry lately and instead wanted to fatten him up before the match. Seamus shook his head. Where on earth did Fred and George get all this? It seems like the kitchen, but no matter what they say, they won't let me go with them, Ron pouted, seeming somewhat upset that his two older brothers wouldn't let him check out the kitchen. There's no way I can eat all this. Since we have so many kinds of breakfast, it would be a shame to waste it, and the other students at the tables would curse us to death if we didn't share. Let's all eat together. I smiled with a mix of helplessness and warmth, gently nudging Hermione. Let's invite Parvati and the others too. It'll be livelier with more people. Hermione glanced at me, nodded, and went to invite the girls sitting not far away. Well done. With this, it basically turned into a little breakfast party. Shaking my head lightly, I grabbed the tray and put a few slices of ham and sausage on it, along with a piece of bread and a glass of strawberry juice. I waved to Ron and quietly slipped out of the hall before anyone could react. It's not that I didn't want to eat or chat with everyone, but with the match starting in 2 hours, I preferred a quiet moment to settle down and get into the right mindset. After all, this was my first Quidditch match, and I definitely didn't want to mess it up. But, as it turned out, once you become famous, peace and quiet are the furthest things from you. Wherever I went, I could always hear seniors or classmates cheering me on or mocking me. Even if I tried to find a quiet spot, someone would come over just to say hi. Eventually, overwhelmed by the constant attention, I thanked my fellow Hufflepuff seniors from the Potions Club for their encouragement, stuffed the uneaten ham and sausages into a paper bag shaped from leaves, found a temporarily empty corner, used my transmigration skills to summon an animal disguise, and then, bag in mouth, sneaked along the shadows toward the garden behind the staff dormitories. HMPH, I refused to be disturbed even after changing my appearance. It's been so long since I had some peace and quiet at last. Serenity, I'm coming. Lying openly and comfortably on the lawn, I reached into the paper bag and hugged the sausage, slowly nibbling on it. The weather today is really refreshingly pleasant. The rare clear sky lets the sun shine warmly, cutting away some of the late autumn chill. I squint comfortably at the sky. If it weren't for the fact that I have a competition later, I would really be tempted to just take a little nap. What a pity. But maybe next time the weather is nice, I could consider sneaking Ron and Hermione here for a lunchtime nap. Though knowing Hermione's personality, asking her to skip class is totally unrealistic, so I'd better keep this from her for now. Ron, on the other hand, could come and hang out apart from being careful not to run into the faculty entering or leaving the dorm. This secluded spot is perfect for skipping class and napping. He would definitely love it. While lost in these thoughts, I kept eating, finishing off the ham and sausage I brought in this half-dazed state. I licked my front paws, a bit greasy from hugging the sausage, and I somewhat regretfully acknowledged that although I now am a perfectly transformed little fox, I'm still far from a real animal who could entirely clean itself with just its tongue and paws. After stretching my limbs properly, I got up from the grass, shook off the clinging debris, and jumped onto the edge of the pool. Careful to stabilize myself, I dipped my front paws into the water to stir and clean them. There's no helping it. My small frame remains delicate even after transforming into a fox. Last time when I fell into this pool in human form, I swallowed quite a bit of water. Now as a little fox, if I'm not careful, I could easily drown. Come to think of it, I didn't expect my fox form to be this cute. After washing off the grease from my front paws, I took my first clear look at my beast form and stared at my reflection in the water, feeling a bit pensive. My dense, pure black fur has only a small patch of silver gray on the right side of my forehead. That must be where my scar is. My original lake green eyes have darkened slightly because of the beast form, and their shape has become narrow and elongated, giving a mischievous, flirtatious look. Add to that my fluffy tail. I'm basically an adorably sinful little fox doll that could lure little girls. Why does such a cute little fox have to be my own beast form? It's so frustrating. I can't even hug it, and the more I look at it, the gloomier I feel. Although I don't have to hold it, since it is my own beast form, I can still secretly change it to enjoy it occasionally, right? Is this just narcissism? Obviously, the original appearance of this body is just a good facial features, barely called a gentleman. Why is it so cute that it makes people commit a crime when it changes into a fox? I don't want to embark on the path of perverted narcissus. The jumping Tintin thinking that occasionally came out of the line inexplicably made me more and more entangled the more I thought about it, and I couldn't help but stretch out my paws and slap the water with some anger. But after a few shots, I stopped this childish act because I realized that there was no benefit at all except for getting my body wet. My wet body shrank because of a cool breeze, and I couldn't help but laugh when my head cleared up a little. What am I doing? I usually pretend to be an 11-year-old child's personality for too long, so the degree of disconnection has become the same as that of a child. I arched my body to shake off the water droplets on my hair, and I no longer cast any eyes on the water, turning around and jumping back to the ground. It's almost time to gather, and it's time to go to the players' lounge on the pitch. Can't be the last one. Wood's bits and pieces have already learned enough during his usual practice, and according to his personality, he is definitely very excited today, so don't stimulate him too much. I was thinking and walking only a few steps, but I accidentally looked up and saw Professor Snape's shadow in a pitch-black robe that was said to have remained unchanged for many years standing under the corridor connecting the garden. Meeting the cold eyes defenselessly, I almost stopped stiffly in an instant. Why did that guy appear here? How long has he been standing here? I shouldn't have shown any abnormal flaws. Won't all the stupid things I just did be seen? What to do, what to do, what to do, dash dash. Severus. The sudden sound made me jump in fright, and the voice of recognizing that it was Dumbledore did not make me feel at ease, but made me even more panicked. That old man is super shrewd. I'm not sure that my beast won't be seen through in front of him, no matter what. It's better to slip away first. I didn't even have the courage to look back, so I went straight into the bushes and left here as quickly as possible. Chapter 25. Nicholas Flamel. Quaffle, bright red ball, scoring a goal by throwing it into the hoop. Bludger, dark-colored ball, smaller than the quaffle, knocks players off their flying brooms. Golden snitch. Madame Poppy Pomfrey, school nurse. Fluffy. Nicholas Flamel. My first Quidditch match really ended in chaos. The Slytherin kids would do anything to win, so the game was intense right from the start. Our team's advantage was that our chasers were all girls, whose agile flying skills allowed them to score 50 points for Gryffindor shortly after the match began, but although they were agile, they lacked endurance, so this early success didn't last long. Slytherin's chasers soon caught up, and they even teamed up with their beaters to attack our chasers with bludgers. Fortunately, the Weasley twins were not to be underestimated. More accurately, they were like beasts on the field. Every bludger they blocked and then sent flying back hit a Slytherin player in the face, making their beaters constantly on the run. As for me, although Wood had ordered me from the start to fly as far away from the match as possible, it was clear that the opposing seeker had no intention of letting me safely wait and watch from the sidelines. So he kept circling around me, trying to knock me off my broom and back to the ground. I can only say that I quite liked his approach. I had been worried about the Slytherins looking down on me, a rookie, and leaving me aside, but now that the opponent had taken the initiative to attack, it would go against the Gryffindor spirit not to return the favor. Of course, I wasn't deliberately going against Wood's tactical orders, so I indulged myself in moving clumsily and recklessly. Not only did I accidentally disrupt Slytherin's chaser formations, but I also panicked and almost crashed headfirst into the teacher's stands. I say almost because, of course, I didn't. After all, if I wanted to successfully sprinkle some potion powder onto Professor Snape's high alert robes, I had to take the opportunity to do so. My rookie harassment tactic didn't last long, as Kirill eventually attacked me. His malicious curses made me lose control of my broom and kept trying to throw me off. If I hadn't already prepared vines hidden in my robes to help wrap around the broom handle, I would have been flung off with just that force. The broom was completely out of control for at least 3 to 5 minutes, I think. I just hung on desperately to the broomstick, while my wrists and palms were scraped and bleeding thanks to the vines. Just when I thought an eternity had passed, my Nimbus 2000 finally came back under my control. Exhausted, I shakily landed after barely managing to get back on the broom. What about the golden snitch? HMPH. I had already spotted it and tucked it into my sleeve while teasing the Slytherin seeker and causing mischief, even before Kirill cursed my broom. Lying on the grass, finally catching my breath, I reached into my sleeve, pulled out the struggling golden snitch, kissed it on the lips, and then weakly raised my hand to show everyone. After the match, I was carried on Fred's back to the hospital wing. After all, I had no strength to get up and my hands were still covered in fresh blood. But I couldn't bear to ruin everyone's excitement from just winning the match, so after Madame Pomfrey bandaged me up, I spent some effort persuading Wood and the others to go back to the common room and join the party. Not everyone was convinced, though. At least Hagrid, Hermione, Ron, and Neville insisted on staying in the hospital wing to keep me company. They even managed, despite Madame Pomfrey's stern face, to secure a separate single room for me to rest until the potion that restored my energy took effect, though I suspected their real purpose was just to have an undisturbed place to talk with me. In fact, even before coming to Hogwarts, I had mentally prepared myself for eventually dealing with the head nurse of the hospital wing. But I hadn't expected to pay a visit here so soon. Given Madame Pomfrey's reputation for being as strict as Professor McGonagall, it was surprising that she didn't make things difficult for Hermione and the others and actually gave me a resting room. From this, it seemed Madame Pomfrey might not be as stern as people say. However, the potion she made, well, I can't even begin to describe the taste. Holding my breath, I chugged the entire strength-restoring potion in one go, smacking my lips, and frowned as I watched Madame Pomfrey leave the room. I then staggered towards Ron, who was standing by the bed, and when he reflexively hugged me, I sneaked a partially eaten chocolate frog from his robe pocket into my mouth to mask the awful taste of the potion. Harry, the sudden lunge nearly made me fall off the bed and clearly shocked everyone nearby into a cold sweat. Ron was particularly furious and immediately scolded me, though he carefully helped me back onto the bed. "What are you doing? Wasn't it frightening enough on the pitch just now? You're already exhausted and still making such a mess. Are you upset that you didn't break an arm or neck today or something? I'm sorry, but I really can't stand this taste anymore." My mouth muffled my voice because it was stuffed with chocolate, and I sheepishly apologized, knowing I was in the wrong. "Mrs. Pomfrey's potion tastes so awful I thought I was drinking spoiled orange juice. If you wanted candy, you could have just asked us. No need to dive in like that." Hermione looked both exasperated and amused. After Ron helped me back to sit properly on the bed and wrapped me up snugly in the blanket, she sat on the edge of the bed and also took out her pocketful of toothsome treats. "How do you carry so much candy on you?" Not just Hermione, even Ron dug out piles of various snacks from the other pockets of his clothes and piled them in front of me, leaving Neville and Hagrid staring in disbelief. "It's all because this kid loves candy and sweets so much. He carries heaps every day, and when his pockets are too full, he just leaves some with us." Ron poked my forehead irritably as I struggled to unwrap a toffee. I just gave him a sideways glance in mild protest and kept wrestling with the wrapper. The tops of my fingers were barely exposed through the bandages, making candy unwrapping a huge task. It got to the point where Hermione and I are used to keeping his candy for him. Sometimes when his pockets get too full, and I go for my wand, I end up pulling out a jelly stick instead. "Seriously, even without my candy, you're always stuffing all sorts of weird stuff into your pockets too. Thanks, Hermione." Hermione couldn't stand watching me fumble any longer, so she personally unwrapped the candy and put it into my palm. "Besides, you shouldn't be putting anything else in the pouch on your waist meant for your wand. I never asked you to put candy there. If I don't put it there, then where else am I supposed to put your candy?" Ron's complaint was cut off when I stuffed a maple candy into his mouth, and I even fed Hermione a cookie. I cheerfully grabbed some of the freshly taken snacks and shared them with Neville and Hagrid. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's all celebrate a bit and share. The Gryffindor team won their first match, and I'm fine now, so no need for anyone to look so tense. It's making it awkward for me." A few people exchanged looks, and Ron sat down at the foot of the bed, while Neville and Hagrid also dragged over a nearby armchair. "You can't really blame them for not recovering yet. You know, the way you lost control in the air back then scared everyone to death." Hagrid's armchair creaked at the corners, letting out groans that made your teeth hurt just to hear. "But you really did great, absolutely amazing, Harry. Your dad back in the day wouldn't have flown any better. I was just hoping you wouldn't hold the team back, and who would have thought you'd wreak havoc on the Slytherin team and even actually catch the golden snitch. Well done. Ha ha ha." By the end, Hagrid reached out to ruffle my hair, and I let him. Anyway, my naturally messy hair couldn't get any worse. "I'm not that great. The Slytherin team messed up because their seekers forgot to cooperate with their teammates while chasing me. Even the golden snitch basically collided into my flight path by itself. You could even say it came to me on purpose. I was just lucky." "Luck is a kind of skill too. Harry, stop being modest." Hagrid continued to chuckle. "Besides, everyone saw how brave you were later in midair dealing with the runaway broom. Not everyone is skilled enough to stay on like you did. At least for those without much flying talent and skill, they definitely wouldn't have held up. Everyone knows that." I tugged at the corner of my mouth but said nothing. Indeed, after the broom was cursed, the Slytherin players would probably realize soon after stepping out of the shadow of that loss that my initial clumsy evasive moves, showing a lack of practical experience, were intentionally done to fool them. In other words, that trick wouldn't work next time, and in future matches, it would be hard not to become their target on the pitch. But that's all for later. That's Forward, the team captain, to worry about. What I'm more concerned about right now is the aftermath of tossing the powdered potion on Professor Snape, since just handling the Slytherin players and Kirill's curse left me no extra attention to notice what was happening in the stands. Honestly, Hagrid, I don't think my performance was as impressive as you think. I was just trying really hard not to fall to my death, I said, shaking my head lightly, glancing at my bandaged hands, and gave a bitter smile. But this time it really was lucky. If the vines hadn't helped wrap around the out-of-control broom, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. I didn't expect a cursed broom to become that terrifying. I was a bit too careless. The 4 people who heard me were all stunned, and Neville looked at me timidly. Harry, the way you say that, it's like you already knew your broom would have problems. Yeah, more accurately, I've just been paying extra attention to my safety lately, because while Quidditch is fun, you have to admit that this sport is prone to dangers and accidents. I said calmly, my eyes growing serious. And I've been investigating certain things recently. It seems my activities have started to bother someone, which is why today someone dared to curse my broom in public to try to kill me. Kill you? Hagrid seemed shocked, stammering, but this is the school. Dumbledore is here. Who would dare, and what exactly are you investigating? There's something hidden in the school, Hagrid. Hermione said nervously. We know there's a three-headed dog guarding something important in the third-floor forbidden corridor. What? Hagrid practically shouted. How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy. This time it was Ron who yelled. That thing has a name? Fluffy is my dog. I bought him from a Greek kid. I only lent him to Dumbledore because he needed him to guard something. Hagrid suddenly stopped. No, I can't tell you, you absolutely shouldn't know this. But we already know. I looked at Hagrid seriously. Listen up, Hagrid, no matter what that dog is guarding, someone is already scheming to get it. The incident on Halloween with the mountain troll breaking into the school wasn't an accident. Someone let it in on purpose, intending to steal something from the third floor in the chaos. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hagrid shook his head. If what you're saying is true, only a teacher could have done this. But that can't be. How can it not be possible? Hermione and I saw it. Ron blurted out in frustration. It was Snape. He was the one putting a curse under Harry's broom just now. If Hermione hadn't sneaked under the teacher's desk and secretly set his robe on fire to stop him, Harry could have been seriously hurt. Impossible. Hagrid still couldn't believe it. Professor Snape is one of Dumbledore's most trusted people. He would never do such a thing. Then how do you explain him staring at Harry's broom and muttering a curse? Hermione, too, looked indignant. I've read many books about curses. Every single one says that one of the basic requirements for casting a curse is to keep your eyes fixed on the target. I saw him staring at Harry's broom while chanting, and Harry's broom only returned to normal after I burned his robe to interrupt him. I don't know, that could just be a coincidence. Dumbledore was there too. How could something like this happen? Hagrid shook his head. Anyway, you three should stop meddling in this. Especially with that thing on the third floor. Don't go snooping around and causing trouble. Students aren't supposed to know about this. This involves Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. And Nicholas Flamel's what? Ron asked, but he had already noticed that Hagrid, realizing he had almost said too much, just stood up in frustration. Forget what you heard, and don't poke your noses into this any further. His tone was a little sharp. I have work to do in the fields. Harry, get some rest, I'll come check on you later. We could only watch Hagrid leave unhappily. Nicholas Flamel, Ron pondered. Do you have any impression of that name? Yes, I nodded, and 3 pairs of wide eyes immediately turned toward me. I think I saw this name in a book I borrowed from the library, but I don't remember the details. That's simple. I'll go ask Madam Pince to check your borrowing records. That will narrow down the scope of our search a lot. Knowing who had an agreement with the headmaster should help us roughly guess what's hidden on the third floor. That way, we should have a better understanding of why Snape wants that thing, and it will be easier to gather evidence. Hermione frowned, a hint of annoyance flashing across her face. I was too focused on quickly interrupting Snape's spell earlier, and I forgot to get Professor Dumbledore, who was sitting nearby, to notice what Snape was doing. Otherwise, he could have caught him red-handed. I reacted too poorly, Harry. You've done very well. If you hadn't set fire to Professor Snape's robe just in time, causing a commotion among the teachers, I might not have held on. Thank you so much. I smiled and patted Hermione's hand in thanks. Unspoken was the thought that since Professor Snape's robe had been burned, my potion powder would also function as intended. When it turned to smoke, I quickly suppressed the cold thrill almost leaking from my eyes. And Ron, Neville, thank you for caring about me. I was a bit too careless this time about the other person's methods and abilities, which worried you both. I'm sorry. Hearing me say this, Ron's expression turned a bit sour. You fool. We've clearly been in this together, yet you say something like that? Are you being too formal or looking down on me? If you say something like that again next time, just wait and see if I don't learn a few dark spells to experiment on you. He threw a candy at me irritably. Seeing me crush it against my forehead in pain, he realized that Neville seemed to know nothing about our actions. Right, Neville, you. Neville gave us a weak, bitter smile. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else about this. No, Neville. Hermione explained somewhat hurriedly, "We're not worried that you might say something rash, it's just that this matter is extremely dangerous because what we're investigating right now is essentially the secret of a dark wizard hiding somewhere in our school." I put down my hand, picked up Hermione's words, and looked at him meaningfully. "Actually, I know. That day, when Ron and I were talking in the common room, you must have overheard some of it and already had an idea of what we were doing." Neville's body trembled slightly. I knew I was right. The shadow under the stairs back then was indeed him. "You don't have to be nervous. I know you didn't eavesdrop on purpose. I also really appreciate you keeping this secret for us all this time. We're not asking you to actually join us or anything, but I hope you truly understand the seriousness of this matter. You also just heard what Hagrid said. The thing hidden in the third floor forbidden area is absolutely not something students should know about. I only ask you, no matter what, don't mention this to anyone else and continue helping us keep it a secret, all right?" Neville hesitated but nodded. "But what about Professor Snape? Your potions club?" "I'll continue attending potions class." "Harry!" Ron and Hermione both shouted, especially Ron, who was extremely agitated. "Are you crazy? He wants to kill you. You can't. It's class, Ron. If he really were the culprit, he wouldn't act in his own classroom, it wouldn't give him any advantage, and he wouldn't get what he wants," I said calmly. "Besides, you guys have been misunderstanding something. Hermione has already confirmed for me that he isn't the culprit, so I should just obediently go to his class to thank him for helping protect me today." The three of them looked utterly shocked. "Protect you?" Hermione looked adorably flustered, no longer being her usual sharp self. I silently admired her. But he is clearly. When casting a dark curse, you must keep your eyes on the target, but to break a curse, your gaze must also not waver." I smiled faintly. "So what you saw today was him trying to lift the curse and save me. If he hadn't intervened and blocked the curse from being completed, I probably wouldn't have even waited for Hermione to cause a ruckus from the professor's table before being killed by the completely uncontrollable broom." Hermione was speechless. As for Ron, after a brief moment of shock, he still found it hard to accept. "But Harry, how can you be sure he was trying to save you and not kill you? He was the only one chanting the spell at the professor's table, and it was only after Hermione set the fire at him that you regained control of your broom. Did you actually check and see what every teacher was doing at that moment?" I asked in return. When casting a spell, vocalizing it ensures accuracy and stability, but when all the surrounding teachers are watching, can you really guarantee no one would hear a muttered curse and suspect something? If I were the culprit, even though I had already decided to act, I would still rather use silent spells to avoid small risks of errors. If you sitting across the stands could see Professor Snape chanting, there's no way the teachers sitting right next to him didn't hear him and intervene. As for Hermione setting the fire, I'm sure the interruption wasn't only Snape. The chaos at the professor's table must have also affected the real culprit casting the spell. Then. Neville looked both shocked and perplexed. "Professor Snape, he got bitten by the three-headed dog." "What?" Hermione and Ron both widened their eyes and stared at Neville. "Professor Snape got bitten? When did that happen?" I have to say, being stared down like that by the future couple is intimidating. I could clearly see Neville shudder, which made him finally confess hesitantly. "I ruined my potions assignment again last week. The professor, he asked me to redo it, but I accidentally damaged the school cauldron I borrowed." "Get to the point." Neville shrank his neck. "I was punished for labor service, and when I went to see Professor Snape at night, I saw Filch helping him with drugs, and then I heard them talking about dogs, and then I was found and rushed back to the dormitory, and labor service was inexplicably cancelled. I was so frightened that I finished speaking in one breath. I couldn't help but laugh, and it was too late to cover my mouth." Hermione and Ron's unhappy and Neville's mournful gaze had already swept over. "I'm sorry." I coughed lightly and restrained my smile. "So Neville, you know about this too, so please keep it a secret." In fact, Professor Snape was injured on the day of Halloween, because he realized earlier than the other teachers that someone wanted to steal something from the third floor, and happened to encounter a three-headed dog that was awakened by the fleeing prisoner and became furious, so he was accidentally injured. All three of them looked at me with strange faces that were inexplicable and incomprehensible. "How did you know about this?" Hermione looked at me very suspiciously. "Listen to your tone, you knew it a long time ago. After we stunned the mountain monster that day, didn't Professor Snape also appear? At that time, I noticed that his walking posture was very strange, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air." I explained. "I often fiddle with some medicines and herbs, and my sense of smell is very sensitive, and at that time I wondered why he was injured, so I secretly asked the plants in the school to help me pay attention to this. As a result, the next morning I received a message from the Chancellor's office that Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall had reported to Professor Dumbledore that night that we had taken down the monster and that someone was trying to break into the third floor. That's how I learned the reason for Professor Snape's injury. Ron and Hermione were a little better. They had known a little about my ability to communicate with plants, but they were surprised that my ability to eavesdrop on and search for messages with plants didn't even let go of the principal's office. But Neville, who had heard of my supernatural abilities for the first time, was already frightened into a goldfish face. Harry, you mean you communicate with plants? I can communicate with plants within about a kilometer around me and summon plants I've interacted with before. This is my innate ability. I cautiously revealed part of my talent to him and winked, but you have to keep it a secret. I don't want too many people to know I have this ability. Neville nodded blankly, then suddenly showed a helpless smile. It seems like today, for some reason, I've ended up with a lot of secrets related to you that I have to keep. At this rate, it's not so different from joining your actions, is it? Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. I tilted my head innocently with a smile, but for the first time, I didn't hide my calculating intentions. But it probably doesn't matter, right? Don't tell me that in the past few days since hearing about our decision, you've never thought about joining us. His mouth opened slightly as he looked at me. Surprise and understanding flashed across Neville's face, followed by helplessness, nervous anxiety, and a tiny spark of excitement. I really hadn't misjudged him. Gryffindors always have a certain amount of courage. Neville had just gradually lost confidence growing up under his strict grandmother's high expectations, which made him seem timid, clumsy, and awkward. Otherwise, his intelligence would certainly rival Ron and Hermione's. A satisfied glint of admiration crossed my eyes, and I smiled even more brightly. Harry tilde. I turned my head and saw two disapproving gazes fixed on me, making me break into a cold sweat. Don't look at me like that. Isn't having another companion a good thing? The more people, the easier the work. After all, the criminal we're investigating is a teacher. Having someone else to help come up with ideas might even help us find more clues, right? You've already decided, so what do you want us to say? Hermione said, giving me a glare. I have no objection to Neville joining us on the investigation, but why didn't you tell us about Professor Snape? We agreed to act together. I just accidentally forgot. I was halfway through a silly laugh when Ron suddenly threw candy at me in a surprise attack. This guy really has impressive aim. I rubbed my forehead helplessly. You can forget something like this? Who are you trying to fool? I can clearly see that you're just too lazy to explain, so you just choose not to, right? Ron glared at me irritably. Apart from the Slytherins, you're probably the only one in the school who would believe that greasy old bat. Even if what he said to Dumbledore is true, how can you be sure it wasn't him who just cursed your broom? Everyone can see he hates you to death, and I really don't understand why you always speak in his defense. I reluctantly tugged at the corner of my mouth. I do know that Professor Snape hates me intensely, but I also know he wouldn't kill me. The way he looks at me is just like my aunt. He uses me to channel his hatred for my parents, and he doesn't actually have a deadly intent toward me. That's why if I were ever in danger, they are also the type who wouldn't just stand by. Anyway, it's a feeling that's hard to explain. I understand it, but it's difficult to fully grasp. The main thing you all need to know is that Professor Snape wouldn't really harm me. I sighed lightly. Also, I can tell that Professor Dumbledore trusts him deeply, even more than Professor McGonagall. Someone whom Dumbledore values that much is certainly not the type to betray easily, so I'm not trying to defend him. This is just the fact. Instead of wasting investigation time on him, it would be better to check which teachers went to watch the Quidditch match today. The culprit who cursed my broom today must be among them. Otherwise, the commotion Hermione caused with the fire wouldn't have helped me so smoothly. It was clear that my explanation still wasn't entirely convincing to the three of them. Ron seemed to want to say something else but was stopped by a look from Hermione. Harry, your point makes some sense, but we can't be sure that everything you said is completely accurate. Both Ron and I saw that Professor Snape was indeed cursing your broom today. Whether he was casting a harmful spell or trying to undo one, we can be certain that since he was so aware of the culprit's actions, even if he didn't do it, he likely already knew who the culprit was and didn't reveal it. If that's the case, he's basically no different from an accomplice. Hermione looked at me seriously and said, I, like you, trust the teachers Professor Dumbledore believes in, but this time I just can't. Professor Snape's attitude toward you, and what I saw with my own eyes today, make it very hard for me not to doubt him. Just like you said, I can't understand why you think someone who holds such hatred toward you would help you, but I want you to know that whether it's me, Ron, Neville, or anyone else, we don't want you to get into any danger. So please promise me, even if you trust Professor Snape, don't let him get close to you until we confirm who the culprit is, and don't go off alone, okay? Hermione, promise me. Her hand gently covered my bandaged palm, her expression pleading. Please, promise us, okay? We really don't want to see anything happen to you. Looking at the three serious little faces all filled with worry for me, I finally understood that my accident today had really frightened them. Unable to resist, I nodded lightly, agreeing to a promise I would later regret. Chapter 26. Christmas Break. What does "don't go off alone" mean? It means that no matter if I'm in class, going to the bathroom, eating, sleeping, or going to club activities, there must be at least one person with me. Because I had weakly agreed to Hermione, it meant that even the alone time I originally had for morning practice and potion brewing was now occupied by Ron and Neville, taking turns getting up early to accompany me every day. Watching the kids who usually linger in bed until they are almost late now setting alarms and dragging themselves out of their warm blankets every day just to make sure I'm not alone made me feel helpless and amused, but also a little touched, though it didn't lessen my lament over losing my freedom to be alone. The only consolation was that, before this, I had already made significant progress in exploring the castle and the Forbidden Forest, so even if I temporarily stopped my exploration, it wouldn't affect my plans. Since there will be someone with me for now, I decided to go along with it and focus my attention on the money-making project I had put aside for a long time. Whether in the ordinary world or the magical world, it is always extremely difficult for a child to earn money on their own. If I were attending an ordinary middle school, I might still be able to follow in the footsteps of my senior classmates by becoming a tutor or delivering newspapers and doing small odd jobs. But now, I am an 11-year-old underage wizard, attending a traditional boarding school. This means that if I want to make money, the only real ways are like the Weasley twins later did, selling things that my classmates would be interested in, or placing ads in newspapers to run a mail-order shop. These are the most direct ways to achieve my goal. I immediately dismissed the idea of earning money from my classmates as soon as it came to mind. For one, I didn't want to steal the twins' future customers. And no matter what I made to sell, it would be hard to explain how a first-year student like me could produce magically enchanted items. More importantly, the amount of money I need is far from small. Even if students have plenty of pocket money, it would be very difficult for me to earn the funds I require. Besides, I don't want anyone to know or even suspect why I need to work for money in my spare time, when I already apparently have an inheritance that can sustain me comfortably for life. So, for someone like me, who currently has no connections, the most convenient way to make money while keeping my identity hidden is still by placing ads in newspapers for mail-order sales. This way, I can pursue my goal of earning money by selling self-made magical items. Since the goal is to make money, of course I need both supplies and customers. Who is the easiest to make money from in this world? Of course, children, women, and the deceased. The last group isn't suitable for now, and I don't want to compete with the twins for business with the kids, especially since there will still be opportunities for collaboration later, so the customer group I should currently develop is naturally just women. Thinking carefully, it seems that Muggle aromatherapy using essential oils hasn't become widespread in the magical world yet. With my plant control abilities combined with Chinese medicine and potion-making methods, creating perfumes or skincare products with cosmetic or medicinal effects is completely feasible. However, for these female-oriented consumables, it will take some time to build a reputation. In the meantime, I still need some items to sell in small quantities so I won't run out of money. It looks like I'll have to focus on the idea of using the crystals and amber discovered while exploring the Forbidden Forest. Beautiful jewelry always attracts women's attention, and if I add a little flashy magic to it, along with an invisible mark nobody else can replicate during production, branding it as a unique boutique item should also earn a good profit. Plus, it won't be long before Christmas, which is the perfect festive season to promote these items as gifts. It's definitely a small business opportunity. It would be a pity not to seize this time to start production while also building a reputation and credibility. So I almost immediately had Hedwig deliver a small ad space order to the Daily Prophet, and I also started using the mornings to make these products conveniently. At this time I had 2 ready-made helpers who just appeared, and it would be a shame not to put them to use. Harry, are you sure a pot of stuff that looks like mud, Ron said, holding a ladle and staring disgustedly at the steaming cauldron, is really going to sell? And to girls, of all people? That's just the half-processed raw material. Of course not, I said without looking up, continuing to calculate the potion dosage needed to soften 500 grams of crystal. When that pot starts bubbling green, scoop 3 teaspoons of the crushed radiant crystal herb you have on hand and toss it in, then stir counterclockwise slowly 13 times and stop. Then switch to a very low heat of 4 degrees and simmer until all the moisture evaporates. A layer of milky gel will appear on the top, and that will be the base mixture for our perfume soap. Harry, the herbs and rough stones have been separated, and the cabinets have been marked with names. What else do I need to do? I looked up and saw Neville walking to my desk with a light sweat. I smiled at him, pulled away the chair beside me, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's sit down and rest first. It's okay for the time being. Hermione, you should take a break too. These books won't run away. You've been reading them for almost 2 hours. Don't let your eyes relax. Beware of becoming myopic like me." Hermione, who was sitting across from the big desk, finally poked her head out of the pile of books. "It's only been 2 hours. How can I be so tired?" With that said, Hermione still took a small piece of paper as a bookmark and closed the book, inextricably linked herbs and potions in her hand. But I really didn't expect that there would be such a great room in the school, and so many herbs, potions and metallurgical materials that were not even in the library. Neville, you're so lucky to find this place. The envy in Hermione's tone made Neville smile bitterly. "I'd rather never find out. You don't know how sad it is when you fall into a trap in the school corridor and get lost." Wayne lost his horse. How could he know that it was not a blessing? I said casually, caught a glimpse of their puzzled eyes, and then realized that I was speaking Chinese. That's an ancient Chinese language taught to me by my grandfather, which means that although it seems unlucky at first, you may find that you may encounter good things because of this unfortunate thing. It's like Neville discovered this universal room, probably because he had been touching the traps in the castle too often before, so he appeared in front of him to find it for him as compensation. Otherwise, why didn't it even mention it in Hogwarts, a piece of history? And it seems that even the teachers didn't know about the existence of this room. So we can have this place as a secret base, all because of Neville's lost. Ron, who had already lowered the fire level, hung the ladle on the edge of the cauldron and walked over, patted Neville on the shoulder and sat down in the empty seat next to him. "Thank you, warrior. We will remember your great kindness in sacrifice and dedication. You, who is rare in your gratitude." Amused by Ron's exaggerated reverence, Neville angrily and amusedly patted his hand on his shoulder. "If I hadn't wanted to brave the snow with Harry to build a laboratory treehouse in that abandoned patio garden, I wouldn't have let you know here. Like Harry and Hermione, they only use this place as an academic laboratory, and as for you, God knows what kind of strange and dangerous place you will make here." Hey, it's hurtful for you to say this. Am I like the kind of person who doesn't know the importance? When you don't be an accomplice to Fred and George, using us classmates as experimenters of prank goods, of course you are not. Obviously, someone still has a grudge against being tricked into eating canary cream last night and turning into a big yellow bird in the social hall. I began to clean up the parchment on the table full of calculations, and said to Hermione, who had started to flip through another book, "If you haven't finished reading all the books you like, you can take them home and read them slowly. Anyway, these books are not necessarily only available in this room, and the Christmas holiday is so long, so there is time for you to study slowly." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Is it really possible? That's great." She was so happy that she almost jumped up from her seat, and the movement surprised both Ron and Neville. "Mrs. Appint requires that the books borrowed from the library be returned before the holidays, and that they will not start borrowing books until the holidays are over and when school resumes. Are you passing the time by reading that kind of brick book?" Seeing Hermione like a happy little butterfly seeing nectar, rushing towards the rows of bookshelves in the corner, Ron's face was completely incomprehensible. "I really don't understand what her head is made of. How can she have the patience to read such boring books one after another? Even 10,000 bookworms eat not as much books as she reads in a year, which is really scary." Seeing that Neville's expression was similar to Ron's, I couldn't help but laugh. This is purely a matter of personal interest. For Hermione, reading has just become a sort of addictive habit. Besides, I haven't read fewer books than she has, so does that make me a bookworm too? I explained while sorting the parchment and packing it into my backpack. At the same time, I secretly felt relieved that the proud young lady was currently busy picking out books and hadn't noticed us here. Otherwise, Hearing Ron's comments would have sparked another verbal battle. If you ask me, I think you should occasionally spend some time reading a few extracurricular books, Ron, or at least learn to look up information on your own. Every time for homework you just copy my reports and tweak them. Our teachers will eventually notice your little tricks. Ron simply shrugged his hands at me. Forget it, don't expect me to sit still for 2 or 3 hours just to read a brick-like book. If you can make me manage 5 pages without dozing off, I'll be impressed, he said confidently. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. Seeing my disapproval, he grinned even more mischievously. Besides, the notes you'd are far more complete and condensed than what's in those books. If you really need, I can just borrow your notes to review. Why bother with the books? As long as you pass the exam, the teachers won't fuss too much. Damn it, so it turns out I'm the one who spoiled him into being this lazy about reading. Speechless and cornered, I could only silently pray that our professors are really as lenient as Ron claims, so I won't get dragged down and punished too, though honestly, I'm not really afraid. Harry, I also want to borrow a few books on herbs, is that okay? Neville stammered after struggling for a while. There seem to be some books here about Muggle herbs, and I'm kind of curious too. Sure, but you'll probably need to check with Hermione about who gets to read first, right? It looks like she has already picked some. I wasn't surprised by Neville's request. His interest and proficiency in magical herbs had been evident since our very first herbology class. If my skill with plants comes from a natural talent to communicate with them and make them obey, Neville's ability stems from genuine love in his heart, which is why plants are naturally willing to accept his care and attention. So when Neville asked to borrow the herb books here, I agreed without a second thought actually. Even if he had been too shy and polite to ask, I had already decided to give them to him so he could learn more. Secretly, I was planning that once his abilities in this area were strong enough, I would entrust him with the herbal and mineral materials for my profit ventures. Eventually, I also intended for Ron, when the right moment came, to join in with him and his twin brother's mischief products as helpers in the venture. After all, my goal in earning money is to prepare for certain necessary expenses for future confrontations with the Dark Lord. This is where my focus truly needs to be. As for Hermione, well, I can't boss this young lady around. Originally, I didn't intend to let her know about my money-making plans, but unfortunately, hiding it from a clever witch is way too much work, and if it weren't for giving her the excuse of practicing potion and herb knowledge, as well as self-studying some alchemy, along with the trial skincare products I made and a pair of dolphin blue crystal hairpins that she couldn't resist, she probably would have firmly opposed my plan, insisting that studying is the essential duty of a student. However, once I promised to make her jewelry and maintenance cosmetics whenever she needed, her opposition naturally vanished completely. Additionally, I gained an excellent helper, willing to lend a hand in practical brewing when she had time, so that can be considered a fortunate and welcome outcome, I guess. All right, let's just borrow these few books for now. Hermione looked at the 2 stacks of books she had pulled out and placed on the table, ignoring Ron twitched at the corner of her eye. This should be enough to keep me from being bored over the Christmas break and help me complete my herbology and potions assignments more thoroughly. This much. Ron's voice sounded like it had been strangled, which finally drew a disdainful glance from Hermione. That's only natural, right? Even if it's a holiday, we're still students, so we have to fulfill our duty to study and do our homework. At the very least, you should learn to do your own homework, Ron, always relying on Harry's reports. You who always borrow Harry's textbooks and notes to copy from have no right to talk to me about that. Ron interrupted without hesitation, giving me a look that said, "Why are you two exactly the same?" I quickly turned my head to suppress a smile. Besides, I didn't just copy Harry's homework, I even revised and condensed it. Do you think it's easy to rewrite that guy's neat report in my style? Maybe because she had a pile of books to study for a while, Hermione, who seemed to be in a good mood overall, didn't dwell on the topic as she usually would. She hummed softly, "Do as you please. I've given you the advice, whether you follow it or not is your problem." She pulled out at least 10 sheets of parchment stacked into a roll from her robe pocket and handed them over. "This is the list I got from Madame Pince of all the books Harry has borrowed from the library. Anything not crossed out is what I haven't looked at yet. You and Harry will still be staying at school during the holiday, and while the library isn't allowing checkouts, you can still use the books there. Digging into the Nicholas Flamel matter will be a bit of work for you too, so keep going and continue your search." Opening the parchment revealed neat, yet densely packed handwriting that nearly filled every blank space. Ron almost went cross-eyed. "Hermione, there are at least 100 books here that aren't crossed out. Yes, and let me remind you, almost 2/3 of them are those big, brick-like books that a bookworm would eat in a year. Ignoring the moans, she emphasized each word, smiling sweetly. So please work hard, Ron. I hope to hear good news when I come back from the holiday. Turning aside, besides me, there was also Neville. We really didn't do it on purpose. What about you and Neville? Don't tell me you two don't have to do anything. At the very least, you should help find out something too, shouldn't you? I'm going back to the Muggle world for the holidays. And my parents are dentists, what can you expect me to ask? Hermione said lightly, but you reminded me. Neville, your family seems to be a magical family, so you should be able to find out something, right? Neville finally turned around, although his expression had returned to seriousness, but he could still see a little rosy smile just now. I will try my best to listen, but I can't guarantee it. My uncles and aunts are all a little old and crazy. Even if they have heard of this person, they may not remember it. My grandmother is very reliable, but she is strict and fierce, and I'm not sure if I can remember to ask her when she is staring at me. The quieter he spoke, the more he was overshadowed by his grandmother's strictness. Neville. Okay, anyway, everyone can do their best. Anyway, the Christmas holiday is very long, and we have plenty of time, so we will always find out something. Hermione made a concluding tone and looked at his watch. It's still some time before lunch. Ron, Neville, you two go to the library to check those books first. You can find as many as you can first. Harry, please help me carry these books back to the dormitory and help me pack my luggage by the way. Tomorrow morning's train. With these books, I have to quickly reorganize my suitcase and move it out of the place, otherwise I will definitely be in a hurry tomorrow morning. Why can Harry pack for you while we go to check the books? Ron frowned and complained, and he can't go into the girls' dormitory, unless there is a life-threatening emergency. As long as 3 or more girls are willing to accompany you, male classmates or male teachers can still enter the girls' dormitory. Hermione said of course, and Lavender and Parvati are very interested in Harry's hairpins, and told me last night that they wanted to ask him in person if they could help buy a few. I have promised them that they will bring back Harry, who has been missing since this week's suspension. What? You actually told Harry about selling things? I didn't. I just told them that Harry has a catalogue for them to choose mail order. Hermione's tone was already starting to be a little impatient, and she glared at Ron. Okay, don't talk so much nonsense. Neville, give Harry the 4 books you want to borrow and help you take them back to the dormitory. Harry, I'll give you this stack. I'll take these. Let's go. In addition to displaying items according to the user's needs, another advantage of this special room is that you can decide the direction of exit when you leave. Hermione and I moved a bunch of books and left first, appearing on the no man's aisle closest to Fat Lady. Oh, this isn't little Harry. When Fat Lady saw me, she greeted me. The little guy disappeared as soon as class was suspended. Where did you go? I just accidentally overdone some experiments. Thank you for your concern. I smiled at the portrait. The secret language is Dream Elf. Exactly. The portrait slid away, and Hermione and I entered the lounge, but instead of going up the stairs to the girls' dormitory, I found a nearby corner armchair and sat down with my book. Harry, I won't go up. If Lavender and Parvati are really interested in those jewelry, the sample drawings I made before are still with you. You can just pick them out and show them, right? Actually, you just want to temporarily separate Ron and the others, right? I patted the empty seat next to me and motioned for her to sit together. Do you have anything to tell me? Hermione looked at me for a while, sighed softly, and followed me to put the book aside and sit down. I always feel like I can't hide anything from you. Her tone was a little coquettish. It seems that there is no secret in front of you. Don't you know that sometimes it makes people feel frustrated? Besides you, I guess hardly anyone would feel this way. I smiled faintly. For a long time, Hermione's natural intelligence meant she was always the one to perceive others' intentions, but now there was me, who could see things even more clearly. Naturally, she might feel a bit inferior and uncomfortable. Actually, this isn't so bad. You can say whatever you want without beating around the bush for fear of hurting or offending someone. Isn't that kind of freeing? Perhaps. Hermione said non-committally. Then, since you put it that way, are you willing to talk to me about the real reason you want to make money? As I suspected, it's about that. I sighed inwardly. Of course I have my reasons for needing money, Hermione, but the real reason, I can't tell anyone just yet. I looked seriously into her eyes, with sincerity. I could make up hundreds of reasons to tell you and Ron why I need money, but I don't want to do that, because you are my closest friends, and I don't want to deceive you. But making money is really important for some plans I intend to carry out in the future, and the amount of money needed is huge and must be kept so secret that, aside from you, no one should even notice I am behind it. I can only promise that my need for money isn't because I'm short on cash or facing some difficulty, so you don't need to worry about that." Hermione's brow furrowed even more as she listened. "Although I don't really understand business things like running a company, I can tell that whatever you're making, once sold, will bring in a huge sum of money. And you say this money is for funding some plans, kept secret from outsiders. What exactly are you trying to do? And does it involve something dangerous?" "Harry, I do not deny that my so-called plans do have risks. I can even say that it may end up involving something illegal." "Listen to me first, Hermione." I raised my hand to stop her when she was so shocked that she almost interjected, "I'm just planning, and what I just said about illegal things is the worst thing after the plan fails. As for the plan I plan to implement and what the reason is, I really can't say yet, but I promise you, as long as the time is right, I think before I can start working on those plans, I will definitely explain the reasons to you truthfully and discuss the feasibility with you, okay? Trust me, I won't mess around." Biting her lower lip gently, Hermione looked at me deeply in shock, confused, and worried and nervous. I must be crazy. She rubbed the corner of her forehead in distress. "I just wanted to ask, but not only did I not ask anything, but I found out that you are likely to do something illegal, but I actually want to continue to believe in you and even help you hide it. Oh my God." A somewhat apologetic wry smile crawled up my face. "I didn't mean to embarrass you, I just didn't want to deceive you." My fists clenched unconsciously, and my voice was a little low. "I have been thinking about those plans since before I entered Hogwarts, and after I actually entered the school here, I was even more determined to implement them to the end. Because, in this world, in this magical world, I have met you, Ron and Neville, and some people who are increasingly important to me. I don't just want to be protected by others, I want to protect you, and I don't want to lose any important person anymore." Hermione wanted to speak, but stopped. "Harry, what do you mean?" After a short silence, she said abruptly, "Is your so-called plan to target that person?" Closing my eyes, I nodded slightly. "And his followers?" Hearing this, she gasped, but I continued anyway. "Professor Dumbledore also knows that he isn't truly dead, and that he is even lurking somewhere outside, quietly waiting for the moment to regain his power and return. So I must take action, doing my best to conserve my strength and be ready to face and fight him at any time, because I am certain that when he really comes back, the first thing he will want to do is kill me, and I absolutely will not run. I absolutely will not show weakness to the murder of my parents." Hermione grabbed my hand. "That's enough." Her eyes were full of worried guilt. "Enough, don't force yourself so hard. If there are things you don't want to say, don't say them. I trust you." The warmth from Hermione's palm came through, and I gently squeezed back. "Thank you," I whispered in return. "I understand that telling you all this, yet not being able to fully explain it while expecting you to keep it secret, must be troubling for you. But those plans are really important to me. They are preparatory actions I have to complete before leaving school. You know, I want to work capturing dark wizards, but the position of Auror at the Ministry of Magic is too political and restrictive, so I don't want to become an Auror. Only by acting independently can I achieve what I want. Of course, I also know that relying on my own strength alone to fight dark wizards is extremely difficult and foolish, which is why I need to earn as much as I can. Hermione, if I want to successfully establish a private organization to combat dark wizards after I graduate, I must start accumulating strength now, as much as possible and in secret." Her usually confident, slightly proud eyes now looked at me with a mix of anxiety, worry, and a hint of confusion. After a moment of silence, Hermione only let out a faint sigh. "You really are clever, Harry, smarter than me or any other underage wizard. While we are still worrying about how to handle academic issues, you are already thinking about and actually planning your own future. Just as you said, since those plans of yours will be carried out one by one later, I'll trust your promise and not interfere for now, and just act as if nothing happened." She gave a faint smile, a mix of helplessness and steadfast support. "But don't forget what you just promised. Before you take any action in the future, you must discuss it with me and include me in it. Got it?" I returned a smile of promise. "Of course, I won't leave you, Ron, or Neville out. Although we've only known each other for a short while, I already know your personalities quite well. If I were to do something without letting you three help, I'd have to deal with you first." "That's good to hear." She shot me a reproachful glance. "But when you plan to let Ron and Neville know, that's up to you to decide. I won't help you with that." Yeah, I'll find a chance to explain it to them. Assuming they haven't noticed anything before then. But that's unlikely. They are smart, yes, but their attentiveness and sensitivity aren't anywhere near Hermione's cleverness, so it's probably best to just let things be. I got up and started moving the stack of books beside me, strolling toward the girls' dormitory stairs. I'll leave these books at the staircase. You can ask Lavender and Parvati to help you carry them upstairs. I said to Hermione, I'll go to the library to research with Ron and get Neville to double-check the luggage and pets. I don't want to be running around with him hunting his toad first thing tomorrow morning, only to get him to the station at the last minute. Once the winter holiday officially began, Hogwarts became extremely empty. It wasn't just the students going home for the holidays, some teachers also had their own schedules, making the castle feel very quiet. Of course, this quietness refers to popularity. The school is home to countless living and non-living magical creatures. With the students and teachers on break, inside and outside the castle naturally became their playground. But these things didn't have much to do with me. With the help of Ron and the other two, I had almost finished preparing the intricate jewelry and maintenance products I intended to sell before the holiday even started. After seeing Hermione and Neville off, I holed up in the room of requirement for 2 more days, packaging all the orders that Hedwig had brought from the post office one by one. I borrowed around 30 school owls to help, and finally, 3 days before Christmas Eve, all the goods had been sent out thanks to the holiday at school, which left the school owls free, and especially thanks to Hedwig, this thoughtful little creature, for persuading its complaining peers to make the trip, saving me the cost of hiring a batch of owls from the post office. Although I still had to buy a bag of the newly released anglerfish-flavored owl feed to repay their friendly help, this expense was nothing compared to hiring post office owls. Then, finally having some free time, I could properly enjoy my very first genuinely relaxed and peaceful Christmas holiday since I became a student. I'm not sure about the other houses, but this year in Gryffindor, the only students staying at school for the holiday were me and the Weasley brothers. So what the common room ended up looking like when we boys were playing isn't worth mentioning. We even went outside to have a snowball fight until we were soaked through, only then dragging our dripping wet bodies back to the Gryffindor Tower to change. The hallways on our way back were left with muddy, wet tracks, which made old Filch so angry that he complained about it to the principal and house heads who were also staying on campus during meals. But as long as he didn't catch anyone in the act, who could tell whether it was students or Peeves causing the mess? So even when we heard him tattling, we kept enjoying our meal without a blush or a sigh. On Christmas morning, the sky was overcast with light snow. Since it was just the Weasley brothers and me in Gryffindor Tower, it would be foolish not to claim a warm spot, so for these mornings, I shamelessly cleared some space in the common room to practice my exercises. After this period of early mornings, although Ron hadn't broken his habit of sleeping in, even without an alarm, his body clock had gotten used to waking up around the time I was already up, dressed, and had my bed made. A reluctant, sleepy, nasal complaint accompanying him, unwilling yet inevitable. But today, I didn't hear his muttering as he crawled out of bed. Instead, I saw the unusual sight of him rushing downstairs without even changing out of his pajamas. After a brief moment of surprise, I immediately realized Christmas, the day for exchanging gifts among friends and family. That kid must have gone to the common room to find his gift under the Christmas tree. I smiled and gently shook my head, continuing to slowly make the bed. Just as I finished folding the quilt, Ron downstairs was already shouting excitedly. That kid really had no idea that his 3 older brothers were still asleep in the dorm, did he? Percy, I wouldn't dare say, but if Fred and George got woken up, they would definitely use it as an excuse to prank him. In a way, Ron's learning ability really is lacking. All right, I'm coming down now, I said calmly as I walked into the common room and slowly sat down next to Ron under the Christmas tree. Isn't it just about opening Christmas presents? They are not going anywhere, so why the rush? If you're so loud and wake up Fred and George, don't tell me you didn't get warned. It's Christmas today, they wouldn't bother with stuff like this, he said, lowering his voice even though he spoke so boldly, continuing to unwrap the gift in his hands. This is wow. It's this year's limited edition model of the Ireland national Quidditch team. Thanks, Harry. You're welcome. And thanks for the chocolate frog, I said, opening the gift Ron gave me and immediately tearing off the wrapper to pop one into my mouth. It's weird, it looks like I got quite a lot of presents. I thought I'd only receive gifts from the 3 of you and Hagrid. I told my mom about you, and that you weren't expecting any Christmas presents. That package is from her, he said, pointing shyly at the brown paper bag I was unwrapping. A tin of handmade milk chocolates and a bright green sweater rolled out. Oh no, she actually knitted you a sweater too. Your mother is really skilled, I said sincerely, gently touching the warm green sweater. Can I wear it right now? Isn't that your gift? Ron pursed his lips, but as I slipped on the sweater, I couldn't help but notice a flicker of relieved happiness in his eyes. My mom knits a sweater for our whole family every year, and I always get a brown one. But at least your mother gave me a really warm feeling, nothing like my aunt and the others. I shook the coins and the note that the Gislays had sent me. It really was just a note. They didn't even want to spend a few cents on a card. They got rid of me for just 50 cents. Ron, on the other hand, was quite interested in the coin in my hand. Is this Muggle money? It looks so weird. You can keep it if you like. Without a second thought, I tossed the coin to Ron and continued unwrapping my other presents. My mood had been pretty good in the morning, but seeing the stuff the Gislays sent me made me feel a bit down. That family really cares too much about appearances. They clearly hate me intensely, yet they are afraid of gossip, so they never fail to give me their so-called gifts during every holiday. Do they not realize that doing this only makes me more annoyed at their awkwardness? Seriously, shaking my head, I decided not to let thinking about the Gislays ruin my mood. I slowly unwrapped the rest of my gifts. Hermione gave me a box of 12 flavored magical chocolate frogs, plus a little card reminding me not to huddle in the room of requirement and eat candy as a meal again. Neville's gift was the dragon dung seeds I had been looking for a long time. Hagrid gave me a flute that he probably made himself. The tone was quite beautiful, but the pitch, not so much. Even Fred and George gave me a bag of their improved canary creams, and then there was. I stared dumbly at the cloth roll spread before me with variously sized silver needles, nearly forgetting to breathe. Harry, Ron noticed I was staring off and nudged me. What's wrong? Needles. I was still staring at the cloth roll in a daze. Someone sent me a set of needles, and they are made of the mithril I've been wanting most. Mithril. Although Ron didn't fully understand, he gasped when he heard someone had made needles out of a metal more precious than gold. From the slight trembling of my hand as I gently touched the needle set, he could tell how excited I was. Are these needles really that important to you? It's not important, but you could say it's a little dream of mine. My voice trembled slightly with emotion. You know, my grandfather, who taught me many things, is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. One of the techniques he taught me is a kind of Chinese Muggle skill called acupuncture. It's a technique that can be used for both healing and self-defense attacks, but it requires specially made needles. I thought you couldn't buy this kind of thing in the UK, so I had planned to wait until after graduation to find time to go to China and have a professional make it for me. I never imagined I could have a complete set of needles now, and the best part is that they are made from soft magical mithril, which I think is perfect for acupuncture on the human body. Let's see who gave it to you. Ron's tone was full of envy. Although I don't understand what this thing is for, it's made of mithril. A piece of mithril the size of a fingernail is at least 5 times more expensive than 10 ounces of gold. Who on earth would splurge this much to make it for you? Ron's reminder finally helped calm my excited mind a bit. I quickly put the needles down and began searching through the packaging I had just opened. No, there's nothing written on it at all. I frowned. Not even a single note left. Then could it be from a relative of your grandfather? Impossible. Even if my relatives from a previous life were still alive, they would be in another dimension. If that were the case, why wouldn't there even be a greeting card? Then maybe it's from one of your admirers. I rolled my eyes at him in disbelief, but he boldly stared back at me. I mean it. Don't you know that ever since the last Quidditch match, you've gained a lot of fans? Before the holidays, a bunch of Hufflepuff upperclassmen even blocked me just to ask about your daily interests. Black line. This is really happening. Even so, you didn't know I practiced acupuncture and wanted a set of needles, so how could anyone else know? And which student could afford needles custom-made from mithril? Ron was speechless, and the last gift I hadn't opened yet also had no signature, so he immediately handed me that parcel too. This one has no name either. Want to check it? I didn't speak and directly opened it. This package, as I expected, contained the invisibility cloak. At least this time, there was a small card tucked inside the gift, and I read the fine, round lettering on it, thinking to myself, your father's. Ron looked back and forth between the cloak and the needles, then at the card. I really have to say this. Harry, whoever gave you these gifts must have been very close to your father. They are both extremely rare and valuable magical items. I was too lazy even to roll my eyes and immediately stashed the cloak and needles away. The footsteps were already approaching the dormitory stairwell, and I wasn't ready to share these two special gifts with anyone else yet. Chapter 27. The Mirror of Erist. The Mirror of Erist, Part 1. With the Weasley twins around, Christmas Day naturally turned out to be extremely lively. After a whole day of playing crazily, we finally climbed into bed and were so exhausted that we fell asleep the moment our heads touched the pillows, yet the lingering question of who had sent the needles made it hard for me to sleep peacefully. After waking up and going back to sleep 3 or 4 times, I silently sighed, slid out of bed, put on the invisibility cloak, and quietly slipped out of the dormitory toward the library. The restricted section of the library held nothing but a heap of dangerous books, not just in terms of their content, but some of the books themselves had inherent problems. Plus, to prevent unauthorized students from touching them, Madame Pince had cast extremely powerful protective spells over the area. If it weren't for my magical power surpassing that of most adult wizards, it would have been quite difficult to bypass the defenses and access these books without triggering an alert. Indeed, aside from practicing combat, immersing myself in reading was the best way to calm my mind. After finishing a book called The Relationship Between Dark Magic and the Moon, I rubbed my sore nose bridge and glanced at my watch. Surprisingly, it was almost the time I usually practice magic. Should I go back to the dorm first, or should I go see that Mirror of Erist that should appear around this time? The Erist mirror is in an abandoned empty classroom in a corridor near the library, I know, but whether to look in the mirror or not, I struggled a little. If it is really a mirror that shows my greatest desire, to be honest, I really don't have any confidence at all if I don't want to be tempted. Isn't that what my greatest desire is? See your loved ones again even once, it's fine. But if you really watch it once, will you really be satisfied with it? But it seems that my body is more honest than my heart. In hindsight, I realized that I didn't know when I had arrived in the abandoned classroom, and I smiled bitterly and looked at the matte full-body bronze mirror at the door. Erist, desire. The of desire mirror. I slowly walked to the mirror step by step, and then took off my cloak. The mirror surface, which was originally foggy, suddenly became clear. Standing inside was me, not the skinny boy with black hair and blue eyes and always messy hair, but the casual girl who always wore a neat ponytail and was generous and refreshing, and my parents, siblings, and Grandpa. I looked at the old man who was still smiling but had soft eyes. Grandma. In the mirror, my younger brother, who had been quarreling with me since childhood, put his arm on my shoulder with an unbearable expression, while my younger sister scratched my cheeks with a grimace, and then hugged me with an innocent smile. My father wrapped his arm around my tearful mother, as if he was relieved, and touched my head extremely warmly. Grandpa and Grandma were still the same, looking at me gently. I could see them all by my side, and I could see them comforting me softly around me who was crying. But when I reached out, I couldn't touch anything. I looked up and felt my cheeks feel a little colder. Erist, I muttered the words above the bronze mirror, reminding myself, Stra Eru, Oitube Kafru, Oiton, Wazi. Erist, Stra Eru, Oitube Kafru, Oiton, Wazi, Stra Eru, Oitube Kafru, Oiton, Wazi. I kept repeating it absent-mindedly, over and over. Stra Eru, Oitube Kafru, Oiton, Wazi, Stra Eru, Oitube Kafru, Oiton, Wazi. Closing my eyes, I endured the gnawing pain of longing that ate my heart, both in sorrow and in joy. Stra Eru, Oitube Kafru, Oiton, Wazi, Stra Eru, Oitube Kafru, Oiton, Wazi. Even knowing I would fall into it, knowing it would be so cold and sorrowful, yet still craving that faint, obviously impossible thing to have again. Child. A sighing, deep, strong voice sounded beside me. Surprised, I turned my head. A figure of pearly, translucent white, unmistakable to me, stood there, hands behind its back, sorrowful and pitying yet also serious, looking at me. Grandfather. I gasped in shock, my breath slightly uneven, and quickly turned to the mirror. Still there, yet the figure that should have been next to Grandmother was gone. This is no need to guess, it's just a retrograde magic of this world. The transparent figure of Grandfather, his voice as cold as in my memories, said, Silly child, haven't you learned anything over the years you've spent here? Can you not see through this little illusion? Haven't I always taught you, the person learning martial arts from me, that the mind must be steadfast? Did you forget? I haven't. Choking back my tears, my eyes blurred with moisture, I raised my sleeve to wipe my face blindly. I haven't forgotten, Grandfather. Xua hasn't forgotten, it's just, the past is the past, Grandfather said coldly. Since you haven't forgotten, you should understand that the departed are gone. With reddened eyes, my chest ached bitterly. But I miss you, Grandfather. I miss all of you so much. Grandpa just looked at me indifferently without speaking, and I didn't know what else I could say, so I could only use my sleeve to occasionally wipe away the tears that kept falling. At that time, you had already made your choice, Grandpa sighed, his voice tinged with exhaustion. You should understand, everyone is doing well, there's nothing to worry about. I bit my lip to swallow the lump in my throat. I know. Forgetting is, in fact, the greatest ruthlessness that time has toward all things, yet it's also a kind of mercy, Grandpa said slowly. It will still hurt, it will still ache, that means you're still alive, still remembering this is your choice, and I'm glad you made it. Although, in my eyes, it's also the most foolish way to go about it. Grandpa, stop calling out like you're summoning a spirit. Even though I'm dead, my soul is perfectly fine, Grandpa scolded irritably. Did you think it was unfair for me to call you foolish? You spent nearly 3 years learning the basics of inquiry, listening, observation, and palpation, and it took you a whole year just to memorize the acupuncture points without mixing them up. Among my 3 grandchildren, you have the poorest aptitude. If it weren't for the fact that your 2 younger siblings have no interest in the family's ancestral arts, and that you can endure hardship as well as work diligently, I certainly wouldn't have passed on my legacy to you. Honestly, I never expected you to expand our family's business, only that you could preserve and pass on our ancestors' medical skills and ethics, and I could die content. And yet, look at you now. Just because of a minor accident, you still remember who you are, you still remember the pride in your bones, and yet you're weakened by such a tiny illusion. You've disappointed me too much. I lowered my hands, no longer wiping away tears, and bowed my head to hold back the crying. I'm sorry, Grandpa. The one you should feel sorry for isn't me, it's yourself. Grandpa's voice carried the weight of life's harshness. Even if you were forced to leave us, remembering us is enough. But now you are no longer our Xua. Are your current parents not your family? Have you forgotten that the one who gave you life is still the reason you are alive today? My body trembled slightly. Lift your head, Grandpa said coldly, with a tone of command. If you still want to be my grandson, don't forget your backbone. Look into the mirror. I clenched my fists, took a deep breath, and then looked into the bronze mirror. Tell me, who do you see? In the mirror, the girl looking back at me was pale and sorrowful. Speak. The voice was relentless and pressing. Who did you see? My vision began to blur. Was it from tears, or the magical mist of the bronze mirror? I said hoarsely, I saw myself. Then, the self you saw, Grandpa continued, which one was it? The girl began to cry again, just like me. Which one? The girl's body was gradually enveloped in mist. Harry. I choked on my words. It's Harry, it's me, Harry Potter. The girl was not swallowed by the mist. Instead, she gradually transformed into my current appearance, and the mist split into 2, forming a young man and woman by the mirror's sides. In my dazed gaze, the man gently hugged me and patted my head, while the woman stepped out of the mirror, gave Grandpa a slight nod, came in front of me, crouched down, and looked at me with a sorrowful yet greedy gaze, with the same green eyes as the me in the mirror. Mom. I almost used all my strength just to make a sound, my vision already consumed by a haze. Mom. I know. Lily's voice was hoarse as well. She put her hand on my face to wipe away my tears, but it only added more coldness and didn't help at all. Your dad and I know. Don't cry, no matter what. You are our child. You are you, our Harry, our baby. Be happy and joyful, okay? I cried even more fiercely. I'm sorry, I murmured. I'm sorry, I couldn't save you. It's not your fault. You were just a baby then, and even now you're still just a child. Lily looked at me with determination and sadness. All I want is for you to live. That's all your dad and I ever wanted. So don't blame yourself anymore, okay? Your father and I couldn't personally take care of you and watch you grow up, and that's already our greatest regret. Don't torment your heart for such unreasonable reasons. That would make us even sadder. Mom, you are actually stronger than we thought, even stronger than you know yourself, Harry. In Lily's eyes were sorrow, joy, and pride. You have always known your own direction, knew what you wanted, and have always strived for it because you are our child. Your father and I understand this, which is why we could move on without worry or hesitation. We know that even if we can no longer take care of you, you can take care of yourself and find happiness, so you will never be deceived by such illusions. You know that wherever we are, our hearts are always with you, right? I closed my eyes and gently nodded. Then, let's break this spell, my dear. I felt something cold against my forehead. Don't forget, there are many people who care about you here with you. Mom, I love you, my baby. Lily's voice was hoarse and fleeting. Stop blaming yourself. Remember, we all love you. I opened my eyes and, for the last time, carefully etched Lily's face into my memory. I love you too, Mom. My vision blurred as I lightly kissed the air where her cold, beautiful cheek would have been. I will always remember I love you both. When I regained consciousness, I saw not the familiar four-poster bed curtains but a bay ceiling. The air carried a faint scent of medicine. My mind was briefly blank, and then I realized this should be a hospital ward. Awake? A gentle voice sounded beside me. I turned my head, and without glasses, my blurry vision only let me make out a snow-white long beard. Professor Dumbledore. I almost immediately furrowed my brow, concerned about my hoarse voice and dry, sore throat. You were unconscious for 2 whole days. Although I assured the Weasleys that you were completely unharmed and only exhausted, they still stayed here for quite a while, and about half an hour ago, Poppy asked them to return to their dorms to rest. Professor Dumbledore handed me my glasses to put on after I sat up and gave me a cup of bubbling, blue transparent liquid. Poppy said it's best for you to drink this after waking. It will make you feel a bit better. I didn't say anything and stared at that cup of blue potion for a while, but in the end, I pinched my nose and gulped it down, still just as indescribably awful. I frowned and summoned a strawberry, stuffing it into my mouth. Poppy's potion works very well. You look much better than before. Yes, though the taste still has a lot of room for improvement. Obviously, the blue potion also had a soothing effect on the throat. While subtly acknowledging this, I realized my throat no longer felt dry or sore. Unsurprisingly, I heard the elderly man's gentle chuckle. May I ask why I am here? Professor Dumbledore smiled warmly at me. Do you remember where you went before you fell asleep, Harry? I nodded lightly. I couldn't sleep, so I went to the library, I said softly. On my way back to the dormitory, I saw an abandoned classroom with the door open and found a mirror inside. A mirror with special magic, Professor Dumbledore agreed. You already know its purpose, don't you? I smiled faintly, a subtle wry smile. Erist mirror, I said quietly. The first word engraved on the mirror, when reversed, reads desire. It's a mirror that reveals our deepest longings. A look of understanding and sadness appeared in Professor Dumbledore's eyes. For most people, in front of this mirror, they see their innermost dreams come true, he said slowly. Yes, as you already know, it reflects our deepest and most urgent desires. It cannot grant us knowledge, nor let us see the truth. Even the wisest have wasted time in front of this mirror, unable to distinguish reality from illusion, eventually driven to madness and losing their sanity, and that is only one of the effects revealed before the mirror's true magic is fully activated. Once its ability to enchant the mind starts to work, very few witches or wizards can leave the illusion unscathed. It's because the practitioner of the dark arts themselves may not realize that they are trapped in an illusion, or even if they do realize it, they still can't bring themselves to truly end the illusion. Thinking of my grandfather, who had turned into a ghost, gentle yet still stern, and my beautiful, kind mother, a tinge of sadness appeared in my eyes. The way to break the mirror of Erist's illusion is actually very simple. You just need to read the inscription on the mirror. Eristra Aeroid Ub Kafru Oiton Wazi, backwards. But if it weren't for my grandfather forcing me to face reality, and my mother ultimately asking me to do so, I wouldn't have had the courage to come out of it. A gentle hand rested on my head. You have a very wise grandfather and a very strong and brave mother, Harry. Professor Dumbledore said softly. They love you very much. I lowered my eyes, trying hard to hold back the sting in them. I know, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have only suffered a mild mental collapse. I unconsciously clutched the blanket, but even knowing the danger clearly, it's still hard to resist the desire to look at the mirror just one more time. It's like a drug in the Muggle world. Once you're involved, it's hard to resist its pull. Such a terrifying mirror. Yes, only truly rational people can understand the horror of the mirror of Erist, and only the happiest and most fulfilled people in the world can treat it as a normal mirror without falling under its spell, he said with a light sigh. I'm glad you think this way, Harry. It means that, without me asking, you won't seek out this mirror again, and it also means that perhaps one day, if you encounter a similar illusionary magic, you need not worry about losing your rationality because of it. So-called satisfaction and happiness are only temporary. After all, desire is the most fundamental driving force for human development and growth. Without desire, one ceases to be human. I sniffed, lifted my head, and gave Professor Dumbledore a weak smile. These are the words my grandfather once told me, and I think they make a lot of sense. So, as far as I'm concerned, that mirror is something no human ought to indulge in. But you were right about one thing. I would give anything to stay as far away from that mirror as possible now. As for that so-called hallucinatory magic, I absolutely do not want to encounter it a second time. Otherwise, even if I managed to remain rational despite your kind words, I can't guarantee I wouldn't feel an uncontrollable urge to slash the caster into 17 or 18 pieces with a knife. I still looked pale and weak, and my tone carried it, yet the last words were viciously violent. Such a stark contrast made Professor Dumbledore pause briefly, then he chuckled. "Oh, dear Harry, although as your headmaster I shouldn't say this," he winked at me. "Personally, I believe that as a wizard, even using some unorthodox methods, wielding a wand can actually achieve certain results more efficiently, even better. What do you think?" "I completely agree with your opinion. I promise I will try my best to curb my warrior impulses and get used to thinking like a wizard." I knew that the last time I faced a mountain troll, my complete lack of wand use had surely been accurately reported to Professor McGonagall, which probably gave Professor Dumbledore the impression that I prefer direct physical combat, though in a sense, that wasn't entirely wrong. After all, I wanted to give outsiders the impression that my wand skills weren't as refined as my reflexes in hand-to-hand combat, thus keeping some of my abilities hidden. Still, in front of this seasoned, shrewd headmaster, it was better for me to continue playing the obedient, well-behaved kid. I adjusted the pillow behind me to sit more comfortably. "Anyway, thank you very much for bringing me to the hospital wing, Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, by the time someone discovered me or I woke up myself, my remaining holiday would probably have been spent bedridden with a bad cold." Professor Dumbledore looked at me with a warm smile. "Speaking of this, it's not my credit." He looked at me, who had suddenly fallen into a state of stagnation because of the next words, and the joy in his expression became even more obvious. "The person who found you fainting in the abandoned classroom was Professor Snape, who happened to be patrolling there that night. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that you happened to make a lot of noise when you touched the illusion magic of the Erist mirror, I don't think anyone would have noticed that you passed out in such a remote place." Professor Snape discover mine? I have to say that I felt like the world was changing color when I heard this news. I would never admit that I was afraid of Professor Snape. It's just that guy's past grudge with my parents is too deeply involved. Not to mention that I know what kind of awkward position my enemy and lover's son is in his mind, and because I know too well how entangled the love triangle between Professor Snape and my parents is, I don't know how to deal with his murderous spirit when I hate my father through me. Alas, if others were so hostile to and slandered my father, even if I knew how naive my father was when he was young, I would still use the means of killing people who were not worth his life. But Professor Snape loved my mother so deeply, and even sacrificed his reputation for her and risked his life that no one could understand to be Voldemort's subordinate, just hoping to once again look directly at these emerald lake green eyes. Awkward man, no wonder only the equally thoughtful Slytherin could stand him. I couldn't help but press the corner of my forehead with a headache, hiding for so long and not wanting to have too much direct contact with him, because I was afraid that when I heard him insult my father, I accidentally lost control and caused more trouble, but in the end I still couldn't avoid it. The look of wanting to be an ostrich made Professor Dumbledore laugh. "I'm worried that Severus will treat you maliciously, huh? Even if the entire Gryffindor goes crazy and turns into a dark wizard to deal with me, I won't suspect that Professor Snape has the intention of killing me." Without thinking about it, I buried myself in the pillow and quilt, looking weak. I just don't know how to deal with him. Facing him is more troublesome than facing my grandfather. "Oh, so it turns out you trust Severus so much." Professor Dumbledore looked at me with great interest and said something that made my heart skip a beat. "I thought, like your friends Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, you would also suspect that Severus intended to harm you in last month's Quidditch match. I think it was just a misunderstanding. I've explained it to Ron and the others, but they still don't quite believe me." I kept a calm exterior while my mind raced, pulling out the age-old excuse I had used 1,000 times. "But I've always felt that someone with the same eyes as my Aunt Petunia, no matter how bad their temper, could never truly hurt me. Besides, I have to stay alive and well if I want Professor Snape to enjoy tormenting my father through me." "That's quite a piercing way to put it. It sounds like you know something about your father and Severus's old history." "Just a guess." Without avoiding Professor Dumbledore's slightly scrutinizing gaze, I looked helpless. Examples of Aunt Petunia's hostility toward my mother have been right in front of me for as long as I can remember, and Professor Snape is a very proper teacher. Even if he treats every student poorly, he wouldn't single me out without reason. So of course I believe that Snape might have had a bad relationship with my parents, which would explain why he occasionally loses his temper and takes it out on me. As for why I think the person he hates is my father, it's because I don't believe a gentleman would hate a woman so much that he would go out of his way to trouble her child unless, of course, she had committed some infamously atrocious acts like wiping out a whole family or desecrating graves, which I don't think my gentle mother would ever do. Therefore, based on the process of elimination, the probability that the person Professor Snape hates is my father must be over 90%. Professor Dumbledore looked at me somewhat fleetingly, his gentle smile carrying a mix of admiration, relief, and a fleeting, subtle worry, so quick it was almost impossible to catch. Just based on such a few clues, you can make such unique judgments on your own. Your analytical skills and objectivity in looking at things are as remarkable as your talent in potions, Professor Dumbledore said with some admiration. Indeed, Severus didn't get along well with your father since his school days. Strictly speaking, their relationship was probably as tense as that between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. The corner of my eye twitched involuntarily. Your description is quite polite. Tense? Even from a distance, if Ron and Malfoy glanced at each other, anyone passing by could easily sense the sparks flying between them. I have no doubt that if their relationship continued developing as it did, 7 years later, if Ron hadn't saved Malfoy twice on the battlefield when the war broke out, the two of them would have ended up in a dead or alive fight. That said, had it been a peaceful time, considering Professor Snape's twisted personality, his unrequited affection for my mother might well have led him to an extreme, seeing my father as a rival to eliminate. TSK. Better not think about it after all, that's just speculation. The warp trays of a Slytherin are not something that I, a little fox hiding in the lion's den with my humble skills, can easily see through. It's more practical for me to focus on figuring out how to deal with Professor Snape's tricks. Healthy competition can be a great motivator for students, Professor Dumbledore smiled. Seeing my expression of non-comment, he winked at me. In fact, your father's later performance after graduating from school also supports my view, and while he was at school, he even saved Severus's life once. I froze for a moment. Not because I didn't know that Dad had once saved Professor Snape, that I already did, but because Professor Dumbledore actually said that Dad's performance met his expectations. Thankfully, he didn't say it was before graduation, otherwise I'd definitely try to stay as far away from this sly old trickster as possible. You know, in my eyes, my father's youth could be described as spoiled, and I'm only saying it politely because he is my dad. My stunned expression appeared at just the right time, at least it made pretending to hear for the first time that Dad had saved Snape more believable. My dad saved Professor Snape's life. Yes, and that's also why he has been particularly attentive to your safety since the start of the school year, which allowed him to notice something wrong with your broom during the last Quidditch match and help you remove the curse in time. Professor Dumbledore nodded, then revealed another thing that left me completely speechless. Also, the reason he let you enter the potions club early but didn't let you brew potions yourself, instead having you do some assistant work, is because he knew you have an extraordinary memory and analytical ability. By having you do small tasks on the side, you're actually able to learn more. Severus told me that your foundational potion brewing skills are already extremely solid. What you lack now is only knowledge of different types of potions and accumulated experience. He even saw through my sneaky attempts to learn secretly. I had nothing to hide behind, so I groaned and buried myself in the blankets. So, I believe that since even Minerva earned your heartfelt thanks by giving you a broomstick, completely ignoring my pitifully feigned death, Professor Dumbledore asked me with a smile, then surely Severus, who has helped you so much, will also receive your thanks directly, right? Do I have a choice in the matter? From inside the blanket, I shot a look full of grievance and resentment, seriously contemplating giving the old rogue headmaster a left hook to correct his previously broken nose bone. I tried to assess whether the consequences of this act of kindness would be worth it. The word erist actually comes from the word desire. If you reverse the English word desire, you get erist. The inscription on the mirror, eristra eruoit ub kafru oiton wazi. Reversed completely, it becomes isho no chio erfakibuchio heart's desire. Adjusting the English words gives I show not your face but your heart's desire. I do not show your face, but the desire of your heart. Chapter 28. After winter break. Ultimately, breath returns to breath, and in the end, I was only fantasizing in my own head. I really didn't make a move against the ever-wise headmaster. I absolutely wasn't cowardly. It's just that I was following the traditional Chinese virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Yes, that's exactly it. After lying in bed for another day, I finally got Madame Pomfrey's approval to return to Gryffindor Tower, avoiding the unfortunate situation of spending New Year's in the hospital wing. Though once I really got back to the dormitory, I suddenly thought maybe spending New Year's in the hospital wing wouldn't have been so bad. At least I wouldn't have had all the Weasley boys supervising me, reporting everywhere I went, and having someone follow me around, and this time it was even more exaggerated. Fred and George didn't even sleep in their own room. They came to our first-year dorm at night to bunk with us, and even Percy joined in, making a rotating schedule to wake me up in the morning. I didn't even know what to say. It can't be helped. Who told you to faint in some remote, abandoned classroom, making everyone worry about you so much? When I went to the library under the pretense of borrowing books to clear my mind and calm the frustration of these days spent living under what felt like house arrest and constant supervision, Ron offered words of comfort that didn't sound particularly sincere, saying to me, even Fred and George were so worried they didn't sleep for 2 days. Percy couldn't not tell my mom about it. You know my mom cares a lot about you too. After hearing about this, she wrote each of us a letter, telling us to take good care of you. He patted my shoulder. Since you've accepted a sweater from our family, you're part of our family. Percy has always been an obedient caretaker. You'll have to get used to it. Get used to it. My foot. Swallowing a curse that nearly slipped out, I expressionlessly grabbed about 10 dictionary-thick books and threw them all at Ron in one go, ignoring his chaotic attempts to catch them, and went straight to another row of shelves to dive into flipping through books. Luckily, this kind of supervised life didn't last long. A few days after the new year, Neville and Hermione returned to school ahead of schedule. I was so happy to see them early that I couldn't help but complain to them about what the Weasley brothers had done to me, though I wasn't really serious about it, because I knew Ron and his brothers genuinely cared about me. But no matter who it is, anyone would feel frustrated being monitored all the time. But who knew that my complaints got no support from Neville and Hermione, and instead, they both gave me a look that seemed to say, "You had it coming." Ron already wrote to us about it, Neville said helplessly, looking at my sulking back as I hugged a pillow and sat cross-legged on the couch in the corner of the common room. His words were a mix of consolation and mild reproach. Even though you were only going to the library, you went alone and didn't take anyone with you, and in the end, you ended up unconscious for 2 days. We were really worried. Of course, Fred and George's actions were a bit extreme, but they did it out of concern for you, so don't be mad at them. Hermione, however, was far less polite than Neville. Mad? What do you have to be mad about? She poked me hard on the back of my head with her delicate fingers, ruthlessly scolding me. I'm the one who has the right to be angry. How did you promise me before? You promised that you'd never give Professor Snape a chance to come near you, and yet you managed to get into all this trouble. If it weren't for you being correct about one thing, Professor Snape actually does stand on Professor Dumbledore's side, you could have been in real danger. You know that. I pursed my lips and rubbed the back of my head. This girl was really relentless, poking me so hard with her long-nailed fingers, not even afraid of breaking a nail. I already said Professor Snape isn't the culprit, but you didn't believe me. Besides, nothing happened to me, and the mirror didn't hurt me either. You're just overreacting. That's your luck. Illusion magic is an extremely advanced and dangerous spell. Once you are hit by that kind of magic, it is difficult for even wizards with high mana power not to peel off their skin. You just slept for 2 days and you're fine, God blesses. Hermione fell asleep angrily, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes for me to catch. And even if Professor Dumbledore said, Professor Snape has been protecting you during this time because your father once saved him, it can't change the fact that he hates you. Strictly speaking, he just makes sure you don't lose your life, and he doesn't care if you get hurt, right? That's right, I feel that way too. Ron nodded seriously. This guy has been watching from the sidelines since I just taught Neville and Hermione a lesson, and now he is just playing a role in me. Anyway, the people of Slytherin are some dangerous guys with mental illness, Harry. It's better for you to keep your distance from them. I don't think you should go to the potions club. Anyway, we can't make or use those high-level potion formulas now, and I don't know if those things will affect our current potions grades. A few small complaints led to a lesson in the nagging, and it turned into a collective persuasion to quit the potions club, which I didn't expect. However, I am already fascinated by potions to the extent that I am an undergraduate in Chinese medicine, so of course I can't give up this club training channel because of a few words of persuasion. Fortunately, after making up my mind, they knew a little bit about my persistent and stubborn personality after a while, so in the end, although I was dissatisfied, I did not continue to dwell on this topic very resolutely. As for my life under the supervision of the Weasley brothers, it gradually relaxed in a few days after Neville and Hermione returned. Although I could understand and be moved by their concern, human patience was also limited. from the growing tendency of things I accidentally touched or smashed to increase in size as I struggled to control my strength, from the quills and alarm clocks at the beginning, to the fact that even the marble table was scraped off by my bare hands. Fred and George agreed that since Neville was back and school was almost starting, it was only natural for them to go back to their bedrooms in any case. I was finally able to squeeze out some free time to myself again. Hogwarts welcomed the new school term on a cold day with melting snow and spring rain. Summarizing the holiday experiences of the few of us, it turns out we actually gained quite a lot. Don't be fooled by the fact that Ron seemed to have just been playing around and not doing much. When he accompanied me to the library to investigate Nicholas Flamel, he unwittingly absorbed quite a bit of useful magical information. Neville is even more obvious. He came back from the holiday with 2 very healthy young mandrake plants, and I knew the books I lent him weren't wasted. As for Hermione, I have no doubt that she is the one among us who increased her knowledge the most. However, she even found out during the break that Nicholas Flamel was an alchemist and the sole maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Not surprising, but earlier than I expected to learn after the term started. Seeing the fact that I am ahead of her in many areas really gave Hermione a lot of motivation to study. Of course, I also gained quite a lot, but definitely not just academically. The payment and new orders Hedwig delivered to me gave me immense satisfaction. After I called Ron and the others into the room of requirement to tally up the net profits and distribute the shares, using the exact phrase Hermione and the others had seen me react with, I laughed so maniacally it was almost like I was crazy. However, I looked over at Ron, who was already planning with Neville to replace all his second-hand term supplies and pick out a personal flying broom, and Hermione, who was holding the latest issue of Witch Fashion Weekly in her hands. I decided not to show these kids the same level of excitement. No matter how crazy our excited private celebrations of making a fortune were, during practice after the Quidditch training season started right after the beginning of the semester, I once again realized that no madman could match the intensity Wood showed when training us. Although Wood had already hinted to us before the holidays that, to win the House Cup this year, he would make our new training season plan more thorough and stricter, we never expected it to be this extreme. Even Fred and George, who are known as the human bludgers, were complaining bitterly about the training, and as for Angelina and me, whose stamina was already weaker, it was basically a miracle if we had enough energy left to walk back to the castle dormitory. However, the idea of breaking down to build up is probably something like this, right? Although the daily training was exhausting, if I coordinated my internal energy while practicing, I could feel a small improvement in my strength and endurance each time I woke up after intense fatigue. That surprising discovery made me very happy. So during Wood's training routines, I was the only one in the team who didn't complain initially. I was too tired to complain, and later, having realized the benefits, I certainly had even less reason to gripe. Where there is pressure, resistance naturally arises. Fred, George, and Angelina did express their dissatisfaction with Wood's crazy training plans through their actions, but all of their protest immediately turned into fear and worry when Wood, with a stern face, revealed that Professor Snape would be the referee for our next match against Hufflepuff. Of course, even though complaints increased, the state of our training improved steadily, and our teamwork became increasingly stable. Regarding this, I could only say that everyone truly lived up to being Gryffindor little lions. It really seems that the more obstacles there are, the more potential can be stimulated. Come on, how can you even have the mood to feel sentimental about this? Ron couldn't stand it, clutching his forehead. Snape will be the referee. He'll never judge fairly. Only if we lose to Hufflepuff would Slytherin have a chance at the House Cup. He's doing it on purpose. Yes, Katie has already mentioned this to Oliver. Everyone can see it too. On a weekend morning with no classes, I lounged lazily on the sofa in the common room, hugged my pillow, and yawned, enjoying the rare leisure of having nothing to do. While watching Ron and Neville midway through a game of wizard chess, I chatted with them and mentioned the notice Wood brought up last night. But the matter is already settled and can't be changed. Oliver also said that as long as we play the match properly, there's nothing to worry about. The Hufflepuff players are mostly decent. Even if they try to cheat, they can't be slicker than Slytherins. So just play normally and do your best. Ron seemed about to say something, but at that moment Neville's white knight on the chessboard attacked, skewering a pawn with its lance and tossing it off the board. Oh, that's so rude. Hermione, who looked like she had just returned from the library, walked over to us. Seeing what was happening on the wizard chessboard, she frowned. It's already been a whole morning, and you're still playing such violent things? Wizard chess isn't rude or violent. As soon as someone criticized his favorite static game, Ron immediately protested. It's a game of pure strategic thinking. You're insulting wizard chess. I'm just stating the facts. Hermione sat down in the spot I moved for her. Besides smashing the opponent's pieces to bits, I can't see what's fun about this game. That's because you can't even beat Neville, so you feel that way. Ron bluntly pointed out Hermione's sulky retreat upstairs last night after losing 4 games of wizard chess to Neville in a row. Face it, Hermione, being a genius doesn't mean you can do everything. You just have no talent in this area. Hermione snorted, pretending not to hear him. Actually, wizard's chess is just like Western chess, both can cultivate strategic thinking and logical reasoning, and in some ways, they can even train military concepts. Theoretical stuff can be memorized, but games like this, which require both thinking and maneuvering, are indeed a bit challenging. I'm not really fond of such mentally taxing things, I yawned silently and said lazily, but then again, I don't actually think this game is violent. The only difference is that the pieces in wizard's chess can think for themselves and have their own personalities. To be honest, I think Ron has already trained his pieces to be quite gentlemanly. If it were my pieces, I wouldn't have the bishop drop the wand. If it were about to take action, I'd probably suggest picking up the chair and smashing it down on the opponent's head. I froze, embarrassed, watching as the black bishop actually did blast Neville's rook off the board exactly as I had said, and then turned to bow to me. Harry. After 3 silent seconds, as both players burst into laughter in unison, Hermione scolded angrily, "This game is already rough enough, don't make it even more savage." "It's not my fault, I didn't know Ron's pieces had such high learning capabilities," I mumbled, pouting, and threw the cushion aside as I got up. "You guys can keep playing, I'll be going out for a bit." "Where are you going?" Neville asked, his face flushed with laughter, half slumped in the armchair. I had already reached the corner of the room where we usually do our homework and started organizing the assignment I had finished last night but hadn't put away. The dungeon. The Potions Club is doing the Truth Serum project this week, and there are a lot of ingredients that need to be prepared beforehand. Yesterday after potions class, Professor Snape asked me to see him this afternoon, I said while rolling up my parchment and packing my stationery into my backpack, not unexpectedly hearing the laughter die down immediately. But isn't that in the afternoon?" Neville stammered, looking at me. "Lunch isn't even. Potion ingredients smell just as disgusting while brewing as they do raw. If I eat first and then go, I'll probably vomit. That's why I ate a lot for breakfast today," I said, slinging my backpack onto my shoulder. "Save me some dessert at dinner, please, Ron." "No problem, don't worry about it. Don't copy what Fred and George say." As I passed Ron's seat, I casually gave him a playful smack. "We're not heading to the execution ground. What's the difference between Slytherin territory and the battlefield?" Ron, still holding his head, cleverly jumped onto the empty sofa next to Neville. Hey, that's enough. If you hit me again, you'll have to take care of tonight's snack yourself. If you don't help me, am I going to ask Hermione or Neville?" I sheepishly stopped and made a funny face at Ron, waved at the other two, and then crawled toward the portrait hole. "See you tonight." Chapter 29. A failed thank you. The Potions Club classroom was not far from our first-year classrooms, but the facilities inside were a completely different level, far better. However, considering the younger students and most others who didn't care much about this subject, the tools were designed to be practical and easy to use, making them easier to understand. Although I arrived early at the dungeon, I had no intention of reporting to Professor Snape yet. Veritaserum is no simple advanced potion, especially when used on people, precisely controlling the dosage to make the user's mind confused enough that they cannot tell right from wrong, yet still lucid enough to speak the truth, all without harming their bodily functions, is definitely a big skill. Because of this, the process of brewing this potion is extremely complicated, and the variety and handling of ingredients are very intricate. While still within my ability to manage, I decided to come to the classroom early to memorize the ingredients and processes already written on the blackboard, confirm everything, and in the meantime, prepare the large cauldrons and tools I would need tonight, as well as the basic potion concentrations, so I wouldn't be too busy and clumsy later and get scolded. After arranging the tools and starting to brew the basic potions, I still had almost an hour before Professor Snape asked me to come find him. In the somewhat boring time, I took out a book from my backpack that I had and finished the relationship between ancient mystical scripts and Nordic traditional culture, and continued flipping through it to pass the time. But probably because last night's Quidditch practice was really exhausting, and it was quite warm beside the small fire where I was brewing potions, I found myself feeling a bit drowsy while holding my book. The letters in my eyes seemed blurry and hard to connect. I knew I was getting sleepy, but I was afraid that if I actually found a table and took a nap, I might oversleep and end up giving points to Gryffindor for Professor Snape, which would be embarrassing. So I simply continued holding the book drowsily like fishing, nodding half-heartedly while occasionally glancing at the slowly moving hands on my wristwatch. Suddenly, a strange presence appeared behind me without any warning. I instinctively grabbed with my left hand, and my wand slid out from my right sleeve, pointing directly at it. My somewhat dazed eyes met a look full of surprise and anger. My heart leapt, all my sleepiness vanished immediately. Professor Snape. I quickly released the black robe I'd grabbed and stepped back 3 paces. In my panic, I nearly knocked over the cauldron brewing potions beside me. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't intend to attack a teacher. 10 points from Gryffindor. Professor Snape glared at me grimly, taking points from my house without giving me even a chance to explain. What are you doing here? I'm sorry. I bowed my head and quickly tucked my wand back into the hidden pocket of my robe. Because tonight's potion club activity is more challenging, I was worried that the basic potions would be heavily used, so I wanted to come early and prepare extra basic potions just in case. I didn't mean to. No matter the reason, using this classroom outside club activity hours must be approved by me first, and this classroom does not welcome any books unrelated to potions. The thick leather book I had dropped in my flustered state floated into Snape's hands, directed by his wand. Did you memorize the materials and amounts written on the blackboard? Yes, Professor. I glanced at the book with a sinking heart. He wouldn't intend to confiscate it, would he? I haven't finished reading it yet. So, you originally came this afternoon to prepare the ingredients. What are you still doing standing here? His voice was gentle yet carried a hint of danger. Go to the student potion cabinet and take out enough materials for 30 people. Start grinding and soaking what needs to be, or do you need me to remind you where the mortars and measuring cups are? No need to trouble you, Professor. I turned around, trying to reclaim the sense of control I had just lost. I'll go get the ingredients from the potion cabinet right away, Professor. The ingredients for the truth serum are rare and valuable, Potter. Professor Snape's cold voice came from behind me. I slowed my pace. Be careful with your actions. I will not accept any excuse for wasting or damaging the materials in the potion cabinet. I understand. I will be careful, Professor. Having to first cut, grind, or soak all the different and troublesome ingredients, and then divide them into 30 portions, is an extremely tedious task. Even using family-inherited techniques, it still took me a considerable amount of time. Especially with Professor Snape having already warned me beforehand, I had to concentrate and be careful with every single movement so that a minor mistake wouldn't give Snape a reason to deduct points from me again. As you should know, I just lost 10 points for nearly attacking the professor because of a reflex while I was half asleep. If he finds another excuse to dock points, the hourglass ruby I earned from my winter break report that pleased the teacher won't last days before being reclaimed. Although the basement had no windows, by the time I finally finished organizing the ingredients for all 30 students, I knew even without checking the watch that the sun must have already set. I shook my arms, which were starting to feel sore, stretched lazily, letting my eyes pass over the neatly arranged results of an entire afternoon of labor on the large lab table in front of the podium, confirmed one last time that there was nothing wrong, and then walked out of the club classroom to find Professor Snape. Based on my interactions over this period, given Professor Snape's personality for such precious ingredients used in advanced potions, there's no way he would let just any student, even the top potion students in the super wizardry class, handle them unless their potion-making skills were truly exceptional. Let alone letting a student prepare a huge quantity for 30 people in one go. It's important to understand that the value of these ingredients isn't just monetary. The real difficulty lies in the seasonal availability and the limited supply of these materials. Any waste caused by careless mistakes could lead to shortages and disrupt the teaching schedule of potion classes. That's why in previous potion club activities, only 7th-year seniors were allowed to personally handle cutting, grinding, and soaking ingredients for advanced potions, while most of the time, the materials given to club members had already been pre-treated by Professor Snape. However, for this club activity, which involves preparing ingredients for the truth serum, Professor Snape made an exception and asked me to prepare them. I certainly don't naively think that he suddenly decided to take me in as one of the key students he plans to train for the super wizardry class. The most likely reason is that during this period he has been covering Professor Kirill's classes, juggling too many responsibilities to manage everything, and he intended to rely on my family's special techniques of handling ingredients to help him prepare the teaching materials. Professor Kirill's body had been plagued with problems since early December, ranging from minor issues like skin allergic inflammations to more severe conditions like diarrhea and heavy colds, so frequent that in the week before the Christmas break, he had to be admitted to the hospital ward for focus care by Madame Pomfrey. She seriously suspected that Professor Kirill's health issues were very likely caused by some rare toxin, otherwise it wouldn't make sense that as soon as one condition was controlled with medication, another would immediately appear. I have to admire this woman's keen medical insight and skills. I originally estimated that it would take at least 5 different treatments before anyone could realize that Professor Kirill was not ill but poisoned. Unexpectedly, as soon as he began experiencing rashes and diarrhea and sought medical attention, Madame Pomfrey discovered the unknown toxin spreading in his body. I can only secretly feel that Professor Kirill was lucky to have Madame Pomfrey, an outstanding medical nurse, forcibly remove the toxins from his body. Otherwise, until his body managed to detox on its own, he would definitely have been tormented by one illness after another through the end of the term. That's right, the reason I know the inside story of why Professor Kirill publicly claimed to be taking a leave due to severe illness is that the poison he had was put there by me. Moreover, to test the effects of this toxin I concocted myself, I even asked the potted plants in the hospital ward to help me monitor Madame Pomfrey's treatment progress. As for when I put the poison on Professor Kirill HM, let's just say I never forget a grudge. Ever since the Mountain Troll incident, every defense against the dark arts assignment I submitted was written with magically concocted ink that I made secretly. Just touching it would release the toxins into the air and skin, gradually accumulating in the body. However, this potion lacked a specific catalyst, and without it, the potion was completely non-toxic. Unfortunately, last time during the Quidditch match, I secretly scattered on Professor Snape's robe the catalyst that would turn this potion into a toxin. Once it volatilizes into the air, even a single inhalation is enough to trigger the accumulated magical essence in Professor Kirill's body to start transforming into virus-like toxins, disrupting his immune system and raging throughout his body. In fact, when I initially decided to poison and drug, it wasn't just to get revenge, I was also taking a gamble gambling on whether Professor Kirill would dare make a move against me in front of Professor Dumbledore, gambling on whether Professor Snape would intervene to save me, and also gambling on whether Ron and Hermione's reactions would cause some kind of butterfly effect due to my actions. As it turned out, the future events did start to show signs of change. Although the overall direction remained the same, the signs of variation had already begun to appear. Surprisingly, Professor Kirill managed to act against me right under Professor Dumbledore's nose without leaving any obvious clue. It seems either his abilities are stronger than what I knew from the future, or the evil soul attached to him recovered more smoothly than in that future scenario. If that's the case, then in a while, the first official encounter in the Forbidden Forest with Professor Kirill is unavoidable. However, if I really want to investigate the Dark Lord's current recovery status, some planning will be necessary. After all, this isn't a game. At the very least, Ron, Hermione, and Neville definitely cannot follow me, and it would be far too dangerous. Professor Snape. Standing outside the office with the door slightly ajar, I hesitated for a moment when no one responded, but eventually walked in anyway. Professor Snape's office matches his personality perfectly: gloomy, minimalist, even stern and monotonous. If you glanced at it just once, you might think there's nothing special. The faint scent of rare potions in the air could only be recognized by someone with sufficient knowledge as representing unique and precious ingredients. I walked to the only large desk in the office. Besides the neatly stacked student reports, the book I had been asked to hand over earlier, *, the relationship between ancient mystical scripts and Nordic traditional culture, *, was placed on one corner of the desk. Should I take this opportunity to sneak it back? After pondering for more than 5 seconds, I gave up on that impulsive thought. Professor Snape's authority is something I am very unwilling to provoke. More accurately, unless absolutely necessary, I would rather keep my distance from this temperamental yet perceptive fellow. Because of past grudges, along with some secrets and future plans I hold, I already have to be extremely cautious and careful when interacting with him. On top of that, this guy is my favorite potions teacher, whose professional expertise in potions is recognized even by Professor Dumbledore as exceptional, which means I cannot avoid receiving his mentorship. The mental pressure is almost comparable to the heavy burden I felt when learning by my grandfather's side. In other words, this prickly situation is one I willingly jumped into myself, without even the right to complain to anyone, which is truly sad. My spontaneously leaping thoughts had only just begun to form when the shimmer in the glass cabinet nearby caught my attention. Curiously, I stepped over to the cabinet. Among the jars and bottles of ingredients, I noticed a single bottle on a shelf slightly higher than my own height, containing soil with an ice-like appearance, in which grew something that looked oddly familiar, a firefly grass. Once again, the bell-shaped flowers emitted a flickering glow, sending out a cheerful message as if to greet me. That's when I remembered, I had placed this firefly grass outside my office as a thank you gift more than 2 months ago. I never expected this little plant to have survived, and even been cared for so well. Pressing my forehead against the glass, I closed my eyes to respond to its happiness and silent communication, thinking quietly to myself. Back then, I sneaked out of the dormitory in the middle of the night to search for the lost Neville, only to be cornered by Filch and forced to hide in a cupboard, which led me to transform into my animagus form for the first time. I knew Professor Snape eventually discovered my fox form hidden in the shadows. Although I didn't understand why Professor Snape didn't expose me or hand me over to Filch at that moment, I still left him this glowworm plant as a token of thanks. I had originally thought that the glowworm plant, known for its fire protection and strong antidote properties, would have long been used as an ingredient in some potion of his, but to my surprise, the plant had been left intact and even thrived under magically enhanced soil. It seems Professor Snape is not only a genius in potions but also quite skilled in herbology. Otherwise, a proud plant like the glowworm grass, which is very picky about its living conditions, would hardly survive and flourish so happily in such a damp dungeon environment. Hearing approaching footsteps, I quickly severed my mental connection with the glowworm grass, stood up, and pretended to be examining the herb specimens in the glass case. The footsteps paused at the door, then entered. I turned to face the office's occupant. Professor Snape. I greeted him with a small nod. Carrying a box, Professor Snape walked directly to his desk. Gryffindor loses a point. I hope this will teach you a lesson. Remember, intruding into a professor's office is extremely rude. Potter, Professor Snape said as he set down the box. Are the materials ready? Yes, Professor, I replied as evenly as possible, suppressing my frustration at losing points again. The ingredients for 30 servings of Veritaserum have been measured and arranged on your lectern in the clubroom. You can inspect them at any time. The backup basic potions have already been brewed and bottled. Besides leaving one next to each cauldron, the rest have been stored in the materials cabinet. I'll go over there shortly, Professor Snape said, giving me a cold glance before sitting down in the large chair behind his desk and opening the box to take out the bottles. Since you think the preparation is complete, return to your house. Club activities still take place after dinner. Don't be late. Yes. I knew this meant I was being given the order to leave, but after hesitating secretly for several times, I finally decided to give it a try. Professor. He didn't stop organizing the bottles and herbs in the box, and Professor Snape hummed. I guess that was his way of indicating he was listening. I was wondering. I swallowed to moisten my throat, which had gone somewhat dry due to inexplicable nervousness. I want to know if I can get my book back. As soon as I said it, I wanted to find a piece of tofu and bump into it myself. I clearly didn't intend to say that. I wanted to thank him for the Christmas matter. Why did it come out as asking for a book? Am I just asking for trouble on purpose? Sure enough, Professor Snape paused his work and looked at me directly for the first time since he entered the office with a cold, sarcastic gaze. Book. His voice was soft with a hint of danger. Which book? It's the relationship between ancient mystical texts and Nordic traditional culture, right on the desk to your right. At this point, I had no choice but to answer cautiously. It's a book I borrowed from the library. Madam Pince wants me to return it by next Tuesday. The school's public books. You're trying to remind me of that, are you? He leaned back in his chair, hands folded over his robe in front of his chest. But unfortunately, my classroom isn't like Bin's old, blurry-eyed ghost classroom, where you can browse freely through trivial books. Potter. Even invoking Madam Pince's name cannot change the fact that you broke the rules and deserve the punishment. Although I seriously wondered how my extracurricular reading in history of magic got leaked and how this troublesome person found out, under Snape's sharp gaze, that could wait. I clenched my fist silently to encourage myself and met Snape's stare directly. Being responsible for one's actions is natural. If I have done wrong, I will accept the punishment without complaint. I said calmly and firmly, I have no other intentions, Professor. I just simply want to know if I can get my book back. Professor Snape furrowed his brow, and before I could catch and interpret the many emotions, they sank into his eyes, deep and abyss-like. Since you also know you must take responsibility for your actions, then don't ask pointless questions to waste my time. His tone was icy, with an added stiffness of irritation. Return to your house, Potter. I don't have the patience to say the same thing 3 times. Watching Professor Snape, who had already refocused his attention on the bottles and herbs on the desk, I pursed my lips, wisely chose not to speak again, and silently bowed before leaving the office. It wasn't until I exited the cellar corridor and began climbing the stairs toward the library that I belatedly realized something. It seemed that during our final conversation just now, my tone had still been a bit sharp, but Professor Snape didn't seem to deduct any points. I shook my head instinctively, deliberately ignoring the fleeting odd feeling in my mind. Chapter 30, A Brief Period of Leisure. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills were indeed top-notch. 2 weeks after the school term began, she had already cured Professor Quirrell. Although he had become so thin he was almost skeletal, at least he was able to return and continue teaching us. This also ended the numerous complaints from students during the period when Professor Snape substituted for him in defense against the dark arts. Although it sounds a bit harsh, Professor Snape really isn't a good teacher for defense against the dark arts, that is, not considering his temper. I believe he might have unique expertise in dealing with dark magic and dangerous creatures, but when it comes to explaining related history, theories, or weaknesses to students, I can't think of a better word than full of gaps. Ron was absolutely right, even geniuses aren't omnipotent. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore was wise enough not to let this potions master waste his talent by switching to teaching defense against the dark arts and leading students astray. On Professor Snape's final substitute class, when he once again mistakenly said that the 1874 Yeti incident in the Alps harmed Muggle tourists actually happened in the Himalayas, I sighed quietly to myself. In short, aside from me secretly plotting against him, almost none of the students who attended Professor Snape's substitute classes in defense against the dark arts during this period were unhappy about Professor Quirrell returning to teach. Although he was timid and easily nervous, at least he didn't have the bad temper of deducting points everywhere, nor would he give us dubious theoretical content while piling up mountains of reports for us to write. Hermione thought so too, but I don't blame her at all. After all, due to insufficient evidence, I still haven't revealed Professor Quirrell's true identity to her and Ron. Moreover, during this time, the amount and severity of conflicts she had with Professor Snape were enough to make me break into a cold sweat just watching. The seriousness and meticulousness with which Hermione works and studies is something the three of us who have spent so much time with her as boys have often complained about. However, this time even Ron and Neville had to concede to her courage for daring to directly correct mistakes in the content of Professor Snape's defense against the dark arts class. Of course, given Snape's extremely vengeful nature, if he hadn't poked back at Hermione during potions class, no one would have believed it. Thus now the entire school knows that, aside from the famous Harry Potter, there is a super-intelligent Gryffindor first-year girl brave enough to openly oppose the notoriously biased, strict, and gloomy Professor Snape, and miraculously, she hasn't been poisoned or injured by the Slytherin's tricks until now. For God's sake, this is utterly foolish. Hermione had little reaction in private to becoming infamous in Snape's eyes, just like me. Instead, she got extremely upset when she heard that Fred and George were actually betting on this, gambling on when she might get caught by a little trick from the Slytherins and how many points Snape would deduct from her potion's final grade, and she lost her temper at Ron over it. What's the point of gambling on something like this? If Professor McGonagall or any other teacher catches them, our house will lose points again. Why don't you do something about those two? Come on. You've seen what kind of people they are. Even Percy couldn't handle them. And who do you think I am? Ron could only respond with a bitter smile, unknowingly being criticized. Anyway, the special magical necklaces Harry made for the three of us can shield or weaken most attacks from underage wizards. As long as you wear the necklace, the Slytherin student's sneaky tricks won't hurt you. Not to mention Harry also has a bunch of antidotes and all kinds of strange powders. Just by not poisoning them, we're already being super kind. And when it comes to your final grades, just your assignments and report notes alone are enough to make up for the points Snape deducted during potion practice. You're definitely not going to fail, so what's there to worry about? I'm obviously not worried about that. Can't you understand the point I'm trying to make? Hermione raised her voice further. This is gambling. Do you even realize that? In serious cases, you can be expelled. What if someone comes forward to accuse them? But no one will accuse them. Neville explained a bit naively, the honest boy never realizing that what he was doing wasn't helping Ron, but putting himself in the fire instead. Everyone participating in the betting knows that if the house is exposed, they'll get punished too. So apart from a few of us Gryffindors who are close to them, most people only know the betting exists but don't know who's running it, so nothing will happen. Is that so? The youthful yet delicate large eye squinted slightly. How do you know so much about this? It's not that hard, a lot of people in Gryffindor know, at least almost all of the boys. The honest boy kept talking, even though he didn't fully realize he was basically giving himself away. Lee also said that Fred and George have done this kind of thing before, and there were never any problems, so people are confident when placing bets. Did you just say people? The large eyes narrowed even more. Now the honest boy finally sensed the danger. What does that mean? Are you saying the entire Gryffindor has placed bets? No, it's not like that. I didn't. Startled by the little lioness's aura, he began stuttering, his panicked eyes searching for help, but instead caught sight of Ron trying to slip away. So, like a ball being kicked, he blurted out, "I'm not really sure." Ron helped Fred and the others organize the betting list, he's more familiar with it. Neville, you've gone too far. You also helped George and Lee count the bets. How could you wait? Hermione, I can explain. His body froze, and his accusatory words couldn't stop the flood of anger that poured over him. Calm down. Impulsiveness is the devil. Just listen to me first. No need. I don't need to listen. Even if I really turned into a devil today, I am going to deal with both of you. Stand still. When a lioness roars, it is enough to shake heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Oh, all right. I admit that the underage little lioness wasn't quite that formidable yet, but managing to discipline two young lions with limited skill until they shone with golden light and mystical aura was still doable. In any case, the potion room was in chaos with constant shrieks and scolding, and even though I was busy cutting and grinding porcupine teeth and snow deer antlers and adjusting measurements, I could still maintain a calm, expressionless composure, but the sounds inevitably made my heart skip a beat. This just goes to show that habit is indeed a scary thing. But after only a few weeks, I had somehow trained myself to calmly brew potions even amid the chaos, which could be considered an achievement. I threw the herbs and ground powders into the bubbling cauldron, counting the clockwise stirrings, while glancing at the two little lions Hermione had summoned, who were buried under stacks of books reaching the ceiling, seeming already a little out of breath at the bottom. Once again, I silently reaffirmed my original determination. You could provoke dragons or tigers, but never the future first female wizard of Hogwarts. No matter what, although I can't say that everything went exactly as I wished, the days continued peacefully. Hermione, who had learned about 70 to 80% of my calm and composed attitude, still occasionally had standoffs with Professor Snape during potions class. Neville still clumsily caused accidents every now and then, but thanks to him, Ron not only learned how to clean up after mishaps, he also greatly improved his composure and mental resilience when unexpected events occurred. As for me, between classes, Quidditch, club activities, making products, doing homework, and self-study, if it weren't for the scar on my forehead reminding me from time to time that that evil soul was still lurking somewhere in the castle, I might have let myself get addicted to this busy yet orderly life. If I were to say what makes this the normal school life different or changing, it's probably just that, except for potions class and club activities, the chances of encountering Professor Snape while moving around the campus have increased. Ever since Professor Quirrell was discharged from the hospital ward and returned to teaching, not only has the pain in my scar intensified rather than lessened, but last year, around the start of the school year, when I was exploring the castle, I also took the opportunity to plant some incredibly resilient weeds so tough that even muggles would dismiss them in many dark corners of hidden passages. They have since sent me a lot of reports about Professor Quirrell's sneaky activities late at night. Combining this with complaints from the plants around the Forbidden Forest about the nocturnal commotion of the creatures living there, whether werewolves, giant spiders, or mountain centaurs constantly running around, I have a rough idea of what Quirrell is up to, yet I currently have no plans to take action myself. After all, matters of my own house are for me to handle. Despite my strength being immense, thanks to living an extra lifetime and the Creator God's promise, I am currently only at the stage where I can barely hold my own against even Voldemort at his peak in a one-on-one situation. I'm still far from being able to eliminate Voldemort and uproot his entire power. So, although it might seem rude to certain people or beings, I really am not a saint. Even if the Creator God reincarnated me here, it was only to allow me to reshape the future according to my own wishes and create a new space, not to save the world. Given that, my current goal is simply to take care of the people I care about in this life and quietly build up my own strength. As for anything else, if I truly lack the ability, all I can do is apologize. After all, as long as it's not someone like Voldemort, who has fallen to the point of splitting his soul into countless pieces, and hasn't been as unlucky as I was to catch the attention of some great deity. Things should go well, and in 18 years he should hopefully still be a decent person. So my guilt? Non-existent. Wanting to think this way is one thing, but considering that for some time around me there have often appeared highly venomous scorpions and spiders, and some of the original mechanisms in the corridors I frequently walk had malfunctions that caused a few passing upperclassmen to have accidents one after another, it's obvious that someone still finds the things in the Forbidden Forest not thrilling enough and is determined to continue targeting me. Now, it seems that these seemingly minor but definitely capable of causing serious harm to first-year wizards' little accidents weren't just noticed by me as being aimed at me. Professor Snape clearly knew what was going on and was on high alert, so the outcome is that these little accidents only lasted a few days before disappearing, replaced by constantly encountering, whether on the way to visit Hagrid, to team practice every night, or to the library, the ever-present solitary figure in the perpetually black robes. And in a school like Hogwarts, which isn't exactly small but isn't huge either, aside from class, I would actually encounter him 3 or 4 times daily, and now almost constantly have him shadowing me. Naturally, my 3 companions, who are now almost inseparable from me, noticed something was off too after I spent quite a while explaining and showing them the nearly 10 rare venomous creatures that had mysteriously appeared in my class desk drawer or backpack, only to be caught by me and soaked in special preservative potion. The 3 of them reluctantly accepted that Professor Snape's high-frequency appearances around me were indeed for my protection. Damn greasy hair. Ron, who had just lost a point for a sloppy uniform tie, angrily yanked his tie off and glared hatefully at Snape's retreating figure. That old bat don't give me a chance to catch him, or I swear I'll use what Fred and the others made to get him. Seriously, Ron. Hermione's warning voice interrupted him after only a few child-inappropriate words. Considering Professor Snape is protecting Harry, you should be a bit more patient and at least mind your language. If Hermione weren't blushing and gnashing her teeth, this advice would probably be even more convincing. I secretly sighed and said nothing to avoid provoking Hermione, who had just lost points for something as trivial as rolling up her sleeves, patting Neville on the shoulder to comfort him as his eyes turned red over having *300 useful water cultivation herbs confiscated by Professor Snape. It's rare to have an afternoon with good weather, no classes, and all our homework done. Ron and the others were firmly against Hermione's suggestion to review lessons today, so we decided to go to the lake to bask in the sun and play my adapted version of hopscotch. Who knew that as we were walking and chatting near the castle gate, we ran straight into Professor Snape, who was entering the castle? As a result, all of us got points deducted for being untidy, and Neville even had the book he borrowed from the library taken away by Snape, claiming that school books must not be taken out of the castle. Bloody cheek. I think he's just using the excuse of protecting Harry to give us a hard time. It's our free time when we don't have classes. What does it matter to him how we dress? I dare say there's nothing in the school rules about not taking library books outside the castle. This is definitely just made up by him right now. Ron said indignantly. Go report him to Dumbledore. Harry, with so many teachers in the school, I don't believe Dumbledore only trusts Snape. Or we could go to Professor McGonagall too. She's our house head. She's also the deputy headmaster, just as busy as Professor Dumbledore. And don't forget, Ron, the matter of the Sorcerer's Stone is a secret not just for students. From the current situation, probably only a few teachers involved in guarding the stone even know about it. In such a case, how would you expect Professor Dumbledore to explain to others how I knew about the stone, that the culprit eyeing it could very well be a colleague, and that they were going to attack me? Regardless of the reasons, the trace of a traitor in a group will definitely cause unrest. Before we have evidence, the fewer people who know, the better. Also, to avoid shocking the snake prematurely. As we continued toward the lake, I explained to them helplessly, since it was Professor Snape who first discovered the traitor problem, Professor Dumbledore naturally leaves it to him to handle. As long as my safety and the stone's safety are guaranteed, do you really think Professor Dumbledore would care about Snape deducting a few points to settle personal grudges? But still, this feels like a form of disguised torture. Though Ron could accept my explanation, he still looked resentful. It feels like a frog being watched by a snake. I let out a soft laugh. Truly, we've been targeted by a snake, but we're not helpless frogs who can only run away. Gryffindor is the house known for its courage. We can just make up the deducted points elsewhere, right? The Quidditch match against Hufflepuff is just a few days away, so just wait and see. By then, I'll make Professor McGonagall willingly give us enough points to really annoy Professor Snape. After stretching lazily, I took some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from my pocket and casually tossed them into my mouth as I walked. Don't look so glum, Neville. After all, Professor Snape didn't confiscate one of my books. At worst, I can help you explain things to Madam Pince later. It's a bright sunny day after the great spring rain, so just forget about those annoying things and enjoy the sunshine. Want some too? Thanks. Neville rubbed his eyes and took some beans from me. You sound really confident. What are you planning to do in the match? I smiled at the three little faces staring at me, curious but a little anxious, the smile both innocent and naive. It's nothing big, just doing my duty as a seeker. Chapter 31, Unexpected Developments. In the match against Hufflepuff, I was indeed just fulfilling my duty, but I approached it a bit arrogantly. Less than 3 minutes into the game, I shot straight for Professor Snape and, in a thrilling moment where I almost knocked him off his broom, snatched the golden snitch hiding behind him. The match ended instantly, breaking the record for the shortest Quidditch match in the school's history, and it's also the shortest officially recognized non-professional match in all of Britain. You madman. You made Alicia and the others practice Oliver's tactics for a whole month in wind and mud, and none of it was used at all. Less than 5 seconds after I caught the golden snitch and landed back on the ground, Wood and the twins shouted and literally pounced on me, pinning me to the grass and roughhousing me. Angelina yanked me away from those overly excited boys, grabbed my shoulders, and shouted passionately, "This is just too cool." Oliver was right. Harry, you're the best seeker. The best. Then I experienced something I never even encountered in my past life during college parties, being smothered with kisses. And it wasn't just Angelina, Alicia, and Katie. Gryffindor students and upperclassmen, who had already rushed off the stands, completely swarmed me, hugging, head-rubbing, shoulder-patting, and kissing me all at once. My face was red as a tomato from start to finish, and it took quite a bit of effort and the now somewhat calmer twins escorting me just to barely escape from the many enthusiastic hands. I didn't even have time to change out of my Quidditch robes and hurriedly threw on my school cloak, climbed out the skylight like a thief, and sneaked out of the players' lounge, heading straight for Hagrid's hut. Seriously, I only managed to temporarily escape the crowd that resembled a den of wolves, and my mind was still spinning, thinking about going back to the castle. I wasn't dazed from the embarrassing chaos earlier. Besides the Gryffindor students, lots of upperclassmen from Ravenclaw had participated in that bear hug stealing me like Adolf frenzy. I even caught sight of the Hufflepuff Quidditch players and Wood arm in arm, pointing at my predicament and laughing heartily. While I don't think Hufflepuff would risk the friendship between two houses over one game, not considering Slytherin's special situation for now, isn't it hard for Hufflepuff, who started off so confident, to accept such a drastic shift from the start of Quidditch to defeat in just a few minutes? To see them so quickly band together with my captain and teammates to laugh at me. Are the Hufflepuff students just that laid back, or am I overthinking and worrying too much? What kind of world is this? So no matter what, now is definitely not the time to go back to the castle. Judging by how those senior students and classmates just now were having so much fun, they completely lost their minds. If I go back now, I'll probably end up crying at the crazy party they are surely about to throw. I'd better head to Hagrid's hut to lie low for a while and wait until those guys have exhausted the energy they didn't get to release during the Quidditch match before returning. Being scolded for not attending as the protagonist is one thing, but it's far better than encountering something like another forced kiss or the like just now. Everyone was so caught up in the fun that I didn't think much of it, but if it happens again, I'd turn into the male enemy of the entire school. Keep in mind that half of the school's recognized beautiful senior girls are in Gryffindor, and coincidentally, the 3 girls from our team, including Angelina, are among them. A kiss after the match was tolerable, and when the beautiful Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff seniors came to join in, that was barely acceptable, too. But celebrating at the party and having it happen again? For heaven's sake, even though I've accepted that I'm a boy, that doesn't mean I can so quickly accept being embraced so warmly and intimately. Not to mention, there's no room for romance in my life plan for now. Just taking down that blood enemy, the Dark Lord, who stands in the way of my peaceful life, is enough trouble to keep me busy. There's no time for any of these frivolous matters. So rumors and trouble like this are best avoided whenever possible. Even if they can't be avoided, just thinking about the possible future for next year's Valentine's Day and the 4th year dance made my body shiver. My ostrich-like approach is to push these thoughts aside for now and deal with them later. Speaking of which, the spot the school arranged for the Quidditch team's private lounge is really terrible. Lying on a rooftop higher than the stands, I felt a headache coming on. There aren't any trees nearby at this height, and without a broom, it's really hard to get down. But I have to leave soon anyway. If Fred and the others get impatient and rush in to grab someone, things will get even more chaotic. Gritting my teeth, I rolled up my sleeves and started my Great Wall climbing mission. Fortunately, the walls of this lounge were made not just of stone but also used quite a bit of wood. With the help of the internal energy, aside from a bit of finger pain, there wasn't too much trouble. I moved downward as carefully as possible, keeping close to the wall. However, when I was only about 4 stories from the ground, someone suddenly called out a not-so-quiet exclamation that startled me. My foot slipped and I fell a short distance before managing to grab a hold to support myself, pinching the cold sweat as I calmed down my nearly bursting heartbeat. "Hey, who are you?" The guy below, who almost caused me to fall, continued shouting recklessly. I felt a surge of anger. Climbing walls is dangerous. You. Without giving him a chance to make more noise and attract attention, I let go and jumped down, using him as a cushion to crash onto the ground. "Sorry about that, Senior." Hufflepuff, huh? Seeing the emblem on his uniform, I mentally noted it while quickly getting up from the human cushion, pulling the hood of my cloak back on. I lowered my voice and said, "I'm busy hiding from people right now. I'll properly apologize another time. Bye." "Wait, Potter, what are you?" "Wait. If I wait, someone will come after me." I could already hear voices and footsteps approaching chaotically, so I increased my pace. As for apologizing to that guy, just say maybe next time, right? He nearly scared me into injury. That's not something that can be made up for with just one time as a cushion. Moreover, he almost got me caught sneaking out. I hummed lightly while running, brushing off this little mishap. Cloak billowing, I moved swiftly, fully aware that with my current outfit, my quick pace probably looked very sneaky. However, it seemed like there wasn't anyone nearby. Even if there were, they were probably either celebrating because the Quidditch match ended early or preparing new curses and hexes on me, so no one would notice what was happening around the hunting grounds. Feeling reassured, I hastened straight toward the small hut. "Harry." Responding to the knock, Hagrid was surprised when he saw me, his eyes widening. "How did you get up here? Weren't you supposed to go back to the dorm to celebrate? You're the hero of today's Quidditch match. It's just a game that ended early, that's all. Everyone's overreacting." Indicating for Hagrid to let me inside, I ignored the small crossbow he held in his hand and muttered as I complained, taking off my cloak and tossing it over the back of the wooden chair, then slumped weakly onto the table. "And a hero too. If I really went back now, I'd definitely end up as the one being messed with. The seniors are just under too much academic pressure and have too little entertainment, so they wanted to take the opportunity to have a wild party. If I'm not there, it doesn't matter, but if I am, I'd definitely be treated like a toy to be hugged and carried around." "Ha, that just means you're very popular. Your father never had it so glorious when he won at Quidditch back in the day." Hagrid came over, ruffling my hair and pouring me a cup of tea. "Isn't that great? You can get used to interacting with people more. You're way too shy. Even a greeting hug can make you stiff for a long time." I think I've gotten a lot better. Indeed, as a Chinese person in my previous life, I was not very used to the openness and enthusiasm of the people here. Coupled with the Dursleys' attitude toward me over the years, I knew that I had always subtly resisted close physical contact. But because I was aware of it, I tried to change myself. At least now, I am quite accustomed to interactions with Hagrid, Ron, and the others. If it weren't for Professor Snape refereeing today's match, and the golden snitch coincidentally showing up where I could approach unnoticed, I wouldn't have been able to end the match so smoothly. Sigh, you still think Professor Snape is biased, huh? But one thing's for sure, Slytherin absolutely has no chance in the House Cup this time. Unless in tomorrow's match against Ravenclaw they can manage to win by at least 200 points. Wait, what's that noise outside? I also heard voices arguing as if running around. Sounds like Hermione and Ron. Hagrid walked back to the door and cracked it open. I turned my head to look, and sure enough, there were 3 people out of breath running up to knock. "Hagrid," Ron said, looking anxious. "Thank Merlin you're here. Have you seen Harry? We can't find him." "Hi, I'm here." I stood up and poked my head over Hagrid's shoulder. After all, the half-giant's size was so huge that he almost blocked the entire door. "Sorry, I was in a rush escaping from that bunch of crazies with Oliver just now, so I didn't get a chance to say anything to you." "What's going on? Why do you seem so urgent?" It's Professor Quirrell." Neville panted, speaking in broken gasps. We saw Professor Snape in the forest." Neville couldn't continue because I saw Hermione secretly step on his foot. "Whatever it is that made you so desperate to find Harry, come in first and catch your breath." Hagrid invited the three of them inside, pushing aside the black dog sleeping on the big sofa. "Fang, go lie down over there." No one noticed the expression that fell on my face after hearing Neville's words. Just as I had guessed, Professor Snape had indeed arranged to meet Professor Quirrell near the forest, and as luck would have it, Ron and the others happened to come across their meeting. Although I hadn't revealed any of the pre-plans for today's Quidditch match no matter how much they pressed me earlier, it was obvious that the three of them who were certain I would cause a stir during the match didn't believe a word I said. So, to prevent a repeat of the previous match's accidents and to observe the teachers' reactions, Ron, Neville, and Hermione not only brought wands and telescopes with them this time, but they even dug up the invisibility cloak I had hidden under my bed, just in case. However, even they didn't expect that usually quiet me, who only acted when necessary, would actually do something as audacious as nearly knocking the referee off his broomstick and ending the match in 3 minutes. Seeing such an exhilarating and satisfying outcome gave them joy and naturally, like everyone else, made them want to celebrate properly. But after all, Ron knew me better. He saw from afar that, escorted by the twins, I first returned to the players' locker room and guessed I might sneak off. So he called the other two companions, planning to circle around to the back door of the locker room unnoticed, meet up with me, and at the same time try to drag me back to the common room to join the celebration party. By the time they got around the back door, it was Hermione who, sharp-eyed as ever, first noticed Professor Snape behaving suspiciously and cautiously making his way toward the Forbidden Forest. Without any objection, the three of them pulled out the invisibility cloak they thought they wouldn't need and followed him. Then they overheard the secret conversation between Professor Snape and Quirrell. This is impossible. After listening, the three of them finally caught their breath and started chattering to me about what they had overheard in the forest, and I hadn't even had a chance to respond when Hagrid, standing by, was already completely shocked. "Professor Snape is warning Professor Quirrell, because Professor Quirrell attempted to harm Harry. But how is that possible? That Quirrell and Snape." "But that's exactly what we heard." Hermione's voice was a bit sharp. Obviously the conversation they overheard in the forest made it hard for her to stay calm. It's not surprising. Professor Quirrell had taught us for half a semester, and although he was timid and occasionally clumsy, his teaching was decent, and he had praised Hermione's essays quite a few times. Overall, Hermione's impression of Professor Quirrell had been fairly good, at least definitely better than Professor Snape, so learning the truth unexpectedly seemed to hit her hard. Professor Snape wanted Professor Quirrell to stop tampering with the traps in the school corridors and to stop those little poisonous bug tricks, which means Snape thinks that the snakes or spiders that kept mysteriously appearing in Harry's backpack or at his desk were Quirrell's doing. We even heard him demanding to know whether Quirrell already knew how to get past the three-headed dog, which means Hermione believes that Snape is certain that Quirrell is the suspect who has been trying to kill you during this time. After drinking a cup of warm tea, Ron still looked slightly startled, but his complexion was not as pale as Hermione's and Neville's. "But Hermione, why don't you think it's also possible that Snape is trying to frame Quirrell, using this as an excuse to get him expelled and improve his chances of getting the defense against the dark arts professor position? Everyone knows he's wanted that position for a long time. Please, things have gotten to this point, can't you temporarily set aside your foolish prejudice?" Hermione's tone was clearly angry. "You saw and heard what just happened." Professor Snape was clearly warning Professor Quirrell, but, Neville interjected weakly, Professor Quirrell looked so confused and scared at the time, maybe he really is innocent. "Wait, hold on, all of you." After the initial shock, Hagrid finally tried to make sense of things. Before Hermione could direct her criticism toward Neville, he cut in. "But why would you want to go follow Professor Snape? And what happened with Harry getting stung by those venomous creatures? It wasn't a prank. Those centipedes, spiders, and snakes were all highly poisonous. Some of them are deadly even to wizards. If it weren't for Harry's ability to communicate with plants, who warned him in time through the nearby plants, he would have been stung several times." Neville licked his pale lips, his hands trembling as he held his teacup. "We've always known someone wanted to harm Harry, Hagrid." Hermione looked at Hagrid seriously. "Since last semester's Quidditch match, we've known someone was trying to hurt him. At first, we thought it was Professor Snape, but during Christmas, Harry talked with Professor Dumbledore, so we realized we had misunderstood Snape. In fact, Professor Snape has always been trying to protect Harry, although it not only sounds weird, but also allows him to take the opportunity to deduct a lot of points from us," Ron added, drawing Hermione's angry glare. "So it's true, is someone really trying to kill Harry? Professor Dumbledore personally confirmed it." Hagrid stared at us in disbelief, and the three of them nodded without hesitation. But how could this happen? He didn't tell me at all. I mean, he didn't let the other teachers know either. How could it be dash? Probably because I don't want you to worry. While adding milk to my tea, I said calmly, and this matter also involves the issue of guarding the magic stone. Of course you can't speak out at will. Hagrid jumped out of his seat, almost knocking over the tea on the table. How do you know the Philosopher's Stone dash? Oh, you know we've known for a long time that lovely Fluffy is guarding something, Ron said in a gritted teeth tone with some kind of reverence, and then you only want to reveal the name of our Nicholas Flamel, so we had to look it up ourselves, and after hundreds of books, we found out that he was a nearly 700-year-old alchemist, and the maker and owner of the last Philosopher's Stone, so we deduced that the thing hidden on the 3rd floor of the school was the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, it was mainly because of the mountain monster breaking into the school in Halloween last year, and Harry thought that someone deliberately put the mountain monster in to cause trouble and take the opportunity to steal stones, so he has been investigating and wanting to know who the culprit is. As a result, his investigation actions seem to have been detected by the prisoners, so he kept being attacked dangerously. Hermione glared at Ron warningly. Professor Snape found out about these things, and Professor Dumbledore also knew that Harry was in danger, so he had been protecting Harry with Professor Dumbledore's tacit approval during this time. By the way, points will be deducted. Ron muttered. It's a pity that the voice was still not low enough, and as a result, someone completely exploded. Ronald, is Harry's life or your prejudice against Professor Snape important? Do you know that if Professor Snape hadn't secretly helped during this time, Harry would probably have been seriously injured if he wasn't careful? Well, that goes without saying. Of course Harry's life is what matters, but that doesn't change the fact that I despise Snape for taking personal revenge. Those are two different things. I answered firmly and confidently without hesitation. And don't call me Ronald. Then you still. Hagrid got up from his seat. Hagrid? Neville asked, a bit confused, but Hagrid seemed not to hear at all. He was just hurriedly grabbing his coat from the nearby rack. We must tell Dumbledore. We have to tell him. How could this happen? Harry was in danger, and it was Snape. Hagrid. I had to stand up and position myself in front of the nervous half-giant to stop him from rushing off to Professor Dumbledore. Calm down, Hagrid. The headmaster already knows about all this. The fact that I'm okay now is proof. Even if you go to him, nothing will change, and he surely already has a plan. But that's Snape and Professor Quirrell. Regardless of Professor Snape's attitude or actions, the fact is he helped protect me. It's indisputable that he is one of Professor Dumbledore's most trusted people, so let's not discuss him anymore, okay? Although I phrased it as a question, my tone was undeniably firm. There was no helping it. I was just so tired and frustrated with everyone constantly repeating how unpleasant Snape supposedly is. How could someone fail at being a person that badly? I thought, ache in my head. Just from observing others at a distance, this is the kind of attitude they have, and I was beginning to worry about what it would be like if Sirius came out and had to work alongside Snape in the Order of the Phoenix. As for Professor Quirrell, with so few clues and no evidence, discussing it more is pointless. I believe Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore will report naturally, and whatever thoughts or decisions Dumbledore has, he will handle them. So stop worrying about it. Hermione frowned at me. Harry, did you already know that Professor Quirrell? Speak what evidence you have. Without evidence, no one is guilty. This is not only my principle but also the principle of the law. Though it sounded lofty, from the expressions on Ron and the others' faces, it wasn't hard for me to tell that they knew exactly how much truth there was in my words. But the tacit understanding they had developed over time made them realize that now was not the right moment to press me. Shall we sit down first, Hagrid? I have some things I want to ask you. Firstly, about the Sorcerer's Stone. But that's not something you should know. You all shouldn't know. It's the school's highest secret. But the situation now is that we already know, and I was attacked because of it. I think we have the right to know some of what you know, and you should trust that we are not gossiping types, right? Hagrid looked at me with worry and struggle, running his hand through his tangled hair. All right. I suppose I can tell you some of what I know. Hagrid sat back helplessly in the wooden chair. But you absolutely mustn't tell anyone, understand? No one must know. This is top secret. Professor Dumbledore told me so. I smiled and nodded along with Ron and the others, then returned to my original seat, taking a sip from the cup I had turned into milk tea. Chapter 32, Animagus. Norbert, Norwegian Ridgeback Hatchling. Dragon Egg Incident. Hagrid is definitely a loyal and brave companion, no doubt about that, but if there's some secret you want to get out of his straightforward mouth, It isn't all that difficult with a little clever maneuvering. So in a situation like this, after I had persuaded him, asking who was responsible for guarding the Sorcerer's Stone became even easier. As for Ron and the other two, when it came to deducing the methods used to guard the Philosopher's Stone from the identities of those involved, they pretty much guessed everything during the discussion we later had back in the room of requirements. Basically, once they knew there were so many layers of protection in place in the third floor restricted area, they weren't so worried about the safety of the stone. Their only dissatisfaction was that Professor Snape and Quirrell were both involved in the plan to protect the stone. Ron and Hermione still argued many times over Snape's act of threatening Quirrell. They both agreed that Snape was protecting me, but whether his actions toward Quirrell were based on truly noticing some clue or just an attempt to frame him was a much debated issue, given what they had secretly observed at the time. So a person's popularity really does show in situations like this. I once again marveled at how deeply ingrained Professor Snape's villainous image was, and couldn't help but admire how thoroughly Quirrell could maintain his timid, overly nice persona. No wonder everyone in the source space misunderstood these two and was deceived without a doubt. If I hadn't had the advantage of knowing the future, I probably also would have found it hard to see the truth without being misled. In contrast to Ron and Hermione's stalemate, Neville, after experiencing a few sandwich cookies moments, even though internally he leaned more toward Ron's view that Quirrell was innocent, learned to behave wisely like me and refrained from voicing any opinion just like I told him privately. Discussing endlessly without evidence leads nowhere, so let them struggle it out themselves. Once they tire of arguing and truly come to understand the point, they'll naturally stop. But they are arguing so fiercely. Neville peered timidly at the area where the debate was almost escalating into a table-pounding match. Doesn't that matter? Don't worry, I said. A fire naturally goes out when there's no fuel left. Besides, those two have personalities that aren't truly antagonistic. They won't really fall out. Just think of it as their unique way of communicating. I calmly pulled a book from the shelves of the all-purpose room that explained various ways to identify dragon eggs and their uses. Instead of worrying about them, why don't you first help me figure out what to do with the dragon egg in Hagrid's house? Judging by how obsessed Hagrid is, even though it's just an egg now, he will go to any lengths to hatch it. No matter the type of dragon, they are protected and regulated in the magical world. Illegal breeding would definitely be a huge problem and a disaster. We can't keep that thing hidden from Hagrid for long. That's right. Aside from the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, we also found a dragon egg in Hagrid's hut, one he had just won back in a card game at the pub. Aside from secretly criticizing how fast Quirrell acted, there was nothing I could do except continue to strengthen the secret surveillance of the restricted third floor using the plants I had hidden in the shadows. Ron and the others didn't show much concern about Hagrid having the illegal dragon egg. The difference between boys' and girls' thoughts was quite evident here. Neville and Ron, while worried, were also looking forward to the little dragon hatching, while Hermione had been worried about how to handle the situation from the start. So, while I pretended to be concerned, my indifferent attitude was eventually noticed by her keen mind. You are not allowed to brush me off with excuses like lack of evidence, like with Professor Quirrell's matter. This time, you have to explain clearly to me. When we were cozied up in the library finishing our homework, and Neville and Ron went to the magical creatures section to look for books on hatching and raising young dragons, Hermione pulled me, who was reading *20 uses of dragon skin and dragon scales *, into a corner and whispered, "What exactly are you planning to do with Hagrid's egg? You're not really going to help Hagrid hatch the egg and raise it, are you? No matter what breed of dragon it is, it will at least grow to 12 feet long. There's no place at Hogwarts that could hide a creature that big." I know, but you've also seen Hagrid's attitude. Raising a dragon has been his dream since he was a child, and now he finally got a dragon egg and is all excited. No one can say anything to change his mind. At times like this, if we let him handle it alone, and others found out and spread the word, things could get completely out of control. With us helping, at least we can cautiously keep this secret for now. But we can't keep it hidden forever. Once the egg hatches, then the problems will come one after another. Even with all his enthusiasm, Hagrid will have to face the reality. By then, when we make suggestions, he will naturally consider them seriously. So you really already have a plan, but you made me worry like an idiot all by myself. Hermione bit her teeth. I had no doubt that if it weren't for the fact that we were on Mrs. Pint's territory, she would have shouted right at my face long ago, but I actually hoped she would yell at me. At least that would be better than her jumping at me now, gripping my neck and shaking me. Come on. What exactly are you going to do? If you don't clarify this, I won't let you off today. Okay, it's my fault, I apologize, all right, let me go so I can catch my breath. I lowered my posture and patted the flustered little princess on the back gently to calm her down. Actually, there is a way, but its feasibility still needs some evaluation, which is why I haven't told you guys yet. Do you remember Ron has a brother named Charlie? Isn't he the second brother? The one studying dragons in Romania? Hermione blinked in realization. You want to ask him to help take care of the dragon egg. Special tasks require specialists, that's the fastest and safest way. Talking to an intelligent person is so easy, just a little, and they get it. But the exact situation still needs Ron to communicate with his brother before we can know what to do, so we should first talk to Hagrid and Ron about this. After all, Hagrid is the dragon egg's owner, and we need his consent before Ron writes to Charlie. Leave it to me. Even if Hagrid is unwilling, I'll convince him to agree, Hermione said, clenching her small fists. This is already the best way. Otherwise, if that egg really hatches a dragon, there's no way we could secretly raise it without getting caught. Besides, we don't have that much time and energy to waste on worrying about that dragon egg. Just the issues with the Philosopher's Stone and your own safety are enough to bother us, and we still have final exams to study for. So this matter must be dealt with immediately. Just as Hagrid's intelligence seems to drop to zero whenever dragons are involved, Hermione is equally unreasonable when it comes to academic matters. So, without a second thought, I chose to remain silent. The dragon egg matter was thus swept up by Hermione to handle with great urgency. I have no idea how she talked Hagrid into it, but anyway, a couple of days after that, during dinner, Ron handed Hermione's letter to Charlie, detailing all the circumstances regarding the development of the Norwegian Ridgeback egg. Hagrid had already placed it in the fire to incubate. If the book's data were correct and nothing went wrong, within at most 2 weeks there would be a baby dragon that Hagrid could feed with a bottle containing chicken blood and brandy. Aside from these matters, the teachers at school, like Hermione, also began paying closer attention to our academic progress, and the assignments started piling up too. Ron and Neville had already complained more than once that Hermione's study plan was just adding to our academic pressure. But they had to admit that thanks to her plan, we passed several unannounced pop quizzes without a hitch. The only thing they were unhappy about was that I didn't participate in their study sessions. While they were pulling their hair out over historical events during the Goblin Rebel Lion, I was leisurely spending my time in the room of requirement, by the cauldrons and carving tables, brewing my potions and making magical ornaments. But Hermione said just one thing that made them completely shut up. As long as you can casually name 7 medicinal plants that grow in the snow, turn an apple into a teacup on the spot, remember the number of Pluto's moons, and brew a batch of Amortensia in 20 minutes, you won't need to study anymore. To be honest, rather than saying they were impressed because they couldn't do it themselves, it was more like they were shocked by Hermione's expression when she said it, just standing there brewing potion with my back to her. I was nearly scared by the intense resentment radiating off her, almost spilling crocodile bone ash into the cauldron 3 seconds early. And that's not even mentioning what Ron and Neville must have felt seeing it in person. I can completely understand why they turned pale and buried themselves in their books. But I really wasn't in a position to say much either, since I had to keep running my mail order shop to make money. So I had no choice but to reveal a bit of my academic ability to continue with my plan, and dealing Hermione another blow was unavoidable. The remaining awe of Her Highness the Princess had to be absorbed by Ron and Neville on her behalf, and I'll be sure to give you 2 a little extra bonus from the next income. Amen. Increasing academic pressure doesn't mean club activities slow down. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Almost every club at Hogwarts starts to get lively and active around this time. Even though Gryffindor, having won 2 matches, was already considered a contender for this year's Quidditch House Cup, who could have guessed that Ravenclaw's momentum would also be strong? Using excellent tactics, they absolutely crushed Slytherin and caught up to us in points, so after the final exams, we had to play an extra match to determine the Royale House Cup winner. After the match with Hufflepuff, the whole school knew that I, as a first-year seeker, didn't hold this position by luck. According to Wood, I'm going to be the #1 target for opponents in matches in the future, meaning the team training schedule not only has to continue but also has to be intensified for my benefit. The situation with the Potions Club wasn't getting any better either. Professor Snape's guidance for practicing advanced potion types was getting increasingly complicated. Although I still hadn't been approved to brew potions myself, now, besides preparing cauldrons and basic potions and handling other miscellaneous tasks, Professor Snape had assigned me both the preparation of ingredients before class and the cleanup after class. Moreover, even though I had been caught sneaking, since he didn't openly confront me, I shamelessly continued my little tricks to learn advanced potions on the side. As a result, the energy it took for a single potions club session was even more exhausting than Quidditch practice. By the time everyone left and I finished tidying up the classroom, it was already past midnight. I, who never had a habit of eating dinner before potions club, was naturally exhausted and starving, so I grabbed a few tomato strawberries and some candy I always carried and shoved them in as a late-night snack. I had no strength or energy to dodge Peeves and Filch or deal with all the magical stairs and mechanisms on the way back to the Gryffindor Tower. After climbing out of the cellar, I found a secluded spot, transformed into my little black fox form, and tumbled my way to the backyard garden near the staff quarters. After saying good night to the nearby plants, I flopped down under the giant birch tree and fell into a deep sleep. The weather at the end of winter and beginning of spring was indeed still a bit damp and cold, but my fur as a fox was thick and fluffy. Besides, no one knew I was an animagus, and I was protected by the surrounding plants, so I could sleep peacefully until dawn. After transforming back and finishing my morning stretches, I returned to the dorm in high spirits to join Ron and the others for breakfast, meanwhile continuing to endure the growing, daily resentment from the Slytherin table, as sharp and tangled as the grudge their househead felt toward me. There was nothing that could be done. Slytherin had won the House Cup for 6 years in a row at the end of each term. Even though Ravenclaw consistently outperformed them in Quidditch, in other areas, Slytherin's achievements were either competitive with or at least not far behind the other houses. But this year, the famous Harry Potter's enrollment not only stole much of the spotlight that had long surrounded Slytherin, convincing the headmaster to break the tradition of first-year students not joining any clubs while simultaneously allowing him to be part of the House Quidditch team and the Potions Club, but he also managed to humiliate them in a Quidditch match by acting clumsily. Especially after the Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff match, even the Hufflepuff students said they were honorable in defeat because at least they had shown their true abilities and finished the competition honestly, unlike in the first game, where their awkward flying disrupted Slytherin's formation so badly that they were bewildered when I somehow caught the golden snitch, losing the match without realizing it. What infuriated them even more was that, much like Hermione who, as everyone already knows, became one of Professor Snape's least favorite students, whether it was subtly sabotaging through school activities or playing real pranks like stealing spells, not a single one of their attempts succeeded. Worse yet, they often ended up falling into their supposedly foolproof traps and required rescue. Once might be an accident, twice could be considered coincidence, but when it happens repeatedly, even a fool could see that someone was secretly protecting me. In other words, those dangerous pranks that, for a minor wizard, would be utterly humiliating if they succeeded, were self-defeating when aimed at me. Some of the more analytical and shrewd Slytherins even started to suspect that my true abilities were not limited to the flying and potion skills I had revealed, but for some unknown reason, I usually didn't show off, instead allowing my 3 companions to shine. As for why I know it so clearly, I can only say that Fred and George, being twins, are really something else. Not only do they use me as betting material for their opening gambles, but they've also managed to run their gambling business into Slytherin while keeping track of the gamblers' thoughts as if reading their minds. How did they get such excellent intelligence skills? Listening to Ron relay the information George gave him, I sipped my pumpkin juice and couldn't help but ponder silently. And the fact that they deliberately let only him know, what does that mean? Because only he knows, only then will he tell you, and only then will you feel our goodwill. My heart skipped a beat, and I looked up to meet Fred's smiling face, teeth gleaming, as he sat in the empty seat to my left, while Ron, sitting next to me, was already complaining in irritation to the other twin now beside him. "George, stop stealing my fried egg and ham." I ignored the Weasley brothers' unique exchange over there and looked at Fred curiously. "Goodwill. Business cooperation," Fred winked at me, taking a piece of toast and spreading jam on it. "And also to kindly ask you to show some mercy, so you don't ruin the Slytherin rich clients we've painstakingly connected with. Although those guys deserve it, at least they spend generously, making them perfect patrons to help us get rid of our experimental failures." "How do you know what I'm thinking?" I tilted my head curiously. "I thought you'd be like everyone else and assume someone was secretly helping me." After studying the tie clips that Ron delivered to George and me, we unanimously agree that those fools in Slytherin who like to throw hands absolutely pose no threat to you. Moreover, this time, the situation where those prank items, which George and I secretly sold, backfired on their users not only allowed us to see the similar techniques used when making these defensive magical tie clips but also provided us with quite good new data and fresh ideas. He lowered his voice and leaned a bit closer to me, giving me a half smile, half sneer. Besides, since you didn't ask Ron to keep your secret about being able to make magical items and even gave us tie clips under the pretext of returning a favor for helping you on the train, isn't it fascinating that you've pulled George and me into your secret money-making plan too? It's both of us. I pointed to Hermione, who was beside us, quietly correcting Neville as he mumbled the steps for making the revigorating potion, indicating that they were also involved. See, when you and George have free time, Ron can take you to our research chamber. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Then we can have a proper discussion about the details of collaboration and profits. The surprise this tie clip gift gave us is already more than enough. Fred patted my head. Anyway, today's a holiday, how about after lunch? Better in the evening. Hermione had scheduled review sessions for Ron and Neville all afternoon, and if interrupted, the consequences would be severe. I had already negotiated not participating in her review plan in exchange for showing partial skill, which had made her quite unhappy. If this also affected Ron and Neville's review progress, Her Highness would either fly into a rage or punish me so that my name would have to be written backward. The ingredients for potions class and the new materials needed for next week's club arrived yesterday. Professor Snape gave instructions last night, so I need to go to the dungeons this afternoon to organize and categorize these materials. So this is another reason why Slytherin harbors even more resentment toward me. Although anyone with eyes can see Professor Snape's constant nitpicking and harsh treatment toward me, those who pay closer attention might notice a strange situation despite Slytherin house teachers frequently deducting points and assigning labor for the slightest mistakes. I am the first student in all of Snape's years of teaching who has been allowed to enter the potion storeroom, whether the student or teacher sections. Of course, when accessing the teacher section, Professor Snape is present to organize and take ingredients, and I'm only a first-year Gryffindor. This naturally made the proud Slytherins, who also highly admire Professor Snape, especially those in the overly rigorous wizarding assessment classes and potion club, extremely jealous. However, after multiple failed attempts to trip me up, even the slightly intelligent ones began to vaguely realize that I, a first-year Gryffindor, am not being treated unfairly due to relying on a reputation for having once fought off the Dark Lord, while simultaneously being given unexpected responsibilities. At least those with some skill in potions have noticed through the ingredients I've handled and the basic potions I've brewed that I indeed possess a rare and outstanding talent for potions. When faced with someone with potential value to exploit, Slytherins first observe before deciding whether to take them under their wing or eliminate them. Clearly, the teachers of their house are facing the same situation. So, while more cunning and far-sighted Slytherin students still show obvious resentment toward me, they have begun to restrain their actions. This is also one reason why Fred and George were not worried but instead eagerly set up bets when they heard about my repeated failures to be pranked by Slytherin students. It seems the twins know that those Slytherin students who would continue to try to mess with me are just a few annoying flies who can't really cause a big commotion. You've worked hard. Fred rubbed my head after tapping it, his sincere tone completely mismatched with his current expression. Going in and out of the snake pit all day and being watched by that irritable old bat must be exhausting. It's all right, I replied casually. Actually being able to stroll leisurely on enemy territory, sensing their hatred and hostility yet being unable to act that, in some ways, is a kind of enjoyment. Has anyone ever told you that sometimes some of the things you say sound really Slytherin? No, but I can tell you for sure that you and George are the least qualified to say that to me. I licked the rim of my lips where some pumpkin juice remained and didn't hide my slightly mischievous, wicked smile. Charlie's reply came quickly. He told us he was very happy to adopt the dragon egg, but he also mentioned in the letter that he couldn't leave Romania for England at the moment, and he trusted very few people, making it difficult to let someone take the egg without revealing the secret. However, a few of his friends and colleagues who went to China to deal with a pregnant fireball dragon causing trouble by expanding its territory would return to Romania in a month, and they could take the dragon egg via Hogwarts on their way back. A month? Neville, who was squeezed next to Ron with us reading the letter, couldn't help but exclaim. Luckily, because I had recently set the example of discussing secret matters in the room of requirement, otherwise our volume would have drawn unwanted attention. Hagrid has already been secretly hatching the egg, and he wants us to wait another month. We can't even wait half a month. The egg has already rolled out of Hagrid's fireplace 3 times today, meaning that in at most 10 days it could very well hatch. Hermione's face looked just as grim. Ron, tell him we can't wait that long. Otherwise, even if we manage to keep the secret for this time, when they come to take it, it won't be an egg, they'll be taking a real dragon. But Charlie said this is the only way, he doesn't have anyone else trustworthy to entrust it to. Ron frowned and continued reading, speaking bitterly. Not everyone is capable of receiving and handling illegally kept dragons, even if it's just an egg. I already think it's incredible that Charlie agreed to help, so we have to find a way to make it through this month. But stop it, Hermione, if you keep going, you're only making things harder for Ron. Since it was a matter of importance, I had to intervene to prevent Hermione's stubborn temper from flaring up and causing a conflict with Ron. Charlie's job is to study dragon protection, not to raise dragons. Keeping dragon species illegally violates international wizarding law. Charlie has already helped us to the fullest, so we also need to consider the risk of him losing his job or even facing legal trouble. So let's leave it at that. Ron, please write back to Charlie and thank him for his help. We will continue to keep this matter secret for as long as we can, ideally a month, but the dragon egg that is already showing signs of hatching must continue to be incubated by Hagrid, or it will become a dead egg. So, let Charlie know that in a month, the friend picking it up will indeed receive a baby dragon, and ask them to rethink their transportation method. I'll write it right away. Ron said this with a faint sense of relief and immediately moved to a table in the corner to write a reply to Charlie. Neville, who had become even more perceptive, could also see that Hermione's spoiled temper was on the brink of erupting again, though it was being suppressed by my usually rare assertiveness. So when Ron got up and said he'd help, Neville immediately followed along such a flimsy excuse. If it weren't for the long-standing expectations of his strict grandmother and the deeply ingrained belief in avenging his parents in the sanatorium, with his honest and simple personality, the Sorting Hat would probably have put him in Hufflepuff. I let out a soft sigh, rubbing my forehead. Harry, I know what you want to say, but there's nothing we can do. Even if we went to Professor Dumbledore, I believe he would make the same decision. Closing my eyes, I relaxed and leaned back in the armchair. Let's hope the Norwegian Ridgeback doesn't grow too fast, or else it would really be troublesome for both Hagrid and us. I felt the sofa sink beside me. I'm sorry. I opened my eyes in surprise and looked at Hermione sitting next to me. There's been so much going on recently, I feel like I've become a bit anxious again. She lowered her head, avoiding my gaze. I didn't mean it, but I stayed for a while, and after a bit of thought, I roughly understood what was going on. I couldn't help but lightly pat my own head, and I reached out to hold Hermione's right hand, which was resting on her lap. Don't say that. I know that because of my recklessness, you got dragged into investigating the Philosopher's Stone, forcing you to live on edge all day. I should be the one apologizing to you. Listen to me first. I stopped Hermione from speaking and looking up. I know you all volunteered, yet I'm still very grateful for your support. But you are different from me. There aren't two identical people in this world. Even twins are similar, not the same. Do you understand what I mean? Hermione, you are you, and there's no need to compare yourself to anyone else. Everyone has their own unique strengths. Some are immediately obvious, while others take time to develop slowly and grow. You are the smartest among us, always able to quickly adjust your mood no matter what happens and find the best way to deal with things. So there's no need to rush or push yourself so hard, just follow your own pace and take it one step at a time. But then I can't keep up with you. After blurting it out, not only Hermione, but I was also stunned. A soft feeling of affection and concern flowed through my chest, and I slightly tightened my grip on her small hand, hoping to convey my emotions. You don't need to force yourself to keep up. Didn't I say every person has their own pace? Even if you choose the same path, there's no need to push yourself. I'm serious, I said, meeting her slightly anxious and shy eyes. Maybe I'm far ahead of you now, but you know I'm lazy. Even if I accidentally rush forward too quickly, I often stop and rest for a long time, so it's not really difficult for you to catch up, is it? I don't have the habit of abandoning my friends. I never have, I won't now, and I never will. Hermione's face flushed as she looked at me for a moment before softly humming, her small lips pouting in mild dissatisfaction as she turned her head. In the end, you still think you're better than us, so you won't even give us the chance to catch up. Opportunities aren't given by others, you have to dig them out yourself. I smiled and couldn't help but reach out to flick her nose, just like I used to do to my sister in my previous life. I already told Ron as well. Gryffindors are always the ones who charge forward. If we're friends, you'll be able to keep up on your own. This is not only an affirmation of friendship but also a trust and pride that belongs to lions. Of course, if you want me to let you go ahead, I can do that too. I've always been working hard to learn the gentlemanly etiquette of letting ladies go first. Who cares if you let me? Although she angrily swatted away my hand from her nose, I could still see a flicker of relief and a faint smile mixed with determination in Hermione's eyes. And besides, the more you talk, the less convincing you become. How does what you're doing now fit with being a gentleman? I've never seen a lady with so much strength, I muttered while rubbing my hand, only to be immediately met with retribution. I was wrong, I'm just joking. Big sister, don't choke or shake me, I'll get dizzy, I can't breathe, help. In the end, I wailed for nearly 3 minutes and no one came to save me. Ron and Neville, those two unfaithful guys, pretended not to hear me, and as if that wasn't enough, they even grabbed their letters and dashed out of the room of requirement to mail them. Damn it. Even though I knew you guys were just as helpless with Hermione and afraid of her, and burdened by your mountain of books, you didn't have to run off so cleanly. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you throw me a sorry, can't help, take care of yourself, bro. Look, I'll remember this. Fortunately, the little girl isn't strong, and even better, I have inner strength from martial training since childhood protecting me. Otherwise, being choked and jostled like that, I might have ended up foaming at the mouth and rushed to the hospital. But when the princess finally let me off, I felt my vision spinning like a mosquito coil. I just hung onto the sofa like a lump of mud, catching my breath, and closed my eyes to wait for the dizziness to pass. Harry, I let out a weak hum, signaling that I was listening. What you just said reminded me of something. Her voice carried a hint of worrisome doubt. You once said that raising dragons was Hagrid's dream, but raising dragons is illegal. So how was he lucky enough to run into a stranger with a dragon egg at the bar? And even more, to use a dragon egg as a gambling stake in such a crowded, noisy public place. Finally figured it out. All the subtle ways I've been quietly cultivating these three's perspective, tolerance, and observational skills weren't in vain. Finally, someone has had an epiphany, and it's my little witch, the brain I've always hoped the most. So don't you think it's really too coincidental? To hide the warmth and gratitude I felt inside, I deliberately spoke in a slightly indifferent tone, which apparently made Hermione misunderstand and feel a bit dissatisfied. She started using another one of her usual methods when lecturing me, poking my head with her finger. Hagrid has wanted to raise a dragon for at least 40 or 50 years, and of all times, he just so happens to get a dragon egg this year. The Philosopher's Stone just so happens to be hidden at our school, and Hagrid just so happens to be involved in guarding and protecting it this year. Isn't that what you just said, just so happens? Harry, I helplessly held her finger, which was poking harder and harder against my head, and opened my eyes to look at Hermione's small face, slightly flushed from anger. Hagrid is the kind to never betray Professor Dumbledore even if it costs him his life, Hermione. I'm not denying his loyalty, but you should be as aware as I am that he's just too honest and simple-minded. Just call him gullible already, no need for all the subtext. I gave a faint, wry smile. And then? Does that stop Quirrell from investigating what methods the other professors are using to protect the Philosopher's Stone? Don't forget, they are all colleagues who've worked together for years and know each other very well. I'd bet that long before Quirrell discovered the weaknesses of Hagrid's three-headed dog, he would have already found out exactly what methods the other professors used to set up the defenses. Even if he still failed to learn the dog's weaknesses, Quirrell is the defense against the dark arts teacher and a secret dark wizard. If pushed, I believe he could easily blast through the three-headed dog and break into the trapdoor. Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly. So you really do think Quirrell is the culprit? She questioned. Then why didn't you make it clear to Ron and Neville? It's one thing for them to argue with me all day, but what if they don't guard against Quirrell and end up being used or hurt? What would we do then? They won't be careless. Just as we don't yet have proof that Quirrell is the culprit, there's also no evidence proving that Quirrell is innocent. So while you're suspecting Quirrell, even though Ron and the others don't believe it, they will start to have doubts and pay attention. Besides, Hogwarts is, after all, a place protected by Professor Dumbledore, and Quirrell's main goal is still to get the Philosopher's Stone. Unless he's sure he will succeed, he won't attack students lightly and risk revealing his identity. But he did go after you, didn't he? That's because he knew I had already discovered that he was the culprit and had been secretly meddling in ways similar to pranks to hinder him and tease him, so he wanted to silence me. A cold, fierce look flashed in my eyes and then disappeared. I ignored the sound of Hermione exhaling sharply. Quirrell hides himself too well, too deeply. Without evidence, no one would believe he could be a dark wizard. In fact, if I didn't have the ability to communicate with plants, I wouldn't have so easily discovered his true identity. But even that isn't enough. No one would believe an accusation from an 11-year-old wizard, so we need ironclad proof that he cannot refute. You're acting recklessly. I thought Kirill was attacking you unilaterally, but it turns out you actually took action against him. No wonder his methods escalated to the point of trying to kill you. Hermione angrily pulled her hand back and continued poking my head. What on earth were you thinking? Such a serious matter, yet you kept it from us and acted on your own. I didn't do it myself, I just asked some plants to help me pay attention to Kirill's movements and trick it off. I took her hand again. Now it's not about whether Kirill will do anything to me again. Professor Dumbledore asked Professor Snape to protect me, which means that Kirill knows that he is starting to be suspected, which means he will be more careful not to fall into any hands, which is one of the reasons why I don't think he will do anything to Ron and the others. Rather than dealing with me, getting the Philosopher's Stone was his most important goal. If I'm not mistaken, now Kirill probably knows how to get through the barriers set by the other teachers, except for the protections of Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore, who haven't figured it out yet. Hermione glared at me for a moment. Okay, let me sort it out. She took a few deep breaths, her face still quite stiff. In other words, the protection of the Philosopher's Stone is likely to be left with the level designed by Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape that has not yet been solved. But because he was already under suspicion, Kirill he would not act rashly for the time being, unless he diverted the attention of the teachers by another way that caused a commotion. I think so too, but I can't guess when Kirill will act. The fluctuations of the butterfly effect seem to be becoming more and more obvious, but there seems to be a force that constrains it to a certain amount of turmoil. Is it the so-called inevitability of fate? I was thrown into this space world by the Creator God and ordered to break the bonds. It is the power of heaven and earth that feels difficult to resist. I sighed secretly in my heart. In any case, based on the current situation, it is probably only possible to catch Kirill when he starts stealing that he can be truly convicted. So I have already planted some inconspicuous small weeds near the restricted area on the 3rd floor. As long as he wants to break into the restricted area, I will receive a message when the time comes. When the time comes, we can notify other teachers to arrest people. Hermione took my words with a strong warning in her eyes. You won't act impulsively anymore, will you? Of course. Let's talk about it depending on the situation. I sat up and said, find a time in the next 2 days, let's visit Hagrid again to see the situation of the dragon egg, and by the way, ask if he has told the stranger who gave him the egg about the 3-headed dog, although I guess he may have leaked it all. Hermione sighed. Philosopher's Stone, dragon egg, plus final exams. She turned her head and glanced in the direction of the desk, where there were now several review reference books stacked. Just like Ron complained to me this morning, I've begun to forget a little what it's like to have a leisurely life. I didn't answer, I just patted her on the shoulder comfortingly. A month is not long, but it still feels very slow while waiting. A week after sending a letter to Charlie, the Norwegian Ridgeback hatch was hatched. Obviously ugly, like a lizard with wings. It made Hagrid so excited and fascinated that he was obsessed with it. No matter how I looked at it, I still think the Chinese dragon is much more pleasing to the eye. At least the graceful body curve is definitely not comparable to this short, fat young dragon with black smoke spraying black smoke with its nostrils facing the sky and spitting Mars. Regardless of my comments on the appearance of this young dragon that gave Hagrid the name Norbert, its growth rate is quite worrying to us. Norbert, who was originally only the size of a palm, took less than 2 weeks to grow to the size of a pillow, not counting the length of his wings, and even his original habit of spitting out Mars turned into a fireball, making Hagrid's cabin a veritable smoky miasma, scorched and blackened everywhere. That's not even the worst. The teeth and the scaly plates on the tail of the Norwegian Ridgeback are clearly poisonous because when Hermione and Ron helped Hagrid feed the baby dragon in our spare time so he could patrol the edge of the forest for a while, they were each attacked by the ill-tempered Norbert. Hermione got a scratch, and Ron got bitten. Hermione's scratch was shallow, and the toxin didn't penetrate much, so a few days of herbal treatment and some healing ointment to remove the scar was enough. Ron's situation was more serious. His right arm was bitten and mangled, and although the toxin that entered his bloodstream was neutralized after he drank the antidote I made, he still suffered a few days of body aches and weakness. To be safe, I accompanied the two of them to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to check them out. However, for us, the worst wasn't over yet. Charlie's reply to our agreed time and place to take the baby dragon away was hidden in the potions notes I lent to Neville some days ago, and Neville, just finishing Professor Snape's required tasks since the start of the semester, he had accidentally ruined 4 school-use cauldrons in potion class, was on his way back to the Gryffindor Tower when he ran into Malfoy and his 2 friends trying to provoke him, though he wore the magical necklaces I had made for each of them, which protected him from curses. It still escalated into a physical fight. A 1-on-3 fight put Neville at a disadvantage. After being beaten until his face was swollen, he collapsed at the staircase and was discovered by a passing Ravenclaw student, who took him to the hospital wing, where he coincidentally became roommates with Ron, who was still under observation and treatment by Madame Pomfrey. My potions notes were just casually snatched by Malfoy. Of course, seeing that blonde brat purposely walking past me and Hermione for several days in a row, grinning that sinister, annoying smile, I knew he had definitely seen that letter. It's truly infuriating. Clearly, some things and memories of the future have already changed, yet after going full circle, it still ends up back at the starting point. Looks like after dealing with the Philosopher's Stone this year, I'll have to rethink my follow-up plans over the summer. No matter what, I must quickly build up my strength and make sure everything is prepared before Voldemort and his followers rise again, to protect the people important to me as much as possible. So, the matters that need to be resolved still have to be attended to. Although I'll probably have a bit of a tug-along compared to my original plan, as long as nothing too major goes wrong, it should be fine. Besides, I at least managed to secretly get quite a few benefits from Norbert. Those dragon eggs, hells, dragon blood, scales, and claws are more than enough for me to study for a while. Leaving that little Norwegian ridgeback to Charlie to take care of is fine. I'm afraid if I let that baby dragon stay any longer, I'd be too reluctant to part with such a little treasure full of valuable things. And so, at the scheduled time, I, alone, brought Norbert, who was sealed in a box and asleep, up to the astronomy tower at the highest point of the school. Hermione originally wanted to help, but I convinced her that she needs to rest because her foot hasn't healed and her body is still weak from residual poison. Of course, that was a lie. The reason she still felt a bit weak was because of some side effects from the herbal poultice I gave her. I had no better way to keep her from following me, so I did what I had to. As for Ron and Neville, they've been ordered to stay hospitalized until tomorrow, so they are still in the hospital wing, which conveniently saved me the trouble of finding a way to shake them off. Originally, Hagrid was not comfortable with the idea of me sneaking out on my own, but when I took out the dragon sedative grass that would make a baby dragon drunk and fall asleep instantly, and showed him that I could use my inner energy to lift the wooden box containing Norbert, he had no choice but to tearfully let me take Norbert away. Wearing the invisibility cloak, I carefully made my way to the top of the astronomy tower and waited for a while, and Charlie's friends appeared as promised, a very cheerful group of wizards. I must say, if it weren't for the TOP restrictions, I think we would have had a lot to talk about regarding dragons. The method of using dragon sedative grass to make a baby dragon drunk is quite rare, and the dosage is not easy to get right. They were quite impressed that I had found a way to avoid the trouble a struggling dragon might cause while being transported, but I still left my contact information with them. After all, in the future, I will need dragon materials for many high-level potions and magical arrays, so it never hurts to establish a good relationship early. Watching the figure of Norbert being carried away in the wooden box on a flying broomstick disappear into the night, I jumped onto the stone battlement and sat down, closing my eyes to enjoy the slightly chilly spring night breeze. Anyway, Malfoy would soon notify the teachers to come catch me, so to have a legitimate excuse to contact the Centaur tribe, I might as well let him have his way this time. I just hope that kid doesn't cause me more trouble in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 33. Gaia, Firens, Ronan, Bane, Forbidden Forest. What would it feel like when a child transitions from the most popular status in the school to being mocked and coldly treated by everyone? I don't know about others, but I felt much more peaceful myself. When Filch caught me sitting and daydreaming on the battlements of the astronomy tower and took me to Professor McGonagall's office, I was somewhat surprised to see Professor Snape there as well, but seeing Malfoy's stiff expression next to him, I more or less understood what had happened. The kid probably tried to inform Professor McGonagall ahead of time but failed and was caught by Filch instead, which ended up disturbing Professor Snape as well, creating this three-person interrogation scenario. Regarding Professor McGonagall imagining on her own that I deliberately made up some dragon story and then allegedly tricked Malfoy off the bed, I chose to remain silent and not defend myself. The result was Gryffindor losing a full 100 points. That is, the points I earned from my outstanding performance in the last Quidditch match were all taken back. This also caused Gryffindor, which had been far ahead, to suddenly drop to third place in the House Cup standings. This made the other students, who had been looking forward to not having to see Slytherin win the House Cup again this year, become quite indifferent toward me, not even glancing in my direction. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students were enthusiastically hostile. Anyone I passed on the corridor would not fail to mock and ridicule me. Compared to my calm and unruffled attitude toward this situation, Ron, upon seeing me in such an embarrassing predicament after his hospital release, almost got into conflicts with Malfoy and his gang of instigators several times. If Hermione and Neville hadn't stepped in to advise and restrain him each time, Gryffindor probably would have had even more points deducted, and that's exactly the last thing our house needs right now. However, in an atmosphere where everyone around me was cold and unfriendly, it was difficult to focus on reading or doing anything properly. So during this period, whenever I didn't have class, I tried to stay in the room of requirement to research my new potions and charms, or help improve the twins' prank products, except for Hermione and the twins, Fred and George, who later learned the full story from Ron, were the only ones who still treated me with kindness. Although, honestly, part of me wished they would just ignore me like everyone else, because they had more than once scolded me and the other kids for sneaking a little dragon that we had hatched and kept for several days without notifying them, causing them to miss out on a lot of fun. At least it was us who discovered Hagrid secretly raising the dragon. The desk in the room of requirement was piled high with reference books for review. After hearing the sound of yet another beaker exploding, Ron put down his charms textbook, shook his head, and whispered to us, if it were those two chaos-loving guys instead, I wouldn't know whether to pity the people who bought their prank products or pity that dragon. Ron, they are your brothers. Neville couldn't help but glance at the corner of the room of requirement that had already been designated for the twins' experiments. Other than shocking, he really couldn't think of another way to describe it. I think it probably isn't as exaggerated as you say, right? It's precisely because they are my brothers that I understand it even more. Ron pressed his lips together. I really don't get it. They are both doing experiments, so why have I never seen Harry blow anything up? That's because we're working in different fields of research. Although Fred and George's experiments often cause explosions, it's mostly loud noise and flashy sparks, not very dangerous. But the things I work on, while they don't blow up, those potion compounds or magical circles can really be troublesome if something goes wrong. Finally, after verifying the dosage proportions for several patterns of the magical fireworks the twins had given me earlier, I put down my pen, stretched, and called out to the twins in the corner as they cleaned up the aftermath and recorded the causes of failure. Fred, I've sorted out the fireworks data. You can take it for reference yourself. I'm heading out first. Where are you going? Hermione, buried in a pile of books, looked up at me. Community service. I waved my hand and walked toward the door of the room of requirement. Community service starting at 11 in the evening, combined with the recent disturbances in the Forbidden Forest, meant that tonight would count as my first proper encounter with Voldemort. Standing at the entrance of the Great Hall, waiting for Filch and Malfoy to arrive, I looked as if I were daydreaming while leaning against a pillar, but in reality, I was subtly running my hand over the crystal bottles on my belt, recalling the use of each potion. Being a kid had its troubles wanting to gauge Voldemort's strength while being careful not to let him underestimate the threat I posed was a delicate balance. But since we were in the forest, self-protection was still feasible, and I could also try to communicate more with the centaurs. If in the future I could gain the help of the Centaur clan in opposing Voldemort, it might reduce a lot of casualties. However, centaurs had always been rather solitary, looking out only for themselves, with little favor towards humans. Still, I should give it a try. After all, I had a few years, and I should be able to win over at least a few less stubborn centaur allies. I must tell my father about this, taking students into such a dangerous forest at midnight, and being led by a lowly servant. This is simply outrageous. I must. From the time Filch led us to Hagrid and then entered the Forbidden Forest with him to find the injured unicorn, despite scaring and admonishing both Filch and Hagrid, Malfoy never stopped his seemingly endless complaints, especially after discovering the unicorn's body. When Hagrid left Fang to accompany us and went off alone nearby searching for clues and the culprit, Malfoy's mumbling became even louder and more relentless. But seeing that the young master was simply venting his fear in a bluffing manner, I chose to treat it as background noise and didn't provoke him further. After all, Malfoy was still just an 11-year-old child, raised in a family steeped in dark magic. Considering the dangers of a midnight forest even for adult wizards, It was impressive he could endure his fear without his legs trembling. That was how. Malfoy, who had been holding a lantern and looking around warily, couldn't help but turn his head when he heard rustling sounds behind him, only to see a sight that made him gasp in shock. "Just make a basket for this unicorn," I replied casually, continuing to control Hoston's movements. "Since I saw it, I can't let it expose its corpse in the wilderness. What's more, the corpse of a unicorn that died in vain is full of resentment and curses, and if it is accidentally eaten by some wild animal or discovered by a monster, it will cause trouble in the forest for a while, and the danger level will increase when Hagrid inspects the work. Are you going to bury it?" Malfoy's voice was not only surprised, but also slightly jealous. "Did you use your talent magic to make this vine?" I continued to look at the basket that was gradually taking shape and responded, and my heart turned leisurely. Wizards with natural magic have always been extremely rare, let alone my unheard-of plant control ability, so after letting some teachers see my method of defeating mountain monsters last time, I didn't deliberately hide my ability anyway, except for the 3 of them. No one knows that I can communicate with plants at the same time, but strictly speaking, I haven't really used this ability in front of my classmates, and Malfoy knows that it's worth playing. Sure enough, he would pay special attention because of hostility, but was his investigation out of childishness and unpleasantness to the eye, or did he follow the orders of the U family? Nosy. Even if I didn't see it, I could feel his prickly gaze going back and forth between me and the rattan basket. Sure enough, if you mix with the servants all day long, your thoughts and demeanor will also deteriorate. I think there is a big difference between you and me in terms of the definition of depravity. Manipulating the vine to put the unicorn's body into the basket, I crouched down and closed the basket lid. Although every life is unique, the unicorn is recognized as the purest in the world. I think it is an honor to be able to save such a pure creature from the fate of being desecrated after death. In the forest, besides the chirping of insects, there was only the sound of the vines I made sprout dragging the basket into the ground. Until the unicorn was properly buried, I stood up with a solemn heart after silently praying for its passing. Malfoy, unusually, did not utter a single sarcastic comment during this time. Even Fang, who had been staying by my side, was remarkably quiet if it weren't for a sudden foul smell accompanied by a chilling, rustling wind from who knows where, which caused Fang to start barking anxiously. I think this silent tension would have lasted until Hagrid returned. "What's going on?" Malfoy panicked, raising the oil lamp. "Who?" As the oil lamp mysteriously went out, a sudden, intense pain erupted in my forehead, making me dizzy. I only had time to fling myself onto Malfoy, and Fang's mournful cries were truly terrifying. In the dim, poor visibility, I could only rely on listening to locate him, quickly grabbing a bottle of indigo crystal and hurling it. The unfamiliar, sharp, angry screech told me I hadn't missed, but the ghostly screams from Malfoy made my head hurt even more. "Run!" As I rolled and got up, I also pulled Malfoy up. "Run along the trail, Fang. Follow him." Without my urging, Malfoy stumbled away, yelling and crying, while timid Fang was still at my feet. I hastily grabbed 2 crystal bottles, yelling at Fang while trying with squinted eyes to focus on the faint, shifting figure under the cloak. I knew that if I used mental power to sever the soul connection between Voldemort and me, the splitting headache would immediately stop. But that would also mean losing the chance to understand Voldemort's current state of recovery, his anger, the rage at being prevented from drinking unicorn blood tonight. I had blocked him and even injured his servant after spending so much time and effort. This boy. "Shoot!" I had to shout out loud in order to command the surrounding leaves to transform into blades and attack. Voldemort's emotions were far too intense, and too many fragments of images flashed through my mind. If it weren't for my mental strength keeping my spirit clear, my consciousness would have nearly merged with his. Just such a shattered soul could exert such immense power. I had seriously underestimated the resonance between the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside me and his main soul. The leaves obeyed my will and attacked like a torrential rain, shooting in all directions toward the shadow in the cloak. But aside from the initial few that managed to graze him, the remaining attacks seemed to hit an invisible wall, bouncing back at about half a meter away. My attempt at a surprise attack failed, and instead, I repeatedly injured him. The crawling shadow in the cloak emitted an angry shriek, leaping up to pounce on me. I had already loosened the cap of the crystal vial in my hand, ready to deliver another big gift at any moment. However, suddenly from the bushes behind, 2 centaurs leaped out and prevented another confrontation between me and the shadow in the cloak. With fierce stomping and threatening arrows, the evil shadow retreating into the depths of the forest vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. 2 centaurs, one red and one cream-colored, glanced around before finally relaxing their grip on their bows, and trotted over to my half-kneeling state, exhausted from knowing the danger had passed. Child of Gaia, are you all right? The cream-colored centaur bent down to look at me and extended a hand. Can you stand? Breathing still unsteady, I grasped the crystal vial with trembling hands, recapped it, and hung it back on my belt before accepting the centaur's help. Thank you. I held back the throbbing pain in my forehead, which still pulsed intermittently, and weakly thanked the centaur after straightening my body. Thank you for driving that thing away and saving me. May I ask who you two are? I am Firens, and this is my companion Ronan, said the cream-colored centaur, her tone full of concern. The forest has been very unsettled lately, especially on nights when Mars shines so brightly. You shouldn't enter the forest alone. Even as a child of Gaia with nature's protection, it's still too dangerous for you. I frowned deeper, not just because of the headache, but also because of the respect evident in the centaur's tone. I didn't come here alone. In fact, just before that thing appeared and attacked me, I had 2 companions with me. I paused. Also, my name is Harry, not some child of Gaia. You've got the wrong person. Ronan smiled at me, a wistful gentleness in his expression. We haven't made a mistake. You truly are a child of Gaia, Harry Potter. Although we centaurs once doubted the reading of the stars, how could the life tree spirit cherished by nature be born as a human, and moreover, as a boy from the Potter family, so crucial to human destiny? Ronan sighed lightly. But you truly are a child of Gaia, blessed by nature, a prince respected by all races who receive nature's gifts. Your ability to communicate with and control any plant is the most direct proof of your identity. My stunned reaction made me sway on my feet. If Firens hadn't been quick to steady me, I probably would have collapsed right there. This isn't a good place to talk. The child of Gaia has just been startled. I think it's safer to return him to the human castle first. Firens, supporting my shoulder, said to him, Ronan, please go find Hagrid and Bane and tell them that the killer of the unicorn has been temporarily driven away, so they don't need to search tonight. I'll escort the child of Gaia out of the forest and return to our clan later. All right, Firens. Ronan nodded and bowed to me. Good night, child of Gaia. Although our meeting circumstances were unpleasant, it is an honor to finally meet you. May nature's favor always be with you. Although I still didn't fully understand the situation, courtesy is basic etiquette, and besides, this centaur just helped me. I stood upright, suppressing my discomfort. Good night, Ronan. I am also very honored to meet you, and thank you for your help just now. I returned the gesture with my fist, paused slightly. May nature's favor also always be with you. Although the forest at night was pitch dark, I still couldn't help but notice that my final, somewhat hesitant blessing, which mirrored his own, brought an unmistakable joy to Ronan's expression and steps as he left. I was already a bit confused about whether the throbbing pain in my forehead was from the lingering wrath of the Dark Lord or from being suddenly assigned this inexplicable yet seemingly noble identity called Child of Gaia by the Centaur clan. The forest is far too dark at night. If you go back on your own, it will take too long. The sooner you leave here, the safer it will be for you. Firens lowered his forelegs. Do you know how to ride? It will be faster if I take you. I knew that riding a centaur is considered quite impolite, but earlier, to resist Voldemort's influence on my mind, I had suppressed a lot of my memories and emotions, which left my mental strength almost like that of an ordinary young wizard. Because this unexpected effort had also drained me physically, I didn't refuse Firens' kindness and climbed onto the creamy-colored body of his horse. Excuse me, you need not be so polite. Helping the child of Gaia is an honor for us, a race bestowed by the gifts of nature, Firens said. Once I gently settled onto his back to ensure I was secure, he rose and moved in a direction through the forest. The more you say that, the more I feel undeserving of it, I said, both tired and confused. I'm obviously Harry Potter, so why call me Child of Gaia? What exactly does that mean? Since I was sitting on Firens, I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel his patience and respect through his voice. I understand that suddenly discovering another layer of identity must leave you very confused and uneasy, but there's no need to worry. To any race that draws upon nature's gifts, the Child of Gaia is met only with gratitude and respect, and in any situation, we will protect you. That actually made it even more intimidating. Even if a pie fell from the sky, one had to see if they could catch it without being crushed before even being able to eat it. Even if you say that, it still doesn't explain what being the Child of Gaia actually means. Please lower your head, there are tree roots here, Firens reminded me. Do you know what Gaia is? I only know that in Muggle mythology, Gaia is the Greek Earth Mother Goddess. Yes, Gaia is the Earth Mother Goddess in Muggle mythology, but in our beliefs in Sagittarius, Gaia is the natural ancestor of all living beings. Firen said, would it be weird? For most humans, we are just magical creatures, and we also have our own beliefs. It won't be strange. Life is life. Even ants that are not as intelligent as humans have their own social system, not to mention those of you who live longer than humans. Without faith or goals, it is hard for me to imagine how you will spend your long years. I expressed my thoughts calmly, a very practical but objective statement. As a son of Gaia, you are not surprised to understand me, but few humans treat us so equally. Firen sighed softly. For most humans, especially witches and wizards, we are always smarter animals, and few humans will face up to and admit that we are actually as good as them, or even better than most humans. As a result, they have made many so-called decrees to restrain us, not even allowing us to leave our habitats, and even under the pretense of protecting us, but in fact they are monitoring us. I didn't talk to him. After all, I am also a human. The only difference is that I have more memories of living in another space than others. Even so, there have been many similar things that have happened in different but similar spaces in my previous life. Not to mention different races. The same human beings are also upset because of religion, skin color, ethnic groups, life customs and many other reasons, and news reports are annoying. If I hadn't had the experience of reincarnation and remembered clearly, I would have seen some things more openly. No, maybe based on professional instinct. The first thought was whether I could catch him for dissection and testing. The more I thought about it, the more inexplicably guilty I became. Looking at the back of Firen's pale blonde hair, I became more and more silent, and Firen seemed to be stuck in his own thoughts and did not speak. This silent march didn't stop until we walked into a small clearing between the trees. That Firen stopped and spoke again. Son of Gaia, do you know what the use of unicorn blood is? I've read some from books. I don't know how the topic jumped to this, but I honestly replied, unicorns are extremely holy creatures, and the blood in their bodies contains powerful life force, so losing blood is equivalent to losing life. If a unicorn voluntarily donates blood, it can continue and cure a dying life, and can even resurrect the dead at the cost of exchanging a life for a life, but this is just a legend and there is no evidence about it. Although the unicorn blood snatched also has the effect of extending life, it will be cursed by immortality, right? Yes, son of Gaia. Firen's agreed. His tone implied sadness. Just because unicorns are such holy creatures, whenever the power of evil begins to ripple, the first to feel and sacrifice will always be the innocent and pure. Even if they survive at the cost of being cursed by a twisted curse, someone will choose to kill the unicorn to suck their blood. You must have seen that even if you know that you will pay such a big price, who wants to buy any second to live no matter what, so that you can find a chance to make a comeback? I hesitated. Yes, I know who it is. My tone was calm, but I was also cold without the slightest emotion, and I already have a plan on what to do. If you want to know. Please don't get me wrong, I or my companions have no intention of inquiring or stopping you. Firen said with some apologetic eagerness, we are in charge of prophecy, and it is our destiny to see and analyze the future, but we are only bystanders and do not intervene in human disputes and history, which is an oath from our ancestors. However, whether it is me or my companions, protecting the sons of Gaia is also our obligation to inherit from generation to generation. My people and I have to be cautious. I hope you can understand. In other words, because of my inexplicable identity as a son of Gaia, there are many more voices within the Ma clan instead of monolithic. I analyzed secretly, and my voice was softer, although I still don't know what son of Gaia means to you and your companions, but I am a human being, and my loved ones and friends are almost human. So I will not watch any evil creature harm them without acting. I will fight to protect my important people, and I will not back down even if I have to risk my life for it. This is my personal will, and no matter what the future path is, I will continue to walk with this belief. It's just is it to protect it. Yes, even if you let your hands get stained with blood, if someone can sacrifice his own reputation to protect me, endure the misunderstanding and condemnation of his companions, and wander in the abyss of the dark blade until the end of his life, why can't I bear the sin of losing my life? Because I am facing a careful person who understands the world. I have no intention of hiding my mature thinking. The reason why I have survived to this day was originally bought by my parents with their lives. A soul that is no longer clean will still care if it is stained with blood. Firens didn't speak, and I was silent, on the way to move with my footsteps again, except for a few times he reminded me to bow my head and avoid the drooping branches. We didn't continue any more topics. Back at the edge of the forest, Hagrid Hut also came into view. I heard the sound of Fang shouting and running in our direction from a distance. Firens bent his knees and asked me to slide down his body, and when I stood on my feet, Fang also came to my feet and rubbed it. I glanced around and saw no Malfoy. Did you go back to the castle? There are already people coming to the castle. I think you should be safe once you arrive here. I will leave you here. Please take care, child of Gaia. Sapphire-like eyes lowered to look at me, and Firens said somewhat sadly, even the centaur prophecies have been misunderstood many times, and your situation is so special that I really can't explain much about your identity, but next time, when we meet again, please believe that I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Until then, please be extremely cautious before making any decisions. Good luck, and may the favor of nature be with you. And may it be with you as well. Thank you, Firens. Watching the centaur retreat into the forest until it gradually disappeared, I looked up at the cloudless starry sky, fully aware that tonight would be another sleepless night. Chapter 34. Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, herbology professor. Passing through the trapdoor, I didn't hide from Ron and the others about my encounter in the Forbidden Forest that night, but I didn't tell them anything about the Child of Gaia since even I still didn't understand what it was. I didn't know where to start. However, to investigate the meaning of Child of Gaia, I sacrificed a lot of experimental time for brewing potions and creating new products, spending my time in the library going through all the books about centaurs. I even sneaked into the restricted section in the middle of the night to do research, resulting in a fairly comprehensive understanding of centaur customs, taboos, and history. I even ended up noting down a lot of practical magic, but the thing I most wanted to know, Child of Gaia, didn't leave even a trace, which was incredibly frustrating. The biggest taboo when focusing on work is being disturbed, so the advantages and disadvantages of being ignored or looked at coldly by everyone became apparent at that time. Even in the past, there were often people greeting me in the library, but now, once I concentrate, although my efficiency in looking things up is high, I frequently lose track of time. Several times, I accidentally forgot to go to class or even skipped meal times entirely. If Hermione hadn't started keeping a close eye on me after a few absences, and if Ron and Neville hadn't already gotten into the habit of saving food and dessert for me, I'd probably have become the teacher's notorious truancy king and maybe even the first student to faint from hunger in the library after becoming the least popular student in the school. However, after the Forbidden Forest incident, Ron and Neville finally accepted that Quirrell was the culprit behind the series of events this school year, not that they had a choice. Quirrell was hospitalized again the next day for a relapse, and Professor Snape once again substituted for our defense against the dark arts class. On top of the review lessons, he gave us extra homework and reports, which everyone complained about. Anyway, I digress. Since I didn't hide the fact that in the Forbidden Forest, the shadow under the cloak had attacked me but ended up being poisoned and seriously injured instead, the three of them not only now knew that Quirrell really was a dark wizard, but also gained a new perspective on my potion-making abilities. So, Quirrell being hospitalized before, that was because of the poison you made? Neville's face showed a mix of surprise and shock. But, he's a professor. I mean, what you did. Come on. You've spent too much time with Hermione and been brainwashed by her professors are saints theory, haven't you? Ron blurted out, ignoring Hermione's glaring stare. He's done so many terrible things, he doesn't deserve to be a professor. That's not what I mean, it's just that, at least officially, he's still our professor for now. Neville shrugged his shoulders in a somewhat aggrieved way, but compared to before, when he would shrink timidly if someone raised their voice a little, he had made a lot of progress and could now express his opinions more fully. Wouldn't Harry be in trouble if they found out about the poisoning? What's the big deal? That was self-defense. It's already lenient enough that Harry didn't poison him, Ron said somewhat impatiently. Ever since he found out Quirrell was the culprit, he had been showing obvious disgust whenever Quirrell was mentioned. It seems Ron particularly dislikes such a two-faced, spy-traitor type, right? But is this hatred because he himself was deceived, or simply because he has a loyal and passionate personality that makes him especially repelled by it? It's probably a combination of both. But, how exactly did you poison him last time, and what kind of poison was it? Can you teach me? Before I could smile and say anything, Hermione, holding a copy of the 12 Methods of Basic Potion Brewing under Ron's nose, spoke first. Instead of wasting time asking pointless stuff like that, you should focus more on how to finish your potions and defense against the dark arts assignments. Don't forget, before next Friday, the basic requirement for the report we submit is at least a 5-foot-long piece of parchment. As Ron took the book, he flopped onto the table. Tilda, don't keep reminding me of this nightmare. 2 5-foot pieces. It'd be faster to just let me die, he groaned. Harry, why didn't you wait until after the finals to poison Kirill? At least then we wouldn't have to write an extra report. Don't say such stupid things. Who just said Harry was being lenient? Hermione snapped with irritation, ignoring me and Neville, who, with suspiciously trembling shoulders, both started burying ourselves in our piles of books to do the assignments. She then pulled out 2 more books from the large stack of reference books beside her and threw them to Ron. Hurry up and help look up the differences in abilities between the Yeti of the Alps and the Himalayas. If you don't analyze that in your defense against the Dark Arts report, you'll lose a lot of points. The days that followed were all spent buried in heavy coursework and revision. Well, I admit that was really only true for Ron and the other 2. I still spent almost all of my time doing experiments and investigating the child of Gaia. As for Kirill, that issue was basically pushed aside in our minds. First, the upcoming end-of-term promotion exams had everyone swamped. Second, after we left the Forbidden Forest and said farewell to Firens that day, the people who came to Hagrid's hut to fetch me were actually Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. The school's top-tier teachers were all stirred into action by Malfoy having returned to the castle first, so I just went ahead and told them everything about what happened in the forest and the situation with the Philosopher's Stone, along with a bottle of poison I had made myself as proof. As for what they would do with it, that was their responsibility, and I didn't ask further. After all, for the 3 teachers, it was already quite unexpected that 4 first-year kids, me and Ron included, managed to investigate a secret event involving the preservation of a Philosopher's Stone at the school in such detail, while taking so many risks. The reactions of Professors Dumbledore and Snape go without saying, and Professor McGonagall's expression of surprise, anger, and proud admiration in tangled complexity was truly spectacular. The old lady is quite elderly, and I'm not sure whether wizards can suffer from cerebral hemorrhages or other cardiovascular conditions, so it's better not to overexert her. So even though it was officially announced that Kirill was hospitalized with a relapse, we could tell that Professor Dumbledore had likely already placed Kirill under house arrest and surveillance. As for why no one else was informed, it's naturally because they didn't want a black wizard serving as a teacher to alarm students and parents, and currently there really isn't any direct evidence proving that Kirill intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I could at most prove with the poison that he killed a unicorn and attacked me, and even that relies on the assumption that a centaur would vouch for this 11-year-old kid like me without lying. As for proving that Kirill's target was the Philosopher's Stone, the evidence is still too weak. However, those were problems that Professor Dumbledore was already going to worry about. Aside from experiments for making products and the upcoming final exams, I also had the Potion Club and Quidditch to deal with, so I had no mind to pay attention to someone who was practically guaranteed to be grilled by Professor Dumbledore sooner or later and then sent to Azkaban. Yet it was precisely because I trusted Professor Dumbledore's abilities too much and forgot the old saying that a desperate dog will even jump over a wall, that a moment of carelessness almost led to a regret I would have deeply lamented later. The last exam of the finals was a charms written test. Following the pattern of the past 2 days, I finished all the questions within 10 minutes of the start, then spent another 5 minutes checking everything before flopping on the desk and sleeping deeply. But this time, it wasn't only the bell that woke me, it was also my classmates cheering in relief. Everyone was so happy that no one really noticed Professor Flitwick trying to summon back all the answer sheets in one go, only to be overwhelmed by the piles of paper and stumble to the desk behind him in a messy fall. I chuckled, shook my head lightly, yawned, and got up, following the crowd out of the classroom to meet Ron, who was already waiting at the door. Harry, Neville greeted me as soon as I came out. How was it? Should be okay, right? Come on, do you even need to ask? I walked over to them, and before I could speak, Ron already rested his hand on my head as a pillow. This guy, just like the past 2 days, lay down to sleep within half an hour of the start. I was sitting right behind him and saw it all clearly. He almost drooled and snored. If you want to talk, just talk. Stop leaning on my head to remind me how short you are. I laughed and patted away the cheeky Ron. I know you're jealous of my genius, but I'm always magnanimous, so I'll forgive you this time. Don't be too grateful. What are you talking about, you little? Ron and I started quarreling, and Neville was trying to persuade us not to play in the hallway, when Hermione, who was diligently checking her answers on a worksheet nearby, suddenly screamed, startling us. I can't believe it. I actually wrote the wind-type spell Swing Bomb as the fire-type Swing Bomb Blast. How could I make such a stupid mistake? Professor Flitwick is definitely going to scold me. Ron first covered his eyes and looked up for a few seconds, then grabbed the worksheet out of Hermione's hands. Enough already, I'm begging you, will you stop? We've already finished the exams, stop looking at these things. Ignoring Hermione's protests, he stuffed the worksheet into his backpack. Using his height advantage, he was the tallest among us. Ron pulled Hermione toward the stairs. Finishing exams means classes are over. Next up is a relaxing vacation, so let your brain have a break. The weather outside is so nice, let's go for a walk by the lake. George told me this morning that the giant squid in the lake are out sunbathing. If we go, maybe we can even play with the squid. Wait a minute. Hermione was half running, half dragged along. Ron Weasley, you rude guy, slow down. You're walking too fast, I can't keep up. Neville and I exchanged a smile as we followed this little quarrelsome pair. The four of us went downstairs laughing and joking. But just as we reached the first floor hall and were heading toward the main entrance, a sudden agonized death cry gripped my heart, and a sharp pain exploded across my forehead. Caught completely off guard, I went black in my vision and my legs gave out, and I collapsed. Harry! Neville reacted in time to catch me, preventing me from fainting to the floor, and his panicked voice brought Ron and Hermione running back from ahead. Harry, what's wrong? Harry? Harry! What happened? What's going on? I heard Ron's urgent voice, but the pain and dizziness in my forehead were overwhelming, and I could only weakly lean against Neville, unable to respond to them. What's wrong with Harry? How did he suddenly faint? I don't know, we were just talking normally, and he suddenly went pale and collapsed. I only had time to catch him. Stop talking so much. Hurry, take him to the hospital wing. That voice was Hermione's, but before she could finish, a flurry of panicked footsteps came from the back stairs where we were, cutting off her unfinished sentence. Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Weasley, why are you blocking the stairway, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall appeared, her voice stern yet anxious. What happened to him? Was he attacked too? Harry just suddenly felt unwell and fainted. Professor McGonagall, what do you mean by attacked? Did someone get attacked? Professor Snape was subjected to an unidentified attack in his office. Madame Pomfrey is now in the dungeons giving him emergency treatment. Professor McGonagall explained concisely and authoritatively, the whole school is now on lockdown. All students must immediately return to their house dormitories and not leave. You take Mr. Potter back to Gryffindor Tower first, and later I will have Madame Pomfrey see him. No, I'm going to the dungeons. Harry, I'm fine. Finally, I suppressed the throbbing pain in my forehead with my mental strength and clarified the final message the firefly-like herb gave me in the potion office before it withered. I took a breath, gathered my inner energy to restore my strength, gently pushed away Neville's support, raised my head to look at Professor McGonagall, and said firmly, Professor Snape has also been poisoned by the concoction I made. Only my antidote will work fastest. How do you know? Professor McGonagall looked at me in surprise, but I didn't have time to listen to her explanation. I stepped past her, lightly tapped the floor to gather my energy, and with my family's martial arts agility, dashed straight down to the dungeons, leaving Ron and the others calls behind. Idiot. Idiot. I really deserve this, damn idiot. I can't believe I was so stupid. I didn't even think. Inner guilt kept gnawing at me, biting my lower lip until the skin split, and the metallic taste of blood in my mouth couldn't mask my frustration. How on earth did I foolishly assume that after being poisoned, Kirill would be too weak to be a threat? When a cornered dog jumps over a wall, or a startled chicken climbs a tree, the strength of an injured, desperate creature is terrifying, let alone with Voldemort backing him. Although that shattered, evil soul currently has little power, the Dark Lord may temporarily lose his strength, but his intelligence remains. Voldemort must have used some method to help Kirill escape his weakness, and made his way to Professor Snape's office to force him to reveal the way through the protective enchantments guarding the Philosopher's Stone. I can't believe I only considered myself as a target for assassination and didn't think that Professor Snape, being the only one left who hadn't yet been asked about the security measures, might also be a target. How could I have misjudged Voldemort's ruthlessness, the level of malice that allows him to kill even his own servants without hesitation? Backflashes of regret aside, my speed increased without hindrance. The path I was now running on did lead to the dungeons, but it was also the route to the Slytherin and Ravenclaw common rooms. Probably because the lockdown order had just been issued, quite a few students were rushing back to their dormitories while trying to figure out what was happening. I knew that my speed, enhanced by my Lightfoot technique, was astonishing even in this magical world, but with my heart pounding in anxiety, I had no intention of hiding my true abilities anymore, nor was I worried about how astonished the older students and professors witnessing my sprint would be. Racing down the corridor, which could only be described as flying, I turned a corner and saw a large crowd at the entrance to Professor Snape's office. Both teachers and students were gathered there, as if watching some sort of spectacle. Out of the way. Not only did I shout, but I also added an internal force to my voice. In my fury, I released a mental pressure that forced everyone blocking the doorway to back off. Ignoring the shocked and fearful glances from the crowd, I strode into Professor Snape's office. What greeted my eyes was the second time in my life I had seen a scene so similar yet unforgettable. Here, it was almost impossible to recognize it as a teacher's office. Shattered glass, dust, and broken wood scattered all over the ground. Charred book specimens that were unrecognizable. Walls of the pit, teetering and about to collapse. It was like a ruin, like that scene that had haunted me for over 10 years, that always appeared in my dreams in the dead of night, that evening scene that drove me to utter heartbreak. So similar. Yet what stung my eyes the most was the figure in the black robe lying on the ground, blood continuously oozing out. The feelings of constant guilt and frustration unexpectedly calmed down when I saw Professor Snape's condition. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe my current state as a blankness. A strange sense of emptiness spread through my heart and eyes. I knew I had stepped closer to Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout, who were performing emergency treatment on Professor Snape, yet that unreal, ethereal feeling of void still enveloped me from head to toe with icy coldness. How is he now? I quickly drew from my belt the yellow crystal vials containing powdered medicine and handed one to Madame Pomfrey and one to Professor Sprout, then crouched down. Very bad. Unknown toxins inside his body are spreading and multiplying, destroying and corroding the tissue around his wounds, even causing internal bleeding. Although we used a hemostasis charm and hemostatic herbs, it still can't immediately stop the bleeding. My gaze remained fixed on the unconscious Professor Snape, so I didn't notice Madame Pomfrey's astonished expression and unconscious compliance. This vial is an antidote for this poison. That damn Quirrell. First he injured Professor Snape, and now he's using the same deadly potion I dealt with in the Forbidden Forest and later handed to Professor Dumbledore as evidence on Snape. I took out the secret silver needle I had kept in my robe's hidden pocket since obtaining it, never used but never parted with, and while inserting it decisively into several acupoints on Professor Snape, I instructed Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout, I will temporarily suppress the toxin in his body using traditional Chinese medicine techniques. Quickly apply the powdered medicine to the wounds, and as soon as the wounds start to bleed purple blood, immediately use healing spells and herbs. I didn't pay attention to Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout hurriedly applying the medicine. Instead, I pulled out a bundle of gold and silkworm threads from the hidden pouch, the magical threads I had previously asked Madame Mackin to purchase from China. I had thought I wouldn't need them before 4th year, but unexpectedly, I was using them now on one of the 3 men in this world to whom I owed the most. Biting off several segments with my teeth, I gathered the threads into a bundle, clenched it tightly with my right hand, and quickly drew it out. Seeing the originally golden magical silk turn a dark gold as it absorbed my blood, I trembled slightly at my left wrist, and as I channeled my dark energy, the thread wound around the silver needles on Professor Snape. I activated my inner energy, and the snow-silver glow visible to the naked eye spread along the threads from my hands, flowing steadily into Professor Snape's body through the silver needles. Though Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout were curious about my actions, at such a critical life-or-death moment, they had no time to ask questions. The 3 of us silently exerted ourselves to the fullest, using all the abilities we could to perform emergency care. Then, as if centuries had passed, Professor Sprout let out a light sigh. It's working. My herbs are starting to take effect. Professor Sprout seemed a little relieved and joyful, but continued applying the medicine to Professor Snape. The bleeding has finally stopped, Poppy. Give me the bandages. My spells are also beginning to repair his damaged internal organs. After handing over 2 rolls of bandages, Madame Pomfrey slightly raised Professor Snape's head to offer him a cup of red potion. But the severe blood loss has made his pulse and heartbeat too weak, so the effect is still too weak. Damn it, he can't even drink it. Is it a strengthening potion to replenish blood? I glanced at the potion in Madame Pomfrey's hand and felt that its color seemed slightly deeper than what I knew. It also includes some bone healing effects. He appears to have been severely tormented, with several fractures in his limbs. But his jaw is clenched too tightly. His unconscious resistance before losing consciousness makes him subconsciously reject it. The action of me taking the potion and drinking a sip made Madame Pomfrey pause. Amidst the background gasps of several people, I leaned down and pressed my cold, bluish-purple lips to his. "It's really stiff," I frowned, continuing to channel inner strength through the silk thread with my left hand, while my right hand first put down the cup and then gently massaged Professor Snape's neck. Feeling his jaw loosen slightly, I immediately handed over the potion, continuing the massaging motion to ensure he drank it without choking. Only after confirming that did I get up and take a second sip of the potion, repeating the same actions. After feeding him the potion in this way several times, I wiped the residue of potion accidentally left at the corner of my mouth with my robe sleeve and looked at the dazed Madame Pomfrey. "How is he now?" Suddenly snapping back to reality in confusion, Madame Pomfrey hurriedly checked on Professor Snape's condition. "Much better than before. It looks like his injuries have stabilized, but he's still not out of danger. He needs close observation until he fully wakes up." I nodded, stopped channeling energy, shook my wrist to retract the silver needle and silk thread, and stood up. "Professor McGonagall." I looked at one of the teachers standing at the door. "Where is Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall stared at me blankly, not answering. "Professor McGonagall." I frowned, raising my voice a bit. "What's going on? This is such an urgent and dangerous situation, yet these teachers seem spaced out, each one more so than the last. Albus the headmaster received an urgent file from the Ministry of Magic this morning, so he went up to London. Mr. Potter, then please send an owl, or use any faster way to contact Professor Dumbledore and ask him to return to the school immediately." I interrupted her impolitely, turning around. "The Philosopher's Stone is in danger. I have to stop Quirrell." Harry. Chapter 35. Lumos Flickering Spark. As I walked straight past the people at the doorway, a small hand grabbed my robe. It was Hermione. "You're going to face Quirrell. Are you crazy? He's a dark wizard, an adult dark wizard. So you can't go, neither of you." I pushed away her hand, and the mental coercion once again forced the crowd to retreat, and my eyes swept coldly over Ron and Neville, who were also beside her. "No one can hurt my important person without paying the price, no one. This is my personal grudge with Quirrell, and no one is allowed to interfere." I once again used my light skills and left the cellar directly. I rushed all the way to the restricted area on the 3rd floor, although I had never set foot here before, but the weeds I had laid nearby a while ago could also guide me in the direction. When I came to a grey door, I took out my wand and knocked on the lock, and the door that slid open automatically gave me the first glimpse of the huge and ferocious three-headed dog asleep, for there was a golden harp playing on its own not far beside it, but the trouble was that the paws of the huge three-headed dog were still resting on the trapdoor. I was in an extremely bad mood, so I patiently went on a temporary vacation, so I shook off my wand and smashed the harp with a green blade of light. The three-headed dog really woke up as soon as the music stopped, and the 3 pairs of bronze bell-sized beasts were briefly confused when they saw me, and then they began to roar. I raised my wand and shot a red light before the three-headed dog bit me, blasting the three-headed dog directly into the corner of the room. When the three-headed dog wall stopped and the 3 heads were still dizzy and couldn't stand upright, I kicked open the trapdoor on the ground and jumped straight down. It was a dark passage, with a high slope. I don't know if it was a water pipe or a slide. Anyway, after about a few minutes, I felt like I was gently falling on something like a cushion. I knew it was Professor Sprout's devil's net, so I closed my eyes and tried to communicate with it, but the tentacles of the devil's net kept getting tangled. What a hassle. Quirrell must have used his own blood to curse this devil's net madly, so I had no way to get in touch with the spiritual consciousness of this devil's net. In that case, Moltar Lumos. This voice is Neville. The sudden fiery light caused the devil's net to retreat rapidly, and I fell to the damp ground. I quickly got up, I turned around, and none of my 3 companions were getting up from the ground patting their clothes. We can't let you play the hero alone, mate." Without giving me a chance to speak, Ron started right away. "We agreed from the start that we'd investigate the Philosopher's Stone together and act together." "Stop joking," I yelled angrily. "I'm going to confront Quirrell directly. This isn't some secret little game like before. Do you think this is something to take lightly? Even Professor Snape got hurt. Do you think you're better than him? You guys, that's exactly why we can't let you go alone." Hermione shouted over me, even louder than I was, raising her wand at me. "Even if you're more skilled than us, we would never just watch you go to your death. Either you come back to the Gryffindor Tower with us now, or we come with you. If you still insist on going to find Quirrell alone, I'll bind you with full-body spells and carry you back. And I mean it. Sorry, Harry, but Hermione's right. We can't let you face Quirrell alone." Neville, his face a little pale, also pointed his wand at me. Just so you know, Professor McGonagall has already brought people on their way here, so basically, I'd prefer you to choose to return to the dormitory. Confronting Quirrell is really the teacher's responsibility anyway. Ron didn't say anything either, instead showing with his actions that he was on Hermione's side. I clenched my fists, breathing in and out several times. All right, I said, wiping my face in frustration. All right, you win, but let me make it clear, Quirrell is my prey. As long as I'm still breathing, none of you are allowed to intervene. Did you keep the necklaces I gave you before? Of course we've been keeping these special defense items close at all times. Ron patted his chest, put down his wand, and came over to me. Let's go, Harry. If we drag this out and the teachers haven't arrived yet, Quirrell might get the stone and run. Without another word, I turned, stepped forward, and entered the only stone corridor. Besides the sound of our footsteps, the dim corridor was only occasionally filled with the soft noise of water droplets falling. No one spoke, no one looked back, yet I could still sense the tension and caution of the three companions behind me. Understandably so, they didn't have the special ability I had to control and summon plants, nor did they possess the powerful magic I was keeping hidden as my ultimate trump card to survive. They were just young wizards who had only recently started learning basic magic, yet they had to face an adult dark wizard whose strength was unknown. It would be a lie to say they weren't scared, yet for me, even Neville, who was usually the most timid, insisted on staying by my side. My previously irritated mood gradually settled. The anger hadn't vanished, but my mind felt clearer and cooler than before. Now, I wasn't alone. Since I had them with me, I had to make sure we all got back safely. Hey, I'm talking to you guys, Ron suddenly whispered. Do you hear something? We stopped walking. Kind of, but it's very faint. Neville swallowed hard. Is it a ghost? Not likely. The sound has a bit of a rhythm to it, Hermione said. Sounds like wings flapping, maybe birds or bats. We'll know if we go check, I said, continuing forward. Ahead, a faint light could already be seen. It seemed this corridor was almost at its end. Outside the tunnel's exit was an open space about the size of a football field. In the center floated a flying broomstick. The flapping sounds were coming from the sky above this field, where nearly invisible wings sparkled like jewels. What is that? Birds? Don't know, doesn't really look like it. There's a door on the other side. It seems that's our only way. But what if we get attacked as soon as we step into the open space, Harry? It's fine. I waved my hand and walked forward. The only place where there's a magical aura here is near the broom. As long as we don't touch it, we'll be fine. The three of them followed closely, walking with me to the locked wooden door. It's a magical lock. Even with an unlocking spell it won't open. Having tried every method we knew, Ron, frustrated, knocked on the doorknob with his wand. I say we might as well just blast it open. No, you idiot. Hermione anxiously grabbed Ron. Can't you see the magical circle engraved on this door? That's a defensive reverse fire spell. Any attack will bounce back to the caster. You'll blow us all away. Then what do we do? Neville asked. We don't have the key. We can't open the door. The key is over there, I said, drawing all three of their attention. I pointed to a pair of silver, messy wings that I had been spotting earlier and finally noticed. It should be that one. The wings are a bit bent. The three of them looked up at the thousands of keys flying across the ceiling. Perfect, Ron said, his eyes twitching slightly. It won't fly down on its own, right? Do we have to catch it ourselves? That's why there are flying broomsticks. Neville glanced at the one in the center of the empty space. But will it really be that easy? All three of us had deep doubts indeed. Catching a flying key while riding a broom was too simple, especially with a genius catcher like me around. We have no other choice, I said, heading toward the broom. You guys keep your wands ready, just in case. I'll go grab that silver key. Catching the key was far from simple. As I approached the broom and just grasped the handle, the flying keys in the air seemed to sense me and all rushed toward me. I had to immediately jump onto the broom and dodge as quickly as possible because the wings of those keys were like sharp blades that could cut. After a few minutes of dodging up and down, and paying the price of a few scratches and having my right palm pierced, I finally managed to grab that temperamental, twice-tormented silver key with its feathers ragged and torn. Finally opening the door, we entered another corridor, though the exit seemed just a few steps away. I used some medicinal powder I always carry to temporarily stop the blood bubbling from my right hand. Hermione tore a piece from my already shredded robe to use as a makeshift bandage and bandaged me up simply. Then we went through the short corridor, a room with black and white tiled floors beneath our feet, and ahead of us were black and white statues arranged in 2 rows. Wizards' chests. I squinted slightly. Looks like we have to play a game of chess to get through. Hermione, like Neville and me, turned to look at Ron. What oh? Ron was startled by our gazes and finally caught on. Well, if it's just a simple chess game, I'm fine with that. Is there ever anything simple here? Neville asked weakly. I think we might have to act as the pieces ourselves, I said straight to the point. Ron, you're the expert in this area, so we'll follow your lead. Okay, let me think. Ron lowered his head and muttered some words that only he could understand. Then, as if he had made a decision, he began assigning roles. Harry, you take the bishop's spot. Hermione, you'll be the rook next to Harry. Neville, you'll be like me. What? Neville asked, his face turning pale. A knight, Ron replied. At that moment, the black chess statues also cleared spaces for us. Ron. After we were standing at our designated positions, Hermione, looking quite displeased, asked, this wizard chess, it's not the same as the one you play in the dorm, is it? Ron didn't answer because the game had already begun. Moreover, the answer became obvious not long after, when Ron's black pawn swung its sword and smashed the opposing white pawn into unrecognizable pieces. Well, Hermione, I think, Ron said, pretending to stay calm, yes, the rules are the same as the ones we play in the dorm. And it also looks very similar to the strategy Harry taught me before. Shut up, the shout came not only from Hermione, whose face was turning blue, but I was also at a loss. As for Neville, if he weren't riding the black horse statue, he probably would have collapsed to the ground. Ron's chess skills were genuinely impressive. To protect us, he deliberately sacrificed a few pawns, and several times when we were in danger, he charged in with clever tactics to save us. However, in the end, just as I had known in the future, he still had to sacrifice himself and be captured by the White Queen, so that I could force the White King to drop the crown. The only consolation was that the magic necklace I gave him worked. Although it couldn't completely withstand the force of the White Queen knocking him off his horse, at least it only caused him to pass out from the impact. Hermione, stay and take care of him. After confirming that Ron was indeed fine, I said to Hermione, as for the next part, no, I'm going with you. Hermione wiped the tears from her face and said, the teachers will be here soon, someone will take care of him. We don't know what's coming in the next obstacle, but I should still be able to help a little. We can't waste the opportunity Ron gave us. I didn't say anything, just glanced once more at Ron, whose face was pale but still calm, and we continued forward. What do you think we will face next? Neville asked softly after we stepped into the stone corridor again. Will we be able to stop Quirrell in time? The final layer of protection for the Philosopher's Stone should have been laid out personally by Professor Dumbledore. It's definitely not easy to bypass, so as long as we're fast, we should make it in time. Hermione's voice was a little hoarse. As for the remaining protections, the Devil's Web is Professor Sprout's, the Flying Key Trap is Professor Flitwick's technique, and the chess piece from earlier should be Professor McGonagall's. According to Hagrid, the teachers involved in the Stone's protection plan, the only challenges we haven't encountered yet are Quirrell and Professor Snape's. Professor Snape's challenge is potion-related. I think we can handle it. Even without knowing the future, I felt confident I could solve it. But for Quirrell's part, you must be careful. Here. I gave each of them 2 transparent crystal vials. Throw them when it's dangerous, they should buy us some time. And make sure to hold on to your wands. I'll handle the main attack and restraint, so you don't have to worry about anything. If you get the chance, use all the curses you know. Harry, Neville didn't ask what the vials were. You know what Quirrell's challenge is? Because it's not hard to guess. A faint stench of decay had already started to fill the air, and we stopped in front of a door. Hermione obviously had guessed what was coming, and her face grew even grimmer. Could it be? I took a deep breath, concentrated my inner strength, and kicked the door straight into the room, smashing it into a massive mountain troll that had no time to react. Protect yourselves. I only had time to shout that before another roaring troll started approaching with a wooden club. I had no choice but to confront the 2 adult mountain trolls. I knew that unless I used all my secret techniques, there was no way I would get out unscathed. Fighting 2 adult mountain trolls at once, especially ones much bigger than the adult mountain troll we encountered last Halloween, was definitely a nightmare. Not to mention their offensive power, just their stench alone was revolting enough to rival poison gas. If it weren't for the plants I could summon that helped purify the air, my martial skills, which were still only halfway trained and hadn't reached the level 4 breath control, wouldn't have been nearly enough. Facing even one troll for less than a minute would have likely knocked me out from the smell alone. Even once the problem of the stench was dealt with, battling 2 trolls was extremely exhausting. Trolls have a resistance to attack magic only slightly lower than giants. Combined with the limited spells first-year students know, and with Hermione and Neville afraid of accidentally hitting me, it took us a long time to bring down the two trolls. Neville, trying to protect Hermione from being hit during the fight between me and the trolls, ended up with scrapes all over and a broken hand, while Hermione twisted her ankle. This is terrible. Now, I really can't help cough cough. Don't talk. You have some cracked ribs, you can't move recklessly. I summoned vines to make a splint for Neville's first aid while giving him a potion. Hermione, you stay with Neville. But, listen to me. I interrupted her, you're injured too. Even if you tried to come with me, being hindered would only turn you into Kirill's hostage. You should stay behind to take care of Neville and report the situation to the teachers who follow afterward. Ask them to come support as quickly as possible. I don't know if I can stop Kirill, but I'll delay him as much as I can. I couldn't finish my sentence because Hermione was already hugging me, crying. You have to be careful, you really have to be careful. She choked up, saying, we're all waiting for you, you must come back safe, okay? I hugged her tightly, then let go of that warmth. I will. I firmly promised them, then got up and turned toward the only door that continued onward. Sure enough, it was the Gate of Fire. Chapter 36. I frowned at the blazing purple-green flame surging around me after I stepped through the door, completely encircling me. There was no scorching heat, but these flames could definitely burn the soul, an infernal fire just slightly less evil than demonic fire. I moved to the table in the center of the room while observing, and as expected, I saw 7 potion cups of different colors and sizes, and a riddle as a hint. None of the cups had been touched. Kirill really couldn't extract from me the method Professor Snape used to pass the Gate of Fire, so he took the only fire-avoiding tool in Snape's office, the glowfly grass, to pass through this. Thinking about how what I made kept being exploited by Kirill made my chest boil. I summoned a piece of glowfly grass and threw it out, temporarily clearing a path through the flames, and I walked forward, stepping into the final room of this underground area. And Kirill was standing in the center of the room, in front of the Mirror of Erist. Harry Potter. Kirill turned to look at me as soon as I entered the room. You really came. Could I not come? I retorted coldly. Taking my potion to poison Professor Snape, wasn't that your provocation? If I didn't come, wouldn't that make you disappointed in Gryffindor's courage? Kirill laughed loudly. You little brat who thinks you're clever. He looked at me with a venomous glare. Are you trying to defend Snape? As a Gryffindor student hated most by the Slytherin professor, you actually want to seek justice for a teacher who constantly makes things difficult for you? It's not about justice, it's purely about annoyance. The conflict between Professor Snape and me hasn't reached the point of wanting to kill each other, and even if it had, it's not something a coward who only licks the Dark Lord's toes and can't accomplish anything would intervene in. Your sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I shot back without courtesy, and I saw Kirill's expression change as he drew his wand. The cold smile had now shifted to me. What's the matter? Did I hit the truth and now you're so humiliated you want to kill me? Oh, my bad, I said, pretending to realize something. I accidentally forgot that all this year, you've been wanting to kill me. But those little spiders and centipedes I turned into potion ingredients, and the traps I used to practice dismantling magical wards, since they posed no real threat to me, I didn't take them seriously. You wouldn't blame me for that, right? In response, a fierce red light shot toward me. I tilted my head, and the red light brushed my cheek before exploding into the firewall behind me with a deafening roar. You dodge fast, Potter. Kirill glared at me with a sinister glint. I wonder how long your reflexes will keep up after fighting those 2 trolls outside for so long. I casually licked the blood flowing from the wound on my cheek to the corner of my mouth. Why don't you try me? Stop. A hoarse yet sharp third voice suddenly intervened between Kirill and me. Kirill froze, wand still raised, and my gaze grew even colder. Master, quiet, you idiot. Is there a professor who treats a child like this? The voice growled lowly. Let me talk to him, personally, face to face. But, Master, Kirill stammered, still pointing his wand at me, his face now betraying fear. Your strength hasn't fully recovered. It's just talking. I still have enough strength for that. The voice added a hint of sharpness, making Kirill flinch. Hurry. Yes, my master. Very well. Kirill began unwrapping his ridiculously large turban. As the layers of cloth came off, Kirill's bald head gave a strangely small and oddly unsettling impression indeed. It was both bizarre and grotesquely horrifying. Even though I had long known what it was, seeing it with my own eyes still made my stomach churn violently. Turning around with his back to me, another disgusting snake face had appeared on the back of Kirill's head. You seem not surprised to see me, is that so? That snake-face Voldemort spoke slowly, in his hoarse voice, his thin eyes not letting my blank yet disgusted face go unnoticed. Brave and clever 11-year-old wizard, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Why be surprised? Isn't it normal? In Muggle video games, the hero always ends up facing the big villain in the end. I continued to act cocky. If I didn't, I feared I wouldn't be able to control my sky-high hatred right now. This wasn't the time. Not all the Horcruxes had been found yet, and revealing my hand now wouldn't defeat him at all. I reminded myself, though my expression still couldn't cooperate effectively, I honestly couldn't manage a smile. By the way, I almost forgot that you're the Dark Lord of the wizarding world. Muggle toys probably aren't even worth your attention, right? Need me to explain to you what a video game is? The Dark Lord knows far more than you can imagine, and he is far more patient than you think, Harry Potter. So put an end to your ridiculous sharp-tongued remarks. I am not so easily provoked by you. Voldemort's hoarse tone was lazy. Were it not for the constant twitching of the scar on my forehead, I might really have been deceived by his current tone. However, I must admit that you really surprise me, Harry Potter. A child, just about 10 years old, could see through both my servant and my disguise, although in my eyes, this servant is indeed rather foolish. His loyalty and ability are just barely acceptable to me. At least over the years, he has almost deceived everyone, except, of course, Dumbledore, that hypocritical old madman. As one of my teachers during my student days, he understands me as much as I understand him, naturally. But you? Loved and adored by everyone, growing up under the protection and attention of many powerful witches and wizards, the little prince who hasn't known much hardship. How could you remain unaffected by all the external adulation, avoid becoming an arrogant, impetuous fool, and even see through my plans without being fooled by the many illusions I deliberately had my servant create? Who knows, maybe I'm just naturally lucky. Legilimency, huh? Such an annoying magic. It was the same with Professor Dumbledore, even more so with Voldemort. Don't these old, undead guys have anything better to do than infiltrate people's minds all day? Although I took care to seal and hypnotize my own memories and thoughts early on, so I wasn't worried about this spell at all, it still feels extremely uncomfortable whenever someone invades my mind, especially now, facing this fated archenemy. I can't help but feel my temper increasingly hard to control. Or else, how is it that over 10 years ago, I, just a newborn baby still nursing, could inexplicably cause you to lose your magical power and flee half dead? That's why character matters. If one has good character, everyone loves you, and luck naturally favors innocent children, not a hideous, repugnant old man. I couldn't continue speaking, because Kirill had already quickly turned and cast a spell at me. Always staying alert to avoid any attacks, I immediately used light-footed movement to retreat to the nearest pillar. Where I had just been standing was now a huge pit. Stop! Have you forgotten my orders? Amid the flying dust, I heard Voldemort's rebuke, lacking in real sincerity. But master, he is insulting you. Shut up! Do you think I can't make my own judgment? Voldemort said venomously, this boy is not only smarter than you but far more useful. Of course he can be proud. How can you demand a minor slip of the tongue from such an outstanding child who has never understood the Dark Lord's capacity for mercy? Put down your wand. Master, I said, put it down. I heard Kirill whimper. Come out, boy, Voldemort said. I forgive your rudeness. My foolish servant will not attack you again. Though you never took his attack seriously anyway, did you? Given your astonishing agility. True as that may be, no matter how skillful you are, you can't dodge forever, can you? I said with a double meaning, slowly stepping out from behind the pillar. Martial skills are useful for evasion, but if you want to cause real harm, magic is faster and more effective. Voldemort let out a laugh that was deeply unsettling. Enough, child. While your words are amusing, my patience has limits. Voldemort's tone grew colder. You know the purpose my servant and I are here for. So I'll ask directly, will you help me retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from this mirror yourself, or shall I make you do it personally? I twitched my mouth. Don't you think it's stupid to say that to me, Voldemort? I glared at him coldly. I've seen shameless people, but never shameless to your extent. Have you forgotten how you ended up in this pathetic state? My parents died by your hand, and now you're asking if I'll help you resurrect a foe? Do you really think you're the almighty Dark Lord you once were? Now, you don't even have your own body, and I've spared you a proper beating out of sheer mercy. You shall not. Kirill suddenly turned and raised his wand, but this time I didn't move, because he was already trembling violently, barely standing. Sorry, my master, I was wrong, please don't. Ah yes, yes. Voldemort ignored Kirill's pleas and, in a tone that was soft and almost like singing, looked at my reflection in the mirror of Erist. Indeed, I have made some wrong decisions looking back now. I was indeed a bit reckless and hasty, but the Dark Lord is not a tyrant. He learns from mistakes and corrects them. For example, regarding you, Harry Potter. I stood there with a cold, blank expression, showing no intention of responding. You hate me and of course you should. Why wouldn't you? I killed your parents though your father was so annoying, constantly testing my patience. Your mother didn't have to die, but she insisted on stopping me from killing you. Voldemort noticed my clenched fist, the blood from my right hand beginning to drip to the floor, and his tone softened further. As you see, I became like this, only able to share my soul with my most loyal servant, inhabiting a single body. The only consolation is, I've never lacked such a loyal and useful servant, but this is not enough. I need to regain my body, my own body, capable of withstanding my power, a real body. All you have to do is help me, bring me the Philosopher's Stone. You're dreaming, I blurted out, rejecting his voice that was starting to make me dizzy. I won't help you. You killed my parents. I can make amends for that mistake, as long as you bring me the Philosopher's Stone. His voice grew even softer, an increasingly weightless feeling filling the air, the image in the mirror of Eris becoming blurry. Don't you want to see your parents the most? I only need a small part of the stone, and once I have a body, I can bring your parents back to life. You could live with them. Isn't that what you want? To be with your family, sharing joys, sorrows, all of it. I stood there in a daze, staring at the increasingly clear scene in the mirror of Erist, silent. Come, boy, come closer. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Voldemort's voice, now firm, was no longer sharp, even somewhat softly enticing. Yes, boy, very good, just like that. Come closer. Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. I see them, don't I? This isn't a dream. It can't be a dream. A hand rested on my shoulder, speaking softly. This is achievable. Harry, you can be with your loved ones forever, as long as you have the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone, I repeated in a daze, my gaze filled with a greedy, complicated haze as I looked at the mirror of Erist. As long as I have. That's right, as long as you have the stone, he said gently and tenderly. So, you just need to get the Philosopher's Stone. Where is it? Where is it? I clenched my already wet and reddened right hand, my eyes revealing not only greed but also profound sorrow. In the heart, Voldemort, I said calmly, my gaze shifting to meet the snake-like eyes in the mirror. My family already lives in my heart, so I don't need the Philosopher's Stone at all. My chest tightened, and I was lifted up, slammed heavily against the nearby pillar. Kirill already had his wand pressed against my temple, staring at me with lethal eyes. Don't be ungrateful, Potter. Voldemort's voice returned to its initial hoarse and sharp tone. You should feel honored that I allow a mere child to talk so much in front of me. Now tell me how to get the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror. Coaxing and trickery didn't work, so now you're showing your true face. I sneered. I'll tell you, Voldemort, don't you overestimate me? If you insist I'm a mere child, then how could I possibly know the mechanism of this mirror? Have you not been dueling Professor Dumbledore for years? Since you claim to know him so well, surely these little tricks can't stump you, right? The result of my words was being slammed even harder against the pillar. Damn Kirill. If he hadn't just barely managed to regain control over his inner energy from Voldemort's confounding magic, his mental and physical coordination not fully recovered, would he dare act so arrogantly? Enduring the sharp pain in my back, I gritted my teeth and seethed in hatred. Yes, you are indeed a little ghost, but you are also a smart little who has seen through my plan and is valued and protected by Dumbledore. Voldemort has no doubt about his ruthlessness. That old madman who thinks he is fair and kind will not only be just protective of the people he likes, but always do things that are unexpected and hidden, but in fact put the most important secret on people that no one can think of. That's right, Potter. From the beginning, you are the key to this mirror. No one can take the magic stone out of the mirror except you, not even Dumbledore himself can do it. This is the final protection he set, and you can only take it out when you yourself want the magic stone, otherwise no one else will get anything even if you destroy the mirror, right? You said it right or wrong. What else do you want me to say, Woo? Meow, bite your tongue. How many times does this Kirill have to hit me before he is willing? My poor back is probably bruised. While my eyes were filled with tears in my eyes, I continued to secretly adjust the chaotic energy in my body. It was almost there. Don't challenge my patience any longer, Harry Potter. Voldemort roared, and Kirill's face was even darker and distorted. Obediently go to the front of the mirror and take out the Philosopher's Stone, so I will consider sparing your life. Otherwise, otherwise, kill me. I snorted, and when I finally regained control of my body, I immediately made a knife shape with both hands and broke Kirill's hand, pointing at me with the wand. You failed once in your heyday more than 10 years ago, and you can't succeed today with only your soul. Ignoring Kirill's wails and Voldemort's angry roar, the first thing I did when I slipped off the pillar was a sweep, kicking Kirill to the ground. Before he struggled to grab the wand with his other hand, I kicked the wand away and jumped on top of him, quickly pressing my left hand against Kirill's face. Ah-h! A more pitiful scream than losing a hand came from Kirill's throat. Knowing that the protection my mother left on me was taking effect, I held on tightly to Kirill. There was no other way. The after effects of breaking Voldemort's Confundus charm were greater than I had anticipated. On top of that, after my earlier battle with the 2 mountain trolls, I was already exhausted and injured. Kirill was lucky, I guess. I originally wanted him to die in a spectacular way, but since I no longer had the strength, I might as well let him turn to ash. My head was fuzzy, and Kirill's screams and Voldemort's roar seemed to grow more distant. This is not good. I had hoped to hold on until someone arrived, but it looks like I seriously overestimated myself. I vaguely felt a pair of warm hands cover my body, and finally, I sank into endless darkness. Chapter 37. Hospital Wing. Waking up in a soft quilt is a comfortable and happy thing, though it would be even better if there was no subtle smell of medicine in the air. Focusing my blurry vision on the off-white ceiling, I thought drowsily. Feeling better. A gentle voice of concern came from beside me. I turned my head, seeing a blurry white beard sway lightly in front of me. Professor Dumbledore. Like a suddenly opened floodgate, all my memories surged into my mind. I ignored the protesting muscles all over my body and jumped up, grabbing onto Professor Dumbledore's robe. Professor Snape, also Neville and Hermione, Ron. Calm down, Harry, calm down. Professor Dumbledore placed a hand on my shoulder to soothe me. They are all fine, it's all over, everyone is safe, so there's nothing to worry about. Fine. My head was still a little dizzy and confused. I asked blankly, they are all fine? Yes, Harry, they are all fine. The potions you prepared and your emergency care were done very well, so their recovery was quick and they have already been discharged. Professor Dumbledore gently pressed me back onto the bed, propping me up with a pillow against the headboard, and said, now, could you please try to stay calm and not get too worked up? Poppy has strictly warned everyone that you need to rest quietly. If you keep getting so agitated, she'll come and throw me out. I feel fine now, I said, although there was a kind of headache from sleeping too long, maybe also combined with muscle soreness, but otherwise, I seemed all right. It didn't feel like it required strict rest. Of course you feel fine now. Poppy spent the entire night treating your physical and mental injuries, and you've slept for a whole 5 days. Professor Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet I could hear his concern. He handed me my glasses, which I had been groping for, and said, but at that time, when we found you near the Mirror of Erist, your physical state was so bad it shocked all of us. The efforts you made to protect the Philosopher's Stone were just too much, Harry. We almost lost you forever. Was it really that bad? I scratched my head, trying to recall. It seemed pretty bad. Actually, I had already sustained serious internal injuries while helping Neville and the others defeat the 2 mountain trolls, but I had suppressed the damage with my internal energy so it didn't flare up. However, when breaking through Voldemort's illusion, I used a reverse internal energy technique, which severely damaged my mind and further injured my internal organs, not to mention Kirill repeatedly hitting me. So by the time I finally passed out, I was on the brink of death. If it weren't for the traditional martial arts I practiced since childhood, which focus on preserving life, normally, unless someone was poisoned or killed on the spot, the internal energy would slowly repair the body during unconsciousness. If it had been someone else, they would have been beyond saving. Even so, Dumbledore said that when I was sent to the hospital wing for emergency treatment, Madame Pomfrey still spent a whole night bandaging, healing, and tending to my severely depleted mental energy, and she closely monitored me for 3 days before announcing that I had safely passed the danger. Though I knew I would survive, recalling it made me shiver in fear, not to mention imagining what others would think. I sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, Professor. I really was too reckless back then and made you all worried. I'm truly sorry. It's okay. The important thing is that you're safe now. I'm sure everyone is very happy to hear that you're awake. Professor Dumbledore took a jar of toffees from the pile of gifts and flowers stacked on the small table by my bed and handed it to me. How about having a few? These were all sent to you by your admirers. As far as I know, there are quite a few chocolate frogs in here, but it seems your friend Mr. Ron Weasley ate them first because he was afraid they would escape. Oh, and there's a toilet seat ring. I think that was a gift from Messrs. Fred and George Weasley. They probably thought it was funny, but Poppy thought it was unhygienic, so she confiscated it. Toilet seat ring. I felt a chill in my heart, remembering how I had overheard the twins before the finals casually talking about taking an authentic Hogwarts-produced toilet seat home as a September gift for their little sister. There's no way they actually blew up a bathroom and included it in my gifts, right? Speaking of which, with so many gifts, even 10 cloth bags wouldn't be enough to pack them all. How am I supposed to carry them home? And with summer vacation coming up, I wonder if the dorm will still store them for me. Does everyone know about the Philosopher's Stone? Yes. When Severus got injured, the whole school found out. Miss Granger and the other two ran after you to the third-floor restricted area and were seen by many people. So naturally, everyone knew something had happened. Professor Dumbledore said as he sat on the edge of my bed, unwrapping the toffees with me. However, in the last room, we only found you, seriously injured and unconscious, and Kirill's body. So what exactly happened then remains a secret to most people. If you don't mind, could you tell me about it? I gently nodded and recounted what had happened with Kirill and Voldemort at that time. When I was speaking, Professor Dumbledore just quietly listened, his expression calm and gentle as always, though not entirely. At least when I mentioned Voldemort's appearance and his attempt to manipulate me, I could feel a trace of tension in Dumbledore, but it quickly subsided. I was glad he didn't interrupt my storytelling, because with my somewhat fuzzy and distracted mind right now, it wouldn't be easy to resume my thoughts or memories if they were broken. After I slowly finished, Professor Dumbledore seemed to be lost in thought. I didn't disturb him, instead chewing on my toffee piece by piece, while quietly observing this elderly man who had lived for over a century. Even after nearly a year of interaction, I still felt an unfathomable depth about him. As the leader against the forces of darkness, the expectations placed upon him are so numerous and heavy. To ensure the safety of most people, he must constantly reflect and carefully unravel each clue, because if any part of the plan goes awry, the cost is life itself. The blood shed by those who fight against darkness stains the enemy's weapons, while for Dumbledore, who left this all in motion, only memories and coldness remain for his loved ones. In fact, the plans I have already carried out and those I will carry out will inevitably involve sacrifices as well. But because I have the advantage of knowing the future, I can try to minimize the regrets. Yet, if I'm honest, how am I any different from Professor Dumbledore in doing so? Whether bearing the souls of innocents or the erroneous souls of wrongdoers, the burden of lives lost is the awareness any decision-maker must have. But saying it lightly is one thing, bearing it in reality is a feeling that words cannot describe. Thinking about Kirill, snapping back to reality, I met those water blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses, shining with wisdom and tolerance, and gently nodded. That was his own choice, Harry. Professor Dumbledore stroked my head with affection. The moment he chose to share his body and soul with Voldemort, it was already destined that he could not end well, and moreover, he wanted to harm you, so the price he had to pay was even greater. When your mother died to save you, she cast an ancient spell on you that Voldemort could never touch. If Voldemort or his direct servants ever touched you, burning would be the least of their punishment. A murderous intent that turns to ash would be the ultimate retribution. So you need not feel any burden at all. I know. When I was a doctor in my previous life, it wasn't that I never had patients die under my hands, but it was the first time I had ended a life with my own hands, even knowing the other party deserved it. That indescribable strange feeling still clung to my heart. Indeed, at that time I could talk nonchalantly with centaurs, but mentally, no matter how long I tried to prepare myself, the moral sense I had cultivated since before was hard to overturn all at once. I just cannot understand why someone would stop at nothing for so-called power, why they would erase others' lives without a second thought for so-called immortality. If one harms and twists one's own soul to that extent, even if they attain eternal life, can they truly be happy? Professor Dumbledore looked at me deeply. I can't give you an answer to that question. You have to understand that everyone's definition of happiness is different, he said gently. Harry, even though you grew up without your parents and your relatives may have treated you harshly, you still know what love is, and you are willing to share your love with your friends and all the elders who care about you. This is your greatest quality, and it is your most noble and proud trait. But not everyone, like you and your mother, understands what true love is, who truly values and cherishes every life around them. You said your grandfather told you that desire is the driving force behind human progress. He was right. Everyone has a desire for power and influence. I believe even you and I are no exception. However, most of the time, our pursuit of power is meant to protect the people important to us and ensure they live happily. But some people cannot control their desires well. I myself would not dare to say that I could remain unaffected when faced with the opportunity to gain immense power, because the gaze of admiration from being above everyone else is absolutely a temptation, a very strong temptation, I must say. Yet over this past year, after learning about your own origins and understanding your status in our entire magical world, I haven't seen any trace of arrogance in you. Usually, when children find out they are so famous, they tend to become a bit giddy, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if you had become even slightly proud because of this. But you haven't, Harry. You are kind and generous to every outsider you meet, friendly and lively with your friends, and polite and humble with your teachers. If I hadn't seen it myself, I would hardly believe that an 11-year-old could have a heart and mind so close to perfection and maturity, and I know that all of this is thanks to the guidance of your mysterious Chinese grandfather, right? Professor Dumbledore suddenly mentioned the praise on this report, and even with my thick skin, I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed just hearing it. After all, being kind to outsiders is just putting on a mask, being lively with friends is more like me deliberately teasing them, and as for being polite and humble, that's clearly just an excuse to hide my abilities. Yet now it was being misunderstood in this way, and I didn't even know how to explain it. You are too kind, Professor. I admit my grandfather guided me a lot in every aspect, but the things I truly learned from him never quite reached the level he expected. Of course, I have always tried to meet the standards he set for me, but I always feel that I'm not that good. You know, my curiosity is quite strong, and I often got into trouble when joking around with Ron. Although it wasn't all intentional, I still couldn't fix it. Everyone has their little flaws, and childish mischief is simply a privilege for someone your age. Such small naughtiness still cannot cover up your inherent simplicity and nobility, Harry. You truly understand your desires, face them honestly, and know how to be content and cherish what you have. This is something even I might not be able to do, yet you have done it effortless. Professor Dumbledore said with a smile, and in his eyes I could see deep admiration and satisfaction, along with an enigmatic sense of regret and nostalgia. In a person's life, it's inevitable to pursue fame and fortune. The problem is that most people during this process are tempted by many things, and losing sight of their original intentions is not the worst part. The worst is going astray without even realizing it, losing everything in the pursuit of gaining it all, yet continuing in obstinacy. If only Voldemort, back then, could have been like you, or, if only I could have, like your grandfather did for you, let him understand even a little of the true meaning of love and care, then perhaps, none of so many tragedies would have occurred to us. You taught Voldemort? I asked, slightly stunned, realizing half a second later that Voldemort was once a Hogwarts student too, seemingly around the same age as Hagrid, but that's not really something I should know, so better to play dumb. Surprisingly, Professor Dumbledore answered more straightforwardly than I expected. Yes, but back then he wasn't called Voldemort yet. Professor Dumbledore's tone was quite deep, and even the emotions in his eyes were so complex it was hard to decipher. At that time, he was still a student, easygoing and intelligent, so outstanding that everyone liked him almost like you. I blinked and tilted my head innocently. It's a bit hard to imagine, I said. I think I'm cuter than him in every way. Professor Dumbledore chuckled softly, and much more straightforward. Besides, no matter what trouble you get into, you face it calmly and openly, whereas he was clever in finding excuses to shirk responsibility. Of course, back then, I didn't notice this deeply. Even though he often stayed after the Transfiguration Club meetings to ask me questions, after so much time of contact, I never sensed anything amiss in him. And by the time I did notice, he had already done many things that could not be undone. Jack, this is amazing. Did I just hear that right? Voldemort was in the Transfiguration Club back in school. I thought I was the first one at school to break the tradition of Gryffindor and Slytherin not joining each other's house clubs. You were indeed the first for Gryffindor, but while it was rare for Slytherin to make exceptions, it did happen, Professor Dumbledore said. I think the reason these things aren't talked about much is probably avoidance. Those Slytherin students who performed exceptionally well at school almost all did regrettable things after leaving, so even if their behavior as students was outstanding, few people are willing to acknowledge it. That's human nature, right? I nodded in understanding, but no matter how similar we are, I still think I'm much better than him. And even though I don't know what kind of person I'll become in the future, I'm sure I'll never turn out like him, I said confidently. Not to mention anyone else, if I really did become that terrible, Hermione, Ron, and Neville would definitely be the first to not let me off the hook, especially Hermione. Last time, I just took Neville with me for a night trip to the third greenhouse to pinch a few young magical apple leaves for dragon dung fertilizer, and I got caught by Hermione before Professor Sprout could even make me do detention labor. I almost lost my temper." Professor Dumbledore laughed heartily. "Ah, yes, and that alone is a big difference between you and Voldemort. Even when he was at school, he never really had any trustworthy friends, but you're different. You have 3 incredibly smart, outstanding, and brave companions. You all always help each other, and," Professor Dumbledore winked at me, "even when you get into trouble, you often cover for each other. In fact, that time Miss Granger helped hide quite a few magical apple leaves without turning them in, didn't she?" I scratched my head and chuckled, tacitly admitting it. "Well, I suppose I should be going. You just woke up, and Poppy would not want me to take up too much of your rest time." After a relaxed conversation, Professor Dumbledore took a pocket watch from his pocket and glanced at it. "Before I go, Harry, do you have any questions you'd like to ask me? After all, the holidays are coming soon. We probably won't see each other for a full 2 months, and I imagine you wouldn't want to spend that entire time with unanswered questions, would you?" I nodded instinctively, paused for a moment, then nodded again. "I do have a few questions." I collected my thoughts a little before speaking. "Back then, Voldemort couldn't take the Sorcerer's Stone from the Mirror of Erised. He said it was you who set the protection on the stone so that it could only be taken when I wanted it. Why did you choose me as the one to access the stone, and how could you be sure I wouldn't want the stone?" Professor Dumbledore stroked his beard. "The answers to these 2 questions are actually quite similar. Both were just a sudden whim I had back then," he said. "In fact, the real Philosopher's Stone was long ago destroyed by Nicholas Flamel. The one in the school is only his earliest half-finished version. It has no power to make someone immortal or bring the dead back to life. The reason it was kept here with me was simply because he knew early on that someone was after the stone. To be able to destroy all the stones before they fell into the hands of ambitious people, we deliberately let it be known that the last stone was here with me, to give Nicholas time to make arrangements. However, although it is only a half-finished product, if given to a talented alchemist to study for a while, it could still be possible to recreate a real Philosopher's Stone or use it for other more dangerous purposes. So this stone still must be protected and not allowed to fall into the wrong hands. I asked many teachers to help me, but I soon realized that some of those I entrusted had already been tempted. Why shouldn't they be? Endless wealth or immortality, either one is enough to drive a person mad. So when I decided to personally set another layer of protection, I thought of using the Mirror of Erised, a mirror that shows the truest desire of a person's heart. Only someone who knows about the Philosopher's Stone but does not wish to possess or use it is qualified to take the stone from the mirror. So it was Voldemort who misunderstood, Professor Dumbledore said with a slight smile. I continued, "Then, since the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, what about the Flamels? They will die, yes," Professor Dumbledore said. "However, they still have some of the elixir of life left, which is enough for them to put everything in order and then meet death tranquilly." I nodded, and for some reason, a sudden image of my grandfather's serene face when he passed away came to mind. "One more thing," I asked. "Last Christmas, I received an invisibility cloak. I returned it to you," Professor Dumbledore said. "After all, it belonged to your father, and it's better that you use it. As far as I know, when your father was at school, he often snuck into the kitchen in it to get something to eat, but if it's you, I suppose the place you'll most often be seen with it might be the library." I cleared my throat to pretend I hadn't heard that. "Actually, Professor, besides the cloak, I also received an unsigned set of silver needles. Since they are made of mithril, I really can't think of who would give me such a valuable gift." "Oh, so that's the case," Professor Dumbledore stroked his beard again. "The silver needles you mentioned, are they the ones you used a few days ago when you helped Poppy treat Severus?" "Yes, that's a rather rare item. I guess the way you use those tools and your healing methods must come from the traditional Chinese medicine techniques you learned from your grandfather." "Yes, Poppy is quite interested in the Chinese healing techniques you demonstrated. If you have time, perhaps you could share some of your knowledge with her," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. "By the way, since you carry those needles with you, I suppose you really like that gift." "Yes, I do," I frowned slightly, sensing that Professor Dumbledore seemed to be deliberately speaking around the subject. "But Professor, since you like it, then make good use of it. You've already proven a few days ago that you didn't disappoint the person who gave you the needles. I believe you will continue to use them wisely to help more of your friends," Professor Dumbledore said in a gentle tone that suggested the conversation was coming to an end. "Do you have any other questions?" "No, Professor." "Then get some rest. I want to talk to Poppy. It seems you should be able to attend tomorrow night's end-of-term feast, Professor Dumbledore said with a smile. That way, Severus can feel much more at ease. What does he mean? Here's the situation. After Severus was discharged following his injury recovery, he heard about how you also helped him at the time. Noticing my confusion, Professor Dumbledore explained, his blue eyes smiling and narrowing almost to the point of matching the curve of his half-moon glasses. So, over the past few days, he must have been quite worried. In any case, his temper, how should I put it, is not very calm. You know how he is with emotional control. Sometimes it's inversely proportional to his expertise in potions. As a result, some unfortunate students just happened to appear in front of him when his mood was unstable and ended up getting quite a few points deducted. Why does the old man have to beat around the bush so much? He could just say Professor Snape was acting irrationally and picking on Gryffindor, I thought to myself with some annoyance. But it seems like Professor Dumbledore is implying that the reason Snape had a fit this time involved me, but I was seriously injured and unconscious. How could I have provoked him? Saying he was worried about me? That's absolutely ridiculous. Basically, I'd be grateful if he just deducted a few less points or gave me a bit less detentions, because I helped save him. That's possible. My father, a total rogue in his younger days, had dragged Professor Snape out of a werewolf's jaws to save him back then. Let's not even get into how accurate that rescue story really was, yet Snape bore no gratitude and held a grudge until now. And now I, who resemble my father in so many ways, helped Snape again. Surely with his twisted mindset he would carry that old grudge over to me too. It looks like my potions classes and club activities might be even tougher this new semester. But then again, maybe I should first worry about whether my potions exam score will be intentionally lowered. While anxiously analyzing where I might have carelessly provoked Professor Snape, I half-heartedly bid farewell to Professor Dumbledore, who had happily left with some toffee and every flavor beans, my mind filled with thoughts about my final grades and another going not so smooth year of potions club activities.